Chapter 1. My girlfriend's heart aches as I run off with another. Your girlfriend is outside, embracing some wild man and indulging herself. Her pants are soaked. And you can still sit here calmly? The door was flung open, and a tall man burst into the room, shouting. Wang Dong was startled awake by the shout, his gaze shifting from the urn to the intruder. Upon recognizing him, he let out a sigh of relief, followed by a reprimand. What have you been up to? It's been days since I've seen you. The man, oblivious to the sorrow in Wang Dong's eyes, suddenly broke into a grin as if recalling a joyous moment. I encountered something good. Don't worry about me, you scoundrel. That parasite of a girlfriend of yours is out on the street, getting cozy with another man, her hands exploring his trousers. Let's call our dad and deal with them. After saying this, the man chuckled, his expression growing ever more jubilant, his tone increasingly arrogant. From now on, whoever dares to mess with us, we'll take them out. We have the confidence. Wang Dong gazed at the man before him, suppressing the fury that churned within him. This man, Feng Chengwen, was his fellow townsman and classmate, someone he had grown up with and survived the calamity alongside. He was now his sole relative. As he looked at Feng Chengwen, Wang Dong's rage gradually receded. My father is dead. Dead? Wasn't he out with the company's exploration team? Could something have happened to them? The bravado that had characterized Feng Chengwen vanished entirely as he began to comprehend why Wang Dong's girlfriend had acted as she did. Wang Dong's father had passed away, and she was hastily seeking a new protector. The spark in Feng Chengwen's eyes dimmed instantly, but upon seeing Wang Dong, he mustered some spirit to console him. In this day and age, death comes easier than a hearty meal. And as for that woman, it's better if she leaves. In this damn world, it's easier to survive alone. Carrying her around is nothing but a burden. Feng Chengwen ceased his earlier rants about punishing the adulterers and instead tried to comfort Wang Dong. The girls around here are quite liberated. Just the other night, that plump girl from the second cafeteria invited me to her dorm, but she brought along 4 of her friends. Wang Dong did not respond. In this world, death was more common than the sun. Yet the issue was that his father was no ordinary man. Only his father had perished, while the entire exploration team had returned unscathed. Wang Dong's gaze seemed tranquil, yet it pierced through the walls, envisioning his girlfriend. Everyone has the right to choose their own life, don't they? Huh? Feng Chengwen momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Are you out of your mind? Why are you defending that wretched woman? We treated her well all these years. She left, and am relieved, but her actions are unacceptable. Wang Dong's gaze returned to Feng Chengwen's face, nodding solemnly. If she wishes to leave, I won't stop her. But for her to bring a man to my doorstep, to cavort atop my father's ashes, to trample upon my dignity, and to declare her allegiance to a new man in this manner. A smirk crept onto Wang Dong's lips. To pledge her loyalty to a new patron in such a disgraceful fashion. She should not have acted this way. Feng Chengwen could not help but exclaim, in those early years, we should have let her family starve. You wouldn't have had to suffer while raising a thankless wolf. Wang Dong fell silent, his gaze sweeping over his father's urn before settling back on Feng Chengwen. His father was gone, the only familiar face and kin he had in this world. He himself had been his father's sole reliance. While swiftly dispatching the adulterers might bring satisfaction, kinship held greater importance. I will escort you away from here. Feng Chengwen's expression shifted dramatically. You intend to send me off to deal with those adulterers? Feng Chengwen shook his head. If it's about them, count me in. Wang Dong quickly dissuaded him. They are awakened ones. Do you know how powerful awakened beings can be? Over 5 years ago, the world transformed overnight, enveloped in mysterious energies, causing rapid evolution among all living things. Coinciding with the Japanese releasing nuclear waste into the sea, the ensuing radiation triggered bizarre mutations. Marine creatures were the first to mutate, awakening extraordinary abilities and launching frenzied assaults on coastal human settlements, forcing humanity to retreat inland. Before long, terrestrial animals too began to mutate and awaken, acquiring various powers, rendering the wilderness a forbidden zone for ordinary humans. Humanity's living space shrank repeatedly, ultimately relying on a few major cities to survive. The reason humanity persisted was due to a portion of individuals who awakened, mastering formidable powers. These individuals were known as awakened ones. Previously, my father shielded us. Now that he is gone, it falls to me to protect you. Wang Dong consoled himself. Originally, my frail frame could not withstand it, but she, concerned for my well-being, ran off with another man. Just you? I can still hold my own. Feng Chengwen glanced at Wang Dong, inhaling deeply. Women may betray you and sleep with other men, but a brother won't sneak around with other men behind your back. With a girlfriend like yours, who can't even satisfy you, you'd best reconsider. Let me protect you from now on. Feng Chengwen surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one else was present, before slowly extending his hand. Wang Dong instinctively leaned closer to Feng Chengwen, his gaze drawn to the outstretched palm, his mind brimming with confusion. What are you doing? Zing! Wang Dong felt as though struck by a hammer to the chest. His ribcage constricted suddenly. His breath halted, as if invisible needles pierced his face, causing his hair to stand on end with a prickling sensation. Several arcs of electricity danced within Feng Chengwen's palm, each fingertip emitting violet lightning, the crackling sound sending chills down one's spine. Wang Dong had no doubt that should that lightning strike him, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant. An awakened one of the lightning element? Wang Dong instinctively took a few steps back, astonished. When did this occur? Just in the past couple of days. Wang Dong suddenly understood, murmuring, "No wonder I haven't seen you for 2 or 3 days. It turns out you were awakening." Wait a minute. A thought struck him. Didn't you say you were fooling around with that plump girl and her friends? Feng Chengwen wore a lascivious grin, holding up 4 fingers. 4. Exactly 4 of them. Those 4 desperate girls acted like they'd never seen a man before, clamoring to come over. I almost collapsed from exhaustion. I ended up sleeping for 2 full days. And let me tell you, I am thoroughly revitalized. Wang Dong was at a loss for words, muttering a curse under his breath about how he wished Feng Chengwen had worn himself out. Since that's the case, you must accompany me to accomplish something significant. Ven Henwen loved it. All right, as brothers united, we shall deal with those adulterers. That wretched woman is infuriating after the calamity. You were the one supporting her entire family, rationing out food while you starved for a day just to ensure she was full. But now that our father has just died, she openly cavorts with a wild man to pledge her loyalty to a new protector. Her actions are an affront to you, and she deserves punishment. Wang Dong shook his head. It's not about that, it's about the cause of my father's death. You probably haven't paid attention in the last couple of days, so you're unaware of the specifics. The exploration team has returned, except for my father. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You lying scoundrel. Feng Chengwen paused for a moment before erupting. Even if the entire exploration team perished, our father could not have met with misfortune. Given his strength, unless it was in the sea, he would never have encountered danger. He could crawl back if need be. Wang Dong's eyes blazed with fury. The anger he had previously suppressed out of concern for Feng Chengwen now erupted fully. Those useless members of the exploration team returned unscathed, yet my father did not. Is that even possible? Since you have awakened as well, let's find out the truth together. Wang Dong's gaze shifted toward the urn. I will not allow you to have died in vain. Yes, we must eliminate those scoundrels. Why should those worthless fools return while our father does not? Chapter 2. There's something awry here. There's definitely something amiss. Feng Chengwen remained skeptical that such an event could occur. Our father may not claim to be invincible, but he is certainly superior to the rest of the exploration team. Among those who ventured out with Wang Dong's father, he was the strongest. Not just slightly stronger, but vastly superior to the others. If a danger like an awakened beast had befallen them, the strongest member of the team would have perished, and the rest could not have returned unscathed either. That limping geologist from the exploration team returned with a spring in his step. If they encountered a beast, my father would not have lagged behind him. This indicates the exploration team did not face any danger. If it wasn't danger, then how did my father die? After a brief moment of contemplation, Feng Chengwen quietly inquired, could it be that someone from within turned against him? But those guys from the exploration team wouldn't stand a chance against our father. Wang Dong nodded slightly. When they returned the ashes, they claimed my father left a final message, asking to have his ashes taken back to our hometown and buried beneath the loquat tree at the entrance. Our hometown? Feng Chunwen shouted hoarsely. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Those scoundrels want to use a knife to kill him. They aim to eliminate you without bloodshed. Our hometown is in the mountains right now. The wilderness is a forbidden zone for humanity. Our father was astute. He wouldn't leave behind such a muddled final message. Those filthy beasts are surely deceiving you into going out to die. Wang Dong shook his head, dismissing this conjecture. The final message must be genuine. It's likely a code. In the past, it was inconvenient to get keys made in the village, and I often misplaced mine. Eventually, we decided to place the spare key beneath the loquat tree at the entrance. Whoever returned first would use it. My father was informing me that he left something beneath the tree. Feng Chunwen finally grasped the implication. Did he leave behind some belongings in advance? Could it be that our father anticipated his own misfortune? Surely, it cannot truly be related to the company, can it? Wang Dong's heart trembled slightly. The company that Feng Chunwen spoke of was the Longjiang Exploration Company. The place where the two resided was called Longsheng. Before the cataclysm, this area was merely a large village. After the arrival of the Longjiang Exploration Company, it came to be referred to as Longsheng by the company's employees. All survival resources in Longsheng were supplied by the Longjiang Exploration Company, which also organized manpower to fend off ferocious beasts, providing employees with essential survival guarantees. In return, employees were required to dedicate their lives to the company. Wang Dong's father was an employee of the Longjiang Exploration Company and a key member of the exploration team. Both Wang Dong and his companion were also employees of the company, differing only in that Wang Dong was a reserve member of the exploration team, while Feng Chunwen belonged to the logistics department. After the cataclysm struck, the survival environment underwent a radical transformation. Human society collapsed entirely, losing all semblance of order. The fact that Wang Dong and his companion had managed to survive until now was entirely reliant on Wang Dong's father's sacrifices within the exploration team, which allowed them to procure resources. So, I need to return to my hometown for a visit, to see what my father left behind. I must ascertain whether his death is connected to the company. Feng Chunwen immediately thumped his chest, pledging to accompany him. When we return, they'll be the first to deal with that vile person. Her maintenance is quite impressive. I'd like to test it out. At that moment, it'll shoot lightning below, and it will be exhilarating for her. Wang Dong furrowed his brow and glared at Feng Chunwen. Feng Chunwen shrank his neck, exclaiming, "Brother Dong, I remember your words. Do no harm." Wait a moment, I think I understand. Feng Chunwen's eyes gradually brightened. If we rush out and directly deal with those adulterers, the company will certainly intervene. You don't want to fall out with the company, which is why you haven't charged out to confront them, right? Isn't that so, Brother Dong? Wang Dong did not deny it, he merely nodded gently. He did not wish to sever ties with the Longjiang Exploration Company, because, without the company supplying survival resources, their chances of survival would dwindle over time. As for seeking out other surviving cities, Wang Dong was not particularly eager. Those places would only be more brutal. The greater the population, the higher the demand for resources. Now, the wilderness had become a forbidden zone, unsuitable for cultivating crops, and the various industries in the cities had collapsed. Larger cities faced even greater survival pressures. Moreover, there was another critical issue. Traversing from one place to another required crossing the wilderness, fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness could lead to becoming prey for ferocious beasts. Acting now, the company will undoubtedly intervene. I do not wish to sever ties with them. Yet, if my father's death is indeed related to the company, then there is nothing left to discuss. Feng Chunwen nodded repeatedly. I knew you wouldn't be such a coward. Rest assured, they'll support you. Wang Dong retorted angrily. I'm only pretending to be cowardly for your sake, fearing you might be torn to shreds. He was unaware that Feng Chunwen had awakened, and out of concern for Feng Chunwen's safety, he had decided to swallow his pride for the time being. But now things were different. Feng Chunwen had become an awakened one, and with his lightning abilities, Wang Dong no longer had any lingering worries. Feng Chunwen immediately showered him with flattery. Brother Dong is the best. With our father gone, you shall be my father from now on. However, we shall not act timidly in the future. I am also an awakened one, Now, anyone who defies us will be zapped. Prepare yourself. We shall set off immediately to see what my father left behind." Just as Wang Dong and his companion were about to leave launching, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." A languid voice responded from within. The door opened to reveal a handsome man lounging on the sofa, bare-skinned, dozing off. "Young master, Wang Dong and the others have departed." The man opened his eyes, displaying indifference. Let them leave. His father didn't even stir a ripple, much less these two ordinary individuals. Besides, his father is no longer in Longsheng, and there's no need to continue monitoring Wang Dong. You might as well head to Dongshan. The man yawned, stretched lazily, and murmured, "His girlfriend is quite something. No wonder she's an awakened fire element." When his father was around, it was difficult to take action, but I've been craving her for quite some time. Awakened individuals possess far greater physical prowess than ordinary people. It's much more thrilling to play with them. Suddenly, the man added, "Find me a water element awakened one. The combination of ice and fire would be much more entertaining." "Young master, should I go deal with Wang Dong?" The man shook his head. "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You go to Dongshan and keep watch." The treasures acquired through someone like Wang Dong's father must not be compromised. Let Lu Heng handle the matter of Wang Dong. Upon finishing, the man's face lit up with excitement and exhilaration. It's amusing to think of a brother-in-law killing his sister's husband. Just the thought sends a thrill through me. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became. "Bring her here. I want to both indulge in her and listen to her brother report on how to eliminate her husband." The man's heart began to race, his eyes gradually reddening, his breath becoming rapid, and sparks began to emanate from his nostrils. "Give me a female water element awakened one. I want to experience the essence of a water element awakened individual." "Young master, currently, awakened individuals are predominantly of earth and fire elements, making water element ones quite hard to find. The one we encountered before has already fled into the Qinling Mountains, and our people stationed at Dongshan cannot leave." Upon hearing Dongshan, the man's eyes regained their brightness, and the flames of desire within him slightly diminished. "Once I advance further, I will personally capture that water element awakened one and have them serve me together. Now that would be the true essence of ice and fire." The flames of desire surged once more in the man's eyes. "Hurry, bring that wretched girl to me. I can hardly wait to savor those fiery cherry lips." The lips of a fire element awakened one are truly warm. Go quickly. Chapter 3. The awakened are not so impressive. This highway winds through the foothills of my hometown. We can follow it until we reach the base of the mountain before ascending. Feng Qingguan nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Although he had awakened his lightning abilities, he remained filled with trepidation regarding the wilderness. As long as there is a road, that is sufficient. Upon reaching the roadside, the two men noticed that the guardrails on either side of the highway had become warped, and the surface was cracked and uneven, with the broken pavement being uplifted by wild grass. Feng Qingguan was taken aback by this sight. The disaster had only struck a few years ago, yet the road had deteriorated so rapidly. It looked like a shoddy construction job, a result of those unscrupulous merchants. Wang Dong focused intently on the small grass pushing through the concrete, and a sudden wave of anxiety overcame him. All life on Earth was evolving. Plants were part of that equation too. Feng Qingguan jumped in surprise. "You fool, don't speak nonsense. Are you suggesting that grass has evolved?" Just as Wang Dong was about to respond, a voice called out from behind, "Wait for me, wait for me." Upon recognizing the newcomer, Wang Dong's heart skipped a beat. It was Lu Daning's younger brother, Lu Heng. "What are you doing here?" Wang Dong asked. "I heard my sister broke up with you, and I couldn't shake the worry of you leaving the city, so I followed to see. Where are you headed, brother-in-law?" Wang Dong signaled for Feng Qingguan to be cautious while maintaining a calm demeanor. "I am no longer with your sister, so there is no need to call me brother-in-law." "You will always be my brother-in-law," Lu Heng insisted earnestly. "What my sister did, we do not agree with. But you know her stubbornness. She doesn't listen to advice." Lu Heng first reprimanded his sister, then began to flatter Wang Dong. "Brother-in-law, you have a great heart. Don't stoop to her level." As he spoke, Lu Heng slowly approached Wang Dong. "Brother-in-law, we all remember your kindness." Lu Heng inched closer until he stood right before Wang Dong, suddenly summoning a basketball-sized crimson fireball that shot toward Wang Dong's chest. In that instant, A wave of intense heat radiated outwards, and even before the fireball reached him, Wang Dong felt a stinging pain on his face. He never imagined Lu Hong had also awakened. What was even more incomprehensible was Lu Heng's intent to kill him. The moment the fireball appeared, Wang Dong instinctively dove to the side, narrowly evading the attack. In truth, from the moment Lu Hong had shown up, Wang Dong had been on high alert. Lu Hong claimed he was worried, yet they were already over 10 kilometers from Long City. His presence here was indeed suspicious. With a thunderous explosion, the concrete ground erupted, and a smell of charred earth filled the air. Lu Hong dropped all pretense, laughing maniacally. Wang Dong, did you ever think I would become an awakened too? In this world, if you're not awakened, you re nothing. Lu Hong hurled several more fireballs, all of which Wang Dong barely managed to dodge. The more he saw Wang Dong's desperate attempts, the more triumphant Lu Hong became. Dio, you know why I want to kill you? Because when you die, that person will be delighted. Your death will bring happiness to my family. Since you've done so much for my sister, why not do one last thing for her? Die for her. Only then will that person be satisfied. Lu Hong trembled with excitement. You will never comprehend the extent of that person's power. You have no idea where he comes from. He is a descendant of the gods. Wang Dong remained expressionless, merely observing Lu Hong's movements, predicting the trajectory of the fireballs. Though he evaded the fireballs, each one burned in his heart, incinerating the last remnants of his reluctance. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wang Dong swiftly dodged another fireball, his speed suddenly increasing several-fold as he leaped forward, plunging his long knife into Lu Hong's chest. Grasping the knife's handle, he forcefully drove it downwards, splitting Lu Hong's torso in two. In the aftermath of the disaster, people had become all too familiar with death and hunger. Every survivor had faced death at some point. Witnessing Wang Dong dispatch his opponent, Feng Chengwen spoke fiercely. I didn't dare tell you before, but that damned wild man was the first awakened with fire abilities in Long City. Wang Dong maintained his stoic demeanor, as if he had anticipated this revelation. Although Long City was referred to as a city, it was merely a company with a couple hundred inhabitants. Those who could attract Lu Daning, an awakened, were indeed few. Lu Hong stared in disbelief at his nearly severed body, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. Feng Chengwen approached Lu Hong, taunting him. You bastards only know that Brother Dong's father is powerful. But you never consider that a master's protege would be anything less. Awakened ones are so impressive, aren't they? Awakening grants immense power, but fundamentally, awakening is merely one path to gaining strength. It is not the only way. Before the disaster struck, ancient cultivation methods, such as the basic breathing technique, suddenly emerged online. Initially, people thought it was a joke, but soon, some discovered it could indeed be practiced. This caused quite a stir, its impact rivaling that of global mutations. The emergence of the breathing technique itself was a calamity. Consequently, some speculated that the global disaster was artificially induced, orchestrated by the one who released the basic breathing technique. However, even after the catastrophic earthquakes that swept the globe and the ensuing collapse of the internet, no one could ascertain who had disseminated the technique. Wang Dong was practicing the basic breathing technique. Lu Hong stammered, having boldly followed, never expecting such a turn of events. No one anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Wang Dong would possess such prowess. The entirety of Long City knew only of Wang Dong's powerful father. Unaware that Wang Dong himself was equally formidable, Lu Hong struggled to utter something. The glint of the knife flashed, and he could only watch in horror as his headless body collapsed. Let us go. The scent of blood will attract ferocious beasts, Feng Chengwen exclaimed, hastily following Wang Dong. This family is truly outrageous. Feng Chengwen whispered words of comfort. Brother Dong, don't be angry. Once we finish our business, we'll take down those bastards. We, brothers, do no harm to others, yet no one should dare harm us. Even though our father is gone, we are not lacking. We Haven Tea brought shame upon him. Be quiet. Wang Dong interrupted Feng Chengwen, pointing ahead. Before them lay a highway bridge, beneath which a great river shimmered in the sunlight. Upon seeing the river, Feng Chengwen quickly fell silent. Ferocious beasts had first emerged from the sea. Now, those who had survived instinctively felt fear at the sight of larger rivers and lakes. Fortunately, the highway bridge stood at least 2 or 3 stories high above the water's surface, as long as they made no noise and crossed quietly. They should remain safe. However, just as they reached the middle of the bridge, a commotion erupted from below, raising both of their heart rates as they signaled each other to remain still. Wang Dong looked down, discovering a group of black pigs making their way to the riverbank for a drink. The two exchanged glances, both relieved. Yet, just as they began to relax, the river suddenly exploded, and a shadow leapt from the water's surface. It was a silver fish over a meter long, soaring 2 to 3 meters high before snapping up a half-pig in one gulp, its tail slapping the ground as it propelled itself back into the water. Feeling the bridge tremble beneath them, the two seized the opportunity of the pig's chaotic retreat to dart across the highway bridge. "What the hell? Is that the Longjiang white-shelled fish we used to eat?" Feng Qingwen exclaimed. "Wasn't he only supposed to grow to 20 or 30 centimeters? How did that monster come to be?" Wang Dong replied with a wry smile. "After the disaster, global life mutated. UV awakened, so what's so strange about it growing larger? Hurry, let us go. That herd of pigs running wild will surely attract even stronger beasts and will be in danger." Chapter 4. When pig allies encounter pigs, perhaps it was the fleeing pigs by the river that lured away the predators. As the two traversed without incident for most of the day before encountering difficulties, they halted before a dark, seemingly bottomless tunnel, and Feng Qingwen's scalp tingled. "Brother Dong, should we not go around? Who knows what lurks within?" Wang Dong shook his head. "Going around would mean scaling 2 more mountains. You lack wilderness survival experience. That would be even more perilous. We should take the tunnel." Feng Qingwen lightly patted his legs, murmuring, "It's too dark in there. We won't even see danger coming." Wang Dong patiently explained, "You're no longer an ordinary person. After 2 minutes inside, your eyes will adjust to the darkness." As he spoke, Wang Dong tore a strip of cloth from his clothing, binding his knife to his hand, and cautioned Feng Qingwen, "If danger arises, don't worry about me. Remember, escaping is the priority." Lacking combat experience, Feng Qingwen knew that fleeing was the best option when danger struck. It was crucial to conserve energy during a fight. If he exhausted himself, he would only become prey. Wang Dong, having firmly grasped his long knife, stepped boldly into the tunnel. His decision to brave this perilous path was swayed by the daylight. Herbivores would be foraging, while carnivores would be preying upon them. Typically, large animals are absent during daylight hours. As they ventured deeper, the temperature began to drop. Despite it being summer, a chill crept upon the two men. Suddenly, Wang Dong halted, straining to listen. Faint snoring seemed to emanate from ahead. Feng Qingwen, too, caught the sound and gestured urgently for Wang Dong to retreat. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Dong resolutely shook his head in refusal. To bypass the tunnel would require scaling 2 or 3 mountains, significantly amplifying both the journey's length and its inherent dangers. "We are over 2,000 kilometers from the ocean. It is improbable that all animals have mutated and awakened extraordinary abilities. Moreover, we are not ordinary individuals." Wang Dong's gaze grew increasingly resolute. Even if a few large creatures were to appear, they could manage. Feng Qingwen lowered his voice to counter, mentioning the reports of animal awakenings in the northwest, which were no less prevalent than those along the coast, and that region lacked an ocean as well. Although Wang Dong shared his doubts, he sought to reassure Feng Qingwen, stating that they were a good couple of 1,000 miles from the northwest, where ferocious beasts roamed. With caution, Wang Dong advanced, determined to ascertain what lay ahead and how many there were before deciding whether to retreat. After traversing a short distance of about 10 meters, he finally discerned several dark shapes. To his surprise, they were a few pigs. Realization struck Wang Dong. These must be the frightened pigs that had fled from the riverbank after being startled. Likely exhausted, they had sought refuge in the coolness of the tunnel and were now soundly asleep. These creatures were not wild boars and had not awakened any powers. They appeared to be domesticated pigs, wandering aimlessly since the calamity, exhibiting relatively low aggression. Relieved, Wang Dong signaled to Feng Qingwen to approach with caution. "I will distract them. You take the chance to dash past from the side. Remember, do not use lightning attacks in the tunnel." Upon hearing that they were merely domestic pigs, Feng Qingwen's fear diminished significantly, and he paid little heed to Wang Dong's subsequent warning. Wang Dong strode forward, each step becoming heavier and louder as he drew near. The pigs, roused from their slumber, fixated on him but did not immediately charge. Domesticated animals, even when lost in the wilderness, do not harbor strong enmity towards humans. They only retaliate when they sense a threat. As Wang Dong approached, the pigs finally charged, roaring as they barreled towards him. Wang Dong deftly sidestepped, swinging his long knife with force against the head of the foremost pig, then pivoting to sprint towards the tunnel wall. Utilizing his momentum to run swiftly along the vertical surface as if it were level ground, at that moment, the pigs were drawn to Wang Dong, allowing Feng Qingwen a chance to dash past them. Taking a deep breath, Feng Qingwen leapt forward, but the tunnel's narrow confines, coupled with his tall stature, caused him to neglect the sound of his footsteps. The last pig in line detected Feng Qingwen, turning to charge at him, startling him into unleashing a bolt of lightning. Instantly, the tunnel was illuminated by the flash, the thunderous roar mingling with the pig's shrieks, resonating through the otherwise silent passage. Stimulated by the lightning, the pig herd simultaneously pivoted, now racing towards Feng Qingwen. Meanwhile, Wang Dong, who had managed to escape, turned pale upon witnessing Feng Qingwen's predicament and muttered an expletive. Realizing the urgency, Wang Dong leapt back, springing 2 to 3 meters, and landed squarely on the head of the leading pig, pinning it to the ground. Run! Wang Dong urged Feng Qingwen as he swung his knife at another pig. Just as the blade was about to find its mark, a silver flash erupted from the darkness, accompanied by a resounding crash that echoed through the tunnel. Damn it! Wang Dong's expression tightened once more. His complexion drained of color in the wake of the electric flash. Run! Wang Dong disregarded the other pigs and turned to flee. Go! Feng Qingwen, confused, wondered why they were running when a few more bolts of lightning could resolve the situation. Just then, a rustling sound reached his ears, akin to a stream trickling through a valley. Wang Dong's urgent voice cut through, warning that he had specifically told them not to attack. Feng Qingwen, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, hastily pursued Wang Dong. The tunnel was shrouded in darkness, offering warmth in winter and coolness in summer, serving as a natural refuge. Unbeknownst to them, countless rodents and squirrels lurked within the ventilation ducts. Creating such a commotion would surely startle those creatures, causing them to flee the tunnel. Feng Qingwen swallowed hard, finally grasping the gravity of their predicament. If those creatures burst forth, they would inevitably attract other carnivores. Quick! There's light ahead. Hurry! The two men exerted every ounce of strength to reach the tunnel's mouth. As the brightness intensified and the sound of rushing wind filled their ears, Wang Dong's tense demeanor eased slightly. At least they were not trapped inside the tunnel. Finally emerging, a gust of warm air enveloped them, but as Wang Dong scanned the surroundings, the smile that had just begun to form on his face froze in place. Run! Feng Qingwen instinctively followed suit. A low growl reverberated through the forest, followed by bleating. Trees on the adjacent slope swayed, indicating that something was closing in on them. Abruptly, a massive creature burst forth from the underbrush. Roaring at the two men, "Holy hell, look, national treasure!" Feng Qingwen exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. "Donggu, look, a panda! I've never seen one before the calamity." Wang Dong's face turned pale. "That's your father. You fool. It's coming to eat you." Feng Qingwen turned to see the panda charging at him, its teeth glinting ominously in the sunlight, sending him into a panic. What the hell? I thought they only knew how to act cute. How did it grow so large? As the panda drew closer, they could finally appreciate its immense size, comparable to that of a full-grown water buffalo, with each step causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Run! Wang Dong wished he could knock Feng Qingwen unconscious and carry him away. Despite his imposing stature, Feng Qingwen's stamina paled in comparison to his own. Suddenly, Wang Dong halted, his gaze fixed intently on a distant slope. A cloud of dust rose ominously, obscuring much of the mountain, as an endless horde of ferocious beasts surged towards them. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Qingwen's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing. What the hell are those beasts? Gripping Wang Dong's arm tightly, he trembled. Donggu, we're doomed. Those damn creatures used to crush cars. Now, with hundreds charging at us, we'll be trampled into pulp. Feng Qingwen's eyes went wide with terror, as if he might faint at any moment. Your father is truly foolish. Why not just give you something directly? What could be more valuable than your life? Chapter 5. Donggu, save me. Gazing at the approaching stampede of antelopes, Wang Dong's heart stopped, plummeting into despair. The antelope herd surged forth like a relentless flood, kicking up dust that obscured half the slope, with the rear half concealed in the haze, rendering them impossible to count. Antelopes, robust as bulls and vocal like sheep, formed a social group. Prior to the calamity, they measured about 1 to 2 meters in length and weighed between 3 to 400 kilograms, with some reported to reach a ton. Exhibiting considerable aggression, they had been known to invade villages, attacking humans, and even randomly assaulting passing vehicles. Donggu, what do we do? There are so many of them. They could trample us into the ground. Wang Dong's throat felt parched, bitterness filling his mouth. What else can we do but run? Before he could finish his thought, he had already bolted onto the highway, with Feng Qingwen hastily following. Donggu, think of something. We can't outrun those beasts. Wang Dong wished to throttle Feng Qingwen. If only he had heeded the warnings and refrained from unleashing lightning in the tunnel, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Even the panda, startled by the approaching antelope herd, turned tail and fled up the mountainside. Other ferocious beasts rushing towards the tunnel also abruptly changed direction, retreating in panic. Hurry! Wang Dong clutched the knife's hilt as he sprinted along the highway, contemplating their next move. Fighting was futile. With hundreds of antelopes charging, they would be crushed. Running was equally hopeless. Before the calamity, antelopes could reach speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour, and they were only faster now. The antelopes finally descended the slope, arriving at the highway, with the first one crashing into the guardrail without hesitation. Bang! After a single impact, the 30-centimeter-wide steel plate crumpled beyond recognition. Crash! The second collision shattered the guardrail, uprooting several of the supporting posts. It's over. Feng Qingwen turned just in time to witness this scene, nearly stumbling in shock. Our bones are surely not as tough as steel. Donggu, save me. Run. After only a few steps, their rhythm faltered completely as the thunderous sound of the charging antelopes filled their minds, rendering them momentarily blank. They could even hear the heavy breaths of the antelopes. Ah, I'll fight them. Feng Qingwen could hardly contain his fear. He suddenly spun around, unleashing 2 bolts of lightning from his palms towards a nearby antelope. To his astonishment, the creature's sharp horns glimmered with a yellowish light, deflecting the lightning that he had conjured, which exploded into tiny arcs and vanished without a trace. An awakened beast? It was evident that this one had awakened before me. I am doomed. The antelope raised its front hooves and brought them crashing down, causing the ground to tremble violently and crack open a massive chasm, threatening to engulf the 2 men. Wang Dong, with remarkable speed, shoved Feng Qingwen aside just in time to avoid falling into the abyss. As they jumped over the guardrail, Feng Qingwen's eyes brightened. He dashed towards the roadside, using one hand to steady himself against the railing, and leaped onto the highway, sprinting along the drainage ditch. The width of the expressway was limited, and the herd of antelopes was crowded together, impeding their movement. By leaping over the guardrail, the 2 men gained a precious moment. Observing this, part of the antelope herd charged towards the railing, attempting to break through, but was hindered by their own kind, becoming stuck in place. Another portion attempted to continue their pursuit along the expressway, but was blocked by the others crashing against the railing, resulting in utter chaos among the herd. However, the moment the 2 men had not fled far, the antelopes, noticing that both were ahead of them and sharing a common target, quickly regained their order and began to close in. Wang Dong ignored Feng Qingwen, his mind racing for solutions. Seeing Wang Dong's indifference, Feng Qingwen grew anxious and shot bolts of lightning behind him, the thunderous sound echoing through the mountains for several kilometers. With each crack of thunder, an antelope fell, yet the sheer number of them rendered his efforts futile. Just as Feng Qingwen turned to unleash another bolt, the herd had already approached, colliding against the guardrail in front of him. Brother Dong, save me. Attack the one in front. Run, don't stop. Feng Qingwen shouted, directing a lightning strike at the antelope crashing into the railing, regardless of the outcome, and continued to run forward. But within moments, he was bewildered. The antelopes moved several times faster than he did, swiftly overtaking him and beginning to ram into the guardrail with reckless abandon. Brother Dong, help! Feng Qingwen cried, realizing his escape was futile. Wang Dong vaulted over the guardrail, took a running leap of 5 or 6 meters, and landed amidst the herd, brandishing a long knife that he thrust upward through the gap beneath the guardrail, piercing the abdomen of an antelope that was about to break through. Feng Qingwen paid no heed to the implications and directed a bolt of lightning at the steel guardrail. All the antelopes colliding against it trembled in unison and ceased their assault. Run! Feng Chengwen's gaze darted around, filled with despair. There's no time. You run quickly. You're faster than me. I'll hold these damn beasts back. Wang Dong cursed vehemently in reply. Shut the hell up and run. Feng Chengwen shook his head, urging, you run fast. You go. Wang Dong abruptly halted, shouting, run, keep running, don't look back. Leave these beasts to me. Feng Chengwen was taken aback. It was either they both ran or they both stayed. Wang Dong bellowed, don't hesitate, just run. Seeing that Wang Dong was truly not going to flee, Feng Chengwen hurried back and grabbed him. Brother Dong, I lack experience. Even if I run now, it would be futile. Besides, these beasts are faster than I am. They will surely catch up. Wang Dong forcefully pushed Feng Chengwen away. Run, don't stop. His eyes grew resolute. In this world, death was far too common. The only pursuit of the living was merely to satiate their hunger. But to live just to eat was devoid of meaning. With a fierce roar, Wang Dong gripped his long knife and charged toward the herd of antelopes. Run, don't stop. I'm not saving you. I am saving myself. I'm alive not just to survive another day. With a mighty shout, Wang Dong leaped over the guardrail, landing and swinging his long knife to sever an antelope's leg. Using the creature as a shield, he sidestepped as another antelope charged, delivering a punch that crushed the creature's eye. The herd, now chaotic on the highway, presented Wang Dong with an opportunity to attack another antelope. When suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, causing the antelope to convulse and collapse. Are you even human? What about me? Feng Chengwen cursed as he charged forward, his eyes shooting arcs of electricity, the crackling lightning momentarily stunning the herd. We are brothers. Women may abandon you, but brothers will not. Feng Chengwen hurled a bolt of lightning and cursed fervently, you think you're so tough? I'm no less capable. Wang Dong was filled with mixed emotions, wanting to chastise Feng Chengwen for his foolishness. Let it be. Death is inevitable, and soon there will be few left in this world. Exactly. The world won't change whether we're here or not. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind them. What you said just now saved your lives. Before the words had fully left her lips, a figure dashed into the herd of antelopes, effortlessly sweeping away 5 or 6 of them with a single palm strike, sending them flying several meters away, lifeless upon impact. Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen stared in disbelief. Was this a rabbit or an antelope? How could they appear so light? Is this even a human? Chapter 6. The mysterious woman. Both Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen were prepared to face death, yet they never anticipated that someone would suddenly emerge from behind, effortlessly scattering several antelopes with a single strike. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a woman, small and seemingly frail, clad in gray athletic wear with a high ponytail. The woman executed another horizontal sweep, seemingly casual yet imbued with such power that it made Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen's scalps tingle and their muscles tense. With a gentle thrust of her palm, the antelopes ahead were as if struck by a speeding train, their bodies exploding in a gory display of flesh and bone. Feng Chengwen shuddered, gripping Wang Dong's arm tightly. He stood half a head taller than Wang Dong, yet now pressed closely against his back, trembling uncontrollably. Wang Dong, equally terrified, felt his throat dry as he swallowed repeatedly to ease the tightness. Could she be an awakened being at the dragon transformation stage? He recalled that during the calamity's onset, basic breathing techniques and classifications of awakened abilities had surfaced online. According to those classifications, awakened beings were divided into 3 stages: initial, ordinary, and dragon transformation. Given the astonishing abilities of the woman before them, both Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen concluded that she must have reached the dragon transformation stage. Wang Dong's father was a powerful figure who had attained the ordinary stage through rigorous training in breathing techniques. While they were still in shock, a much larger antelope burst forth from the herd, easily identifiable as the awakened beast that had previously blocked Feng Chengwen's lightning. Be careful, miss, that's a soil-type awakened beast. The woman remained calm, gazing directly at the charging beast, her right hand clenched into a fist as it descended upon the antelope's head. The yellowish light that the antelope had gathered shattered instantly under her seemingly delicate punch. Exploding into motes of luminescence, her fist landing squarely between its horns, the antelope's legs stiffened, coming to an abrupt halt. Wang Dong trembled, a chill spreading from his feet to the rest of his body. What terrified him was not the fact that the woman had killed an aberrant antelope with a single punch. It was the realization that this heavy creature had charged with all its might yet was effortlessly stopped in its tracks. The inertia generated by its massive weight, weighing over 1,000 pounds, had vanished without a trace. Not even a breeze stirred in its wake. This was not mere brute force compelling the antelope to halt. It was as if the tremendous inertia had been entirely negated. Such a phenomenon defied all logic. Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen stood frozen, instinctively drawing closer together, as the herd witnessed the demise of their strongest member. They panicked and fled in all directions. The woman turned her head, allowing Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen to finally see her face. She was petite, almost frail, and her loose clothing accentuated her slender frame. It was unfathomable that such a slight figure could harbor such terrifying strength. Not a speck of dirt marred her attire, and her face was devoid of grime. Her eyes were clear and serene, standing in stark contrast to the blood-soaked surroundings. The woman's gaze swept over the two men, causing them to instinctively hold their breath, their bodies tensing involuntarily. Her eyes were cold, yet not devoid of warmth. There was no trace of scorn or arrogance within her transparent gaze. Wang Dong finally regained his composure and promptly bowed, pressing Feng Chengwen's head down as well, urging him to express their gratitude together. "Thank you. We are immensely grateful. Thank you for saving us." The woman looked at them and raised her hand, signaling for them to cease their bowing. "I saved you because you are still human." Wang Dong's heart jolted as he realized that this woman must have been present all along but had chosen to remain unseen. The reason she decided to save them was due to the few sentences exchanged moments earlier. As he met her calm, unwavering gaze, Wang Dong felt a wave of shame wash over him. It was clear that her tranquility and determination were impervious to the chaos of the outside world. She possessed her own convictions and understanding. She was a pure soul. "Miss, you must have come here for a reason. We are familiar with the area. If there is any way we can assist, we would be glad to repay your kindness." The woman replied softly, "I came to the Qinling Mountains to seek the white-leaved yew tree." Feng Chengwen, unable to contain his curiosity, asked eagerly, "What is a white-leaved yew tree?" "It's just a yew tree." Feng Chengwen subconsciously turned to look at Wang Dong, asking, "Are there any white-leaved ones?" Wang Dong pondered for a moment, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "I know a place where there's a yew tree with leaves that are somewhat pale. But I cannot be sure if it's the white-leaved yew you seek." The woman appeared somewhat taken aback, her eyes sparkling with a hint of liveliness. "Really?" Just as Wang Dong was about to nod in affirmation, Feng Chengwen hastily interrupted, "Don't speak carelessly. This lady is so formidable. If it turns out to be incorrect in the end." He left the sentence unfinished, but his meaning was unmistakable. He feared the woman would be disappointed and hold them accountable. The opponent was too powerful. Even though they had already shown goodwill, they had to tread carefully. Wang Dong reminded him, "Do you remember the path behind our village that leads to the town? It is the same route we took every day back in middle school." "Oh, I remember now. You're talking about that tree on the cliff at the back mountain, the one that looks malnourished." Feng Chengwen quickly clarified, "Miss, let me explain. That yew tree grows on a stone wall, and its pale leaves are due to malnutrition." He was anxious that this formidable woman might take offense, wanting to elucidate further. "The tree, due to its poor nourishment, not only has white leaves but also bears no fruit. Every year, it's filled with flower buds, yet when the other trees on the mountain bear fruit, it has none at all." Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with an unexpected brilliance. "Yes, that's precisely the one I am looking for. May I ask you to take me there?" Wang Dong nodded eagerly, recognizing that the tree was conveniently located behind the village, allowing the woman to have a bodyguard. "Of course, of course." Wang Dong gestured for Feng Chengwen to step aside. "After you, Mississippi. If you follow this highway for a few more kilometers, you'll reach our village," he added. The woman nodded, introducing herself. "I am Jiang Wei. Both men momentarily were at a loss for words upon hearing her introduction. "I am Wang Dong. And I am Feng Chengwen." "Feng?" As in Thunder Awakening. Jiang Wei's gaze suddenly shifted to Feng Chengwen, her expression somewhat peculiar. "Are you certain you were born here? What members are in your family?" Feng Chengwen was baffled by Jiang Wei's inquiry. Nodding repeatedly, affirming its truth, he gave it little thought, but Wang Dong, behind him, discerned a deeper implication in Jiang Wei's words. Feng surname, thunder element, family, each phrase revealed a disquieting undercurrent. What is your perspective on the divine? While Wang Dong was deep in thought, Jiang Wei abruptly posed this seemingly random question, leaving him momentarily speechless. God? The Buddha? Bodhisattvas? Jiang Wei shook her head, taking a moment of silence before responding. A powerful being that commands the realms, capable of altering the universe with but a thought. Without a second thought, Feng Chengwen blurted out, if such a deity existed, I would electrocute them. What a wonderful world it would be without their interference. Jiang Wei appeared exceedingly pleased with this response. Wang Dong, unable to fathom her intentions, hesitated to reply, increasingly convinced of Jiang Wei's extraordinary nature. This woman undoubtedly harbored immense secrets. Chapter 7. Terrifying news with Jiang Wei accompanying them. Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen felt no further reservations, and they sped towards the village, arriving in no time. As they gazed upon the homes overrun with wild grass, a flicker of sorrow crossed Wang Dong's eyes. He pointed to a courtyard by the roadside, solemnly stating, that courtyard belongs to old Lu. He once gave me 200 yuan when I was in college. Feng Chengwen picked up on Wang Dong's sentiment. The two-story building at the intersection is Aunt Zhang's. We helped her haul bricks. Her daughter was exceptionally beautiful back then. Your father worked at the brick factory. I came over every day to play with you under the pretense of helping him. But truthfully, I just wanted to drive the truck your father used for hauling bricks. Wang Dong could not resist teasing. Wasn't it more about chasing after Aunt Zhang's daughter? By the way, Aunt Zhang still owes our family 5,000 yuan for the bricks. Perhaps you should cover that. As they strolled down memory lane, reminiscing about past events, they soon arrived at Wang Dong's doorstep. Wang Dong turned to Feng Chengwen, saying, You take Miss Zhang to the back mountain and check if that tree is indeed what she seeks. I need to bury my father's ashes. Feng Chengwen understood. Wang Dong clearly wished to divert Jiang Wei's attention, not wanting her to learn of the belongings left behind by his father, Jiang Wei. Upon realizing that Wang Dong was risking his life to fulfill his father's last wishes, regarded him with newfound admiration and offered some words of comfort. Once they were certain the two had moved far enough away, Wang Dong took a step towards his home. However, just a few paces in, he heard a commotion ahead, causing him to halt abruptly. Could it be some wild beast? Wang Dong regretted having sent Jiang Wei away too soon. Just as he pondered whether to call the two back, a yellow figure comparable to a small calf burst forth from the alley. Wang Dong quickly retreated, instinctively gripping his long knife. Fortunately, it turned out to be a yellow dog, which was now curiously eyeing him. Upon realizing it was merely a dog, Wang Dong exhaled in relief. A dog was certainly easier to manage than a tiger or a wolf, as he scrutinized the yellow dog in front of him. A flicker of recognition crossed his mind. Kai Kai? He called tentatively. The moment he uttered the name, the dog's eyes sparkled with joy. Woof, woof, woof. The yellow dog barked excitedly, rushing towards Wang Dong, startling him so much that he instinctively raised his knife. Kai Kai, sit. Seeing the dog sit down, wagging its tail fervently on the ground, Wang Dong finally relaxed. Come here. The yellow dog, hearing the command, sprang up and lunged towards Wang Dong, attempting to burrow into his embrace. Alarmed, Wang Dong quickly tossed aside his knife and used both hands to hold the dog's head down. You rascal, you're even sturdier than a bull now. Aren't you afraid of knocking me over? Wang Dong was grateful for his quick reflexes. Had he been knocked in the chest, Feng Chengwen might well have ended up burying them both. The yellow dog licked Wang Dong's palm incessantly, its head nudging against him, prompting Wang Dong to press the dog to the ground, sitting down alongside it to play. Kai Kai, how have you survived? With Grandma gone, have you missed her all these years? Kai Kai was the dog raised by Wang Dong's grandmother, who lived next door. Whenever he returned home during holidays, he would take Kai Kai on adventures. As his grandmother aged and found it increasingly difficult to care for herself, maintaining Kai Kai became an even greater challenge. Eventually, she moved to an elderly care facility in town, leaving Kai Kai in Wang Dong's care. After playing with Kai Kai for a while, Wang Dong finally stood up, patting the dog's head. Come on, let us take Dad home. With that, man and dog made their way back home. Upon reaching the entrance, standing beneath the lush loquat tree, Wang Dong fancied he could hear his mother calling him for dinner. He retrieved his father's ashes, gently wiping them before setting them aside, and slowly began to excavate the soil beneath the tree roots, unearthing a plastic bag wrapped in multiple layers. Wang Dong knew this must be what his father had left for him. He did not rush to inspect the contents, but continued digging until he had created a sufficiently deep hole to place his father's ashes inside. The first handful of soil fell upon the urn. Wang Dong finally came to terms with the reality of his father's passing. May that world be devoid of suffering. Gently patting the mound of earth, reminiscent of how he had once brushed dust off his father's shoulder years ago. He wished, may that world carry no burdens. He picked up the long knife, intending to carve a gravestone into the tree, but hesitated, abandoning the thought. This world is not worth your lingering affection. Please depart without any attachments. Dropping the knife, he picked up the items left behind by his father. After unwrapping several layers of plastic, he extracted a letter. Wang Dong's breath quickened involuntarily. How could his father have left behind a letter? Had he truly anticipated his own demise? Wang Dong hastily tore open the envelope, eager to uncover the truth. As he opened it, a necklace fell out. It was described as a necklace, but it was, in fact, a dark cord tied to a thumb-sized white object. Wang Dong examined it closely, confirming that it appeared to be a fragment from a sword or knife blade, marked with an unrecognizable pattern. He did not dwell on what it was, casually hanging it around his neck. I cannot say whether you will see it, but it is a token of remembrance, if you do see it. It means I can no longer care for you, my child. Take it easy. Death is the ultimate fate for all. Moreover, in these times, death can be a form of liberation. As for why I left a letter instead of discussing it with you, it is because my every move is under the scrutiny of the company. The company referred to was naturally the Longjiang Exploration Company. There are a few things I must tell you. Though I am uncertain of their significance, they feel important nonetheless. I have learned from the company that awakening is related to bloodlines. Whether one can awaken is determined even before birth. Wang Dong couldn't help but think of Lu Hong. Simultaneously relieved, if that man could arbitrarily induce awakenings, it would be terrifying. However, it seems Lu Heng's awakening is likely due to possessing a fire element bloodline. He merely enticed others into awakening. The Northwest is chaotic, far more so than coastal regions. I have accompanied the company's expedition team there twice, and it was utterly terrifying. In the Northwest, the awakening of animals is entirely different from that in coastal areas. The coastal region experiences physical mutations, while in the Northwest, both beasts and humans undergo awakenings of power. The chaos in the Northwest is due to a force that has emerged in the world, rather than nuclear radiation. As for this matter, once your foundational breathing technique reaches the second tier of the transcendent stage, you should be able to discern it as well. Wang Dong furrowed his brows. Was the letter from his father merely to convey this? When it comes to foundational breathing techniques, there is one crucial point you must heed. Be exceedingly cautious when encountering those who practice breathing techniques yet whose depths you cannot fathom. It would be wisest not to offend them. Although foundational breathing techniques were only made public online after the cataclysm, it is highly probable that some had practiced it even before the catastrophe. Upon reaching this thought, Wang Dong's body suddenly tensed. Jiang Wei. He recalled Jiang Wei. She clearly was not an awakened ability user, yet she possessed unimaginable power. The only explanation could be that she practiced breathing techniques and had attained a remarkably high level. Regarding my demise, before you laid eyes on this letter, you likely did not ponder it much, did you? Upon seeing the letter mention the main topic, Wang Dong could hardly contain his eagerness to read further. Increasingly convinced that his father did not die by accident. Chapter 8. Revival and Resurgence. The last time the expedition team ventured to the Northwest, I discovered something there left for you. Imbued with a pure force that enabled my foundational breathing technique to break through to the transcendent stage. Wang Dong instinctively glanced at the fragment near his chest, curious about the nature of this object that possessed such wondrous power. The leader of that expedition had predictive abilities. He foresaw that the mission would yield unimaginable benefits, yet the team returned empty-handed, with only me reaping the rewards, inevitably raising suspicions. Wang Dong seemed to grasp a realization. Finally understanding why his father had not been seen since his breakthrough, it was to avoid implicating him. Furthermore, the reason his father had not left the company or taken action must be that the company was using him as leverage against his father. They would not spare us, however. When you receive this letter, it signifies that you have safely returned to our hometown, which is indeed the true intent behind my urging you to come here. Do you remember the brick factory where I used to work? There is a small shelter there, and some of our fellow villagers are still alive. You should head there, child, in this wretched world. To live safely with food to eat is a blessing from our ancestors. Heed my advice. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Go to the brick factory. There are 2 young ladies there. You might even find romance. The forces behind the company are beyond your imagination. On several occasions to the northwest, they dispatch dozens of awakened individuals at the transcendent stage. Stay far away from them. Wang Dong tucked the letter into his clothing pocket and buried the plastic bag that contained it in the soil beside him, sitting beneath the loquat tree and waiting for Feng Qingwen to return. He reached out to stroke the head of the little creature, casting his gaze around the familiar surroundings, and unexpectedly felt a profound sense of tranquility and relaxation within. He even found himself unable to resist the urge to take a brief nap. At that moment, the little creature sprang up from the ground, its eyes turning fierce as it emitted a low growl in a specific direction. Wang Dong realized something and hastily grasped the little creature. Wow, Donggu, you're so formidable, taming a fierce beast? Hey, why does this rascal look so familiar? Seeing the little creature affectionately licking Wang Dong's palm, Feng Chengwen's memories began to resurface. Is this the dog from your second aunt's family? It's still alive? Come here, little one. The creature hesitantly approached Feng Chengwen, sniffing around his feet with a puzzled expression. When it heard Feng Chengwen call its name, it tentatively nudged him, then retreated back to Wang Dong's side. It doesn't recognize me anymore, Jiang Wei explained. You awakened your lightning-type ability, and your physical aura has undergone a dramatic transformation. Its behavior indicates it remembers you. It's just that you are different from its memories. Feng Qingwen let out a sigh of relief. As long as it remembered, that was enough. The lack of familiarity was not a cause for concern. They would become acquainted again in a couple of days. Jiang Wei's gaze swept over the area, landing on a small mound of earth beneath the tree, her expression revealing a hint of confusion. Why didn't you erect a monument for your father? Wang Dong shook his head, instinctively replying, It seems difficult to come here to pay respects in the future. Let everything return to dust. Upon hearing that no one would pay respects, Jiang Wei's eyes slightly changed, and her tone turned icy. I've never heard of someone not wanting to honor their father. The 2 naturally detected Jiang Wei's discontent, but Wang Dong only smiled and refrained from commenting further. Feng Qingwen, noticing Jiang Wei's cold demeanor, had a thought. We might not have many days left to live. The final wish of our forebears is to allow them to return to the earth peacefully. Miss Jiang, you may not realize, but in this world, good people do not live long. We toil for the company. Yet who would have thought they would kill Wang Dong's father and seize Wang Dong's wife? We exhaust ourselves to escape, only for them to send people to hunt us down. Wang Dong shot Feng Qingwen a glare, about to retort, but Feng Chengwen spoke first, even shedding a few tears, which made Wang Dong wish to slap him. Yes, not that we don't want to pay respects to our elders. It's that we have no opportunity. We must flee for our lives. We are people without a future. Perhaps in the next moment, we will be caught and killed. Jiang Wei's calm eyes rippled at that moment. So he is that tragic, yet he endures suffering with a sincere heart. Still harboring concern for his companions, it turns out he is saving his own conscience. Jiang Wei's expression wavered, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, she produced 2 small red fruits. Handing them to Wang Dong, Feng Qingwen observed this scene, finally smiling with satisfaction. I could find the white leaf purple fur largely because of you. I should have given you more, but it is particularly important to me. So I can only give you 2. It can enhance your strength and help you escape pursuit. I have urgent matters to attend to and must leave. Otherwise, I could protect you. The 2 hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Wang Dong looked at the fruits in Jiang Wei's palm and asked, Is that malnourished tree truly the white leaf purple fur you were seeking? Jiang Wei nodded. The white leaf purple fir is a variant of the purple fir tree. This world once had many wondrous plants. As the power of heaven and earth revives, they will gradually reappear. The white leaf purple fir is the miraculous plant Jiang Wei spoke of before the cataclysm. It was inconspicuous, often mistaken for malnourishment or pestilence, yet after the disaster, it has revitalized. Wang Dong's heart sank. He once again caught the hidden implications in Jiang Wei's words. The revival of the power of heaven and earth immediately reminded him of what his father mentioned in the letter about a newfound energy in the world and the awakening of beasts in the northwest. What frightened him even more was that Jiang Wei claimed this plant existed even before the cataclysm. How did Jiang Wei know of their existence? Moreover, the terms revival and resurgence suggested that this situation had existed before. This led Wang Dong to a terrifying conjecture. The The current state of Earth had occurred before, which is why Jiang Wei used the terms revival and resurgence, indicating that these miraculous plants originally existed. And the reason Jiang Wei knew all this must be that she understood what the environment was like during the last occurrence of such a situation. Who exactly is she? From where does she acquire this knowledge? What has happened to this world? Gazing at the red fruit in Jiang Wei's hand, Wang Dong felt both a sense of familiarity and strangeness. The familiarity stemmed from having seen purple fir fruits since childhood, while the strangeness arose from the fact that this was no longer the purple fir fruit he recognized. Will it enable me to awaken? Or is it merely a means to break through my foundational breathing technique? Jiang Wei shook her head. The ability to awaken and the type of ability awakened are determined by one's bloodline. Given your current physical strength, the absence of awakening indicates a lack of an awakening bloodline. Wang Dong was not too surprised by this. He had known it all along. This fruit can improve your physique, cleanse your body, and increase your chances of breaking through. Additionally, consuming the flesh of awakened beasts, which contains the power of heaven and earth, can expedite your foundational breathing technique training. Pausing for a moment, Jiang Wei continued, I also practice breathing techniques. Let me explain some important points to you. However, I cannot linger here for too long. Wang Dong was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Wei. Chapter 9. Arrival at the Brick Factory. Jiang Wei elaborated on the details of practicing foundational breathing techniques, which left Wang Dong in awe. Many areas he had previously struggled to comprehend suddenly became clear. Aspects he had once overlooked, thinking them trivial, gained renewed importance under Jiang Wei's guidance. Wang Dong's heartfelt gratitude for Jiang Wei's instruction only deepened his sense of her profound background. While he had merely repeated the contents rigidly, Jiang Wei possessed a clear understanding of breathing techniques, mastering a complete and systematic theoretical framework. In just a few short moments of guidance, Wang Dong's gains far surpassed the arduous cultivation of the past 3 to 4 years. As the sun set and the moon rose, Wang Dong remained seated upright, earnestly seeking Jiang Wei's counsel. His eagerness to learn and his intelligence greatly pleased Jiang Wei. After advising him to practice diligently, she left with a sense of fulfillment. Once Jiang Wei departed, Wang Dong kicked Feng Qingwen awake, who had been huddled with the little creature for warmth, and handed him the letter left by his father. Feng Qingwen halted his drowsy caress of the little creature and, in a daze, pushed it away. This is what your father left for you. What are you showing me? Wang Dong, uninterested in idle chatter, thrust the letter into his hands. Since Feng Qingwen had risked his life to accompany him, it was only natural to share the letter's contents. Wow, your father is so formidable, Feng Qingwen exclaimed, the news in the letter proving to be sensational. I went to your father, who left us a sanctuary. Wait, did our father mention 2 young ladies, suggesting I could find a suitable wife? Feng Qingwen felt somewhat conflicted. Perhaps it would be best to let it go. Today's women are perilous, capable of inducing untold anxiety. Moreover, dragging along family would only hasten one's demise. I have no desire for an early marriage, nor do I wish to forsake an entire forest for a single tree. Wang Dong paid no heed to Feng Qingwen's turmoil, gently urging him onward. Let us proceed to the brick factory. A flash of inspiration struck Feng Qingwen as he transformed a piece of paper into mere dust. The path was familiar to him. Elated, he sprang from the ground, while Wang Dong bowed thrice beneath the tree before departing. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but glance back, his gaze heavy with reluctance. Feng Qingwen patted Wang Dong's shoulder. Come now, a true man should aspire to great ventures. We must venture forth. Discussing this now seems rather inappropriate. Let us go. The soil there does not bury the living. Wang Dong ignored him. Kai, let us move. The 2 men and the dog exited the village, following the main road until they descended at a fork in the path. It suddenly occurred to me that this road also leads to a poultry farm, not far from the brick factory. Wang Dong couldn't suppress a laugh. The brick factory and the poultry farm are owned by the same proprietor. Feng Qingwen spat in disdain. That scoundrel is quite the character. He knows that those in town who ventured out to work over the years surely sought to build homes and indulge in meat. They chatted idly. Kai abruptly halted, whimpering in alarm. Wang Dong quickly grasped Feng Qingwen's arm. Be cautious, there may be danger. Could it be a wild cow? With Kai around, might we not evade many perils? Feng Qingwen's eyes brightened at the thought. But before he could finish his sentence, Kai darted off. The 2 men, bewildered, could only remain on guard until Kai returned. Moments later, Kai Kai scampered back to Wang Dong, triumphantly holding a large wild rabbit in his mouth, circling at Wang Dong's feet as if to boast. Upon sighting the rabbit, both men's eyes gleamed with desire. Meat? Good heavens, how long has it been since we had meat? Feng Chengwen wiped his mouth. Recalling last year's spring festival when the company cafeteria had served a pot of meat soup, each person received a bowl, and he had diluted his with 3 bowls of water, reluctant even to relieve himself that night. Wang Dong gazed at the rabbit, his eyes transfixed. After the calamity, meat had become the rarest of resources. In the wild, animals were fortunate not to prey upon humans, in the urban areas, land was worth its weight in gold. One could scarcely house themselves, let alone raise animals. Furthermore, who could ascertain that among the domesticated animals, none would suddenly awaken powers and turn against their caretakers? Thus, meat was undoubtedly the most scarce food post-calamity. Donggu, is there any nuclear radiation? Is it safe to eat? Feng Chengwen swallowed hard, quickly amending his statement. Regardless, we must have a taste. Wang Dong hastily stuffed the rabbit into his backpack, fearful that Kai Kai might devour it. Feng Chengwen's gaze lingered on the rabbit. Donggu, let me have another whiff. Wang Dong shook his head. Let us check the brick factory for some seasoning. Do you truly wish to eat it raw? Feng Chengwen seized Wang Dong's hand. Wouldn't that mean sharing with others? That's simply one tea do. This is scarcely enough for the 2 of us. Wang Dong pondered for a moment, waving the rabbit enticingly in front of Kai Kai. Kai Kai, go fetch a few more. Kai Kai's eyes fixated on the rabbit, utterly oblivious. Doesn't he understand a thing? Feng Chengwen remarked, suddenly salivating. Donggu, why don't we just eat this scoundrel? We can hardly feed ourselves, let alone nourish it. The 2, guided by memory, located the position of the brick factory. Amidst the overgrown weeds stood a towering wall several meters high, and in the distance, the sheer cliffs loomed. Donggu? Are we lost? I recall there being a sloped area behind, where clay was extracted for the bricks. How did it transform into a cliff? Wang Dong was equally puzzled by the drastic change. Yet he was certain they had not strayed. This is indeed the place. Feng Chengwen whispered. Can this wall withstand ferocious beasts? The wild cows could easily shatter steel. Wang Dong remained silent, hastening to the base of the wall to investigate. However, after a thorough search around the wall, they discovered that it bore no gate. It was a seamless structure, devoid of any entrance or exit. This revelation astonished them. Were the inhabitants within never to emerge? Donggu, this structure seems not to be built for the living. Wang Dong rolled his eyes. Is it for the dead, then? Hurry and knock. There's no door. What's the point? Wang Dong hesitated for a moment before striking the wall with his long knife, producing a rhythmic sound. Who goes there? Suddenly, a voice emanated from behind them, and they turned to see no one. It's you 2 little rascals. A middle-aged man gradually emerged from the ground, the soil beneath him transforming into a viscous liquid. Rippling like water, it was none other than the Earth Ability Awakener, the one who could burrow underground, Yang Changzhong. Wang Dong was taken aback to see the man who had risen from the earth was none other than the original owner of the brick factory. Yang Jun. Upon spotting the 2, Yang Jun appeared equally elated, rushing over to deliver a hearty punch to their chests. After all these years, I finally encounter other living souls. Were it not for your father informing me that others still existed, I would have thought humanity was extinct. You 2 little rascals have grown so much. Although I knew you were alive, seeing you brings me immense joy. Feng Chengwen winced from the punch, baring his teeth in pain. Aren't you a bit too old for this childish behavior? Yang Jun laughed heartily. You're the worst of the lot. You used to swindle bricks for me. Feng Chengwen felt a twinge of embarrassment as his past misdeeds were exposed. He had often accompanied Wang Dong and his father to the brick factory under the pretense of helping, but in truth, he had pilfered bricks for himself since the cafeteria forbade family members from dining there. And he was left hungry. You, a big boss with the nickname Young Millionaire, still remember a few bricks after all these years? Is that truly necessary? Yang Jun clapped Feng Chengwen on the shoulder. What nonsense is this? Whether I have millions or billions, it's all mine. You little rascal cannot steal my bricks just because I'm wealthy. Back then, bricks cost 2 cents each. Every time you came, you could easily pilfer over 100 bricks. Their nostalgia quickly fostered a familial bond among the 3. Come on, let us hurry inside. Yang Jun called out. shouting toward the inner sanctum of the wall. Lower a rope, pull them up. As soon as he finished speaking, a rope was tossed down from the top of the wall. Chapter 10. Never-ending feast. As the rope descended, several heads peeked over the wall, eagerly observing Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen. Yang Jun shouted, "These are the two children Master Wang spoke of. This is Master Wang's son. How young he is, such a handsome lad. If he made it here, he must be as capable as Master Wang. Young man, where's Master Wang? Why did he not accompany you?" Hearing the chatter from above, Yang Jun suddenly recalled his earlier excitement and forgot to inquire about Wang Dong's father. "Where is your dad? Why didn't he come?" Wang Dong replied solemnly, "My father went out with an exploration team and hasn't he returned?" Yang Jun's excitement waned at Wang Dong's words, but upon seeing his expression, he forced a smile, patting Wang Dong's shoulder in consolation. In these times, such is the norm. He has found peace. Here, you have arrived home. Everyone here is akin to family, all from the nearby villages. Wang Dong managed a smile, nodding as he comforted Kai Kai, while securing the rope around the dog. Upon reaching the top of the wall, Wang Dong was struck dumb by the sight of the wall, which was over 4 meters thick. Not only was it 8 or 9 meters high, but it also measured over 4 meters in thickness, reinforced with steel and concrete, flanked by brick walls on either side. If a wild cow were to charge at it, would it not shatter its skull? Yang Jun laughed. "Have you forgotten? I am in the building materials business. I have an abundance of steel, cement, and bricks." Wang Dong's gaze swept over the area beyond the wall, where the previously visible brick kilns had vanished, replaced by a massive mound of tamped earth, upon which various vegetables grew. Yang Jun proudly pointed to the cliffs behind, to prevent ferocious beasts from descending. "I excavated that slope into a cliff, using the earth to fortify the brick kilns for protection. This way, the kilns became caves, providing safety and comfort year-round." Wang Dong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. An Earth Ability Awakener excelling in construction. Impressive. Yang Jun, as an Earth Ability Awakener, though he couldn't directly manipulate the soil, with his assistance and the help of others, in 4 to 5 years, they could transform this place into a stronghold. The brick factory housed over 20 individuals, mostly middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s, survivors from nearby villages after the calamity. The arrival of the two drew the attention of all, and Wang Dong, unable to greet everyone, pulled Yang Jun into one of the cave dwellings. "Uncle Yang, I seek your assistance." "What do you require?" "I wish to enlist your help in hunting awakened ferocious beasts." The reason for hunting these awakened beasts was clear. Jiang Wei had mentioned that their blood and flesh could accelerate the cultivation of the breathing technique. Though Jiang Wei had provided 2 white leafy fruits, Wang Dong deemed it prudent to hunt an awakened beast as a precautionary measure. Combining their effects, hunt ferocious beasts? Yang Jun nodded emphatically, stating that it was indeed time to prepare a chicken to welcome them. Wang Dong, filled with confusion, questioned the connection between hunting fierce beasts and the mention of a chicken. Just as he was about to seek clarification, Feng Qingwen interjected, "Chicken?" His mouth watered at the thought. "You still have chicken to eat?" Yang Jun, with a sense of pride, affirmed, "Of course, we have plenty. We've grown tired of it." Wang Dong felt an overwhelming urge to stab Yang Jun, thinking, "Tired of chicken? Is that even a human sentiment?" Feng Qingwen seized Wang Dong's backpack and pulled out a rabbit. "I'll trade you for chicken." "I want two." Upon seeing the rabbit, Yang Jun's expression remained devoid of interest as he called out, Sister Wang, come here for a moment." As the sounds faded, a middle-aged woman appeared at the doorway. "Sister Wang, please stew this rabbit. I'll go fetch a couple of chickens soon to satisfy these little brats." Observing their eager expressions, she added, "You can tell they haven't tasted meat in a while." The woman took the rabbit and turned to Wang Dong and his companion with a smile. "Aunt will prepare some kelp to whet your appetite." At the mention of kelp, Yang Jun's expression soured. "I usually want some, but you don't spare it for me. Why are you so generous to these little ones?" The woman shot him a glance. "The children are home now. What's wrong with having some kelp?" Wang Dong's eyes lit up, and he quickly expressed his gratitude, ushering the woman out before Yang Jun could speak. Seeing Feng Qingwen's confusion, Wang Dong leaned in to explain, "You fool, kelp is rarer than Tang Sang's meat now. It's a remnant from before the calamity. Every little bit counts. It's definitely scarcer than meat." With Wang Dong's explanation, Feng Qingwen grasped the situation, realizing that kelp had become extinct and that no one dared venture out to gather it. Wang Dong hurriedly inquired, "Uncle Yang, Earlier you mentioned awaken fierce beasts and then brought up chickens. What is the connection? Yang Jun did not respond directly but instead posed a question. Do you remember the chicken farm I had nearby? He continued, after the calamity, it was mostly abandoned. Yet the chickens persisted, breeding freely and multiplying exponentially. Wang Dong was somewhat surprised. He thought such creatures would struggle to survive after the calamity. Yang Jun asserted. This is precisely the connection between the awakened fierce beasts and the chickens. Among this flock, 2 have actually awakened, and with me having dealt with the nearby fierce beasts, they not only survived but their population has been thriving. Wang Dong understood. Yang Jun intended to hunt one of the awakened chickens. Hearing this, Feng Qingwen urged, let us go. It's just 2 chickens. The 3 of us can easily handle it. Yang Jun's expression darkened. We can only hunt one. If the flock loses its protection, it will be wiped out in a matter of days. What will I eat then? Wang Dong couldn't help but reflect on the disparity between people. At Longjiang Adventure Company, aside from the exploration teams, other departments only received a bowl of soup once a year. Yet here, they had chickens, seemingly available every day. Just one? Feng Qingwen appeared somewhat disappointed, but the thought of future chicken meals quickly lifted his spirits. Let us hurry and set off. As Wang Dong was about to follow, Yang Jun stopped him. You stay behind. The 2 of us are sufficient. If a soil type and a lightning type cannot catch a single chicken, we might as well dash ourselves against the wall outside. Wang Dong hastily reminded Yang Jun, Uncle Yang, he just awakened. He has no combat experience. Yang Jun waved him off impatiently. I am on the verge of entering the transcendent stage as a seasoned awakener. I can handle it alone. Bringing him along is merely to assist in capturing the chicken. Feng Qingwen immediately asserted his capability. After the 2 departed, Wang Dong diligently studied the basic breathing technique. With Jiang Wei's guidance, concepts that had once seemed obscure suddenly became clear. His cultivation progressed smoothly, and before he realized it, 2 to 3 hours had slipped by, until he was jolted awake by the sounds of commotion outside. Wang Dong rushed out of the cave to witness a scene of sheer astonishment. Feng Qingwen was shouldering a long bamboo pole, adorned with an abundance of chickens, at least 40 or 50. Aren't you worried about over-harvesting? He exclaimed. This is too ruthless. Feng Qingwen brushed it off with bravado. You don't know anything. There are chickens everywhere on the mountains. Nests and eggs all around. Chicks scattered everywhere. We can't possibly eat them all. Yang Jun grimaced. This time, we are hunting an awakened chicken king. The flock will undoubtedly be preyed upon by other animals, and their numbers will certainly dwindle by more than half. I need to take this opportunity to catch some more, dry them out, and keep them for later. It's better that I eat them than let other beasts feast. He handed Wang Dong a large rooster. It is fiery in nature, it's still alive, so be careful. There's a bathtub in my cave. You can use it, but remember to clean it afterward. Feng Qingwen exclaimed, You actually have a bathtub? Yang Jun proudly tossed his head. It's nothing special, just something left over from before the calamity. The brick factory is so filthy. As the owner, I must clean up after work. Otherwise, how can I conduct business? Don't envy me. After all, I am an entrepreneur. Wang Dong paid no heed to their banter and hurried into the cave to slaughter the chicken and drain its blood. He took out the white-leaf purple cedar fruit given by Jiang Wei, swallowed it whole, and began practicing the basic breathing technique. Chapter 11. A stunning encounter as the fruit settled in his stomach. An exceptionally pure energy radiated throughout his body, coursing into every part and infiltrating each cell. Wang Dong's senses sharpened dramatically, even detecting the searing energy emanating from the chicken's blood. This energy flowed into him with the breathing technique, cleansing his flesh and blood repeatedly. The energy released by the chicken's blood was distinctly different from that of the white-leaf purple cedar fruit. One was clear and transparent, while the other burned like a raging fire. Wang Dong recognized that the energy released from the chicken's blood was of the fire attribute, the kind that belonged to fire-type awakeners. At that moment, the necklace left by his father suddenly reacted. The pendant hanging from his neck glimmered with a golden light under the influence of the fire-type abilities. Before Wang Dong could react, the fragment erupted with an overwhelming sword intent that shattered his consciousness in an instant. As the sword energy erupted, the mysterious rune on the fragment flickered and vanished into Wang Dong's body, followed closely by the sword intent in a haze. Wang Dong vaguely saw a point of light explode, with light and darkness swirling out from the explosion, ebbing and flowing like tides, while the 5 elements of gold, Wood, water, fire, and earth rotated in a chaotic dance, forming a primordial chaos that then dispersed into myriad forms, repeating the cycle. Just as he struggled to comprehend the scene, a figure emerged from the chaos, wielding a sword that cleaved through the disorder and employed the breathing technique to suppress all changes. The chaos was sliced open, and a rune coalesced from within, swiftly merging into Wang Dong's consciousness. The figure that suppressed the chaos sensed this occurrence and hurriedly pursued, merging into Wang Dong's awareness as well. Next, two pieces of information entered Wang Dong's mind. One was the mysterious rune, and the other was a breathing technique called Jing Feng Ding Qian Xiu. This technique was exponentially more powerful than the basic breathing technique Wang Dong had been practicing, encompassing not just the initial, transcendence, and dragon transformation stages, but also 4 or 5 additional realms beyond that. Wang Dong found this overwhelming. Could there be other realms beyond the dragon transformation stage? His mind was in a fog, consciousness muddled, yet he instinctively began to practice Jing Feng Ding Qian Xiu alongside the figure. In an instant, the energy released by the white leaf purple cedar fruit surged through his body, while strands of energy from the surroundings also converged towards him. Feeling the rapid increase in his physical strength, Wang Dong's awareness gradually cleared and his eyes sparkled with light. Just then, a golden glow emerged from his flesh, and mysterious runes shone through his skin. Source of chaos. Wang Dong gasped, piecing together from his earlier vision that the mysterious rune representing the source of chaos and the figure practicing Jing Feng Ding Qian Xiu were likely adversaries. He even deduced that the fragment on his chest was shattered by the source of chaos, with the rune of the source of chaos imprinted upon it. Yet now both had entered Wang Dong's body, causing a pang of fear within him. If they were to clash within him, would he explode? What exactly was the source of chaos? The information only stated that it was the primordial essence of the gods. But what were these gods? As the golden light illuminated, the scorching energy released from the chicken's blood was drawn into Wang Dong's body, slowly merging with his flesh and blood. Moreover, as this energy integrated, fiery energy of the same nature began to manifest within Wang Dong. Even the energy previously absorbed through the breathing technique began to transform into fire energy. Awakening? Am I about to awaken fire-type abilities? Witnessing this scene left Wang Dong utterly astounded. He was certain he had no bloodline of a fire-type awakener. Yet the spectacle before him felt undeniably real. He was indeed on the verge of awakening. And it was certainly fire-type abilities. Could it be the source of chaos? It had to be it. It could awaken people. Just as Wang Dong reveled in his newfound realization, a sudden rumble erupted within him, signaling that Jing Feng Ding Qian Xiu had completed its first cultivation. In an instant, all surrounding energy converged into his body, coursing through his meridians. Even the fire energy that was awakening was affected, with part of it transforming into the energy of Jing Feng Ding Qian Xiu. Wang Dong was increasingly bewildered. Had his awakening been interrupted? How could this be possible? After all, this is the awakening process. Who would have anticipated that a fire-type awakening would possess no resistance whatsoever, being utterly defeated in a mere encounter? In a state of shock, more energy erupted from his flesh and blood, coursing through every meridian and every inch of his skin, nourishing each cell and every bone. Wang Dong immediately realized that this energy was the culmination of years spent diligently practicing the foundational breathing technique. Although he had not managed to break through before, his body had been harboring a great deal of energy, which now surged forth, becoming the sustenance for Jing Feng's enduring legacy. With a thunderous roar, Wang Dong heard the sound of a mighty river flowing within him, the rush of wind, and the deep rumble of thunder. Was this the first stage of the breathing technique? Blood flowed like a river. Breaths turned into a tempest, and his heartbeat resembled the sound of thunder. Was this truly the phenomenon of breaking through the first layer of the breathing technique? How terrifying! Overcome with joy, Wang Dong wept tears of ecstasy. As for the near miss of becoming an awakener, he felt no regret. Elated, he leapt from the bathtub, eager to share this news with Feng Qingguan, only to collide with Feng Qingguan, who was decked out in feathers from head to toe. "You son of a dog, did you just run into me? Has the breathing technique broken through?" Wang Dong nodded excitedly. It was not merely a breakthrough of the foundational breathing technique, but an incomparably more potent Jing Feng's enduring legacy. Feng Qingguan, unable to contain his curiosity, pondered just how powerful the breathing technique was at its initial stage. It must be formidable. Previously, after our father broke through, those women couldn't find him and desperately sought to climb into my bed every day. If it drove them to such madness, it must be nothing short of extraordinary. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong swung his fist, producing a sound akin to an explosion, and the violent gust of air propelled Feng Qingwen back a meter or two. Following this, with a leap, he soared over an 8 or 9 meter high wall, vanishing beyond it. Witnessing this scene, everyone, including Yang Jun, was left utterly astounded. Beyond the wall, Wang Dong couldn't help but roar, "My overall power has increased by more than tenfold." It's not just strength, but a comprehensive enhancement, including reaction speed, physical resilience, and even heightened senses. Wang Dong began to believe that the practice of the breathing technique was superior to that of awakeners of the same realm. An awakener merely wielded a certain power, while the cultivation of the breathing technique provided an all-encompassing enhancement without any blind spots. This was evident from the transformation of the energy within him into fire-type energy. If the energy cultivated through breathing could be transformed into fire-type, could it not also be converted into earth or lightning types? Moreover, he sensed an inexhaustible influx of elemental power entering his body, a portion of which was indeed fire-type energy. Hence, he felt no disappointment regarding his failure to awaken. Contemplating the terrifying potential of Jiang Wei only strengthened Wang Dong's conviction. Leaping back inside the wall, he caught sight of Yang Jun bellowing, "Starting tomorrow, everyone begins constructing walls. I want those walls raised to 10, no, 15 meters. Wang Dong couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that Yang Jun had been frightened by his display. As time passed, the ferocious beasts would proliferate, and the strength of awakeners would only grow. Building walls would prove futile. The only solution was to enhance their combat prowess. Yang Jun sighed, well aware of the rationale, yet lamenting that everyone was aging and struggled to cultivate the breathing technique. As for awakening, it was a matter left to fate. Wang Dong scanned the crowd and spotted 2 young girls. "We can only rely on them now." Just as he was about to approach and greet them, a sudden scream pierced the air. "You son of a dog, did you eat my chicken?" "Wong wong wong." Feng Qingwen burst forth wielding a large knife from the cave, pursuing the crowd while brandishing a chicken. "It's just a chicken. You brought back so many today." The crowd chimed in, trying to dissuade him. "Besides, it's already eaten. Are you really going to kill it for compensation?" "Exactly. We aren't lacking just one chicken." Feng Qingwen remained resolute. "I will definitely slaughter it and feast on dog meat." Upon noticing the blood on the chicken's beak, Wang Dong's mind raced and he quickly interjected, "That chicken? The one in the bathtub?" Feng Qingwen nodded eagerly. "Kill this son of a dog. I wouldn't even dare to eat it, yet it dares." Wang Dong hastily defended the chicken. "That chicken's energy has been entirely depleted. It's no different from an ordinary chicken." Upon hearing that it was akin to a regular chicken, Feng Qingwen finally relinquished his knife. The dog, Zai Zai, affectionately nudged Wang Dong's leg, eyes sparkling with joy, grinning widely at him. Wang Dong was taken aback, wondering if there was something wrong with his cultivation or if he was hallucinating. Why did it appear as though Zai Zai was smiling at him? Surely he must be losing his mind. Otherwise, why would he feel as if a dog were grinning at him? Chapter 12. Half-brother's East brother is rising. Feng Qingwen roared, lunging onto the wild boar, his hands incessantly stroking it, sending chills down Wang Dong's spine. After his breakthrough, Wang Dong immediately took Feng Qingwen into the wild, both to assess his own combat strength and to provide Feng Qingwen with additional combat experience. Simultaneously, they sought to eliminate nearby beasts and alleviate the pressure on the brick factory. After 4 or 5 years, at last, they could feast on pork. After all, a wild boar is still a pig. Feng Qingwen was moved to tears. 5 years. All I wanted was a bowl of braised meat. East brother, as long as there's meat to eat, you are my father, my real father. Wang Dong tossed Feng Qingwen aside. You and Uncle Yang stay in the wild. Once you can independently handle 2 awakened ferocious beasts, we will return to deal with that pair of scoundrels. Hearing that Wang Dong was about to leave, Feng Qingwen grew anxious. Where are you going? Aren't you going to protect me? I am your half-brother. How can you be so heartless? Wang Dong retorted impatiently, if I don't process the pig and take it back, will you eat shit? Besides, I have important matters to attend to. Seeing that Feng Qingwen was about to protest further, Wang Dong interjected, Uncle Yang is also an awakener, and he has extensive combat experience. Following him will surely be beneficial. Yang Jun was among the first to awaken after the catastrophe, having safeguarded the brick factory alone for years, amassing rich combat experience, making him the ideal choice to mentor Feng Chengwen. Feng Chengwen attempted to speak again but was promptly pulled away by Yang Jun. Zai Zai, follow them. Zai Zai tilted its head, staring at the wild boar beneath Wang Dong, remaining motionless. Wang Dong cursed, calling it a glutton, kicked Zai Zai, and pointed towards Feng Chengwen and Yang Jun, prompting Zai Zai to reluctantly follow. Time flew by, and after more than 20 days, Feng Chengwen returned to the brick factory and collapsed into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by the rich aroma of meat. Upon seeing the large pot of potatoes and meat, the exhaustion from half a month of relentless combat vanished. Braised meat. Following East Brother truly means there's meat to eat. If only there were a bowl of rice, it would be heavenly. Yang Jun scoffed. Rice? You can forget about it for life. Be grateful you have potatoes. I thank East Brother. He is the one who allowed me to eat meat. By the way, where is East Brother? He has been missing for 8 or 9 days. Good grief. East Brother wouldn't have encountered any mishap, would he? Gazing at the meat on the table, everyone praised Wang Dong. Among the crowd, 2 young girls exchanged glances, encouraging one another as they cautiously approached Feng Chengwen, in the dead of night. Wang Dong returned to the brick factory, carrying a gazelle. Just as he leaped over the wall, he spotted Feng Chengwen crouching at the cave entrance. East Brother, I want to stay. Upon seeing Wang Dong, Feng Chengwen immediately dashed over, gripping Wang Dong's arm. East Brother, do you know those 2 girls can actually blush? My heavens, there are still girls who blush. I want to protect them. I want to guard them forever, fighting to the death for them. I have found the meaning of life. Wang Dong, both hands tightly gripping the gazelle, had no choice but to kick Feng Chengwen away. Get lost. You must have eaten too much shit. That's the after effect. Feng Chengwen, knocked to the ground, suddenly froze, staring wide-eyed without getting up. Good grief, you son of a dog. How can you utter such a philosophical statement? Wang Dong ignored him, striding into the cave. Go fetch those 2 girls and bring them to my cave. Feng Chengwen's expression changed instantly. He sprang to his feet, pointing at Wang Dong while shouting, You son of a dog, do you want to hog them all for yourself? I'm telling you, those are the daughters-in-law our father picked for us both. Keep talking and I'll kill you. Wang Dong, utterly uninterested in conversing with this dim-witted fellow, urged, Hurry and get lost. Feng Chengwen had no choice but to comply. Shortly thereafter, under Feng Chengwen's guidance, the 2 girls entered the cave, anxiously gazing at Wang Dong, cautiously calling out, East Brother. Wang Dong surveyed the 2 young girls for a long moment, his brows furrowing in disappointment. You have practiced the foundational breathing technique but failed to persist. Haven't you? Dang Qingqing, filled with shame, lowered her head. Chen Shouting summoned her courage and spoke, After practicing for several years, I have made no significant progress, so I gave up. Wang Dong's tone was heavy as he remarked, The disasters will only become more severe, and the ferocious beasts will multiply. It is only a matter of time before this place becomes unsafe. Have you considered that Uncle Yang will eventually reach a point where he can no longer move? At his words, both women trembled. The very existence of the brick factory depended on Yang Jun. Tio put it bluntly, they were entirely reliant on him. Without Yang Jun venturing out to gather supplies, mere vegetables from the cave could sustain no more than 20 or 30 people. The significance of Yang Jun made them subconsciously avoid contemplating a future without him. Dang Qingqing grasped Chen Shouting's hands tightly, utterly at a loss, as she was younger and had not faced much adversity, always looking to Chen Shouting for guidance. Wang Dong's gaze settled on Chen Shouting. You are fortunate to have encountered Yang Jun. This kind-hearted man, if you were outside, you would likely wish for an early demise. Yang Jun was the cornerstone of the brick factory's survival, its very lifeline. If he harbored any malicious intent, none would dare oppose him. If it were someone else, a young girl like Chen Shouting would surely be devoured without a trace left behind. Yet Yang Jun was not that way. Yang Jun cannot protect you forever. Wang Dong continued. Chen Shouting grasped his implication, Brother Dong. Are you suggesting that we should earnestly practice the foundational breathing techniques? Dang Qingqing quickly added, Brother Dong, rest assured, from now on we will put in the effort and not be lazy. Wang Dong silently stepped aside, lifting the severely injured antelope, severing its neck, and letting its blood flow into a bathtub. He shed his clothes and sat down within. The two girls instinctively recoiled at the sight of the pool of blood. I will use the blood of the awakened beast to enhance your bodies and accelerate your breathing practice. The source of chaos can condense power, and Wang Dong intended to extract the strength from the blood using runes. Guiding it into their bodies die in truth, he could also awaken the two of them, but such an act was far too outrageous. The consequences of exposure would be unimaginable. Moreover, he had never experimented with it and was unsure if everyone could be awakened. After careful consideration, he decided to expedite their breathing practice instead. With years of experience in practicing breathing techniques and the systematic knowledge imparted by Jiang Wei, he believed that with his assistance, the two would soon find their footing. His motive for doing so was to invite Yang Jun to join him in journeying to Longqing to confront the Longjiang Exploration Company. For this reason, Qin Shaoting and her companion needed to possess a certain level of combat capability to safeguard the brick factory during Yang Jun's absence. Upon hearing the need to undress, Feng Qingwen was displeased. Glaring fiercely at Wang Dong, gritting his teeth, "Is it really necessary to take off our clothes? You scoundrel, are you trying to take advantage of the situation? I warn you, don't think about keeping all the benefits to yourself." Wang Dong nearly slapped Feng Qingwen. "Are you foolish? Their clothes are years old. If they soak in blood while wearing them, the garments will be ruined. Where do you expect to find replacement clothes? Can you think of anything sensible?" Feng Qingwen, Qin Shaoting, and the others all lowered their heads simultaneously, realizing their misunderstandings. Qin Shaoting and her companion regarded Wang Dong with newfound emotions. This man was not only powerful but also meticulous, kind-hearted, and understanding. Moreover, he was quite handsome. "What are you two still dawdling for?" they both exclaimed in unison and hastily began to undress. Feng Qingwen's eyes widened in shock, straining to inch closer to the girls. Wang Dong slapped the back of Feng Qingwen's head, urging him to leave, and split this antelope's body. Yang Shu and Zai Zai each get half. Feng Qingwen was already unhappy about being dismissed, and upon hearing that the antelope was to be fed to a dog, his displeasure grew. "You idiot, is Zai Zai your offspring? Why should it get the meat? I am your half-brother. Why don't you think of me when there's something good? Is a dog closer to you than I am?" Wang Dong retorted nonchalantly, "This one is of the earth type. If you're not afraid of any issues, you can eat it." Feng Qingwen immediately fell silent. As a thunder type, he dared not consume an earth-type beast. "Hurry up. The strength within the beast's corpse will dissipate quickly." It was precisely because the power in the corpse could not be preserved that it needed to be absorbed immediately. Since Yang Jun would not be able to consume it all at once, it was given to Zai Zai. Chapter 13. The missing link. Since the onset of the disaster, the Earth's environment has undergone tremendous changes. Not only have extreme weather events become frequent, but animals are evolving daily, and even weeds are growing more lush by the day. Those wild grasses that once only reached the tops of feet now tower above the knees. And previously low shrubs have grown into towering trees. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning awakened the earth. The wind howled like a giant bulldozer, bending all the trees in its path. Amidst the thicket, Wang Dong stood completely submerged in the raging winds. All flowers and grasses bowed their heads. Yet Wang Dong stood tall, gazing into the distance at Longqing, with a calm demeanor concealing a raging fire of vengeance. After spending over a month at the brick factory, Wang Dong finally returned to Longqing, beginning his pursuit of the truth behind his father's death while investigating the power behind the Longjiang Exploration Company. Gazing in the direction of Longqing, Wang Dong's eyes seemed to crystallize with frost. He and his father had served the Longjiang Exploration Company diligently for years, only to have his father inexplicably perish at their hands. It was time to collect the debts owed for Lu Danying. It had dragged on long enough. It was time for resolution. Whether it was the blood feud for his father's death or Lu Heng's attempt on his life, both were unforgivable grievances. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Zai Zai's claws scratched at Wang Dong's leg, interrupting his thoughts. Wang Dong withdrew his gaze and crouched down to stroke Zai Zai's head. "Don't be afraid. Despite the strong winds, it likely won't rain. Look at how quickly the rain clouds are moving. They probably headed elsewhere." Whether Zai Zai understood Wang Dong's words or his soothing touch had calmed the creature, Zai Zai ceased its restlessness and quietly lay by Wang Dong's feet. Wang Dong continued to comfort Zai Zai. With Feng Qingwen returning as a thunder-type awakened being, he would undoubtedly cause quite a stir in Longqing. With him drawing attention in the open, Uncle Yang could covertly infiltrate Longqing, likely uncovering useful information soon. Wang Dong pressed one hand on Zai Zai's forehead while gently scratching its neck with the other. Doing his best to help Zai Zai relax, I want to see what kind of power lies behind the company. It was common knowledge that the Longjiang Exploration Company had backing from other forces. The people of Longqing were well aware of this. The supplies consumed by Longqing were regularly delivered, and the Longjiang Exploration Company had no production department of its own. The so-called logistics department merely planned and distributed the incoming goods. Those in the exploration team had a keen sense of the powers supporting the company. Whenever a significant exploration task arose, it was always someone from the company's backing that led the team, while the Longjiang exploration team merely assisted. All spoils from the exploration were taken away by the latter. Wang Dong's father had been part of a high-profile expedition when he perished. At that time, Wang Dong lacked the qualifications to participate, thus he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding his father's death. Consequently, he only confirmed that his father's demise was related to the company, but remained in the dark about whether he was directly killed by the exploration team or if some other means were used. He was also uncertain if the company personnel or the backing forces were involved in his father's fatal expedition. Suddenly, a glint of gold flashed in Wang Dong's eyes as the runes of chaos briefly illuminated his pupils, followed by a discernible energy fluctuation beneath his feet. Wang Dong turned toward the source of the energy and indeed saw Yang Jun emerging from the ground. Yang Jun surfaced, startled as he met Wang Dong's gaze. "You actually detected me? I was several meters underground. How did you notice?" Wang Dong offered no explanation, for there was no way to elucidate the matter. "Did you find anything?" Yang Jun nodded. "I tracked the head of the exploration department you mentioned and discovered he secretly left Longqing for a certain location." The minister Yang Jun referred to was naturally the head of the Longjiang Exploration Company's exploration department, the leader of the expedition during Wang Dong's father's fatal outing. "Where did he go?" "I don't know," Yang Jun replied with a wry smile. "About 20 kilometers east of Longqing, there is a high cliff with vertical stone walls. The only path up is a narrow plank road. I can burrow underground, but I cannot fly." Wang Dong responded with an O of understanding. "Any other findings?" "None." Yang Jun shook his head. "Many crucial places have specially designed floors, clearly meant to guard against Earth-type awakened beings burrowing underground. So I couldn't get in." After the disaster, numerous individuals awakened their abilities, with Earth and Fire types being the most prevalent. It was entirely normal for the Longjiang Exploration Company's buildings to be fortified against Earth-type awakeners. Wang Dong lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. Minister Chen was also an Earth-type awakener, with the ability of armor formation, reportedly having reached the mundane stage, making it challenging to extract information from him. As if struck by a realization, Wang Dong pondered aloud. Why are the awakened beings in Longqing predominantly Earth and Fire types? Moreover, these years, I have encountered the most of these two types. Yang Jun looked at Wang Dong as if he were a fool and said, "Hasn't your father ever informed you? The prevalence of Earth-type abilities is due to the fact that we are constantly grounded, while the abundance of Fire-type abilities is because you dwell under the sun." Wang Dong fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether awakening was solely related to one's bloodline. Suddenly, he recalled his near awakening of Fire-type abilities, as if a light bulb had gone off in his mind. He began to formulate a new hypothesis. Awakening was not solely determined by bloodline but also correlated with the purity of energy. Even if one's bloodline contained awakening factors, a lack of sufficient energy would still hinder the process. The reason Earth and Fire-type awakeners were so numerous was that humans were perpetually enveloped by these two energies, leading to greater absorption. This suggested that awakeners of other types would gradually emerge. Yang Jun nodded in affirmation of Wang Dong's speculation. After weighing the situation for a moment, he interrupted Wang Dong's reverie in a hushed tone. "If the three of us join forces against the Minister Chen you mentioned, it should not pose a significant problem. I excel in Earth evasion and can execute surprise attacks. Feng Chengwen commands lightning and may very well breach his armor." Yang Jun turned his gaze toward Wang Dong, tentatively suggesting, "With your help, we stand a considerable chance of subduing him. Shall we give it a try?" Wang Dong hesitated, noting that Earth-type defenses were notoriously difficult to penetrate, and that Minister Chen's prowess was formidable. "This is too reckless," he replied. Yang Jun nodded. "Then let's think of a strategy involving the other team members." "That might not work either," Wang Dong replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "This matter involves the forces behind the company. The average person is unlikely to be privy to the insider knowledge, and any blind actions would only serve to alert the enemy. Furthermore, the company's personnel rarely venture out of Longqing, making it challenging to find an opportunity. Yang Jun pondered for a moment and deemed Wang Dong's reasoning sound. Then I'll find a way to contact Feng Chengwen and see if he has made any progress. He is not at liberty either. There are many eyes watching him, Wang Dong cautioned. Be careful and avoid unnecessary risks. Wang Dong grasped the long knife embedded in the ground, stating, I will go investigate the place you mentioned. Inform me immediately if you receive any news. After his breakthrough, Wang Dong experienced a qualitative leap in power, enhanced further by his companion's ability to detect approaching beasts, which provided him with a degree of safety in the wilderness. He soon arrived at the location described by Yang Jun. It was a nearly vertical cliff, approximately 200 to 300 meters high, with only a wooden walkway leading up to the summit. Wang Dong vaguely remembered that, prior to the catastrophe, this place was a lesser-known scenic spot, with a small path leading to the nearby Longjiang River. However, now that there were no ferries, the path was a dead end. One could only descend via the walkway. Even if ferries existed, no one would dare to risk crossing the river, as the vast rivers and lakes had become synonymous with danger. After surveying the area, Wang Dong refrained from recklessly investigating the cliff up close. Instead, he found a concealed spot from which to wait patiently. The arrival of Minister Chun indicated that this location was of great importance to the Longjiang Exploration Company, and perhaps he could encounter others of unique identities, seeking to extract the truth behind his father's death from them. Although he was aware that his father's demise was linked to the fragment around his neck, an inexplicable contradiction loomed. Firstly, the company was unaware of what his father had obtained, which was easily provable. If they knew precisely what his father had acquired, that very object would not have ended up in his possession. Given that the opposing party lacked this knowledge, the most likely scenario was that they coerced his father to extract the information from him, rather than killing him outright. Yet, his father was now dead, which defied logic and reason. This indicated that there was a crucial element he remained oblivious to, which ultimately held the truth of his father's death. Chapter 14. The exhausted expert Feng Chengwen was in trouble. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's expression darkened immediately. He had intended to lie in wait for other company personnel, but before he could spot anyone, he received news of Feng Chengwen's predicament. Returning to Longqing as a lightning-type awakener had drawn the attention of the local awakeners, facilitating Wang Dong's and Yang Jun's plans. However, to their surprise, before any action could commence, Yang Jun arrived with alarming news regarding Feng Chengwen. Yang Jun's face wore an unusual expression as he remarked, You have underestimated the identity of Lu Danying's new acquaintance. He is someone who can overshadow the Longjiang Exploration Company. Wang Dong's heart sank as he began to surmise Feng Chengwen's circumstances. Initially, it was conceived that Feng Chengwen's return as a lightning-type awakener would make him an object of the company's fervent recruitment. After all, the company was unaware that Wang Dong's father had left behind a letter. They would merely perceive Feng Chengwen as ignorant and thus attempt to lure him into their service. This was precisely why Wang Dong had urged Feng Chengwen to return. However, it now seemed that a complication had arisen. That man demanded that the Longjiang Exploration Company reject Feng Chengwen and eliminate him. Yet, the company, wary of the formidable lightning-type awakener, had refrained from taking action, biding their time for Minister Chen's return, intending to use his defenses against Feng Chengwen's lightning. Wang Dong could hardly believe that this seemingly idle man possessed the power to overshadow the Longjiang Exploration Company. When Wang Dong had sent Feng Chengwen back to Longqing, he had considered this man but assumed he would regard the company's stance with caution. Even if he held animosity toward Wang Dong due to Lu Heng's matters, he would likely not dismiss the company's position. Yet, he had not anticipated that the man would disregard the company's stance altogether, making it imperative for the company to heed his I understand now. He is the spokesperson for the forces behind the company in Longqing. In that moment, Wang Dong grasped many things, and no wonder Lu Danying had unhesitatingly forsaken him. It turned out that man was the most powerful figure in Longqing. Wang Dong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for having overlooked the identity of the individual. In truth, when Wang Dong arrived at the company, that man was already in Longqing, never participating in company affairs, seemingly disconnected from them. Rumors circulated that he was the first awakener in Longqing, having protected the city after his awakening, which allowed the Longjiang Exploration Company to establish itself there. Consequently, the company treated him with great respect and refrained from interfering with his activities. Who could have imagined that he was indeed a part of the hidden forces behind the company? The most deeply concealed presence in Longqing? In fact, even now, Wang Dong did not know the man's name. Not only Wang Dong but the vast majority of Longqing's populace remained unaware. I will go retrieve Feng Chengwen. Yang Jun grasped Wang Dong's arm, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. Your actions may inadvertently endanger him. The company has numerous awakeners. If you attempt to take him away, it would mean waging war against the entire Longqing, which we three cannot accomplish. Yang Jun held Wang Dong back to prevent any rash actions. The company's reluctance to act directly implied their apprehensions. To rescue Feng Chengwen, alternative strategies were essential. At this moment, Wang Dong regained his composure, realizing that a frontal assault on the Longjiang Exploration Company was unfeasible and that they must devise another plan. The company lacked skilled fighters but was waiting for Minister Chun to return. Whatever the reason, this could be an opportunity. Yang Jun, feeling helpless, remarked, I could infiltrate, but extracting Feng Chengwen would be impossible. He is not Earth-type and cannot use Earth evasion to escape with him. Wang Dong suddenly proposed. What if we eliminate Minister Chen and leave his head near Longqing? The company would inevitably realize something was amiss and would dispatch personnel to investigate. I will then launch a frontal assault on Longqing while you rescue Feng Chengwen amidst the chaos. Yang Jun was taken aback. This is far too risky. Even if we do kill him, we would be severely injured and unable to act afterward. Besides, didn't you mention there are several strong individuals in the company? What use is it to only kill Minister Chen? Wang Dong's gaze was resolute, his tone unyielding. After Minister Chen's demise, even if we do not pursue further actions, the company will undoubtedly recognize that enemies are lurking in the shadows, leading them to keep their powerful fighters on guard against hidden threats rather than taking risks against Feng Chengwen at that moment. This strategy at least buys us some time. As for the other powerful fighters, their inaction against Feng Chengwen may indicate they are not in Longqing. Yang Jun couldn't help but ask, what if we cannot defeat Minister Chun? Wang Dong tightened his grip on the long knife, hesitating for a brief moment before jokingly saying, if I die, it won't matter if that bastard is raped and killed afterward. But as long as I am alive, I cannot stand idly by and watch him perish. Yang Jun refrained from further protests. This was the fastest and most effective plan they could devise. If they were to assault Longqing directly, they would undoubtedly face both Minister Chun and Lu Danying's accomplice simultaneously, leading to an even more dire situation. That man was certainly formidable, having awakened before Minister Chun. Thus, they must capitalize on Minister Chen's absence from Longqing, striking decisively to eliminate him and use his head to instill fear in the personnel of the Longjiang Exploration Company. Minister Chen was still on the mountain. Once he descended, they would act. Wang Dong's gaze remained fixed on the distant walkway, the only path down. As soon as Minister Chen began his descent, he would surely pass through this way. Yang Shu, you hide. Yang Jun nodded and vanished into the ground. Wang Dong couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Feng Chengwen was indeed an unreliable ally. Wang Dong inhaled deeply, a wave of unease washing over him as he contemplated the assassination of Minister Chen. He felt no certainty. The adversary was not merely an awakened being at the retired stage, but possessed the formidable ability of armor condensation. For an ordinary person, breaching such defenses was nearly impossible. Yet, this was his only opportunity. If he struck before Minister Chun returned to Longqing, there remained a glimmer of hope. Should Minister Chun make his way back, all chances would vanish. Thus, action must be taken now. Even if the odds were overwhelmingly against him, he had to fight with every ounce of his being. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze. A figure descended swiftly from the plank road, and he recognized it to be Minister Chun. A visage he knew all too well. Peering around cautiously, Wang Dong retreated a few paces, wary of any potential observers on the mountain who might come to aid Chen. As the figure approached, Wang Dong opted against a sneak attack, for he could already discern the yellow armor adorning his opponent. In such circumstances, ambush would prove futile. When Minister Chen drew near, Wang Dong stepped forth, positioning himself directly in Chen's path. Wang Dong, I can't believe you're still alive, Minister Chen exclaimed, clearly taken aback. You've been tailing me? Wang Dong did not engage in banter. He cut to the chase. I wish to know the truth behind my father's death. Minister Chen scrutinized Wang Dong for a moment before nodding. Very well. Your father perished while confronting a peak-level beast at the retired stage. He was overworked to death. Wang Dong scoffed at such an answer. What nonsense is this? Overworked to death. If he couldn't defeat it, couldn't he have fled? Minister Chen, considering my father served you for many years, please reveal the truth. At this, Minister Chun fell silent for a fleeting moment, then nodded. Someone ordered your father to capture a beast at the retired stage, demanding that it remain unharmed and alive. A thunderclap echoed in Wang Dong's mind, a wave of inexplicable dread engulfing him. His muscles tensed as if cast in concrete, his throat felt choked, as if filled with cement, but require a beast at the retired stage to be unharmed. Was this not tantamount to demanding his father to exhaust himself against it? Was this a task feasible for a mere human? This was nothing short of a death sentence for his father. Wang Dong, you should not have returned. Minister Chen's expression darkened, turning menacing. Since you have returned, I cannot allow you to leave. Wang Dong's gaze shifted to the plank road behind Minister Chen. The beast at the retired stage is up there, isn't it? Minister Chen's face paled instantly. Wang Dong, you seek your own demise. Kill. Both men lunged at one another. Wang Dong's long knife slashing downwards. Clang. The blade struck as if against a massive boulder, sending a jolt through Wang Dong's arm, leaving his hand throbbing with pain. And you think you can breach my armor condensation? Prepare to die. Chapter 15. The technique of mutual destruction. Wang Dong's blade cleaved into Minister Chen's chest, the intense backlash rendering his entire arm numb. A smirk of derision crossed Minister Chen's face as he prepared to counterattack, only to find one of his feet was suddenly ensnared within the ground. Who? Before he could finish his question, Yang Jun erupted from the earth, his large blade slicing towards the back of Minister Chen's neck. Wang Dong's eyes brightened. With a sweeping motion, he struck with his long knife, the blade cutting through the air to land at Minister Chen's throat. Clang, clang, crack. The faint sound of cracking sent Minister Chen's face into a ghastly pallor as he hastily summoned yellow light to mend his shattered armor. Wang Dong, how dare you conspire with outsiders? Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Minister Chen had it wrong. He was the outsider. No, you are the enemy. With Yang Jun's assistance, Wang Dong finally felt a surge of confidence, charging forward once more. After mastering the breathing technique, Wang Dong's strength surpassed his previous limits, and the blade techniques honed through life and death struggles became even more lethal, devoid of any wasted movements. Each strike aimed to draw blood. His fighting style was forged in the wilderness, crafted through battles against ferocious beasts, emphasizing the principle of a single, fatal blow. Together, Wang Dong and Yang Jun pressured Minister Chen, forcing him into a frantic defense. Their earlier combined strike had caused cracks to form in Minister Chen's armor condensation, instilling fear in him to avoid simultaneous attacks. Although Minister Chen's offensive power was lacking, his earthy armor was remarkably resilient. No matter how fiercely they attacked, it remained unscathed. Wang Dong's urgency escalated. If they could not breach Minister Chen's armor, victory was an impossibility. A change in strategy was imperative. Just then, an image flickered in Wang Dong's mind. A figure wielding a sword, dancing in the wind. It was the swordsmanship from the Jingfeng Ding Qianxiu. Acquiring Jingfeng Ding Qianxiu had not only granted him a cultivation technique, but also that figure, embodying the sword intent that cleaved through chaos. With a surge of inspiration, Wang Dong's long knife instinctively mimicked the figure's movements. In an instant, the blade glimmered with a chilling light, flickering and indistinct. Huh! Minister Chen gasped, instinctively retreating. However, he soon discerned Wang Dong's blade movements were erratic and disjointed, revealing his inexperience. Humph! All show and no substance. A mere dog tailing a weasel. Minister Chen gathered his strength for a punch, yellow light surging from the earth to coalesce upon his fist, and with a thunderous roar, it detonated like a muffled thunderclap. Be careful! Wang Dong was abruptly jolted awake, instinctively unleashing a full-force strike. Thud! A sharp pain pierced his chest, propelling him backward. In his disarray, he caught sight of Yang Jun desperately entangled with his opponent. What are you doing? Wang Dong's expression soured as he attempted to harness the sword intent from Jingfeng Ding Qianxiu to drive his knife techniques, only to be struck by Minister Chen's well-timed counter. Seeing Yang Jun grappling with Minister Chen, Wang Dong hastily shook off the numbness in his arm, gripping his long knife once more, channeling the sword techniques swirling in his mind. You fools! After a prolonged battle, Minister Chen concluded that unless both adversaries struck the same point simultaneously, breaching his armor condensation would prove exceedingly difficult. The initial strike had caught him off guard, unaware of Yang Jun's presence. Now, he had fully assessed Yang Jun's capabilities, bolstering his confidence. As the blade descended, Minister Chen did not flinch or evade. Instead, he charged forward, bracing himself against the descending weapon, his body propelling into Yang Jun's embrace. Bang! Yang Jun was knocked down, and Minister Chen seized the opportunity to strike a punch toward Yang Jun's head. Boom! The ground erupted, dust swirling, and amidst the haze, blood could be faintly seen gushing forth. Uncle Yang! Wang Dong roared, leaping into the air, his long knife aimed directly at Minister Chen's face. Fool! You shall die too! Yellow light surged from Minister Chen's forehead. It coalesced into a layer of yellow crystal, which he then used to absorb the blade's impact with his brow. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wang Dong's chest, intent on creating two gaping holes within him in the aftermath of the calamity. Those who dared to roam the wilderness were no weaklings. Each had been tempered by countless battles. Feeling the imminent strike to his chest, Wang Dong's scalp tightened, a sense of death encroaching upon him. In midair, he forcefully twisted his body, narrowly evading the double punch, while his right leg swept out, landing a kick squarely on Minister Chen's face, averting disaster. Both men fell to the ground. Quite impressive, Minister Chen remarked, rising and wiping his face. The breathing technique truly makes a difference. Wang Dong remained silent, his gaze sweeping the surroundings until he spotted Yang Jun, bloodied yet rising from the ground, and he finally exhaled in relief. Yang Jun slumped to the ground, fear etched in his eyes. The ordinary assault against Minister Chen's armor condensation had proven utterly ineffective. Only those with awakened strength could hope to shake such defenses. Minister Chen, hearing this, chuckled. I actually fear fire too, for I fear the heat. I've grown tired of playing with you. After I eliminate you, I must hurry back to deal with Feng Chengwen. Wang Dong's heart sank. It was as he had feared. His gaze shifted to Yang Jun, his expression gradually calming. Nodding at Yang Jun, he swiftly tore off the necklace hanging from his chest, placing the shard against his knife. The shard began to tremble violently, causing the cord to snap. Wang Dong, quick as lightning, pressed down on the shard, unleashing a torrent of power into it. In that moment, the shard erupted with sword energy. And as the sword energy surged forth, Wang Dong's long knife shattered, his palm pierced by the energy, and a slice of it even punctured his shoulder. The sword intent was overwhelming. Wang Dong found it impossible to control. And in the instant of its eruption, he suffered indiscriminate injuries. Finally, Wang Dong condensed the invisible sword energy, wielding a broken blade, unleashing a fierce strike that tore through the sky, akin to a meteor slicing through the night. The sword energy surged forward, unstoppable and relentless, piercing through Minister Chen's chest. Minister Chen stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his armor, where a straight, neat tear had appeared. Blood seeped from the wound. What is this? Minister Chen gazed at Wang Dong, confusion and doubt flooding his eyes. Wang Dong discarded the hilt of his shattered knife, his palm bleeding profusely, yet he clung fiercely to the shard. As he witnessed the sword energy pierce through Minister Chen's chest, Wang Dong could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground. His internal energy had been completely drained, leaving him devoid of strength. Were it not for the excruciating pain preventing him from losing consciousness, he would have long succumbed to slumber. This strike had drained even his consciousness. The sword energy was simply too potent. It not only defied control but also demanded exceedingly stringent conditions for release. He had barely managed to achieve it by exhausting every ounce of his power. Gazing at Minister Chen's lifeless body, Wang Dong resisted the temptation to refine the energy within, knowing that humans were fundamentally different from beasts. Uncle Yang, are you all right? Yang Jun widened his eyes and scrutinized Wang Dong, inquiring, what sorcery have you employed? Wang Dong chuckled in disbelief. These awakened individuals truly had no comprehension of the art of breath control. Yet, it was understandable, as very few could cultivate this technique to the extent of manifesting their power externally. As Wang Dong tore off a sleeve of his garment to bandage his wound, he addressed Yang Jun, Uncle Yang, could you kindly dispose of Minister Chen's body in Longqing? Yang Jun nodded. That is a simple task. He is also an Earth-type awakened one, and I can bury him underground with ease. By the way, what about you? Wang Dong's gaze fell upon the descending path where Minister Chen had come, his eyes shimmering with a light that sent shivers down the spine. I must see the beast that my father sacrificed his life to obtain. I need to ascertain whether my father's death was worthwhile. Chapter 16. The celestial mandate having bandaged his wound, Wang Dong smeared his face with his own blood. Once his strength and power had been somewhat restored, he staggered up the path, with the source of chaos within him. His power recovered exponentially, far exceeding his previous capacity. Coupled with the enhancements of Jing Feng's eternal stabilization, he regained much of his strength in mere minutes. Gazing at the path leading to the mountain's peak, Wang Dong felt an inexplicable anxiety and hesitation. He feared seeing the beast that his father had procured at such a cost, and even more so, feared the disappointment that might follow upon encountering it, feeling it unworthy of his father's sacrifice. Yet, he had to go, to uncover what lay atop this mountain. What could compel one to sacrifice a master of the transcendent stage for a living beast? This mountain might hold the key to unraveling the missing piece of the puzzle. The forces behind the company were likely seeking his father's breakthrough information, specifically regarding the source of chaos and Jing Feng's eternal stabilization. Yet now, they had chosen to sacrifice his father for the sake of a beast. This was illogical. Thus, he must ascend the mountain to confront the beast. With each cautious step, Wang Dong made his way uphill, needing time to gradually regain his strength while feigning severe injury. As he climbed, Yang Jun disposed of Minister Chen's body at the entrance of the company. This act detonated a metaphorical bomb, stirring a tempest of chaos in Longqing. Minister Chen had long been regarded as the most formidable individual in Longqing. Yet here he lay at the company entrance, his fatal wound indicative of a single lethal strike. And more horrifyingly, his body pierced through from the front by a sharp object. A palpable dread spread throughout Longqing as the air thickened with fear. Compounding the unease was the uncertainty regarding the enemy's numbers, their locations, and their plans for attack. Feng Chengwen leaned against the window, observing the frenzied crowd outside, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Could Dong Gu have slain Minister Chen? That seems impossible. Is he truly that formidable? Yet, if it wasn't Dong Gu, who else would dare to kill Minister Chen at this juncture? Run. Another person has died. Flee the company. The panicked throng surged forth, scrambling and tumbling as they fled. Another has perished. Xiao Lu from the exploration department was killed in the dormitory. Everyone, escape. Accounting Wang is dead. Run for your lives. Old Zhang from the exploration team was gruesomely buried upside down, his head crushed. Feng Chengwen's face grew somber. Had Yang Jun breached the company? These two were far too reckless, and no time to waste. He needed to assist. Without a moment's hesitation, a bolt of lightning shot from his fingertips, obliterating the door locked. As he burst from his room, he directed the lightning toward the two guards at the doorframe. They hadn't even registered what was happening before being struck. Feng Chengwen spat at the two. Scoundrels! If Donggu hadn't sent me to divert attention, I would have fried you both already. You thought you could mess with me? Aside from that tortoise of a Minister Chun, I'd have painted your faces with my lightning. Donggu, I'm on my way, Feng Chengwen shouted as he dashed out, only to find his expression darken after a moment of realization. Where is that scoundrel Wang Dong? He hasn't shown up. It's over. I was too careless, coming out too early. Wang Dong gripped the large blade Yang Jun had given him tightly, his gaze sweeping over the last stretch of the path, inhaling deeply. This is bad. This is bad. Help! Help! The echoes of his cries reverberated through the silent mountain, startling countless birds into flight. I in such a critical place, attempting to sneak in might prove futile. Hence, it was better to approach openly and be led inside by those within. Help! Someone! Please! The company is in turmoil. As Wang Dong ascended the path, he shouted desperately. Who goes there? Two figures appeared at the end of the path, staring intently at Wang Dong. Minister Chen has been attacked and killed, and the company is under siege. Minister Chen sent me here for assistance, covered in blood. Wang Dong's mention of Minister Chen and the company eased the guards' vigilance slightly. What on earth happened? Wang Dong did not answer their inquiries but pressed on. Are you friends of Minister Chen? I implore you to save the company. Minister Chen sent me to seek help. You must assist us, you fool. Explain what transpired. One of them yelled, nearly ready to slap Wang Dong into silence. Feng Chengwen, that traitor, mustered a powerful cadre of awakened ones to assault the company. With Minister Chen dead, no one dares confront the lightning-type awakened ones. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, the two men's expressions shifted drastically. Terror flickering across their faces. Point one rushed forward, seizing Wang Dong by the collar. Are they all lightning-type awakened ones? Wang Dong's mind erupted with realization as he recalled what Jiang Wei had once said. Blurting out, "How do you know?" They seemed to share the surname Feng. Wang Dong recalled Jiang Wei's astonishment upon learning Feng Qingwen's surname, as well as her inquiries about his lineage and family. Now, piecing together the reactions of the two men, he swiftly deduced that there must be a cohort of lightning-type awakened ones sharing the surname Feng, hailing from the same lineage. How could the Huashu clan be involved here? Could it be that Feng Qingwen is truly a descendant of the Huashu clan? Is he genuinely of the Feng clan? Huasu. The mention of this name sent shockwaves through Wang Dong. It was so ancient that one could scarcely conceive, tracing back to the origins of the Huasha nation, existing since the mythic era. This is dire. Something has gone awry with Ziyang. The man flung Wang Dong aside and raced down the mountain. Wang Dong picked himself up from the path, pretending to pursue, calling out, "Do you know the way? Wait for me. I can guide you." Feigning a few steps of pursuit, he then queried, "Just the two of you isn't sufficient. Are there others above? Call them all to assist." Point one of them turned back, coldly instructing, "You go inform those above that the Feng clan is attacking. We will protect the young master. They must prepare." "Very well. Once I relay the message, I will come back to guide you." A knowing smile crept across Wang Dong's blood-streaked face. Ziyang? He must be that scoundrel. Young master? A prominent family? The surname Ziyang is quite rare. Awakened ones are linked to their bloodlines. Feng Qingwen awakened to the lightning element. His surname Feng traces back to the Huashu clan. This revealed the true significance of bloodlines. The Feng surname is indeed the direct descent of the Huashu clan. Shaking off his tumultuous thoughts, Wang Dong hastened to the mountain summit, only to be greeted by an ancient-style structure. The entrance bore a sign for the Visitor Service Center, though the golden letters had faded. "Help! Someone! Please!" Wang Dong's cries echoed across the landscape. "Who are you, child? Why are you making such a racket? How did you arrive here? Where are the guards?" Wang Dong's eyes scanned the two figures appearing at the entrance. Relief washing over him. They were merely ordinary individuals, not awakened ones. "The company is under siege, and Minister Chun has been slain. Your companions sent me to inform you that lightning-type awakened ones from the Feng clan are attacking. They aim to protect a young master." As Wang Dong drew closer to the two, he continued, "They instructed me to come up and notify you, so you could prepare." The two men accepted Wang Dong's words without skepticism, believing that if not for a direct command, he would not have known the title young master, as common folk were unaware of Ziyang's identity. They had never referred to Ziyang as young master in front of outsiders. The Feng clan? How could this be? Indeed, our merchant clan and the Feng clan have had no dealings with one another. Why would they suddenly attack us? Have you forgotten? Wasn't the young master planning to deal with a lightning-type awakened one? Is that person from the Feng clan? The revelation from their conversation sent waves of shock through Wang Dong's entire being, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. Could it truly be that merchant? Chapter 17. Fire Lily. The information gleaned from their discussion made Wang Dong's muscles quiver with involuntary trepidation. Was it truly the merchant he suspected? After all these years, did they still exist? Celestial mandate, descend and give birth to merchants. Could it genuinely be that merchant? Wang Dong fought to suppress his panic. "Quickly, we must assist. Chaos has erupted at the company, and we must repel the invaders." One man shot Wang Dong a glare. "What are you shouting for? The only capable individual here has already been summoned away by you. The rest cannot leave." Wang Dong instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. Indeed, there are still formidable individuals concealed here. What nonsense is this? You are all members of the company. If it falls, who will sustain you? The company is in peril. Now is the time when your assistance is crucial. How can you stand idly by? One individual disdainfully remarked, "Ignorant child. We are not the subordinates you refer to as your company. The so-called company you speak of is merely a cadre of errand runners." Upon hearing this, Wang Dong feigned indignation, yet was rendered powerless. "Do you not forget? Your companions must also be prepared. They have gone to assist the company." In truth, he was subtly urging the two to take action, lest they remain idle. Only when the adversary moved would he have a chance. Indeed, it is wise to prepare early. Had you not mentioned it, we might have forgotten. The two hastily turned and retreated inside, but Wang Dong swiftly grasped one of them. "Why are you leaving? Hurry and save the others. How can you be so indifferent? Go, rescue them." The individual, irritated by his insistence, shrugged him off. Did they not just leave? Wang Dong did not relent and followed closely behind. They mentioned they were going to rescue someone named Xian, yet there is no such person in our company. They might have gone elsewhere. As they entered the courtyard, Wang Dong realized that the ancient architecture he had observed from outside was merely the front section. Behind it lay a far larger courtyard. Directly opposite the main gate stood a grand hall, flanked by what appeared to be dormitories, suggesting that this place was once a temple before the calamity, with the side rooms serving as quarters for the monks. Just as Wang Dong stepped through the gate, a man emerged from the hall, fixing a piercing gaze upon him. The sharpness of his eyes sent a jolt through Wang Dong. He sensed a potent surge of fire energy emanating from the man, confirming his status as a fire element awakened one. Who was this person? The cold inquiry startled several, particularly the one whom Wang Dong had seized, causing his complexion to turn pale as he instinctively replied. These are the individuals sent by the young master to request assistance. Ziyuan has already gone. He asked us to prepare. Upon hearing the name Xian and realizing it was Ziyuan who had sent Wang Dong, the man's murderous intent gradually dissipated. What on earth transpired over there? Wang Dong reiterated his earlier words in vague terms, only stating that the company had been attacked by formidable foes, urging them to hasten their rescue efforts. Seeing that they ignored him, he clutched another person, pleading fervently. The individual, finding him bothersome, whispered that there were only 3 awakened ones present, and with 2 having left, there was now just 1 remaining, rendering any hope of assistance futile. After hearing this, Wang Dong's gaze shifted to the man at the hall's entrance. Sir, please, rescue them. Many within the company have perished. Even Minister Chun was killed in a single blow. I implore you to help. Upon hearing that Minister Chun had been slain so effortlessly, the others exchanged glances, revealing a hint of trepidation. That fellow, clad in a tortoise shell, was slain in 1 strike. What kind of opponent could do that? Wang Dong shook his head. I do not know. I merely saw a flash of silver, then Minister Chun fell. Sir, I beseech you, aid the company. The man disregarded Wang Dong's pleas, turning to re-enter the hall, where a voice echoed, Since Ziyuan has instructed us to prepare, let everyone tidy up. If a retreat is necessary, we must leave at a moment's notice. Wang Dong ceased his protests, instead trailing silently behind them. As he stepped into the hall, a wave of scorching air collided with him. The statue of Buddha in the center had been toppled to one side, and where it once stood, a horse was suspended in midair, bound by iron chains. This horse, drenched in crimson, was significantly larger than an ordinary steed. 6 iron chains pierced through its 4 legs, as well as its back and neck, securing it firmly in the air. The other ends of the chains disappearing through the hall's walls, their destination unknown. Beneath the horse lay a sand table the size of a large table, its surface covered in charred earth, with a blood-red fire lily blooming at its center. Blood oozed from the wounds where the chains pierced the horse, dripping onto the sand table below. I see now, Wang Dong realized, understanding that his father had not succumbed to the forces behind the company, but rather to Xian. What had previously seemed illogical clicked into place upon seeing the fire lily. This particular flower had existed before the calamity, albeit rarely. Its blooming conditions were exceedingly demanding, lying dormant underground for decades. Awaiting the right moment to unfurl, it required a wildfire to scorch the earth, absorbing the nutrients left in its wake to emerge and blossom amidst the devastation. It goes without saying that this plant was undoubtedly the miraculous flora mentioned by Jiang Wei, and it was of the fire element, a wildfire capable of incinerating dozens, if not hundreds, of miles of forest would grant it the heat and vitality needed to sprout. The horse was a fire element awakened beast in the transcendent stage, which Wang Dong's father had sacrificed his life to obtain. Its purpose was to nourish the fire lily with its blood. Wang Dong began to piece together the events that had transpired. Perhaps the forces behind the company suspected his father had gained some advantage and sought to extract that information from him. Xian, however, did not wait for a decision from these forces and sacrificed Wang Dong's father for the sake of the fire lily. Wang Dong's gaze lingered on the chained horse, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. To these individuals, the diligent service of a transcendent stage master over several years was worth less than a mere flower. Wang Dong felt a profound sense of injustice on behalf of his father, and his latent fury could no longer be contained. Who permitted your entrance? Leave. The fire element awakened one, upon noticing Wang Dong's presence. Darkened further. Wang Dong continued to feign desperation. Sir, I implore you, save our company. Those lightning element awakened ones are formidable. Lightning element? What lightning element? The mention piqued the man's interest. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dong stepped forward. Lord Ziyuan mentioned that descendants of the Huashu clan are launching an attack, claiming that Feng Qingwen is colluding with outsiders, and instructed me to inform you. The gravity of this revelation immobilized the man. Why did you not mention something so critical earlier? The others exchanged uncertain glances, unsure how to respond. But Wang Dong interjected, thus, I ventured in to clarify matters with you, my lord. The fire element awakened one's expression softened slightly. There is no one left here who can assist you. You must return at once. Wang Dong pretended not to hear, persistently pleading. The others, irritated by his presence, attempted to push him away but found his strength formidable. Rendering their efforts futile, Sir, I beg you, save us. My partner is still there. I beseech you. The fire element awakened one, feeling increasingly agitated by Wang Dong's insistence, attempted to seize him by the collar to throw him out. Just as he grasped Wang Dong's attire, Wang Dong acted swiftly. With a flash, his dagger pierced through the man's chest before anyone could react. Wang Dong gripped the hilt tightly, driving the blade downwards while simultaneously crashing into the man, interrupting his dying retaliation. Amidst the cries of shock, Wang Dong ruthlessly withdrew the blade, swinging it again at the toppled body. A head soared into the air, landing atop the sand table, blood staining the charred earth. And the fire lily radiated an even more mesmerizing crimson glow. Chapter 18. Fire Element Awakening. Wang Dong tossed the corpse into the sand table, allowing its blood to soak into the soil. The other individuals witnessed this scene, their spirits fleeing in terror. One instinctively dashed toward the exit, but Wang Dong's dagger flew forth, piercing through the person's chest. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, panicked and attempted to flee, each falling victim to Wang Dong's blade. Though many questions swirled in his mind, there was no time for inquiries. Ziyuan and the others had headed towards Longqing. By the time they arrived, Feng Qingwen would be in peril, and he had to reach them without delay. His gaze shifted to the horse, its body pierced by chains, and without hesitation, he swung his blade, severing its neck. Blood gushed forth onto the ash, mingling with that of the fire element awakened one, causing the fire lily to sway like a flame. Wang Dong did not ponder whether the fire lily was ripe or if it held other properties. Feeling the intense fire energy coursing through him, he seized the fire lily and consumed it. Simultaneously, he activated his cultivation technique, intending to absorb the power of the fire lily. Unfortunately, his internal energy had not fully recuperated, and the fire lily's energy exceeded his expectations. In an instant, fire energy flooded his entire being. Concurrently, a golden light ignited at his chest, piercing through his garments, revealing a complex rune, a manifestation of the source of chaos. The relentless stream of fire energy washed over him. Wang Dong's flesh and bones became thoroughly permeated with it. The immense power surged ceaselessly, dramatically enhancing his physical strength. The golden light of the source of chaos enveloped him, and Wang Dong could even see with the naked eye how the fire element power integrated into his flesh, infiltrating his marrow, transforming all his strength into fire energy, altering every single cell. Wang Dong, deep in thought, promptly halted his cultivation, allowing the golden light of the source of chaos to envelop him entirely. With no obstructions, the fire energy surged into his meridians, spreading through his internal organs. A torrid energy erupted from every cell. Concurrently, within the countless runes of the source of chaos, one area suddenly radiated with brilliance, and some lines began to take on tangible form. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Wang Dong threw his head back and howled, a pillar of fire erupting from his mouth, flames leaping 2 to 3 meters high, igniting the ceiling above. Despite his preparations for such an occurrence, witnessing it firsthand left Wang Dong in disbelief. He had truly become a fire element awakened one. This is utterly astonishing. Wang Dong lowered his gaze toward the gradually vanishing source of chaos at his chest, his eyes igniting with fervor. The source of chaos could awaken one's potential, with the sole prerequisite being an ample supply of energy from a specific elemental affinity. If he compelled Feng Qingwen to continuously unleash lightning energy, could he not also transform into a lightning awakened being? Wang Dong felt a surge of excitement. He was nearly compelled to seize Feng Qingwen and conduct an experiment at once. However, he had an inkling that even draining Feng Qingwen dry might not yield sufficient lightning energy. Without the luxury of further contemplation, Wang Dong scanned his surroundings, hastily disregarding exploration of other locales. He opened his mouth and exhaled flames, igniting the entire temple, as thick smoke billowed into the sky. Wang Dong hastened down the mountain. Just moments ago, a fire-awakened being had perished here, alongside a formidable fire beast in the stage of transcendence, not to mention the fire energy amassed from the surrounding fire lilies. The buildings ablaze at his hands resembled gasoline igniting in the presence of a flame. The fire leapt 4 to 5 stories high, the smoke blotting out the sun. Such a spectacle would undoubtedly draw Ziyuan and his companion back. Perhaps even attract Ziyuan, who was far off in Longqing. Moreover, since he had only ascended the mountain a few minutes prior, Ziyuan and his companion could not be far from the foot of the mountain. The inferno would certainly lure one of them back. Wang Dong swiftly descended along the pathway, arriving at a dilapidated pavilion midway. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to feign grave injury and bide his time for the other party to take the bait. Not far down the mountain, Ziyuan and his companion, hastening toward Longqing, indeed caught sight of the smoke rising from the mountain. This is bad. Something has occurred up there. Surely that beast has taken advantage of our absence to strike. What shall we do now? The fire lily is of utmost importance. We cannot afford to lose it. I shall return to investigate, while you proceed to Longqing. Understood. The fire lily was the only objective for their master here. If anything went awry, they would surely suffer dire consequences. The two parted ways, one hastening toward Longqing while the other retraced his steps. Ziyuan arrived at the base of the pathway, rushing up the mountain. Upon reaching the half-mountain pavilion, he beheld the charred form of Wang Dong and distinctly sensed the lingering fire energy emanating from him. The moment Ziyuan laid eyes on him, Wang Dong's expression brightened. "Master, please help. The horse has gone mad." Hearing the mention of the horse, Ziyuan no longer doubted and assumed that the intense fire energy surrounding Wang Dong was a result of the horse on the mountain. What of the others? Wang Dong struggled to sit up but failed, crying out in anguish as he lay back down. "They're dead. There's one more." Wang Dong's face was smeared with blood, rendering his expression indiscernible. And coupled with the surging fire energy around him, Ziyuan failed to detect any irregularities. Point one with the flower. Hearing the word flower, Ziyuan grew anxious. What of the flower? Speak quickly. The horse has gone mad. And the flower, damn it. What has happened to the flower? Recalling Ziyuan's fixation on the fire lily, Ziyuan's sole focus was to ascertain its whereabouts. That particular flower was crucial for Ziyuan's breakthrough to the dragon transformation stage. He had even defied his family for it. Now, upon hearing that something had gone amiss with the fire lily, Ziyuan's heart twisted in anguish. If the fire lily were to be compromised, Ziyuan would surely exact a dreadful retribution upon him. Damn it, speak. What transpired? Wang Dong trembled as he attempted to respond, yet words failed him. The flower was. As Wang Dong's voice dwindled, Ziyuan rushed forward, grabbing Wang Dong's shirt at the chest and leaning in to press for answers. What happened to the flower? Speak. What is it? In that instant, a blade pierced Wang Dong's chest, emerging from his back. Wang Dong instinctively kicked Ziyuan in the abdomen, the tremendous force sending Ziyuan hurtling down the mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Dong leaped off the pathway, his body plummeting rapidly toward the cliff's edge. That very moment, an enormous pair of flaming wings erupted behind him, slowing his descent as he neared the ground. Wang Dong rolled to dissipate the momentum of his fall and quickly rose to assess Ziyuan's condition. Upon seeing Ziyuan battered and bloodied, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The reason he had taken the risk of leaping off the cliff was the fear that Ziyuan might possess some means of survival should he fall. And by the time Wang Dong descended the pathway, Ziyuan could have already escaped. Thus, he had borrowed the last remnants of the fire lily's power to sprout wings and had jumped without hesitation. Ensuring Ziyuan could not flee, casting a fireball to ignite Ziyuan's corpse, Wang Dong turned and sprinted toward Longqing. Ziyuan had another accomplice heading toward Longqing, and Feng Qingwen might be in peril. Having absorbed the power of the fire lily, Wang Dong's strength surged dramatically, his fire awakening reaching the pinnacle of its initial stage, on the verge of entering the stage of transcendence. Even the wounds on his hands had healed completely after consuming the fire lily. Wang Dong dashed forward, his recent breakthrough granting him unparalleled physical prowess. He moved with astonishing speed, reaching his destination in mere minutes. As he approached Longqing, he beheld thick smoke rising and countless figures gathered together. Chapter 19. All of this for a second-hand woman? In front of the main square of the Longjiang Exploration Company, two factions stood in a tense standoff, one of which was Feng Chengwen. Feng Chengwen's expression was impassive, his gaze fixed intently on the crowd before him, not daring to relax for a moment. Before him lay several charred corpses, evidently victims of lightning. Through the murmurs of the crowd, Wang Dong gradually pieced together the events that had unfolded. Yang Jun had clandestinely slain numerous individuals, alleviating the pressure on Feng Chengwen. After the standoff, he had further concealed himself underground to assist Feng Chengwen, providing him with opportunities for counterattacks. Meanwhile, the company was hesitant to attack, uncertain of the enemy's numbers and wary of Feng Chengwen's lightning, fearing the hidden experts capable of striking down Minister Chun in a single blow. Having deciphered this, Wang Dong let out a long sigh of relief. His speed had been sufficient, allowing him to arrive almost simultaneously with Ziyuan's subordinates. Had he been even slightly delayed, he might have faced grave danger. Wang Dong's gaze swept through the crowd, finally landing on a familiar figure, Ziyuan, the true power broker of Longqing. Ziyuan had been idly occupying himself in Longqing, appearing not to be associated with the company. Apart from his identity as a fire-awakened being, he held little presence. However, who would have thought that he was the true decision-maker behind the Longjiang Exploration Company, its very founder? Standing beside Ziyuan was the fire-awakened being whom Wang Dong had deceived into coming to Longqing for support. The latter had arrived merely a minute or two earlier, and the two had yet to exchange much information. Scanning the entire scene, Wang Dong felt a sense of relief. The elite members of the exploration team were absent. Though he was unsure of their whereabouts, their absence from such a significant event indicated they were likely not in Longqing. After several thorough searches of the area, confirming the absence of the exploration team's experts, Wang Dong finally felt at ease. At that moment, he spotted another familiar face. Lu Danying. Instinctively, Wang Dong tightened his grip on the hilt of his dagger. From the moment Lu Hong had launched an attack against him, the two of them were bound in an unending cycle of enmity. Regardless of any lingering affections, they could only be adversaries to the bitter end. Lu Hong had come to kill him. He could not allow himself to fall into helplessness. Therefore, with Lu Heng's demise, their grudge was firmly established. If that was the case, then let them fight to the death. All grievances would be settled with a single strike. Wang Dong bent down, scooping up a handful of earth. A flicker of red light danced in his palm, and the yellow earth turned to charcoal as he smeared it across his bloodied visage. Kill! Wang Dong roared, leaping forth from the crowd of onlookers. Feng Chengwen, fixated on the enemy before him, recognized Wang Dong's silhouette emerging from behind the adversaries and trembled with excitement. Kill! A dozen bolts of lightning shot forth, silver arcs dancing as the crackling sound sent shivers through the crowd. Though Feng Chengwen's display appeared formidable, it was merely a ruse to divert attention and create an opportunity for Wang Dong. Feng Chengwen understood better than anyone what would happen should Wang Dong close the distance. Make your move. Wang Dong's blade swept through the air, blood spraying as 3 or 4 figures fell beneath its edge. Lightning surged forth, and the crowd scrambled to evade it. Some were caught unawares and struck by the bolts. Initially believing themselves doomed, they soon realized they had not met their end, only rendered immobilized, leading them to perceive the lightning-awakened being as a mere fade. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet softened, and one man's feet sank as if caught in quicksand. A figure erupted from the earth, the blade slicing through several throats. Amidst the chaos, Feng Chengwen struck again, unleashing lightning from his palm that soared into the heavens. Wielding it like a whip, a fire-awakened being was struck by the lightning whip on his right shoulder. Silver currents exploded, flesh and blood scattering as half of his body was obliterated. Under the overwhelming current, the fire-awakened being did not even have time to scream before meeting his demise. Thanks to Yang Jun and Wang Dong's rigorous training, Feng Chengwen had finally begun to harness the formidable power of lightning, showcasing its terrifying lethality. This strike stunned everyone, instilling a sense of awe in all present. Feng Chengwen lashed the lightning whip, coalescing it into a spear crackling with electricity, the sound sending chills down the spines of all around him. Even Yang Jun dared not approach Feng Chengwen, fearing inadvertent harm from the unleashed power. Upon Wang Dong's return, Feng Chengwen's fears dissipated entirely. He no longer quaked with trepidation. The lightning spear pointed menacingly at Ziyuan. "Leave that wretched Lu Danying to me. Otherwise, I will slaughter every last one of you." "What audacity! Do you even comprehend the caliber of the individuals you face?" Ziyin spoke lightly, his tone dripping with disdain as his gaze swept over the three individuals. Calm and unruffled, ultimately landing on the lightning spear held by Feng Chengwen, he regarded the trio with utter contempt. His sole concern resting upon that spear. In that moment, he shed all pretense, revealing himself as the true master of Longqing. Feng Chengwen, equally dismissive, retorted that even if one were the king of heaven, it would be futile. He could kill him and retreat into the wilderness without a care. Feng Chengwen derided him, asserting that even if his father were a master at the dragon transformation stage, he would never find him. Attempting to intimidate his father was a foolish notion. Ziyan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. He had intended to probe Feng Chengwen's identity, especially given that his newly arrived companions had shared the Feng clan's suspicions. After conversing, they confirmed that Feng Chengwen was indeed backed by others. Thus, Ziyan sought to ascertain Feng Chengwen's identity and gauge whether he was aware of his own. "Offend me, and even if you hide in the depths of the sea, I will drag you out," he warned. Feng Chengwen dismissed the threat entirely, believing Ziyin to be merely boasting. "Today, I shall ensure your demise. Let us see what your father can do about it." Ziyin's expression turned serious, further solidifying his belief that Feng Chengwen's origins were far from ordinary. He might very well belong to a prominent family. Observing Ziyin's countenance, Feng Chengwen assumed his opponent was genuinely intimidated and, feeling triumphant, was about to speak again when Wang Dong interjected. Wang Dong fixed his gaze on Ziyin and stated coolly, "The destined mysterious bird has descended to give birth to commerce." Ziyin's face paled as his brows knitted tightly together. They knew. They truly knew. Lu Danying, standing beside Ziyin, also turned pale at Wang Dong's proclamation. Upon hearing those words, Ziyin's eyes shifted to Feng Chengwen. Now filled with wariness, he believed Feng Chengwen was aware of his background, yet still dared to threaten him. His father held a status akin to that of a merchant king, yet the other showed no hesitation in humiliating him. Even publicly exposing his origins, it was clear that he had no regard for the merchant clan, even wishing for a relentless confrontation. How dare they? How dare they even think of provoking a war with the merchant clan? In that moment, Ziyin felt fear creeping in. He was not afraid of Feng Chengwen, but rather of the Feng clan and the potential conflict his actions might incite, a consequence far beyond his capacity to bear. He was merely the son of the clan leader, not the leader himself, and certainly just one of several sons. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Wang Dong noted that Ziyin was addressing Feng Chengwen, prompting him to respond. Feng Chengwen, oblivious to Ziyin's thoughts and Wang Dong's intentions, interpreted Ziyin's demeanor as fear. "I will kill you, you fool. And then what will you do?" he commanded. "Hand over that woman beside you. I'll deal with her first before settling accounts with you." Ziyin was taken aback. All this commotion was for a single woman? To publicly expose his own background and insult the merchant clan for a second-hand woman? Just for her? His tone, laden with disbelief, struck Lu Danying deeply. Her eyes darted to Wang Dong, a flicker of malice crossing her face. "You are Wang Dong." In an instant, all eyes turned to Wang Dong. Chapter 20. Psychological Warfare. Wang Dong was taken aback that Lu Danying recognized him, and even more so that she revealed his identity at such a moment. "I thought that by putting on clothes, you wouldn't recognize me. It's not surprising after having slept together for years." Lu Danying's face turned ashen, her expression one of terror as she glanced at Ziyin. Meanwhile, Ziyin stood frozen, as if a cat had been stepped on its tail. Wang Dong's words, uttered before everyone, were akin to a public slap in the face. It was common knowledge in Longqing that Lu Danying was his woman. Yet Wang Dong claimed to have shared her bed for years, implying that he had cuckolded Ziyin. Originally, he had taken Lu Danying from Wang Dong, yet now, as she was ostensibly his, Wang Dong's proclamation transformed into a public humiliation for him. "Wang Dong, where is my brother?" he asked, feigning ignorance. "How would I know where your brother is? With so many people outside, he is probably cowering somewhere." Lu Danying, enraged by Wang Dong's denial, clenched her teeth and pressed on. "Stop pretending. Where is my brother?" Lu Hong had gone to confront Wang Dong and had not returned. She dared not venture into the wilderness to search, and Ziyin showed no concern for Lu Hong, leaving her with no choice but to drop the matter. Feng Chengwen shouted angrily, "You wretch, your brother's disappearance is of no concern to us." He continued, "Stop interrupting me. Hand over this woman so I can kill her." Ziyin took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Though he felt trepidation within, he reminded himself that at this moment, he represented the entire merchant clan and their honor. "Do you truly believe that just the three of you can threaten me?" Wang Dong stepped forward, his voice cold. "Then you think you can handle us three?" Ziyin's expression shifted again. Wang Dong wasted no time, suddenly leaping toward the crowd of onlookers, his body soaring as he swung his long knife through the air. The blade glinting ominously, the sound of it slicing through the air deafening. The target of his blade turned pale, attempting to blend into the crowd to escape, but Wang Dong unleashed a torrent of flames from his hand, engulfing the knife and transforming it into a 2-meter-long flaming sword. Everyone stood in shock. An awakened one. Wang Dong was also an awakened one. How had he not realized this before? No one had suspected. He had concealed his true self too well. For 4 or 5 years, no one had noticed. His cunning was formidable. In that moment, everyone was deeply stunned, including Feng Chengwen. Lu Danying, that woman, had indeed made a grave mistake. She thought she had chosen a stronger man, only to discover that Wang Dong himself was also an awakened one. Who could have anticipated that he had hidden it so well? Yes, they all had their secrets. It wasn't just Wang Dong who was an awakened one. Even Feng Chengwen was a lightning-type awakened one. Who could have guessed? If not for Lu Danying, no one would have known. The upheaval within the company exposed Ziyin as the decision-maker, and the reasons for Wang Dong's rift with the company could justifiably be attributed to Lu Danying. It was all due to this shameless woman. Had it not been for her, the company would have had several more experts, making them much safer. Now, with so many awakened ones dead, what would they do if more beasts appeared? That shameless wretch should be driven out. Lu Danying, equally shaken by the flames surrounding Wang Dong, felt as if she were being pricked by needles, the murmurs around her causing her immense discomfort. Anger surged within her, and her gaze toward Wang Dong gradually filled with bitterness. Wang Dong, that wretched man, had deceived her. He was clearly an awakened one yet had concealed it from her. Such a man deserved to die 1,000 times over. How dare he deceive her? This only proved that he did not truly love her. He was nothing but a scoundrel, a wretch. Thankfully, she had prepared in advance by choosing Ziyin. Such a scoundrel was unworthy of her. Lu Danying quickly found a perfect rationale for her actions. "You deceived me? So it is only natural for me to seek another man." The flaming sword whistled as Wang Dong's gaze fixed firmly upon his target, the flames slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Wang Dong's target was a middle-aged man, one who had reported to Ziyin upon Wang Dong's departure from Longcheng. The man realized he could not evade Wang Dong. He clasped his hands defensively, conjuring a fireball before his chest that swelled, quickly growing larger than a round table. But at that moment, Wang Dong's flaming blade shrank into a straight line, simultaneously unleashing a fierce sword qi. Not good! The blade, empowered by the faint sword qi, pierced through the fireball as if it were slicing into a watermelon. Boom! The man's fireball exploded, and as Wang Dong's fire sword dissipated, the two flames consumed each other in a brilliant display. However, Wang Dong's knife did not falter. The man, terrified by the scene, hurriedly attempted to dodge, but Wang Dong seemed to anticipate this, shifting the blade from a thrust to a sweeping motion. Blood splattered as Wang Dong inflicted a deep gash of 5 or 6 centimeters on the man's chest. But instead of pursuing his advantage, he quickly withdrew. "Though you truly believe that just the three of you, mere awakened ones at the mundane stage, can contend with me?" Wang Dong's voice resonated again, as if continuing from his last statement. At this point, everyone understood what he meant by just the three of you. It turned out that Ziyin had concealed another expert within Longqing. Currently, 5 individuals associated with Ziyin had emerged, all of them awakened ones at the mundane stage of fire. Yet before the battle had even begun, Wang Dong had stealthily eliminated 2. Moreover, Ziyin's attempt to advance to the dragon transformation stage with the fire lily had been consumed by Wang Dong, becoming a crucial element for his own awakening. Seeing Wang Dong's formidable prowess, Feng Chengwen trembled with excitement, pointing the lightning spear at Ziyin, shouting, "Brother Dong, kill them all! Avenge our father! We have served him." And this dog dared to exchange our father's life for that of a beast. We must slaughter these scoundrels, impale them all, and chop them into bits to feed the dogs. Hearing the term beast, Ziyan's heart quivered, and he cast a furtive glance toward the east, the thick smoke in the sky unsettling him. His eyes filled with urgency. A strange smile flickered across Wang Dong's mud-smeared face as he then directed his blade toward Lu Danying. Hand over this wretched woman. Otherwise, no one will leave here alive today. Upon meeting Wang Dong, Ziyuan felt a sense of relief as he hastily inquired whether it was indeed only Lu Danying that was required. The fire lily represented a crucial breakthrough for him in transcending to the dragon transformation stage, embodying years of his dedication. To achieve this, he had defied his family's wishes, leaving no room for failure. Very well, I consent, Lu Danying exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Ziyuan, you? Ziyuan wore a sardonic expression. Do you truly believe I harbor affection for you? Do you think I lack for women? His gaze swept past Lu Danying, landing squarely on Wang Dong. Having spent far too long in this remote valley of Longqing, he had grown weary of ordinary women and craved a change in flavor. Regrettably, they had failed to gather all the fire and water awakened together. Wang Dong remained silent, shifting his focus to Feng Qingwen. Out of respect for their past camaraderie, he granted her 2 minutes to flee, after which they would unleash a full-scale assault, that moment. Both Ziyuan and Wang Dong regarded Lu Danying with indifference. Her thoughts held no significance for them. A tremor coursed through Lu Danying, and she urgently shook her head. Wang Dong, please listen to me. Wang Dong feigned ignorance, his gaze locking onto Yang Jun, offering a slight nod. Yang Jun's eyes lit up as he vanished into the ground. The countdown has begun. Upon hearing the countdown, Feng Qingwen's thunderous gunfire erupted as she rushed forward. Dong Gu, allow me to handle this. You may be soft-hearted, but I will ensure she is reduced to ashes. Lu Danying was momentarily stunned by the cacophony of thunder, instinctively turning to Ziyuan, only to find him completely dismissive of her presence. Causing her mind to spiral into chaos, Ziyuan, please don't abandon me, I beg of you. Ziyuan was entirely preoccupied with Wang Dong, not sparing her a glance. As the 2 minutes elapsed, Lu Danying knew she had to act quickly. She turned and dashed through the crowd, heading toward the wilderness. Witnessing this scene, a knowing smile crept back onto Wang Dong's otherwise darkened face. Chapter 21. A tale sparked by a flower. Feng Qingwen felt the searing heat radiating from Wang Dong's blade, confirming that the mesmerizing flame sword earlier was indeed real. Dong Gu, when did you awaken? Wang Dong shook his head slightly, signaling for her to wait. Let's pursue Lu Danying first. Ziyuan's gaze remained fixed on Wang Dong, his seemingly calm demeanor betraying an undercurrent of anxiety. However, he managed to restrain his emotions, mentally calculating the time. Finally, the 2 minutes had passed. Wang Dong, time's up, Ziyuan urged, his voice tinged with urgency. Wang Dong responded with a mocking grin, choosing not to reveal Ziyuan's thoughts. Let us go. He seized Feng Qingwen's arm, swiftly following the direction Lu Danying had fled. Once assured that Wang Dong and his companion had moved away, Ziyuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Quickly, to Dong Shan. I fear Ziyuan and his companion may not be able to hold them off. The fire lily is the culmination of my years of effort. Hurry! The three of them raced toward the east, driven by urgency. After several kilometers, Wang Dong confirmed that no one was trailing them and immediately halted Feng Qingwen. Eastward. Feng Qingwen appeared puzzled. That wretched woman clearly ran in this direction. Wang Dong clarified, my target has never been Lu Danying. It has always been Ziyuan. He is the true culprit behind my father's death. Feng Qingwen remained perplexed. Then why not eliminate him just now? Wang Dong replied with frustration, do you genuinely believe we could slay 3 awakened at the transcendence stage? Moreover, Ziyuan stands at its pinnacle. Ziyuan had chosen not to engage Wang Dong and his party, primarily out of fear of the non-existent Feng clan and the potential delay it would cause in reclaiming the Fire Lily. His sole focus was the Fire Lily, or rather, his ambition to transcend to the dragon transformation stage. Feng Qingwen seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. But if we couldn't deal with him earlier, how can we confront him now? Wang Dong briefly recounted the situation regarding the Fire Lily, emphasizing that Ziyuan would undoubtedly be anxious to ascertain its whereabouts. Uncle Yang had already gone ahead to lay an ambush. The power behind Ziyuan is unfathomably formidable. We must ensure he is eradicated, or the consequences will be dire. Feng Qingwen remained unconvinced. How formidable could his backing truly be? Worst case, we remain hidden in the brick factory. They cannot pursue us into the wilderness. Wang Dong hesitated to dampen Feng Qingwen's confidence, but felt compelled to lay out the stakes. The Z clan descends from the Shang dynasty, the one foretold by the Xin bird, the progenitor of the Shang lineage. A chill ran down Feng Qingwen's spine. The Shang of Xia, Shang, and Zhou? Wang Dong wearily nodded. Do you recall my father mentioning that awakening stems from bloodlines? Then do you know who the ancestor of the Shang was? King Zhou? The Xin bird. Feng Qingwen turned to Wang Dong, typically delegating such cerebral matters to him. It was Ziqi, also known as Yin Bo, the legendary fire god. Feng Qingwen instantly comprehended, recognizing the connection between awakening and bloodlines. As a descendant of the fire god, it was natural for his lineage to awaken fire-related abilities. How can they still persist after all these years? Wang Dong shared in the astonishment but had to accept reality. Consider the legacy of the Shang clan. Who knows how much wealth they have amassed and the strength they wield? Ziyuan single-handedly established Longqing and formed the Longjiang Exploration Company. One could only imagine the magnitude of power behind his family. Since we have forged a deadly enmity, Ziyuan must perish. We must hurry. Feng Qingwen finally grasped the gravity of their situation. What of Lu Danying? Are we to simply let her go? Wang Dong shook his head. His brother comes to kill us. Having been countered by us, it is a matter of life and death. Rest assured, she shall not escape. Wang Dong spoke with confidence. I understand this woman all too well. She possesses cunning but lacks true wisdom. She lacks the courage to flee into the wilderness. Otherwise, she would not have sacrificed me to cling to Ziyuan. Wang Dong's demeanor gradually calmed, as the tumult of love and hatred began to settle within him. She likely believes herself clever, diverting towards our ancestral home. Knowing we just came from that direction, thinking it would be much safer, as they ran. Wang Dong elaborated to Feng Qingwen, she will think that the most dangerous place is the safest one. In a few days, she will stealthily return to Longqing. Feng Qingwen interjected, if you know her so well, why did you not foresee her betrayal? Wang Dong's expression remained unchanged. Some things only reveal themselves through occurrence. And how can you be certain she will not exceed your expectations? Wang Dong muttered under his breath, you fool, I raised a dog. Feng Qingwen's eyes brightened, ceasing his internal conflict as he followed Wang Dong at full speed. Soon, they spotted a plume of black smoke rising in the distance. Donggu, is that the site of your arson? Wang Dong felt an urge to slap Feng Qingwen for his careless words. How did everything he uttered seem to twist into something else? Be cautious. Wang Dong could only warn him to take care. You've arrived. Yang Jun emerged from underground, you guessed correctly. Those three indeed ascended. Wang Dong glanced upward at the steps, his expression growing grave. The three of them are all awakened at the transcendence stage. We cannot confront them directly, fearing his companions might underestimate their opponents. Wang Dong further explained in Longqing, I ambushed and awakened. While it appeared advantageous, it was merely a stroke of luck due to their lack of preparedness, and that was already my limit. Feng Qingwen naturally inquired. So how do we proceed? Wang Dong's gaze shifted to the overhead walkway, his eyes lighting up with determination. Ziyuan, having failed to locate the fire lily among the ruins, pounded the ground in frustration. His forehead veins bulging. Curse it! After years of painstaking cultivation, the fire lily was within reach of dragon transformation, yet it was snatched away. If I find the culprit, I shall ensure their entire family meets a gruesome end. My lord, it must be Wang Dong. Even if he did not personally take it, he certainly knows its whereabouts. Upon hearing Wang Dong's name, Ziyuan's eyes filled with rage. This wretched spawn, as detestable as his father. They both deserve their fates. Had I known it would come to this, I would have killed him long ago. Since the fire lily is not here, we must pursue Wang Dong and extract the information from him. The fire lily cannot be lost. It represents years of my efforts. I established Longqing and guarded it for years, all for its sake. At this critical juncture for humanity's survival, only by hastening the dragon transformation could there be a glimmer of hope. Unbeknownst to Ziyuan, a horrifying thought crossed his mind, igniting a glint of chaos in his gaze. The ancient era is returning. Those terrifying beings are about to descend. Only through dragon transformation can we hope to survive. Let us move. The other two exchanged fearful glances, their expressions mirroring the dread in their hearts. They positioned themselves around Ziyuan, hastening down the mountain. The fire lily is not yet ripe. The one who possesses it will surely refrain from using it, leaving us an opportunity to reclaim it. Once we catch up to Wang Dong, he will undoubtedly reveal the fire lily's whereabouts. Chapter 22. The ultimate move. Ziyuan and his companions were united in their determination to hasten their pursuit of Wang Dong. Upon reaching the upper section of the plank road, their eyes instinctively swept the surroundings, confirming the absence of any anomalies. Without hesitation, they dashed down the pathway. The two guards maintained a careful distance from one another, flanking Ziyuan as they raced down the plank descent. Unbeknownst to them, the pathway had accumulated a thick layer of dust, evenly settled and devoid of any signs of human disturbance. The lead figure surveyed the area, attentively scanning the vicinity of the path while occasionally glancing down the mountain to ensure there were no ambushes, emboldened by the apparent lack of danger. After navigating a sharp turn and still finding no hidden foes, the trio collectively exhaled in relief. Ahead, the path appeared unobstructed, with no potential hiding spots for an ambusher. Hence, the foremost individual began to accelerate. However, just as he stepped onto the next dusty step, the seemingly intact surface gave way beneath him. Shattering under external pressure, his foot fell into the void, and his body was propelled forward by inertia. Ziyuan, positioned in the middle, mistook the incident for an attack. Witnessing his companion's fall, he instinctively recoiled, fearing the repercussions of the mishap. Though the fallen individual was surprised, he remained composed, considering that a fall was hardly catastrophic. Yet, he could never have anticipated that as he attempted to grasp the railing for stability, the once sturdy barrier would disintegrate into fragments under his touch. Simultaneously, the steps below succumbed to the same fate, crumbling away. What began as a tumble swiftly transformed into a plummet. Ziyuan, now wishing to reach out, found it was far too late. A fiery spark ignited midair, expanding into a colossal fireball, which slightly slowed the descent. However, just as the individual was about to make contact with the ground, another figure surged forth from below, cleaving the fireball in two. Concurrently, the ground erupted, and a bolt of lightning surged through the gap created by Yang Jun's blade, striking the fireball's eye in the blink of an eye. The fireball dissipated, and from the swirling dust, a glint of cold light shot forth. Wang Dong emerged, his long blade descending upon his target. His severed head fell to the ground. "East brother, you truly are a force to be reckoned with," Wang Dong remarked, ignoring Feng Qingwen as he cast his gaze towards Ziyuan above. "Do you wish for the fire lily? If so, come down and claim it." Feng Qingwen employed lightning to obliterate the pathway and railing, while Yang Jun utilized the dust to obscure the signs of their destruction. The three calculated their approximate location before concealing themselves underground, easily dispatching an enemy. Yang Jun's earthbending ambush, Feng Qingwen's overwhelming lightning, and Wang Dong's fierce melee combat skills combined seamlessly, allowing them to swiftly eliminate a foe in the transcendence stage. Upon seeing Wang Dong, Ziyuan's eyes widened, bloodshot with fury. "Where is my fire lily?" Wang Dong's blade pointed ominously at Ziyuan, demanding the whereabouts of the fire lily. "If you win, both my life and the fire lily shall be yours. If you lose, I shall nourish the fire lily with your heart's blood." Wang Dong refrained from revealing that he had already consumed the fire lily, knowing that Ziyuan would tread carefully lest he be cautious in his lethal strike. As soon as he finished speaking, two flames erupted from Ziyuan's back, transforming into a pair of immense wings. With a leap, he soared toward the intact section of the plank road before gliding down the mountainside once more. Another figure behind him sprouted fiery wings and leaped after him, as expected. Wang Dong gazed at the magnificent fire wings, his heart pounding. After Yang Jun and Minister Chen awoke, they each developed unique skills, such as armor creation and earthbending, yet Feng Qingwen had not. Initially, the trio believed this to be a characteristic of lightning-type awakeners. However, upon awakening his own fire abilities, Wang Dong found he lacked fixed skills, prompting his skepticism. Having witnessed Ziyuan's fiery wings, Wang Dong finally confirmed that not all awakened beings developed concrete abilities. For the individual who battled Ziyuan possessed other skills alongside the fire wings, he began to suspect that fixed skills might indeed serve as a limitation. They prepared for battle. Yang Jun and Feng Qingwen charged at Ziyuan, while Wang Dong directed his assault toward Ziyuan's companion. This was a strategy they had previously discussed. Ziyuan was an awakened being at the pinnacle of transcendence, while among Wang Dong and his allies, he alone possessed the strongest overall combat prowess, yet he remained a significant distance from the transcendence stage. To overcome Ziyuan, cooperation was their only hope, but first, they needed to eliminate his aide. Yang Jun and Feng Qingwen were ideally suited to distract Ziyuan. Upon seeing the two, Ziyuan's eyes flashed with disdain. What he feared was not Feng Qingwen's strength, but rather his surname. With a casual flick of his arm, Ziyuan's fiery wings surged forth, forming a colossal blade of flame that howled through the air, deafening as it barreled toward Feng Qingwen and Yang Jiayuan. As a sea of fire approached, Yang Jun swiftly dove underground, while Feng Qingwen cursed under his breath, unleashing bolts of lightning before making his escape. Once I can summon the heavenly thunder, I'll raise your ancestral graves. Feng Qingwen had only recently awakened and could only release lightning from the energy within his body. He lacked the ability to summon or control natural lightning. I'll take down your forefather, King Zhou, and even a fox isn't a good person if they're cruel to animals. You're courting death, Ziyuan roared, unleashing dozens of fireballs that hurtled toward Feng Qingwen. Boom! The fireballs detonated upon impact, sending plumes of smoke billowing outward. Each fireball struck like a meteor, leaving deep craters in the ground as the earth trembled beneath their force. East brother, I can't handle this, Feng Qingwen shouted, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of fireballs, unable to retaliate. Each fireball Ziyuan conjured was akin to a missile, mercilessly bombarding Feng Qingwen. Ziyuan's head swelled with an unending supply of fireballs, seemingly without limit. Suddenly, a flash of blade light swept past Ziyuan's rear, revealing Yang Jun, who had been lying in wait. I've been expecting you, Ziyuan, as if endowed with a second pair of eyes, pivoted instantly, seizing Yang Jun's blade. The flames ignited the weapon, turning it crimson, and the space where Ziyuan grasped began to melt. Yang Jun, witnessing this horrifying sight, felt a surge of dread. With all his might, he broke free and dove underground. Seizing the moment, Feng Qingwen unleashed several bolts of lightning, intercepting the incoming fireballs and granting himself an escape. East brother, this bastard is too formidable. We need to act fast. Hearing Feng Qingwen's urgent warning, Wang Dong's heart grew heavier. Though the plan was for Feng Qingwen and Yang Jun to restrain Ziyuan while he dealt with the other opponent, he had not anticipated how swiftly they would be overpowered, especially Feng Qingwen, who could not even approach Ziyuan. The ceaseless assault of fireballs forced Feng Qingwen to flee, shielding his head in despair. Wang Dong knew that they could not afford to linger. The outcome would be determined in a single move. Understanding that he had to eliminate his adversary before Feng Qingwen and Yang Jun were injured and rendered incapable of fighting, Wang Dong resolved to act decisively. With a glimmer of golden light illuminating his pupils, he scrutinized his enemy. Having previously engaged in a brief skirmish with this foe in Longqing, he was acutely aware of their strength. To eliminate them in the shortest time frame was impossible through conventional combat. Thus, he resolved to employ his ultimate technique. With firm determination, golden light radiated from his eyes, coalescing above his head into a mysterious, intricate rune. This rune flickered in and out of visibility, resembling a thin veil of mist that threatened to vanish at any moment. Composed of numerous independent segments, each adorned with countless shifting lines. Only a small area of the rune shone brighter and appeared more solid than the rest. Wang Dong's gaze locked onto his opponent, golden light emanating from his eyes as the prominent area of the rune ignited with brilliance. Deprivation. Chapter 23. What meaning remains if you are no more with the utterance of deprivation? A concentrated beam of golden light erupted from the clearly defined segment of the rune, causing the surrounding space and time to feel as if it had frozen. The air ceased its flow, the descending fireballs hung suspended in midair, and even the lightning transformed into a mere silver thread. An overwhelming silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound, as though even the heartbeat had vanished. Wang Dong's gaze pierced through the still flames, capturing the expression of anger and fear on Feng Qingwen's face. Witnessing the fireballs frozen in the air, suddenly, everything reverted to normal. Wang Dong could not ascertain whether what had just transpired was an illusion or a reality. Deprivation. He heard his own voice resonate once more. As the words echoed, the aura surrounding him began to wane, the fire energy within him gradually dissipating. No, no. A horrified wail pierced the air. What have you done to me? What have you done? Wang Dong's adversary, much like him, felt their energy waning. The vanishing fire abilities instilled a sense of panic and confusion within them, their features contorted in terror, pupils dilating, and their skin losing its color, taking on a deathly gray hue. My power! My power! Give it back to me! Return it to me! In the chaotic realm of the source, the lines within the fire energy segment appeared to solidify further, growing brighter. Meanwhile, under the golden light's influence, the powers of the two individuals gradually faded, ultimately plunging the fire energy into silence. What have you done? What is happening to me? The sound was akin to two concrete pillars grinding against each other. Hoarse and discontinuous. It was not merely a lack of continuity between words, but rather an entire portion of the same phoneme seemed to vanish. Long last, the fire energy within Wang Dong dissipated entirely, and at that moment, his adversary was reduced to an ordinary human. Die! Wang Dong charged toward his foe, swinging his blade down with fervor, the long knife gleaming strikingly in the golden light. This incomprehensible transformation left everyone present utterly stunned. They could not fathom how Wang Dong had managed to strip an awakened individual of their powers. Such an event thoroughly upended the perceptions of several onlookers, their hearts fluttering as if a feather were teasing them. Each caress sending shivers through their bodies, as if doused in icy water, instinctively curling up in fear. It was a panic akin to that of an ordinary person facing a tiger, a visceral terror rooted in instinct. After all, they too were awakened. Did this not suggest that they too could have their abilities taken by Wang Dong? Feng Chengwen forgot to evade. Yang Jun failed to recall his stealthy attack. And Xian was oblivious to the need to warn his comrades to steer clear. It was only when a head rolled away that the three of them snapped back to reality. As they beheld Wang Dong approaching with his knife in hand, Feng Chengwen instinctively stepped aside, while Xian retreated a few paces out of sheer instinct. Who on earth are you? Xian gazed at Wang Dong as if he were a ghost. His eyes filled with dread. Don't think you could strip away the bloodline of the gods. Who are you truly? Wang Dong did not respond, merely advancing step by step toward Xian. At that moment, he was devoid of his fire abilities, left only with the scant energy cultivated through his breathing techniques. Could he be an awakened ancient deity? Impossible, impossible. Xian instinctively shook his head. The current revival of the Earth's energy was insufficient for the awakening of ancient deities. Who exactly are you? Wang Dong tightened his grip on the knife and suddenly yanked off the necklace from around his neck. Get down! Yang Jun recalled the moment when sword energy pierced Minister Chen and screamed as he dove to the ground, burrowing into the earth. Feng Chengwen was unaware of what transpired, yet he had never doubted Wang Dong's words. Upon hearing the command to evade, he instinctively dashed further away from Wang Dong. The sword energy erupted chaotically from the shards, piercing through Wang Dong's hands and even through his chest. Amidst the blood mist, the scattered sword energy began to coalesce, forming a shadowy sword shape in front of Wang Dong. Avenge my father. As the sword energy shot forth, Xian abruptly plunged into darkness, surrounded by nothingness, save for a shimmering galaxy that approached him. Within the galaxy, countless stars flickered, these very stars weaving into the river that flowed through the endless void. Magnificent and mysterious, grand and ethereal, in his stupor, Xian felt the starry river wash over his body, a flicker of joy blossoming within his blank consciousness. Gradually, he regained awareness, slowly opening his eyes, his gaze sharpening upon Wang Dong. Could this be? At that moment, Wang Dong had transformed into a figure drenched in blood, lying in a pool of crimson, teetering on the brink of life and death. A trickle of blood streamed from the corner of Xian's eye. Though he remained oblivious, merely watching as the light in his own gaze gradually faded. Yang Jun peeked in from the side, witnessing Xian standing unscathed, his heart racing in terror. The family should have taken you. Not your father. Countless strands of sword energy erupted from Xian's body, instantly reducing him to a mist of blood. Feng Chengwen crouched beside Wang Dong, his eyes vacant, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Wang Dong's arms were a gruesome mess, riddled with gaping holes, blood oozing out in a torrent. Feng Chengwen sought to press down on Wang Dong's injuries to staunch the bleeding, yet he was uncertain where to apply pressure. Don't you dare die! Get up! Feng Chengwen cried, tears streaming down his face as he instinctively wiped his eyes, smearing blood across his visage. Don't sleep! Wake up! Donggu, please get up. Stop shaking. The reprimand from Yang Jun reached him, and Feng Qingwen felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Uncle Yang, what should we do? What do we do? Apply pressure to his wounds. I will go to Longqing to fetch some medicine and bandages. How could this happen? How could he be so gravely injured? Yang Jun had encountered such scenes twice before and understood far better than Feng Qingwen the gravity of the situation. The sword energy was far too potent. He could not control it. The truth of the matter aligned perfectly with Yang Jun's explanation. The sword energy released from the shards was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if Wang Dong had actively unleashed it, he could only influence one or two strands with his utmost effort, while the remaining energy would shoot out in all directions. And Wang Dong, situated at the center of this sword energy, would undoubtedly be the first to suffer its piercing agony in order to maintain the release of the sword energy while simultaneously exerting all his strength to control it. He could not avoid it. He could only choose to endure. Moreover, the residual sword energy from the shards was so fierce that Wang Dong could only unleash it at full throttle, and once the energy was released, he would expend all his strength. This was a technique of mutual destruction. As he watched Yang Jun disappear, Feng Qingwen suddenly felt as if the entire world were abandoning him. After the calamity struck, all of his family and friends had perished. He had survived by mere chance and subsequently followed Wang Dong and his father I in the early years. They had been perpetually fleeing, but eventually, with Wang Dong's father's successful cultivation of the breathing technique, they joined the Longjiang Exploration Company and no longer had to live a life on the run. Yet now, with Wang Dong's father recently deceased and Wang Dong entangled in peril, Feng Qingwen could not help but feel the loss of his last refuge. As if the entire world were slipping away from him. You damn well better not, if you do, I will have nothing left. Feng Qingwen sat beside the unconscious Wang Dong, contemplating a world devoid of him. All his family and friends were gone. All familiar things had vanished entirely. If even Wang Dong were to disappear, then truly, there would be nothing left worth cherishing in this world if you're gone. What on earth am I supposed to do? Chapter 24. Unexpected news. Wang Dong's consciousness gradually stirred, and the first sensation he felt was an excruciating pain. He could not discern precisely where the pain originated, as every area with sensation was aflame with discomfort. Even deep within his consciousness, there was a tearing pain that periodically surged forth. Wang Dong quickly realized that this agony stemmed from the source of chaos stripping him of his fire awakening. The source of chaos had deprived him of his fire awakening, meaning a part of his body had been torn asunder. This was not merely a physical pain, but rather a sense of incompleteness that evoked a psychological instinct. Previously, in his eagerness to swiftly eliminate his adversary, he had employed the source of chaos, stripping away the fire awakening from within its influence, rendering his opponent an ordinary person. However, such an act of deprivation was a violation of natural laws, a contravention of causality. It was impossible for there to be no repercussions. The cost was that Wang Dong had to use his own fire awakening as a catalyst to activate the fire patterns within the source of chaos. Wang Dong slowly opened his eyes, taking in the sight of dark yellow bricks, and he understood he was in a brick factory, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him as for the loss of fire energy. He paid it little mind. He was never truly a fire-awakened individual. His ability to manipulate flames derived solely from the source of chaos. Thus, as long as the fire patterns within the source of chaos remained intact, he would be able to once again wield fire energy through its aid. The vast firepower provided by the fire lily had inadvertently activated the fire aspect within the source of chaos, leading to changes in his body through its transformation. As long as he could once again absorb fire energy, he would gradually restore and regain his fire abilities. Feng Qingwen, are you still alive? A sudden thud sounded from outside, as if something had fallen to the ground. Awake? Quick, come here. That bastard Wang Dong is alive again. Bang! The door burst open, and Feng Qingwen rushed into the kiln, seeing Wang Dong with his eyes wide open, and he immediately threw himself at Wang Dong, embracing him. Wang Dong let out a chilling scream as if stabbed by a knife. Get off me, damn it! Get away! Wang Dong's chest had been pierced by sword energy, and several gaping holes marred his arms, with Feng Qingwen inadvertently pressing down on the wounds. I didn't mean to, Feng Qingwen hurriedly explained. Get out! Get away from me! Feng Qingwen, feeling utterly embarrassed, was about to leave when Yang Jun entered with Chen shouting, and he instinctively hid behind the three of them. You're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 4 days. Is Zian dead? Dead? Blown to bits? Feng Qingwen interjected before Yang Jun could respond. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong fell into a heavy silence, his features twisting in anguish. I cannot remain here. The merchants will undoubtedly come for me, and Feng Qingwen, I must leave, or the brick factory will be in danger. Yang Jun quickly reassured him, signaling Wang Dong to stay calm. First, heal your wounds. With the transportation route severed, it will take them some time to receive news and find their way here. Wait until you're healed before leaving. Wang Dong, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he settled back down comfortably. Yang Jun fixed his gaze on Wang Dong, his expression wavering as if weighing something. Uncle Yang, if you have something to say, just say it. Wang Dong sensed that Yang Jun had something pressing to divulge. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Jun could not suppress a sigh. I must inform you of this news. Though it may bring danger your way, if I do not tell you, you may live with regret for the rest of your days. That is why I am torn. Wang Dong forced a smile. Uncle Yang, do you think I am the type to act impulsively? Yang Jun was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and said, You may be right. Your father might not be dead. Wang Dong, stunned, replied, Uncle Yang. Are you mistaken? Yang Jun shook his head. Before Zian passed, he looked at you and said, The family should take you away, not your father. Unfortunately, he did not finish his sentence before he died. That was all I heard. Wang Dong suddenly sat up, his previous doubts and confusion crystallizing into clarity in that instant. He had always felt that his father's death did not align with logic. His father had, during a certain mission, stumbled upon fragments imbued with the source of chaos and the essence of Jingfeng. The leading merchant clan had predicted that this operation would yield tremendous rewards, yet when the adventure concluded, only his father reaped the benefits. Naturally, the merchant clan would believe that the anticipated rewards had been acquired by his father. Therefore, what they truly sought was not his father's life, but rather the benefits they had forecasted. It was improbable that they would allow his father to die so easily before obtaining what they desired. Previously, having learned of his father's cause of death from Minister Chun and having seen the fire lily, he thought it was Zian who had sacrificed his father for the sake of the fire lily, opposing the will of the merchant clan. However, upon hearing Yang Jun's words, Wang Dong began to comprehend that his previous thoughts had been overly simplistic. Perhaps Zian had defied the merchant clan's intentions, but his father had not perished. Zian might have merely transformed the merchant clan's orders for surveillance and observation into a preemptive capture and interrogation. This could be inferred from the letter left by his father. It indicated that his father had broken through the mortal stage some time ago, and the merchant clan had only suspected and monitored him without taking action. This suggested that the merchant clan was uncertain about what exactly his father had acquired. If they intended to act, they would have done so during that mission, rather than waiting until now. Feng Qingwen, do you know where the formidable fire element awakened ones from the expedition team have gone? Wang Dong inquired. Feng Qingwen shook his head. I do not know. Indeed, with such a significant event occurring, those individuals have not appeared at all. There is something amiss. Wang Dong caught the implication in Feng Qingwen's words. What do you mean by not appearing? Stealing a glance at Wang Dong, Feng Qingwen replied in a hushed tone. I feared Lu Danying might sneak back while you were in a coma, so I went a launching a few times. I truly did not see those powerful individuals from the expedition team. Wang Dong nodded, deducing that those individuals might have taken his father to the merchant clan. Hence, the defenses of Longqing were so weak that Zian was killed that in fact, he had decided to take advantage of their absence to eliminate Zian. Has Lu Danying returned to Longqing? Wang Dong asked. Feng Qingwen shook his head. Damn it, that wretched girl has yet to return. So I had no choice but to secretly kill her mother. Casting a glare at Feng Qingwen, Wang Dong sighed. That was just an ordinary person. Feng Qingwen nodded. That is why I allowed her to pass away peacefully. Besides, how do you know if Lu Danying's awakened bloodline comes from her father or her mother? It could also stem from the bloodline of the neighbor, Old Wang. Statistically speaking, she is bound to inherit her mother's bloodline. Feng Qingwen analytically continued. Thus, her mother might also awaken that I am nipping potential danger in the bud. He concluded with a lament. Regardless, they are not good people. They have drained our blood over the years. If they die, so be it. Wang Dong shook his head. In previous years, it was my choice to support their family. That cannot serve as a basis for judging them. Moreover, her father did help us significantly while he was alive. Feng Qingwen nodded, unwilling to continue the topic. So what shall we do? Wait until you recover to rescue our father. Wang Dong pondered for a long while before reluctantly shaking his head. Until we reach the transformation stage, we may not even have the qualifications to save him. Right now, we must deal with Lu Danying. That woman is a persistent trouble. Chapter 25. The scheming bitch and the naive sweetheart Donggu. It seems you have miscalculated. Did you not say that Lu Danying would run back to Longqing? We have been waiting here for days, yet we have not seen her return. Wang Dong felt somewhat perplexed, but he was very certain that Lu Danying lacked the courage for outdoor survival. After awakening, she did not dare venture into the wild, only participating in patrols near Longqing. Her timid nature and fear of death were evident. Otherwise, she would not have immediately sought a protector after Wang Dong's father's death, choosing to rely on Xian and becoming his plaything. Feng Chengwen suddenly wore a mischievous smile. Do you think that scoundrel might encounter a ferocious beast in the wild and get eaten? Wang Dong could not help but entertain the possibility. Perhaps it was indeed the case. She had run too far, leaving her companion behind, which greatly increased the likelihood of an unforeseen event. After all, Zai Zai was just a dog. Having followed Lu Danying for a few days, it would have lost track of her and returned. What shall we do? Should we continue to wait? Let us not wait any longer. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Wang Dong stated solemnly. With Xian dead, the merchant clan will undoubtedly trace it back to us. To avoid exposing the brick factory, we must vacate this area. Furthermore, they needed to investigate the whereabouts of the merchant clan. Feng Chengwen was unconcerned about the merchant clan's threats, believing that no matter how formidable they were, he could simply hide in the deep mountains and dig a hole to live in. No one would find him. Where shall we go to investigate the merchant clan? Jiezhou. Wang Dong softly uttered the two words. Jiezhou was a small county before the catastrophe. When disaster struck, a military force happened to be stationed there. And after the calamity, they remained in Jiezhou. Additionally, being located in the Qinling Mountains, far from the coast and northwest regions, it was preserved. Jiezhou was also the largest human base near Longqing. Within a radius of several hundred miles from Longqing, Jiezhou was the only large human base. Regardless of where the merchant clan was, the resources sent to Longqing must have originated from Jiezhou. Wang Dong was certain that since Lu Danying had not returned here, she would inevitably head to Jiezhou. I do not believe she would dare remain in the wilderness. Feng Chengwen's eyes lit up. Donggu, do you think the women in Jiezhou might be more open-minded? Wang Dong casually replied, you will find out when you go. Upon hearing this, Feng Chengwen became impatient. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off. Without waiting for Wang Dong's response, he dashed towards the northeast. Wait! Wang Dong hurriedly called out to him. The urban area of Jiezhou is separated from us by the Longjiang River. We can only cross over using the Qingshan Longjiang Bridge. The dangers of the waterways after the disaster far exceeded those of land, especially with human society collapsing in all respects. All ferry crossings and boats had become ineffective. The only means of crossing the river was the bridge left over from before the catastrophe. Upon hearing Longjiang, Feng Chengwen instinctively recoiled. I have never crossed that bridge before. Is it high? If it is too low, I would not dare to cross. Wang Dong softly reassured him, do not worry, that bridge is absolutely fine. Do you know why it is called Qingshan Longjiang Bridge? It was a significant project established after the 2008 earthquake, funded by Huang Haiqing City to aid our Jiezhou, hence its name. It is quite sturdy. If it were to have any issues, it would not be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Feng Chengwen immediately relaxed. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and go. As Wang Dong and his companion rushed towards the Qingshan Longjiang Bridge, a little over 10 kilometers away, two individuals were also making their way towards the bridge, one of whom was Lu Danying. At this moment, Lu Danying resembled a well-behaved little girl, quietly following behind a woman. This woman was enveloped in a layer of hazy mist, striding ahead with a confident demeanor. However, her occasional furtive glances around revealed that she too felt fear, merely pretending to be calm. Sister Chong, are we truly going to Jiezhou City? Lu Danying's voice was light and delicate, exuding a pitiable aura. Chang Luoyin quickly reassured her, do not be afraid. We have been in the wilderness for so long, and they have not appeared, which indicates they have given up. Lu Danying feigned shaking her head, squeezing out tears as she lamented. They will not easily let me go. They want to capture me and torment me. They even killed my brother just to take me back for that kind of thing. Sister Chong, you know the nature of those people. They will not spare me. Please help me. A glimmer of fear flickered in Chang Luoyin's eyes. But seeing Lu Danying crying uncontrollably, She pretended to be unconcerned. I understand. I was injured and fled because of them at that time. 3 or 4 fire element, awakened ones at the mortal stage wanted to capture me, claiming it was to serve their young master. Chang Luoyin had been targeted by Xian, who wished to capture her for his amusement, but she had managed to escape into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. Unexpectedly, Lu Danying had fled into the wilderness, and the two had encountered each other. Lu Danying quickly nodded. I am aware of that matter. At that time, that person said that once you were captured, they would want you to join me, saying something about playing with ice and fire. Chang Luoyin spoke viciously. Once I complete my transformation, I will return and kill them one by one. A flicker of malice flashed in Lu Danying's eyes. Sister Chang, be cautious. The ones pursuing me are his subordinates, a fire element, a lightning element, and a soil element awakened one. Moreover, that soil element awakened one has the ability to burrow underground. Chang Luoyin was somewhat surprised upon hearing about the lightning element. Is there really a lightning element in that area? Lu Danying, fearing that Chang Luoyin might be intimidated, hurriedly clarified, that lightning element just awakened not long ago. Sister, you must help me. Do not let them take me back. I would rather die than be captured and turned into a tool for their indulgence. Sister, you cannot imagine how terrifying it is there. I would rather perish than return. Chang Luoyin comforted her, saying, do not be afraid. I will not allow them to take you. Once we cross the Qinglong Bridge and travel another 100 kilometers, we will reach Jezhou City. We will rest there for a while. And then I will take you back to the academy. No one will bully you ever again. The senior brothers at the academy are quite formidable. Sister, what exactly is the academy? Lu Danying asked, her face a mask of curiosity. You always talk about the academy. Do schools still exist? Chang Luoyin seemed to recall something joyful, her face suddenly beaming with a radiant smile. The academy is where I cultivate my skills. It's hard to explain. Oh, you will understand in time. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Danying's eyes, which she quickly masked. I will listen to you. Sister, up ahead is the Qinglong Bridge. Chang Luoyin signaled for Lu Danying to remain silent. In a moment, I will use vapor to conceal the fire element fluctuations in your aura. Do not speak, and we will pass through swiftly. Lu Danying readily agreed. I will heed sister's words. Whatever you say, I shall follow, for you are so capable. Chang Luoyin was clearly pleased with Lu Danying's response, feeling a sense of joy in her heart. Once we return to the academy, I will have a companion, and I will no longer be a subordinate to my senior brother. Let us go. Cross the bridge. Suddenly, Chang Luoyin halted. There are people on the bridge. The moment Lu Danying recognized Wang Dong, her expression shifted dramatically. It's him. They killed my brother. Chang Luoyin was startled and instinctively turned to flee, but upon seeing Lu Danying's expression, she paused again. Once she confirmed there were only 2 individuals, her confidence surged. They think they can lie in wait. Last time, even with several of them, they could not catch me. Just 2 of them? How contemptuous! Lu Danying glared at Wang Dong, her eyes filled with resentment, and shouted, Kill! Everyone was startled by her fierce cry. Chapter 26. Aiding Wicked Women. An increased sin. Upon hearing Lu Danying's cry for blood from behind, Wang Dong hastily turned around. Damn it, you were right. Something unexpected has happened, Feng Qingwen exclaimed in shock. That wretched Lu Danying has found allies and laid an ambush for us at the only escape route. Wang Dong's gaze fell upon Chang Luoyin, and he felt an inexplicable dread wash over him. Run! He was gripped by a primal fear that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath him, the turbulent Long River. Wang Dong paid no mind to the origins of this instinctive fear and raced toward the riverbank. Choosing to trust his instincts, quick, crossed the bridge. Wang Dong vaguely sensed a tingling sensation at his back, but when he focused, it vanished. This discomfort felt less like physical pain and more like a mental corrosion, a subtle erosion rather than a sharp sting. As he ran, the sound of waves crashing drew near. Before he could discern it further, the source of chaos suddenly jolted, and the Jingfeng Ding Qiuqiao within him began to operate autonomously. The sound of water ceased instantly, and the tingling sensation disappeared. Wang Dong realized in that fleeting moment that he was drenched in sweat, his back soaked through, his mouth parched and bitter, and his lips cracked and bleeding. Water element. Wang Dong suddenly awakened to the realization that they were dealing with a water element awakened individual. Run! We must cross the bridge. Feng Qingwen gasped for breath, wiping sweat as he ran. Brother Dong, Have I overindulged? My body feels unwell. He struggled to swallow, trying to alleviate the dryness in his throat, but only found it worsening. Brother Dong, I'm done for. My body can't take it anymore. Let us not run. Let's turn back and deal with them. Wang Dong did not respond, realizing that Feng Qingwen was oblivious to the severity of the situation, not even noticing the moisture draining from his body. This fool. If you don't want to turn into a dried corpse, then run. Oh. Feng Qingwen sprinted ahead. Wang Dong shook his head at his foolishness, relieved that he was at least following advice. The two were swift, racing forward until they finally crossed the Qinglong Bridge. The moment they landed, the chilling sensation began to wane. Wang Dong glanced at the long river below, exhaling a long sigh of relief. After the calamity struck, the first to awaken were the earth and fire elements, with few others emerging. Although this was his first encounter with a water element awakened individual, he sensed that this one was extraordinary. The source of awakening lay in the bloodline. Yet, despite being awakened, even the peak of the transcendence like Ziyuan exuded a stronger presence than the previous water element awakened one, but lacked the enigmatic aura. This uncanny feeling should not be attributed to bloodline alone. Were bloodlines the only factor, there would likely be few that could surpass the merchant clan in this land. Yet Ziyuan did not exude such a terrifying aura. The chaos source would not misinterpret this. This water element awakened individual was undoubtedly exceptional. Wang Dong's grip on his sword hilt trembled slightly. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as Feng Qingwen noticed Wang Dong had stopped running and pointed at Lu Danying. Cursing loudly, "You wretched girl! How dare you ambush us? You ungrateful wretch! Our family has fed you for years, and you turn around and betray us." Lu Danying seized Chang Luoyin's arm, feigning terror and trembling in desperation. "Sister, save me! They want to kill me!" Chang Luoyin signaled Lu Danying to remain calm, her eyes scrutinizing Wang Dong and his companion. "You scum, you have chased me before. Today, I shall end you." Wang Dong was utterly bewildered, pondering whether this woman had lost her mind when Feng Qingwen's lightning whip lashed out. Anyone associated with such a wretch cannot be good. Since you are of the same ilk, I shall eliminate you. Feng Qingwen awakened to the power of lightning but had not developed fixed skills. Under Wang Dong's subtle influence, he primarily wielded lightning as a weapon. This was undoubtedly a wise choice. Lightning-awakened individuals possessed formidable offensive capability, yet their initial awakening left them with limited means to attack, relying solely on their ability to unleash bolts of lightning, which had a restricted range. While lightning strikes were rapid and nearly impossible to evade, the singularity of the attack method made it predictable. By observing Feng Qingwen's movements, one could anticipate his lightning strikes. Using lightning as a weapon, though sacrificing some of its advantages, compensated for the user's inherent limitations. The lightning whip Feng Qingwen unleashed was suddenly suspended in midair by an inexplicable force, ensnared by several translucent water ropes. "Explode!" Feng Qingwen bellowed, causing the lightning whip to detonate, the water ropes shattering silently, and the lightning power spreading through the vapor. Lu Danying screamed, hastily retreating, while Chang Luoyin's face turned ashen, trembling all over. Wang Dong, however, observed Chang Luoyin with a peculiar expression. Binding lightning with water? Is this girl foolish? How does she intend to restrain lightning? Feng Qingwen sneered and shot out 2 more bolts of lightning. Bang! A water mirror appeared before Chang Luoyin, blocking the lightning. "You infuriate me, you vile scoundrels, societal parasites," Feng Qingwen retorted, unperturbed. "Those ungrateful wretches who stab their benefactors in the back deserve to perish. Women who cavort with wild men in public, seeking their favor while plotting to kill their boyfriends, will roast in hell after death." Chang Luoyin was taken aback. "Is this how one insults others? Is it even permissible to weave stories while cursing? Women who assist wicked men in their nefarious deeds must bear greater sins." Chang Luoyin was further perplexed. How could these wrongdoers appear more wrong than the victims themselves? Were they not capturing female awakened individuals to indulge their masters? How could they turn the tables? "Die!" Feng Qingwen charged forward, hands clasped, summoning a massive bolt of lightning from thin air. Chang Luoyin was startled and quickly suppressed her distracting thoughts. As the lightning approached, she raised her fist, condensing vapor into a layer of crystal at the tip of her punch. Boom! The collision of fist and lightning shattered the latter, transforming it into tiny serpents of electricity that vanished into the air. Feng Qingwen was dumbfounded. Did she just catch lightning barehanded? Is she even human? Wang Dong, observing from the side, widened his eyes in horror. Breath control technique. The opponent was practicing an exceedingly profound breath control technique, at least reaching the transcendent stage. How is this possible? This girl appears to be only 18 or 19, her face still bearing remnants of youth. How could she achieve such mastery? Where did Lu Danying find such a formidable ally? Water vapor coalesced before Chang Luoyin, forming a shimmering curtain of droplets. The droplets multiplied rapidly, as if a torrential rain had begun to fall. This is bad. Retreat. Before the words had left his mouth, droplets of water shot towards the two individuals, rapidly elongating in midair, transforming into sharp, needle-like projectiles. These myriad needles appeared to be endless, casting a shadow that obscured the sky. Feng Chengwen stared at the overwhelming barrage of needles before him, his mind blank. Where could he possibly hide? Which one should he evade? He felt doomed. Was it true that water element awakeners were so unreasonable? Just as he contemplated charging at the woman to electrocute her, darkness suddenly enveloped him as Wang Dong stepped in front of him. Chapter 27. The villain is quite impressive. Gazing at the dense array of needles, Wang Dong summoned flames that surged from his palm, enveloping the blade of his weapon, which instantly glowed a fiery red. With a sweeping motion of his flame-imbued sword, he deflected all incoming needles. However, as the relentless water droplets continued to rain down, within just a couple of breaths, the flames flickered and dimmed. His fire-based powers were still recovering from the drain caused by the chaos source. Lightning! Wang Dong bellowed, bringing his fiery sword down, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged 2 to 3 meters long, piercing through the curtain of raindrops, nearly singeing Chang Luoyin's figure. Boom! As the flames dissipated, a brilliant flash of lightning followed closely behind. Chang Luoyin, witnessing this scene, was struck with horror and hurriedly conjured droplets of water to form a protective barrier. The collision of flames and the watery shield produced a cacophony of sizzling sounds, followed by the extinguishing of the flames and the evaporation of the water, leaving behind a swirling mist. Within the mist, fragmented bolts of lightning danced wildly, sending shivers through both Chang Luoyin and Lu Danying. As tiny arcs of electricity crackled across their bodies, Wang Dong seized this opportunity, vanishing from sight and darting towards Chang Luoyin. She, however, seemed more focused on Feng Chengwen, regarding him with a wary gaze. Clearly, in her eyes, the threat posed by a lightning element awakener far outweighed that of a fire-wielding warrior. Seeing her reaction, Wang Dong felt a surge of elation. He swung his sword with abandon. Feigning desperation, and upon noticing a glimmer of disdain in her eyes, he unleashed a powerful punch. Chang Luoyin responded with a seemingly indifferent fist of her own. Wang Dong had anticipated this, his muscles coiling tightly as he activated his Jingfeng Ding Qian technique. Every cell in his body erupting with ferocious energy. In an instant, what appeared to be an ordinary punch transformed into a horrifying force. Oh no! Realizing too late that Wang Dong was not merely a fire element awakener, but also a practitioner of breathing techniques, Chang Luoyin's composure shattered. There was no time to evade. Bang! A deep, resonant sound of muscle colliding echoed through the mist as a figure was sent hurtling backward. Boom! Lightning flickered, piercing through the vaporous veil. Everyone's spirits trembled, especially Chang Luoyin, who remained suspended in the air, her face paling in despair. Suddenly, a burst of fire erupted from the mist, blocking her path. Lu Danying, who had been in a state of shock, finally snapped back to reality. You wretched girl, Feng Chengwen seethed. I should have ended you years ago to prevent you from worming your way into Wang Dong's life. Just as Wang Dong prepared to launch his attack, the mist surrounding him trembled inexplicably, sending a jolt of dread through him. Before he could comprehend the situation, his entire body was seized by excruciating pain. Every muscle felt as if countless blades were slicing through them, akin to innumerable needles piercing his flesh. Wang Dong instinctively swallowed, only to find his throat ablaze with agony. Oh no! Wang Dong suddenly realized. The opponent was siphoning the moisture from his body. The thought sent terror coursing through him. The power of a water element awakener was truly terrifying. Not to mention the vast amounts of water contained within the human body, one must also consider the necessity of hydration and bodily fluids, which included blood. All of these were at the mercy of a water element awakener. Retreat. Wang Dong summoned his last reserves of strength, urging Feng Qingguan to fall back. With a sudden rupture, the wound on Wang Dong's chest, which had only just begun to heal, burst open, spraying a mist of blood. There was no time left. Just as he wished to retreat, it was already too late. He couldn't reach a safe distance in time. Should he charge forward instead? Despair flickered in his eyes as he surveyed the scene. Even if he reached Chang Luoyin and Lu Danying, the outcome would be dire. Drawing a deep breath, Wang Dong activated his Jingfeng Dingqian technique, allowing pure energy to circulate through his organs, quelling the internal turmoil. It's the precipice of life and death. Wang Dong suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of golden light igniting in his cold gaze. A mysterious, intricate rune materialized within the mist, its ethereal form flickering in and out of existence, concealed by the vapor, unnoticed by all. Countless patterns within the chaos source shimmered briefly, and the surrounding world fell into a profound silence. The water vapor ceased its movement in that moment. The realm within a few steps of Wang Dong became entirely isolated by the chaos source, freezing all within that space. Wang Dong inhaled deeply. With a roar, a tempest arose, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. The energies of the world within the frozen zone surged into Wang Dong's being, producing a cacophony of wind and thunderclaps. As he exhaled a cloud of murky air. The tempest erupted outward, and the stillness of the world began to stir in this juxtaposition of stillness and motion. It felt as though the very fabric of reality was being rent asunder. The water vapor surrounding Chang Luoyin surged violently, repelled by an inexplicable force emanating from Wang Dong's extraordinary abilities. In an instant, her skin was torn, and blood erupted from her body like a blooming flower of crimson mist. The backlash of the supernatural forces rendered Chang Luoyin powerless, collapsing to the ground, her entire being drenched in blood. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chang Luoyin's composure crumbled, giving way to anguished cries. Why are you so powerful? It hurts so much. Senior brother, I'm dying. Come save me. I can't defeat the villain. Please save me. As the mist was dispersed by the gale, Wang Dong stood resolutely in place, his eyes like bolts of lightning, fixed intently on Chang Luoyin. Just as he was about to strike, a lightning whip shot past him first. Seeing her ally injured and weeping in pain, Lu Danying was paralyzed with fear. Only when the whip grazed her did she react. Hastily attempting to conjure flames as a barrier, but it was utterly futile against the lightning's might, and she was easily overwhelmed. The lightning whip grazed past, striking Lu Danying's right arm, leaving it charred. Feng Qingguan, intent on eliminating Lu Danying, seized the opportunity to strike, having kept his distance from Chang Luoyin, thus remaining unaffected by the chaos, even unaware that Wang Dong had narrowly escaped death moments ago. Lu Danying, witnessing the charred remnants of her right arm, was consumed by terror, shattering her rationality. She had seen her share of mutilated limbs, but the horror before her was beyond comprehension. The remaining half of her arm, struck by lightning, lay numb and devoid of pain, bloodless yet glimmering with red embers and wisps of smoke. The sight of her smoldering limb shattered her mental fortitude. Lu Danying fell to her knees. Thud, thud, thud. Her forehead struck the hard ground repeatedly. Wang Dong, please do not kill me. I'm not a person. I'm a shameless wretch that I beg you. Spare me, spare me. We were once bound by a day of marriage. 100 days of kindness. I wish to live. Please, I implore you, spare me. Blood splattered as her forehead met the pavement, but she remained oblivious, continuing to plead for mercy. Wang Dong, please let me live. When your father died, I thought without his protection, we would be unable to survive, so I committed the unforgivable against you. I just wanted a better life. I did nothing wrong. I only wished to live, Lu Danying wailed, her head striking the ground once more, sending droplets of blood flying. Wang Dong, all of this is because you deceived me. You are a fire element awakener, yet you never disclosed it. I thought you lacked the ability to provide a good life for me, which is why I sought other men. Had you revealed your fire element awakening sooner, none of this would have happened. Wang Dong scrutinized Lu Danying, a lump forming in his throat, an indescribable discomfort washing over him. It seemed she had forgotten that she too was a fire element awakener. In the beginning, I worked tirelessly to support your family. Even after you awakened, I continued to care for you. When my father met with misfortune, Your first reaction was to worry that I would hinder your pursuit of a better life. Wang Dong gazed at Lu Danying, who continued to bow repeatedly, wishing he could shut his eyes and ignore her existence. My brother sought to kill you. It had nothing to do with me. I did not send him. It was Xian. He demanded it, and I had no choice. Lu Hong was not instigated by Lu Danying? Just as Wang Dong was about to voice his thoughts, a lightning spear pierced through Lu Danying's chest, impaling her heart. Feng Qingwen had slain Lu Danying and turned to berate Wang Dong. Wake up, a woman like this. What are you hesitating for? Feng Qingwen roared at Wang Dong. If you want to be a good person, a moral individual, I have no objections. But you cannot be a pushover. Wang Dong lifted his head, locking eyes with Feng Qingwen. You fool, why are you shouting so loudly? I merely sought clarification. I never said to let her go. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwen was elated. Donggu. I was wrong, Donggu. There's still one more thing. Let me whip her to death. Anyone who associates with a woman like Lu Danying must surely be of ill repute. Noticing Wang Dong's grim expression, Feng Qingwen quickly realized that his words included Wang Dong and hurriedly began to flatter him. Donggu, I wasn't talking about you. You are a good person. He then pointed at Chang Luoyin, eager to divert the conversation. This woman has ambushed us here. She cannot be a good person. We must eliminate her. Wang Dong ignored Feng Qingwen and instead approached Chang Luoyin, gripping the hilt of his knife. At that moment, Chang Luoyin was bewildered by the recent events, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The sudden twist of fate exceeded her expectations, particularly the contradictory statements from Lu Danying, leaving her both shocked and confused. Weren't you here to take her back? Feng Qingwen hesitated for a moment and instinctively replied. Take her back for what? To let her continue her tyranny? Chang Luoyin grew even more perplexed. Aren't you supposed to be the henchman of that man? Isn't your purpose to find women for, well, you know what I mean. Why kill her outright? That would be such a waste. Feng Qingwen found it hard to comprehend. In your next life, choose a better lineage and strive to be a good person. Don T become an accomplice to evil deeds. He assumed Chang Luoyin was merely injured and had lost her fighting spirit, hence her audacity. Stealing a glance at Wang Dong, he noticed his displeasure. Thinking that Wang Dong was upset with him, especially given his earlier demeanor, in my next life, I must become a person like Donggu, one who possesses moral integrity, ideals, and boundaries. Wang Dong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Shut your mouth. Seeing that Wang Dong was not angry, Feng Qingwen's mood instantly brightened. At that moment, Chang Luoyin spoke again. Which of you is the villain? Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen exchanged glances, utterly unable to grasp the current situation. In this day and age, can one truly distinguish between good and evil? This is not a children's drama where labels of good and bad are assigned. This girl foolish. She believes that you are here to capture women for, well, for pleasure. She couldn't bear it and fled. You must be coming to bring her back to continue such deeds. That true? Feng Qingwen's face turned a shade of green with rage upon hearing this. Damn it, this wretched creature is already dead, yet she still slanders me. Go hell with it. Don't hold me back. I want to desecrate her corpse. He was trembling with fury, glancing at Lu Danying's charred remains, his pent-up anger seeking an outlet. Suddenly, he turned to Wang Dong. Look at this. This is the girlfriend you chose. You truly must be blind to have chosen such a wretch. Even in death, she seeks to tarnish your name. Feng Qingwen pointed accusatorily at Wang Dong. I told you. In this world, you cannot keep a woman. Wang Dong shot him a glare. Keep talking, and I'll end you. Feng Qingwen immediately fell silent. Be why now? Wang Dong had pieced together the events that had unfolded. It was clear that Lu Danying had manipulated herself into the role of a victim, and the Navi Chang Luoyin had taken it at face value. Wang Dong turned to Feng Qingwen and said, let us go to Jiejiao. Huh, that's it. We're not going to kill her. Feng Qingwen pointed at Chang Luoyin, incredulous. Wang Dong shook his head. Let it go. She was deceived by Lu Danying. Feng Qingwen nodded vigorously in agreement. Of course. Otherwise, how could we be the villains, however? He pressed on. But Donggu, a grudge has been formed. Should we not keep her alive? Wang Dong gently shook his head, signaling for Feng Qingwen to depart quickly. Feng Qingwen was oblivious to the truth, but Wang Dong knew that beyond being a water element awakener, Chang Luoyin was also a practitioner of the breathing technique, and she was far stronger than himself. Moreover, she had likely reached the stage of transcending the mundane. The only reason she appeared injured was due to backlash from the chaotic origin. Her muscle injuries were not sufficient to render a transcendent practitioner entirely powerless. Feng Qingwen noticed Wang Dong's unusual demeanor, quickly realizing that matters were not as simple as they seemed. After years of camaraderie, they had developed a certain understanding, the breathing technique at the transcendent stage. Upon hearing Wang Dong's murmured words, Feng Qingwen shuddered. While others may not grasp the power of the breathing technique, he was acutely aware. All right, who told you to aspire to be a good person? Let us spare this deceived woman, Feng Qingwen exclaimed, quickening his pace. This left Chang Luoyin even more puzzled. Were they truly good people, not here to capture her? Wait a moment. Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen both shivered, exchanging fierce glares. What are you doing? Do you want to end up like charcoal? Feng Qingwen growled menacingly. Chang Luoyin instinctively glanced at Lu Danying's charred corpse and shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want that. Feng Qingwen continued to intimidate her. I warn you, don't cause trouble. My Donggu is magnanimous enough to let you go. If you keep babbling, we'll have to eliminate you. Chapter 29. Those sisters Haven T had a chance to play together, yet Wang Dong stopped Feng Qingwen, signaling him to be cautious and not to make matters worse. What exactly did Lu Danying tell you? Chang Luoyin hesitated for a moment before answering truthfully. She said you are not good people. She claimed you killed her brother, that she escaped from Longqing, where she was tormented by you daily and forced to sleep with you. Unable to endure it, she fled, saying you would definitely come after her. Feng Qingwen's eyes widened in disbelief. You believe everything she said? How have you survived this long? Chang Luoyin felt somewhat embarrassed. The reason she believed Lu Danying was that her account resonated with her own experiences. Xian had once sent several Fire Element Awakeners to capture her, intending to drag her back for pleasure. The Fire Element Awakeners she mentioned, I encountered them. They wanted to capture me, I just escaped from there. Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen exchanged glances, finally understanding. Xian sent people after you? Chang Luoyin nodded vigorously. Wang Dong wished to cut through the entanglement to avoid further complications. You'll learn the truth if you go to Longqing. Xian is dead, and those Fire Element Awakeners at the Transcendent stage have been killed. We are the good ones. Who the bad ones are will become clear once you inquire. Without waiting for a response, he seized Feng Qingwen and departed swiftly. Once they could no longer see the Qinglong Bridge, Wang Dong finally paused, gasping for breath. Although the confrontation had only lasted a few exchanges, it had been exceptionally arduous. Had it not been for Jingfeng Dinging Qinqiu's ability to stabilize the moisture within him and the chaotic origin disrupting his opponent's spellcasting, he might have been drained of his bodily fluids, leaving him a mere husk. Donggu, are we really letting her go? Feng Qingwen questioned, still unconvinced. Why don't we sneak back and finish her off? She looked pretty injured. If you wish to die, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you. Feng Qingwen immediately felt deflated. Without you, I certainly wouldn't stand a chance against her. Wang Dong meticulously tended to his chest wound, ignoring Feng Qingwen. Donggu, we finally dealt with that wretched Lu Danying. Feng Qingwen continued, undeterred by Wang Dong's silence. Leo, you think we could enjoy some delicacies from before the disaster in Jiejiao? I've heard that Jiejiao City is particularly well preserved. Even the social structure remains intact. How do you think we fit in there? Can you please just speak? Wang Dong replied irritably, can't you see I'm treating my wound? If you're not going to help, at least stop your incessant chatter. It's quite bothersome. Feng Qingwen hurriedly assisted him, prompting Wang Dong to finally express his satisfaction. It seemed true that Jiejiao City was well preserved. Moreover, it still possessed a certain level of productivity. The supplies once used in Longqing must have been sent from Jiejiao. Wang Dong carefully explained the rationale to Feng Qingwen. Even the most powerful merchant clans could not transport goods across vast wastelands. The provisions delivered to Longqing must have originated from its vicinity, and the only nearby city was Jiejiao. Feng Qingwen nodded in understanding but suddenly recalled something. Now that Xian is dead, the merchant clan can no longer supply Longqing. What will happen to Longqing? Wang Dong finished dressing his wounds and gave Feng Qingwen a complex look. You still don't understand. Feng Qingwen was bemused. What convoluted reasoning is at play here? Wang Dong patiently reiterated his explanation. From the very beginning, Longqing never established a stable production system. Most supplies came from the merchant clan. What does this indicate? Do you think those fellows were kind enough to support so many people? Feng Qingwen quickly shook his head in denial. Donggu, then what do you say is the reason? Wang Dong smiled wryly. From the outset, Xian never intended for Longqing to develop. instead of allowing Longqing to expend vast amounts of time and energy to establish a self-sufficient production chain. It was far more efficient for him to supply them directly. He wanted Longqing to operate at full capacity, serving his interests. Wang Dong, after finishing his words, turned to Feng Chengwen, asking if he now understood. Feng Chengwen had gained some clarity, yet he remained only partially enlightened. Wang Dong muttered a curse under his breath, calling him a foolish pig. He had never cared whether Longqing had a future. As long as his objectives were achieved, he would withdraw, leaving behind the people of Longqing, taking the useful ones with him while abandoning the rest to fend for themselves. Longqing existed merely to sustain the expedition team. While he utilized the entire team to support the Fire Lily, Feng Chengwen felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. You knew all along. Wang Dong nodded. My father has been diligently training for that day, so that he would have the capability to protect us. Damn it, Feng Chengwen swore, indignantly adding, then why didn't you tell me? Wang Dong explained helplessly, it's not something my father disclosed. It's something I've deduced myself. If you're foolish, who can you blame? Perhaps my father refrained from telling us because he feared we might worry. Feng Chengwen sighed, our father is such a good man, emerging from the countryside, unpretentious, wholly devoted to the next generation. By the way, what will happen to the people of Longqing? The chubby girl and the others are still waiting for my return. Some of her sisters haven't had the chance to join in yet. We all agreed to include them next time. Wang Dong unsheathed his knife and strode forward, disregarding Feng Chengwen entirely. Hey, you bastard, don't run off again. Speak up. How about we head back first and inform them about this matter? Donggu, wait for me. Wang Dong would have preferred to sew Feng Chengwen's mouth shut. Yang Jun can manage the brick factory alone. Although we killed quite a few awakened beings in Longqing, many remained. As long as they don't seek their own demise, they will surely survive. Feng Chengwen sighed in relief. Donggu, slow down. Donggu, I'm hungry. Shall we find something to eat? Can't you start a fire? Let's find a rabbit and roast it. We'll deal with it when we encounter one. Feng Chengwen perked up at the prospect. Then shouldn't we take the initiative? Wang Dong continued his brisk pace without pausing. We can't afford any delays. Feng Chengwen's expression fell. Why would you abandon the little one? If we took it with us, we would have an endless supply of rabbits. You heartless bastard, leaving the little one behind when you left. It cried so heartbreakingly. Wang Dong quickened his pace, too lazy to explain further. In this world, animals were synonymous with danger. Even if the little one posed no threat, it would still be targeted upon entering human society. Thus, leaving the little one at the brick factory was the most sensible choice. Hurry up, we're approaching Jezhou City. Feng Chengwen forgot about hunting and hurried to catch up with Wang Dong. The two hurried along, and after several hours, they finally arrived at the borders of Jezhou. Before them lay vast fields of corn, lush and vibrant, with figures bustling about, adults wielding hoes to clear weeds while children squatted down, pulling out weeds with their hands. Feng Chengwen stood in astonishment at this scene, while Wang Dong gazed blankly at the wall being constructed behind the cornfield. Humanity continued to resiliently inhabit this land. Chapter 30. Look, there are stars. Jezhou City's survival can be attributed to multiple factors. Firstly, its geographical location deep within the Qinling Mountains, far removed from coastal areas, allowed it time to react as awakened beasts gradually emerged. Secondly, when the calamity struck, a military unit fortuitously passed through and set up camp for rest. Upon the onset of the disaster, the military responded swiftly, quickly stabilizing the situation. Additionally, there is another reason that many did not anticipate. Jezhou, being situated deep in the mountains, was not well developed prior to the disaster. It could even be described as quite backward. Its urbanization was not pronounced, with many surrounding villages still inhabited. Traditional rural life was not solely based on agriculture. It was a true coexistence of various trades. Nearly every village had blacksmiths, carpenters, and bamboo craftsmen, with individuals often mastering multiple skills. These skilled individuals were the primary reason Jezhou City maintained stable production after the calamity. In contrast, many large cities underwent complete de-agriculturalization or adopted mechanized farming, quickly exhausting their reserves and descending into chaos after the disaster struck. When the calamity unfolded, global earthquakes followed, leading to the destruction of all electronic components, the awakening of ferocious beasts, and the severance of transportation between cities. Without survival skills and the inability to obtain supplies, the social order in large cities rapidly collapsed. Conversely, Smaller counties nestled deep within the mountains managed to endure through the disaster, with Jiezhou City being one of the most typical and successful examples. Wang Dong looked at the towering city wall behind the cornfield, his heart racing with excitement. The wall, once a barrier, now represented stability. Those living beyond the high walls no longer had to live in fear, constantly worrying about being devoured by beasts while they slept. Let us go into the city. Wang Dong suppressed his exhilaration. Do you see? No disaster can break our Chinese people. We will surely revive on this land. Feng Qingwen found Wang Dong's enthusiasm somewhat perplexing, but he soon became infected by Wang Dong's fervor. You absolutely right. Our great nation has endured 5,000 years of trials. What suffering have we not faced? To hell with this calamity. Wang Dong burst into laughter. Yes, to hell with this calamity. The two raced towards the city gate, arriving shortly thereafter. Upon reaching the base of the wall, they found dozens of soldiers in military uniforms stationed at the entrance. Upon seeing the familiar uniforms, Feng Qingwen erupted in excitement, shouting and leaping towards them, startling the soldiers who instinctively raised their weapons, fearing a wild beast was approaching. Feng Qingwen, undeterred, rushed forward and embraced the nearest soldier, weeping uncontrollably. Donggu. Look, there are stars, you bastard. Look, there are stars. Wang Dong pulled the sobbing Feng Qingwen away, casting an apologetic glance at the soldier. May I touch your shoulder insignia? The soldier, a middle-aged man, turned his shoulder towards Wang Dong upon hearing his request. Wang Dong slowly extended his hand, his fingertips lightly grazing the insignia. The sensation was magnified, akin to touching a searing hot iron, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The faded insignia glimmered like a newborn sun in Wang Dong's eyes, gradually becoming brighter as he envisioned a red light emanating from it, flowing outward and ultimately staining the heavens and the earth in crimson. Child, you have suffered. Wang Dong snapped back to reality, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, urgently surveying his surroundings. Where is the flag? Is the flag still there? The middle-aged man answered firmly, yes. His voice was resonant and proud. In front of the government building square. A flag is hung there. Wang Dong nodded solemnly. Could you tell me about the current situation? The middle-aged man's expression grew serious. Besides the areas where our soldiers are stationed, the rest has fallen, and social order has completely collapsed. He did not inquire where Wang Dong had come from or how he had survived. He simply waited patiently for their emotions to settle. Clearly, he had witnessed this scenario numerous times and was not surprised. Once both Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen regained their composure, he spoke calmly. You are aware of the situation. Jiezhou has implemented unified management. Now that you have just arrived, you can receive 1 day's worth of food. However, to continue receiving food thereafter, you must work. The middle-aged man pointed to a paper affixed to the wall, where some basic rules were written. Wang Dong quickly perused the notice regarding the rules of Jiezhou City, gaining a clear understanding. Firstly, fighting within the city is strictly prohibited. Anyone caught will be subjected to forced labor, and those who refuse will be executed by the military or the awakened enforcers. Secondly, the distribution of food must adhere to a unified arrangement. Wang Dong wholeheartedly supported the idea of unified distribution. Given the limited resources, which were essential for survival, allowing free circulation of supplies would undoubtedly concentrate them in the hands of a few, particularly the awakened, leading to the starvation of ordinary citizens. Although Jiezhou City's system was far from perfect, it maximized survival and stability. Moreover, everyone in Jiezhou was required to work in exchange for food, including the elderly and children. Once children reached the age of 5, they began to participate in unified learning, acquiring not only knowledge but also survival skills. The children Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen had seen earlier, pulling weeds in the cornfield, were among them. However, the labor assigned to children was not strenuous. They were tasked with collecting garbage in the streets or running errands. Awakened individuals were also required to contribute. Compared to ordinary citizens, the options available to awakened individuals were significantly limited, yet they still had choices, such as aiding Jiezhou's awakened guards in eliminating nearby beasts or patrolling underground drainage systems for threats. Donggu, look, this task suits us, Feng Qingwen suggested, referring to hunting. Jiezhou City stipulated that anyone who could hunt 500 pounds of meat would receive a month's worth of food. Wang Dong pondered for a moment, then asked a nearby soldier, surely Jiezhou has some farms, right? The middle-aged man nodded, acknowledging the existence of the breeding farm, albeit on a modest scale. Furthermore, It was imperative that all animals be slaughtered within 6 months of being raised. The farm was under constant surveillance, with awakened individuals present 24 hours a day. Currently, there were no plans to expand the breeding operations, and no additional personnel were required at this time. The other party mistakenly assumed that Wang Dong intended to work at the breeding farm, while in fact, we could venture out for hunting. Awakened individuals? Wang Dong did not refute this notion. A radiant smile illuminated the middle-aged man's face as he exclaimed, "Awakened individuals are indeed commendable. The future of our nation rests upon your shoulders." The efficacy of bullets was diminishing. They proved ineffective against peculiar and formidable beasts, and it was impractical to arm everyone. An ordinary soldier wielding a firearm in the wilderness would find it largely futile. Wang Dong was acutely aware of this. Currently, the most prevalent awakenings were of the earth and fire types, and it was conceivable that more bizarre abilities would emerge in the future. While fire-related abilities still held some deterrent power against bullets, earth-based skills like tunneling and armor creation rendered firearms virtually useless. Heavy weaponry could be effective, but their lack of agility meant that even a tank would struggle against an Earth-type awakened individual. Without mentioning others, Yang Jun could likely take on an entire tank battalion single-handedly. "Brother Dong, let us go and observe the flag." Upon their return from inspecting the flag, Wang Dong and his companion promptly went to collect their rations for the day and stumbled upon the makeshift accommodation assigned to them. Feng Qingwen gazed at the dilapidated caravan before him, utterly dismayed. The vehicle was practically beyond repair. Its paint entirely flaked away, the frame rusted and corroded, and the tires riddled with gaping holes. 2 of them were even reduced to mere wheels. With the rubber entirely gone, the windows had no glass and naturally, there were no sofas or other furnishings inside. Only a skeletal metal frame remained. Even the metal itself was pockmarked and riddled with numerous holes, with the only intact part being the roof, presumably preserved because it was out of reach of children. "Brother Dong, what sort of arrangement is this? Are we expected to sleep in here tonight?" Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback by the scene. "Let us make do. It is still a caravan. Look at those smaller vehicles nearby. It's possible that people reside within them as well. I inquired earlier, this is intended for those seeking temporary refuge. Once settled in Jeju, accommodations will be reassigned. If a child is born, housing will be allocated accordingly. The more children, the larger the residence." Feng Qingwen cursed vehemently. "So this bunch of scoundrels does nothing but procreate. In such a limited space, how can we avoid overpopulation? Resources are woefully insufficient. Just look at the streets. Young children are everywhere, and when they grow up, what will they eat?" Wang Dong could not help but kick Feng Qingwen. "Those are the next generation of our homeland. The continuation of our nation depends on them." Suddenly, Feng Qingwen leaned in closer to Wang Dong and whispered, "Do you think it's because they have nothing to do at night? Consider it. There's no internet, no mobile phones, no television. They must find some way to occupy themselves." A lewd grin spread across Feng Qingwen's face as he continued, "And now that there's south no place to buy protection, they might as well have children." Wang Dong pushed Feng Qingwen away. "Get away from me. Don't disgust me. I find you repugnant." Feng Qingwen immediately lamented, "Then where am I supposed to sleep tonight?" Wang Dong gestured toward a nearby vehicle that seemed unoccupied, which resembled a Bentley. "Why not stay there? If you managed to drive a Bentley in this lifetime, it must be thanks to your previous life's good deeds." Feng Qingwen glanced over and immediately shook his head. "That thing has no glass, and the roof is smaller than an umbrella. If it rains, it would be no different from bathing. If you don't let me stay, once Dad returns, I'll tell him you're mistreating me." At the mention of Feng Qingwen's father, Wang Dong's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Feng Qingwen quickly offered reassurance. "Now that we've arrived in Jeju, I'll soon gather information. Rest assured, it was nearly impossible to find the merchant clan before. But now it's quite easy." Feng Qingwen spoke with confidence. "I just realized that while I was obsessing over running into the wilderness alone, it's highly unlikely that anyone would find me. However, if they belong to a significant faction and have a large number of people, they will be easy to locate." Wang Dong's eyes lit up at this revelation. A large faction will undoubtedly have many members. With more mouths to feed, they will need to cultivate land. The greater the population, the larger the area they will need to manage, making it easier to find them. Wang Dong nodded with a smile. Unable to resist giving a thumbs up, "How did you suddenly become so astute?" Feng Qingwen retorted, "I'm not stupid. I was just too lazy to think. You're the one who thinks, and I just follow your lead." Wang Dong chuckled. So, what do you propose we do next? Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Qingwen replied, gather intelligence. Wang Dong added, and hunt as well. You are absolutely right about one thing. Hunting is indeed the most suitable task for us. Only through hunting can we free up time to cultivate and enhance our abilities. Feng Qingwen squatted down. How the hell am I supposed to sleep like this? Fortunately, it's summer. If it were winter, I'd defreeze to death. Wang Dong chuckled reassuringly, do not worry. This is merely temporary. Jezhou certainly has places to stay, provided you choose to remain. Feng Qingwen understood. They're concerned that we might eat and run without settling down. Providing food for a day is already quite generous. Thus, we must demonstrate our value and cannot allow them to perceive us as mere freeloaders. Even if our stay is temporary, we should not linger here indefinitely. Understood. I'll head out hunting tomorrow. Wang Dong refrained from responding, as he did not wish to dampen Feng Qingwen's enthusiasm. Hunting was not as simple as it appeared. Firstly, Jezhou had its own awaken teams that routinely patrolled the surrounding areas to eliminate any large, threatening beasts. Additionally, there were bound to be numerous awakened individuals seeking to hunt as well. Capturing prey nearby was nearly impossible. The farther one ventured, the more hazardous it became. Even if one succeeded in hunting, the journey back with the game would be fraught with uncertainty and would require traversing difficult terrain while carrying the catch. Thus, hunting was far from straightforward. As Wang Dong and his companion familiarized themselves with Jezhou's environment. They sought information about the merchant clan but ultimately returned empty-handed. Being the most developed city in the vicinity, Jezhou attracted many survivors looking to exchange goods, making it difficult to uncover useful information based solely on that fact. Moreover, Wang Dong was unaware of the nature of the individuals from the merchant clan, their numbers, or their arrival times, and he had no knowledge of whether they were male or female, ultimately leading to a dead end. Let us go. It's time to hunt. Feng Qingwen threw an arm around Wang Dong's shoulders, offering comfort. Since they took our father, it suggests they intend to treat him well. Wang Dong nodded, deciding to remain in Jezhou for a while to focus on his cultivation. Ever since acquiring the Jingfeng Ding Qianqiu, he had not had the opportunity to train. With no information about the merchant clan, he could only concentrate on improving his strength. Once his abilities had increased, he would devise other methods to search for them. To establish a permanent presence in Jezhou, he must contribute to the community. How about we hunt antelopes? Each one weighs several hundred pounds. We could carry back two, Wang Dong countered. There are unlikely to be large animals near Jezhou. The farther we go, the more dangerous it becomes. The greater the distance, the more time it consumes. You really intend to carry several hundred pounds over 100 kilometers. What do you propose then? Wang Dong made a startling suggestion, fishing. Feng Qingwen was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? The riverbank is perilous, and besides, catching several hundred pounds of fish isn't that simple. Wang Dong attempted to clarify. The fish in Longjiang can certainly grow to several dozen pounds. Catching a few in a day would suffice. I'm not going. Feng Qingwen turned to leave. I'd rather weed in the cornfield than feed fish. I genuinely enjoy weeding the corn. I helped my mother with it when I was young and have experience. Moreover, the corn is taller than me now, providing shade from the sun and wind, making it quite pleasant. Wang Dong seized Feng Qingwen's arm. You ungrateful fool, do you not trust me? Do you believe I would harm you? Feng Qingwen shrugged him off. You may not harm me, but the fish certainly will. Wang Dong hastily assured him. I promise you'll stay 5 meters away from the water. I won't let you approach the surface at all. Noticing that Feng Qingwen had halted, Wang Dong seized the opportunity to entice him. Just think about it. If you manage to catch fish, the young women of Jezhou will surely admire you greatly. The young women here are both more numerous and younger than those in Longsheng. Feng Qingwen's expression shifted as he seemingly envisioned something delightful, a wicked smile spreading across his face. All right then. The young women of Jezhou will be captivated by my prowess. Chapter 32. I moved out, leaving my wife and the house to you after the catastrophe struck. Waterways became forbidden grounds for humanity. Even the smallest streams were approached with trepidation, rendering any thought of fishing utterly impractical. Although the fish in these streams rarely exhibited awakening and posed little danger themselves, the mere presence of water attracted other animals seeking to quench their thirst, significantly increasing the risk compared to other locales. As for the banks of a grand river like Longjiang, no one dared to venture there at all. Longjiang, the largest river near Jezhou, is a tributary of the Yangtze River, spanning over 100 meters in width and flowing gently, teeming with aquatic life. Such a mighty river is inherently perilous. Who could fathom the ferocious beasts lurking beneath its surface? To date, humanity has been utterly powerless against the monsters residing in the waters. The current awakeners predominantly possess fire and earth abilities, yet neither element holds any advantage in the water. Thus, they refrain from approaching the riverbanks. If even the awakeners are rendered helpless, ordinary people dare not approach at all. Wang Dong, carrying 2 wild chickens, led Feng Chengwen to the banks of Longjiang, seeking a relatively calm inlet to commence their fishing endeavor. Feng Chengwen freed himself from Wang Dong's grasp, halting several meters from the water's edge. "Is this really reliable?" he queried. Wang Dong patiently elucidated. "While others may shy away from fishing, our duo is exceptionally well suited for it." When Feng Chengwen remained unconvinced, Wang Dong extolled, "You are the most formidable lightning awakener. Others may be apprehensive, but surely this will not daunt you. You need only stand there, observe the larger fish as they approach, and unleash your lightning upon them, electrocuting them before I haul them ashore." "Goodness, electrocuting fish? That's illegal." Feng Chengwen grasped the implication, realizing that among his acquaintances, Wang Dong was the most cunning. "You truly are as clever as a fox. Wisdom is what this is called." Feng Chengwen couldn't resist inquiring, "Why didn't we bring a fishing net?" "Your strength would suffice to pull it back even if we caught something substantial. We could simply cast the net, and while you draw it halfway, I could strike with lightning. We could return home with minimal hassle." Wang Dong's expression darkened as he retorted, "I am here to electrocute fish, not to provide a vegetable delivery service. If we ensnare a few awakened fish, we would be doomed. Water-type awakeners can manipulate the moisture within a person's body. Do you understand? Your own urine could become your demise. How would you defend against that?" Feng Chengwen stood frozen, recalling Chang Luoyin. "Is that why you forbade me from harming that woman?" Wang Dong sighed. "Now do you comprehend how terrifying she is? At that time, she merely caught me off guard. We did not exhibit overwhelming strength afterward, which is why she refrained from fighting back." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Chengwen broke into a cold sweat. Wang Dong chopped the wild chickens into sizable pieces, scattering them upon the water's surface. He instructed Feng Chengwen, "The awakeners we've encountered thus far are primarily earth and fire types, both of which are manageable. However, water types are another matter altogether. Imagine this. As your heart pumps blood, the blood within your heart transforms into blades, slicing through your heart and simultaneously cleaving open your chest. What a scene that would be!" Feng Chengwen yelped in terror, instantly retreating, only to be seized by Wang Dong. "Can you not show some resolve? She is not even here." Feng Chengwen struggled against Wang Dong's grip, retorting, "Are you daft? That woman may not be present, but the awakened beings in this river are undoubtedly water types. Do fish even know where your heart is?" Wang Dong countered. As Feng Chengwen pondered this, he conceded, "Well, you should have mentioned it sooner." "Fish." The tranquil surface of the water suddenly rippled, revealing several fish heads competing for the food scattered upon the surface. Feng Chengwen summoned a bolt of lightning that struck the water, the arcs dancing across the surface, and moments later, large fish began to surface. "How enormous!" Feng Chengwen beamed, unable to contain his glee. "I thought I would never eat fish in my lifetime." Wang Dong used a rope to help a wooden stick pierce the largest fish, slowly dragging it ashore. As soon as the fish broke the water's surface, Feng Chengwen forgot all caution and rushed forward. Seizing the fish by its gills, "Dong Gu, this must weigh at least 30 jin. I don't care if it's uniformly distributed. I want the fattest one." Wang Dong exclaimed with disdain. "Are you foolish? Of course. It will be evenly distributed when we take it back. For now, eat as much as you desire." Feng Chengwen's gaze remained fixated on the fish, unable to tear himself away. "Dong Gu, let's roast it over a fire. You prepare it, and chop the other chicken into pieces to throw in with the fish entrails. Then, when there are enough fish, unleash some lightning upon the river surface." Upon hearing he had to do the work, Feng Chengwen's mood soured. "Why must I do all the labor while you sit idly?" Wang Dong snapped back, "I'm not here to roast fish for you. If you want it, you can roast it yourself." Feng Chengwen, recognizing the futility of his complaint, complied without protest. As Wang Dong controlled the flames to roast the fish, several bolts of lightning struck the river in succession. In no time, the surface was teeming with fish. Some were merely the size of a palm, while others exceeded a meter in length, and there were astonishingly 4 or 5 fish over a meter long. Wang Dong hastily intensified the flames, tossing the cooked fish to Feng Qingwen. Once you've eaten, we can do this again. We can call it a day. Feng Qingwen, not bothering to wait for the fish to cool, devoured the flesh hungrily, mumbling incoherently. The two carried a long wooden stick, adorned like a curtain with fish hanging from it, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. The scene immediately captivated all those working in the adjacent cornfields, who flocked over in a rush. All eyes were glued to the fish, mouths watering involuntarily. And my goodness, am I seeing things? They actually dared to fish in the river. Don't they realize that the most perilous creatures post-catastrophe lurk in the waters? Water-type awakened beasts are likely the most dangerous of all. How can they possibly be fishing? Indeed, once in the water, even fire and earth awakeners would be at a disadvantage. How did they manage to do it? Not only the ordinary people from the nearby cornfields, but also the soldiers and awakeners stationed at the city gates were utterly astonished. I haven't eaten fish in 4 years. I can't even fathom how tender and smooth it must be. One soldier exclaimed, wiping his drool. I had fished 2 years ago while on patrol. A few of us caught some palm-sized fish from a creek, and I got a taste. How dare you speak? It was your greed that led to my share being nothing but bones. Another soldier retorted, I crave braised fish. Shut your mouth. It will surely be made into pickled fish if it were braised. This small amount wouldn't suffice. True, pickled fish allows for everyone to enjoy a bowl of soup. Feng Chengwen cleared his throat, noticing the crowd's attention turned towards him, and shouted conspicuously, Fear not. As long as we are here, we guarantee you fish to feast upon every day. What did you say? You still dare to go? The crowd gasped in astonishment, but soon realized the logic. If they could catch fish today, they could certainly do so again tomorrow. As long as they remained in Jiezhou, there would be no shortage of fish to eat. Feng Chengwen chuckled heartily, We intend to stay in a house tonight. The soldiers guarding the city immediately agreed. One fire-type awakener roared, I have a house. I'll take my 2 sons and sleep in the car. I'll clear out a room for you. Tomorrow, I'll bring fish for my pregnant wife. The crowd erupted in laughter, teasing the fire-type awakener for his cunning plan to ensure his wife received a nutritious meal of fish. Food in the city would be uniformly distributed, but the fish by the river would certainly be fair game. Feng Qingwen laughed heartily. I'll bring a fish for your wife tomorrow. Don't just stand there, lend a hand. The crowd surged forward, eager to assist the two. As Feng Qingwen eagerly anticipated where they would spend the night, a figure approached the city gates, striding swiftly towards them, and within a few breaths, appeared behind the two. Itsu. I've finally found you. Chapter 33. I did not expect a woman would be here. The newcomer was none other than Chang Luoyin. Upon seeing her, Feng Qingwen was taken aback, instinctively retreating. You actually followed us to Jiezhou City. Feng Qingwen threatened menacingly. I spared you last time, and you show no remorse, daring to chase us here. Do you believe we wouldn't truly kill you? Wang Dong stepped in front of Feng Qingwen, asserting, If you seek revenge, I shall accompany you in this game. While water-type awakeners are formidable and their methods of attack are elusive, to Wang Dong, they are merely a nuisance. His cultivation of Jingfeng Ding Qianxiu is no ordinary technique. It grants him a mastery over his own body far beyond basic breathing exercises, enabling him to swiftly suppress any anomalies within himself. The unpredictable nature of water-type awakeners does not leave him utterly defenseless. Moreover, he possesses the source of chaos. What truly concerns him about Chang Luoyin is not her water-type awakening, but rather her mastery of breathing techniques at the transcendent stage. Water-type awakeners who have reached the transcendent stage in breathing techniques may instill fear in others, but not in him. Wang Dong's face broke into a knowing smile as he gazed into Chang Luoyin's eyes, causing an unsettling sensation to wash over her. She was acutely aware that Wang Dong was not merely practicing breathing techniques. He was also a fire element awakened individual. In their previous encounter, he had disregarded her formidable ability to manipulate the moisture within the human body, even causing a backlash. Although she was nearing the pinnacle of her ascension, she felt utterly unassured in Wang Dong's presence, unable to gauge his true depth. The intensity of his gaze made her feel increasingly anxious. No, I am not pursuing you. It was a misunderstanding. I have come to apologize, she stammered, hastily shaking her head. Without warning, she bowed deeply to both Wang Dong and his companion, nearly touching her forehead to the ground. You are good people, I was wrong. That woman is the villain. Why senior brother says that recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is of great importance. I am here to apologize. The scene before Wang Dong was entirely unexpected. He had not anticipated that she would genuinely bow in apology. He exchanged a glance with his companion, both expressing a shared confusion through their eyes. This girl does not appear very bright. He mused that I have apologized. Why senior brother said to turn enemies into friends. Does this mean we are now friends? Chang Luoyin asked earnestly, her sincerity striking Wang Dong. Realizing this, he quickly assisted her in standing up, responding dismissively, yes, turning enemies into friends. Did you go to Longqing? Chang Luoyin nodded. I have inquired thoroughly. You are good people. The mention of her being deceived ignited her anger. That woman is a fraud. She tricked me. By the way, I must thank you for avenging me. Those fire element awakened individuals who captured me, were they killed by you? Wang Dong shook his head. We only eliminated some. Others are not in Longqing. As Chang Luoyin began to speak again, Wang Dong interrupted. Since the misunderstanding is resolved, let us put this matter to rest. We have other matters to attend to and must take our leave. With that, he turned to leave, pulling Feng Chengwen along with him. He noticed the expression on Chang Luoyin's face, which suggested she had more to say, but he chose to ignore it. Brother Dong, I will go find them to change our accommodation. With Chang Luoyin no longer a formidable adversary, Feng Chengwen was evidently pleased. You must ensure we have a good place to stay tonight. Otherwise, I shall not partake in fishing tomorrow. The following morning, Wang Dong awoke first, feeling as if he were still in a dream as he touched the pristine white blankets. They were in a hotel, equipped with well-maintained facilities, specially designed for awakened individuals in Jezhou, specifically for those who had made contributions. Not transient visitors, Brother Dong. Why are you not sleeping a little longer? Feng Chengwen lazily roused from the adjacent bit. Has been years since I have had such a comfortable sleep. Rubbing his eyes with one hand while the other rummaged beneath the covers, he added, how wonderful it would be if a girl were here to share this splendid bedding. Wang Dong could hardly contain his frustration, wishing he could silence him. You speak of such luxurious bedding, yet you waste it by sharing it with me. It's a shame. Wang Dong pretended he had not heard it. How delightful it is. The last time I slept so soundly was when our father took me into Longqing. Even though we were crammed on one bed, and his snoring was louder than thunder, it was undoubtedly the most restful sleep I've ever had. In that moment, I thought how wonderful it would be to be our father's only son. Finally, Wang Dong snapped, shut your mouth. If I see those blankets moving again, I will come over and chop them up. If you soil such clean bedding, I shall toss you into the long river. Feng Chengwen halted his actions, feigning a mournful expression as he glared at Wang Dong. That night, when our father was asleep, I couldn't help but think how great it would be if I were his only son. Dealing with you is such a hassle, and you eat so much. Wang Dong was at a loss for words. You wish to be our father's son while resenting my presence? You eat from my family's provisions and complain about my appetite. Does that sound reasonable? You are a beast, a damn beast. I treat you like family, yet you see me as an inconvenience, all because of your gluttony? Feng Chengwen chuckled. Well, who can blame me? Our father provides abundantly. It feels safe to be with him. Brother Dong, let us find our father again, Feng Chengwen suggested. Wang Dong was taken aback, momentarily speechless, and just as he was about to respond, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. They exchanged surprised glances. Who could be knocking on our door? Feng Chengwen shrugged. Probably just someone urging us to go fishing since the fish are gone. You open the door. I am not in a position to do so. Wang Dong understood the implication of Feng Chengwen's words and did not dwell on it. He threw off the covers and went to answer the door. As he swung the door open, a woman's startled scream echoed within the room, causing Wang Dong to jump in surprise. He found himself face to face with the astonished Chang Luoyin, and for a moment, they were both at a loss for words. Their eyes locked, both cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and Wang Dong hurriedly dashed back to put on his pants. He had never anticipated that the one knocking would be a woman. The accommodations they were in were reserved for awakened individuals to prevent any misconduct against women, ensuring that only awakened individuals resided in the building, devoid of ordinary people. Since Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen had only just arrived in Jezhou, they had not yet met any female awakened individuals here. Moreover, this was not a hotel, and there were no attendants. All arrangements were handled by adult males. Thus, Wang Dong had been completely unprepared, dressed in nothing but worn-out undergarments. To his shock, The person standing at the door was indeed Chang Luoyin. "I am sincerely sorry about this," he blurted out, feeling awkward as he noticed her face was a deep shade of red, her head lowered in embarrassment. The situation would have been less uncomfortable had she simply turned and walked away. However, she stood there, blushing and silent, which only heightened the awkwardness between them. "Did you need something?" Wang Dong could no longer contain himself and directly prompted her, his unspoken implication being that if there were no urgent matters, she should leave to avoid further discomfort. Yes, I need your assistance with something." Chapter 34. Is stripping down merely an invitation for someone to kick you? I have come to seek your help. Wang Dong was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Chang Luoyin was seeking his aid. "Are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? I do not even know your name." His words implied that she had the wrong person. They were not acquainted. To his surprise, she quickly shook her head. "I have not made a mistake. I am looking for you. My name is Chang Luoyin. What is yours?" Wang Dong felt exasperated, nearly expressing his frustration that she should seek assistance from someone else, only to find that she had not grasped his hints. "We only just resolved our misunderstanding yesterday," he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm, suggesting that they were not close enough for him to assist her. However, Chang Luoyin nodded with a smile. "Indeed, did we not resolve our misunderstanding yesterday? My senior brother says that turning hostility into friendship means we are now friends." "Friends? What is your name?" "Friends. How old are you?" "You are quite impressive." Wang Dong scrutinized Chang Luoyin, and upon confirming her genuine smile, he realized she was not pretending. She genuinely did not comprehend the subtleties of social interaction. Could she truly be so naive? He pondered, in a wonder she was deceived. "She has likely not ventured out much, has she?" "Yes, it is my first time out. My senior brother warned me that the outside world is unsafe and advised me to wait until I reached ascension before venturing forth." Wang Dong's expression shifted as he smiled. "Your senior brother is very protective of you. By the way, where were you from before the disaster? You seem quite young. How many years did you spend cultivating to reach ascension?" Chang Luoyin answered without hesitation. "I grew up in the academy. I was taken in as an orphan. I cannot recall exactly, but I have been cultivating since I was very young." Wang Dong was struck by a thunderous revelation, rendered speechless. The disaster had occurred only a little over 5 years ago, and if Chang Luoyin had been cultivating since childhood, it meant she had begun her training long before the calamity. What kind of place was this academy she spoke of? Another mysterious woman with an enigmatic background. I must keep her close. She may possess valuable information. My name is Wang Dong. Please tell me what you need assistance with. I will see if I can help." Wang Dong did not close the door on her request entirely. He merely suggested he would consider whether he could assist, as long as it posed no danger to himself and was not overly burdensome. Establishing good relations with someone from such a mysterious background could only yield benefits. "Can you take me fishing with you?" Chang Luoyin asked, a hint of apprehension in her voice as if fearing Wang Dong would reject her. "I can be quite helpful. I am diligent and I do all the cleaning in the academy. Is that all?" Wang Dong thought incredulously, surprised that her request was simply to accompany them while fishing. Chang Luoyin eagerly nodded. "I wish to remain in Jiezhou, but to stay, I must work. I do not want to waste time farming. I do not know how to do anything else." "Very well," Wang Dong replied readily. "We shall set out shortly." "Of course, I shall acquiesce. What could be more delightful than fishing by the river, accompanied by a water elemental awakener?" With Chang Luoyin present, the task of fishing becomes significantly simpler. She directs Feng Chengwen to the locations teeming with fish, who then casts lightning into the water, while Chang Luoyin effortlessly retrieves the fish to the shore. This arrangement is remarkably efficient, allowing me to merely engage in pleasant conversation with them, ensuring their happiness. This is indeed a fortuitous development. With Chang Luoyin's involvement, our fishing efficiency has skyrocketed several-fold. Previously, we could only speculate about the underwater presence of fish based on the terrain, and we had to bait them to the surface. However, with Chang Luoyin's abilities, she can sense the activity beneath the water, predicting the presence of fish schools. With her precise guidance, we needn't even cast bait. Feng Chengwen unleashes a barrage of lightning upon the river surface, causing the fish to rise en masse. Chang Luoyin then manipulates the water currents, ushering the fish ashore with exceptional ease. "There are so many fish. Let's do this again." Chang Luoyin dances with joy, her excitement palpable as she spots the fish on the riverbank, saliva uncontrollably pooling in her mouth. "How exhilarating! Here, there are fish below." Wang Dong stands by, utterly astonished. Aside from lightning elementals, water elementals are typically synonymous with danger. Yet here is Chang Luoyin, a mere fledgling water elemental awakener, gleefully playing with her powers. Quick, catch that big one. Don't let it escape. Chang Luoyin urges Feng Qingwen, darting back and forth along the riverbank. And soon the shore is littered with fish. Initially, Wang Dong attempts to haul the fish himself, but ultimately he calls upon several strong adults to assist in transporting them, while he supervises, claiming he is ensuring their safety so they can confidently gather fish from the riverbank. Feng Qingwen and Chang Luoyin revel in their play, frolicking along the river, and that day's catch supplies the entire city. That evening, the city of Jiezhou buzzes with excitement, although the fish remain scarce. The fish soup is abundant. This newfound bounty earns Wang Dong and his companions respectful glances as they stroll through the streets, even from other awakeners. After all, those who provide sustenance are deserving of respect, a timeless and simple truth. Feng Qingwen soon finds himself buoyed by this admiration, lingering among the women. However, Wang Dong quickly locates him and delivers a few kicks to bring him back. You damned busybody. I'm just having fun with the ladies. And you feel the need to intervene? Feng Qingwen scowls, one hand clutching his trousers while the other points accusingly at Wang Dong. You aren't our father, so why do you meddle in my affairs? Even if you were, you'd still be overstepping. You fool, I was in the midst of undressing, and you kicked my backside. Wang Dong's expression turns stern as he locks eyes with Feng Qingwen. If I catch you in bed with that woman again, I'll castrate you. Feng Qingwen gasps, his voice dropping to a whisper. But I thought you never cared about my affairs with women before. Why the sudden change? Wang Dong gestures for him to get dressed. You were just an ordinary person back then. If you had a child with that woman, living a stable life wouldn't be so bad. But now, things are different. We have significant tasks ahead and a formidable enemy to contend with. If you continue to fool around with those women and end up with a child, it will only bring ruin. Feng Qingwen scoffs, I may lack protection, but I have skills it's inexperienced fools like you who end up with accidents. Wang Dong snorts, from today onward, you will practice the breathing technique under my supervision. You will train alongside me, and it must be under my watchful eye. No. Feng Qingwen nearly bursts into tears. The breathing technique is exhausting and tedious. He had never managed to stick with it before, and now, even with his newfound powerful lightning abilities, he refuses to endure it again. Damn it, don't push me, or I'll turn against you. Wang Dong's tone is resolute. If you disobey, I swear I'll castrate you. If you refuse to comply, I will take matters into my own hands. Observing Feng Qingwen's growing resistance, Wang Dong attempts to clarify. Lightning elementals are undeniably powerful, but they have evident weaknesses. Each elemental type has its own vulnerabilities. Earth elements are your natural nemesis, and the only remedy for this weakness is the breathing technique. I am saving your life. Chapter 35. The Right Time, Place, and People. Wang Dong's words indeed pique Feng Qingwen's interest, or perhaps instill in him a sense of urgency. The destructive force of lightning is fundamentally based on electrical currents, high temperatures, and explosive power. If one encounters something exceedingly resilient, resistant to high temperatures, and non-conductive, they would be rendered helpless. Feng Qingwen is taken aback. Is there such a thing? Wang Dong points out, Minister Qin's hardened armor is essentially an embodiment of earth energy. Do you think it conducts electricity? Feng Qingwen instinctively shakes his head. Wang Dong continues, what if earth energy crystallizes into a solid stone and stands in the way of your lightning? Can you breach it? Even if you can now, what happens when you face a fledgling earth elemental awakener, or worse, one at the dragon transformation stage? Feng Qingwen hurriedly inquires, will practicing the breathing technique help? Wang Dong does not provide a direct answer. The breathing technique, when paired with awakening, allows for both ranged and close combat. If lightning fails, then the combination of a large blade and lightning will suffice. A practitioner of the breathing technique at the same level will possess a body stronger than that of an awakener. If you cannot break through their defenses, you can still outlast them in a battle of endurance. You must train with me in the breathing technique. As Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen engage in rigorous training. Within the grand conference room of the former government building of Jiezhou, dozens sit in silence. After a brief pause, a middle-aged man in military attire finally speaks. The purpose of gathering you all today is to discuss whether the train to Huangdi City will operate this year. No sooner has he spoken than a fervent debate erupts in the hall. Everyone, please calm down. I did not call you here to bicker. But to reach a consensus, let's hear from the Awakener Guard first. What are your thoughts? We, the Awakener Guard, oppose this. A young man rises and surveys the room. The reason is simple. If this train is to depart, it will require the constant protection of Awakeners. We need to inspect hundreds of kilometers of track to ensure it is intact and suitable for travel. The time and effort required for this are enormous, and the Awakeners sacrificed will surely be numerous. The young man softly summarizes his points. If we suffer too many losses among the Awakeners, Jeju will struggle to survive. Our primary concern should be our survival. A significant portion of the crowd nods in agreement. Yet some wear expressions of dismay. Tio refrain from external communication signifies a sacrifice of civilization for the sake of survival. An elderly woman with gold-rimmed glasses stands, gesturing for silence. I, too, do not recommend the departure of the train. As we all know, this train is an outdated steam locomotive that has been retired for decades. It is inherently unsafe. The woman adjusts her glasses and continues, I manage the distribution of resources in Jeju, and I understand better than anyone that our coal reserves are dwindling. The train's operation in previous years was a matter of survival, but if we send it out again this year, next year it will be utterly inoperable. I believe we should conserve coal for when it is truly needed. A heavy silence falls over the room, and no one speaks. After a long pause, one person finally stands. We firmly believe the train must be sent out. The elderly woman's expression shifts to one of incredulity. You? He is a refined man, approximately in his 40s or 50s. Yes, we, the individuals who care for our nation. He gestures toward the window and speaks calmly. Look at those impoverished children outside. If we remain stagnant, they may learn from the stories of their ancestors that they belong to the Huaxia nation, that their forebears have a legacy spanning thousands of years, but their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren will only know themselves as mere humans, and that this place is called Jeju. The man's voice begins to tremble. They will not know who the Yellow Emperor was, nor understand what it means to be a descendant of Yan and Huang. They will forget about Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu, and they will no longer comprehend the significance of the red flags in the square. He points at each person in turn. And you will be the traitors to our nation, though not forget. We have not perished, the 6 major cities still stand, and the capital has merely relocated to Shudi, now known as Huangdi City. The blood of our ancestors still runs hot. The red flags still flutter outside the window. Open your eyes and truly see. The man passionately declares, our forebears shed blood and tears for the continuation of our nation, and our fathers endured countless hardships for its revival. We have choices. Yet you choose to let your descendants live like swine and dogs. His gaze is piercing, his voice thunderous, causing everyone present to lower their heads in shame. After your deaths, what face will you have to meet your ancestors? What face will you have to confront those who perished in the calamities? What right do you have to call yourselves descendants of Yan and Huang? Tell me, if in 100 years Jeju still stands, what will those descendants offer sacrifices to? Will they honor you, the cowards, the traitors to our nation? Do you even deserve it? Everyone trembled, too afraid to look at one another, each bowing their heads to gaze at their own toes. Look at the flags outside, he commanded, and tell me, do you wish to be the traitors of a fallen nation? No one here is under the age of 5. All of you were born under the red banner. Tell me, has our country truly perished? He slammed his fist upon the table, causing the crowd to shudder. You, the awakened, may fear death, and we shall not force you. Today, I can unequivocally state to all present, whether the train departs or not, it will not sway my decision. Should the train not depart, I shall lead a group on foot to Huangdi City in 6 months. Upon finishing, his blade-like gaze swept across each individual before he furiously turned to leave. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly paused. I believe there are indeed those willing to depart with me. The Huaxia nation has never lacked individuals willing to sacrifice. A mocking smile crossed his face as he added, certainly, we also have no shortage of cowards. Otherwise, how could the term traitor exist? He pushed open the door without a moment's hesitation. An eerie silence enveloped the room, as if the very air had solidified. Breaths grew heavier, and some began to wheeze, as if drawing even a breath from the thickened atmosphere was an arduous task. Suddenly, a soft sob broke the stillness. He is right. The nation has not fallen. The people have not been severed. And civilization continues to endure. We cannot abandon our roots. Among us, we cannot bear the weight of 5,000 years of national spirit. The speaker was a youth in his early 20s, standing and weeping. I can barely pass a history exam. What legacy can I pass on to future generations? I can die, but I cannot forsake my roots. I will not allow my children to be born as rootless drifters. After speaking, the youth rushed out of the conference hall, declaring, I want my descendants to know they are from Yin and Huang. I want them to take pride in the red flag. The echoes of his voice filled the room, soon followed by several other youths who burst forth in the haunting silence of the conference room. The initial speaker, a middle-aged man, broke the stillness. Youth is often impulsive. We are merely discussing, not yet made a decision. He wore a relaxed smile, signaling everyone to ease their tension. Since representatives of the Awakened and the Resource Department have voiced their opinions, allow me to share the military's stance. The military unanimously believes that our connections with Huangdi City and the other 5 major cities must not be severed. Currently, we can only reach Huangdi City in the Shu region, but that is sufficient. Without waiting for anyone else to speak, he continued, what the future holds is uncertain, but one thing is clear. Our Jiejo alone cannot face the impending changes. Therefore, even for the sake of survival, we must establish pathways to other major cities, especially since we hold both strategic advantage and geographical benefit. His tone remained calm as he elucidated the pros and cons. There is already a railway from Jiejo to Huangdi City, and we possess a steam locomotive. Moreover, we are distant from the coast and the regions plagued by fierce beasts in the northwest. This is our geographical advantage. While the ferocious beasts in the Qinling Mountains are still few, their numbers will inevitably grow, and they will become increasingly brutal. Thus, we must seize advantageous territories before these beasts become uncontrollable. This is what I refer to as the opportune moment. He had summoned everyone to discuss whether we could gather more allies. As he surveyed the room, he sought to ascertain whether fortune, geography, and unity were aligned in our favor. A collective shiver coursed through the assembly. The military's declaration had solidified the situation. Although the Jiejo government remained intact, true authority lay with the military, as it was the key to the survival of Jiejo City. Chapter 36. The little umbrella. The atmosphere in Jiejo suddenly became stifling. The debate between survival and civilization swiftly spread throughout the city. If we do not seek engagement with the outside world, Jiejo will become a true isolated fortress, ultimately abandoned by civilization. Most of those who survived the disaster were adults, with few children. As those born before the calamity aged and passed away, Jiejo would gradually lose its links to the continuity of civilization. This demographic void would inevitably lead to a loss of national awareness, a sense of homeland, and cultural heritage among the children born after the disaster. A pervasive, indescribable sorrow began to seep into the city. During the day, apart from the sounds of children playing and chasing one another, it was difficult to hear any other noise. All the adults fell into silence, engaging in frantic labor as if attempting to numb themselves through toil. Yet, by night, disputes erupted like the sound of rain, engulfing the entire city, and these arguments often concluded amidst sobs. The following day, the adults continued their frenzied labor. Gradually, even the children began to sense the unusual tension. Refraining from their usual playfulness in the streets, they could not comprehend the choices facing the adults. All they knew was that the grown-ups were unhappy. Though they did not grasp the concept of suffering, they noticed the absence of smiles on their parents' faces, and the expressions directed towards them had changed. They could not understand that the looks of their parents now bore a mix of tenderness and sorrow. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, open the door. A loud crash startled Wang Dong awake, and as he opened his eyes, he saw Feng Chengwen burst through the door and into the room. What are you doing? Wang Dong questioned, his voice robust. The urgency on Feng Chengwen's face dissipated. It's been 9 days. You haven't eaten or drunk anything for 9 days. I thought you had died in here. Feng Chengwen ranted at Wang Dong. Wang Dong found it both amusing and exasperating. I'm not foolish. Don't I know to eat when I'm hungry? This means I am on the verge of transcending the mundane. Wang Dong explained with a smile. Transcending means shedding the limitations of the physical body. Why 9 days without food or drink indicate that my body is beginning to undergo transformation. This is a good sign. Feng Chengwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you about to break through to the transcendent stage? Not just yet, but it should be soon, Wang Dong replied. Feng Chengwen exclaimed, then don't practice for now. Something significant is about to happen. After listening to Feng Chengwen recount the events in Huangdi City, Wang Dong fell into contemplation. Brother Dong, what do you think of this matter? Wang Dong casually deflected. I am merely a common citizen. Matters concerning the legacy of our nation and the future direction of Jeju are issues I have only observed from behind a screen. Feng Qingwen grew displeased. You fool, I'm asking what you plan to do. Without hesitation or contemplation, Wang Dong blurted out, if the train does not depart, we shall walk to Wangdi City. Feng Qingwen seemed to have anticipated this response. Punching Wang Dong in the chest, I knew you would say that. I must go too. My great-grandfather fought against the Japanese. How can I abandon the red flag? Wang Dong chuckled, patting Feng Qingwen on the shoulder. If Jeju forsakes its national legacy, we will forge the path from Jeju to Wangdi City, allowing the brilliance of the red flag to illuminate our land. Your great-grandfather fought against the devils. We were not born in that era, but we can inherit the spirit of that time. Feng Qingwen's excitement flushed his face red. Yes, yes, I want to be a hero like my great-grandfather. I will write our family history and place it on the first page. Wang Dong did not scold Feng Qingwen, but instead began to devise a serious plan. This journey will undoubtedly be perilous. We should prepare in advance. It would be best to achieve some breakthroughs before we depart. Feng Qingwen eagerly agreed, I will train diligently. Wang Dong pondered for a moment before adding, we also need to find a suitable weapon. He had always used a knife, but since acquiring the Jingfeng Dinging Qinqiu and awakening his fire abilities, knives had become consumables. One would be depleted after each battle, prompting him to consider alternatives. When battling ferocious beasts, the role of a weapon far surpasses that of bare fists. This is something you should also contemplate. Brother Dong, I will heed your advice. Wang Dong mused for a moment. A hammer or a gun. Heavy weapons are the nemesis of armor. A single strike from a hammer can shatter armor, yet the internal organs cannot withstand it. As for the gun, it can strike with precision, and when paired with the speed of lightning, it naturally enhances one's offensive capabilities. After hearing Wang Dong's analysis, Feng Qingwen hesitated. A hammer is simple. Just swing it to smash. But it lacks flair and grandeur. A gun looks impressive, but that requires skill, which a rough man like me cannot master. Wang Dong grew somewhat irate. Don't let your mind dwell entirely on women. Use your brain a little. Do you think a hammer is easy? The prerequisite is that your breathing technique must advance. Otherwise, how will you wield it? A smaller hammer is ineffective, while a larger one is unwieldy and inconvenient to carry daily. Seeing Wang Dong's irritation, Feng Qingwen quickly assured him of his commitment to practicing with the spear. Watching Feng Qingwen's earnestness, Wang Dong was unsure of his true intentions, so he decided to leave and check the streets for confirmation regarding the situation in Wangdi City. Feng Qingwen hurriedly caught up with him, throwing an arm around Wang Dong's shoulder. Let me show you something interesting. He pulled out a few colorful items from his pocket and placed them in Wang Dong's hand. Are you envious? Do you resent me just a little? Wang Dong stared at the familiar packaging, stunned. It was a men's umbrella. Where did you get this? I traded it for fish. Feng Qingwen nudged Wang Dong with his shoulder, his smile gradually taking on a twisted demeanor. I must utilize this quickly. It has a shelf life of 6 years, and if I do not use it soon, it will expire. This was discovered by a member of the Awakener Guard during a search in Jeju, who had secretly left it behind. I took him to the riverbank several times to enjoy grilled fish, and in gratitude, he gave it to me. Feng Qingwen whispered, in the future, let us join the searches. We are bound to uncover some treasures. Just then, Chang Luoyin suddenly emerged from the adjacent room. What are you discussing? What treasures? Seizing the moment when Feng Qingwen was distracted, Wang Dong calmly grasped a small umbrella and stealthily tucked it into his clothing pocket. Nothing much. We were planning to look for a weapon. Upon hearing the mention of weapons, Chang Luoyin immediately rushed over, her face beaming with excitement. I want in. I want in. Help me. Wang Dong, with an odd expression, couldn't he help but inquire. Do you only know us in Jeju? Chang Luoyin shook her head. I know many people. They are all friends, like Master Wang who serves meals, Old Lu and Xiao Wu, Xiao Bai, and the sweet potato rice crew. Feng Qingwen leaned down to Wang Dong's ear, suppressing laughter as he muttered, she is talking about those little brats who run around naked at the entrance. Sweet potato rice can't even talk, just babbles, yet she has them as her little followers, acting like an elder sister. The parents are particularly pleased, allowing her to help take care of their children. Chang Luoyin said earnestly. The elder brother said, when going out, rely on friends. We are friends, so I will definitely seek your assistance. Wang Dong truly wished to say that ghosts are her friends. Why not seek help from those naked little brats? Yet he feared that such words might sadden this naive girl. Chapter 37. The elder brother said, what do you need us for? If you want a weapon, Wang Dong asked directly, as straightforward communication often proved the most effective. The elder brother mentioned that friends should interact more. I currently live next door to you all, and since we are friends, we should live closer. Chang Luoyin rambled on, completely disregarding the question. I heard you speaking and knew you had finished your training, so I hurried over to play with you. Feng Chengwen had no interest in this and remarked, don't play with him. Feng Chengwen continued to whisper to Wang Dong, who the hell wants to play with a kid? There are so many women in the city waiting for my affection. Mature women are so much better. Young girls don't understand anything. I happen to have that small umbrella. Damn it, you better return it. Feng Chengwen pinched Wang Dong's neck, attempting to reach into his pocket. Wang Dong swiftly jabbed Feng Chengwen in the ribs, causing him to wince and clutch his waist. Wang Dong shifted aside, distancing himself from Feng Chengwen, and turned to the incessantly chattering Chang Luoyin, his gaze filled with confusion. He simply could not connect this girl, who incessantly spoke of an elder brother, with the deadly water-type awakener. What exactly do you want? Only then did Chang Luoyin remember to address the matter at hand. I want your help to forge a weapon. Do not go to the city's weapon supply point. The weapons there are not suitable for us. What we need are extraordinary weapons. Extraordinary weapons. What are those? As Chang Luoyin explained, Wang Dong began to comprehend that the so-called extraordinary weapons were those wielded by awakeners, imbued with immense power. Divine weapons? Feng Chengwen inquired, raising an eyebrow. Is that for real? Chang Luoyin nodded affirmatively. Are there really divine weapons? Chang Luoyin reiterated her certainty. Indeed, after the catastrophe, the first to awaken were the divine weapons, the Jojo Ding. At that time, the earth trembled, and the world nearly faced destruction. The Jioding currently still suppresses the land. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago. Feng Chengwen stared at Chang Luoyin with a look of disbelief, as if she were a fool who had read too many fantasy novels. Chang Luoyin, feeling offended, furrowed her brows and glared at Feng Chengwen. Ignoring her, Feng Chengwen quipped, why not mention the Shinong Ding next time? Saying Pango's axe would sound more impressive. You are driving me mad. Chang Luoyin grasped Wang Dong's arm, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at him. Look, he's bullying me. He doesn't believe me. Just look at him. Wang Dong pretended to kick Feng Chengwen, signaling him to be quiet, and only then did Chang Luoyin seem satisfied. The Jioding truly has awakened. It is connected to the Earth's veins and was the first divine weapon to awaken. Awakened, yet another awakening. Wang Dong recalled that Jiang Wei had also mentioned this term. When did the Jioding awaken? It was during the earthquake. Wang Dong's heart jolted, his mind slightly disoriented. The onset of the calamity. There indeed was a massive earthquake that swept across the globe, but it occurred so swiftly and concluded just as abruptly, without any aftershocks. Compared to the rapidly concluded earthquake, the emergence of ferocious beasts caused far greater concern. Hence the earthquake was largely overlooked. Where is the Jioding? Chang Luoyin shook her head. How would I know? I only heard that the Jioding trembled, causing shifts in the Earth's magnetic field, which is when electronic devices began to fail. Wang Dong cautiously probed, what other divine weapons have awakened? I don't know. I only heard about the Jioding from my elder brother. Feng Chengwen, still skeptical about the idea of divine weapons, bluntly asked, what do you need us for? I want to forge an extraordinary weapon, but I can't do it alone, so I came to seek your help. Feng Chengwen couldn't help but roll his eyes. If you want to forge a weapon, go find a blacksmith. Why come to us? Chang Luoyin clutched Wang Dong's arm. That I'm asking him. He is my friend. A ghost is your friend. You almost killed us. Chang Luoyin stomped her feet in frustration. How can you say that? I didn't know at that time. I was also deceived. I've apologized. Haven't I? Should I apologize again? Wang Dong kicked Feng Chengwen's leg again, indicating him to remain silent, but this time it was a genuine kick. He felt exasperated. Feng Chengwen truly lacked common sense. This was an obvious opportunity, yet he failed to recognize it. Just like Jiang Wei, Chang Luoyin had a mysterious background and surely possessed an abundance of unimaginable information. Occasionally revealing a bit of it would be immensely valuable. Setting aside other matters, the task of forging an extraordinary weapon was clearly a golden opportunity. During the forging process, they could easily request to have one made for themselves as well. Even if that failed, they could secretly learn the technique. How could Feng Chengwen be so oblivious? You are right. We are friends, and friends should assist each other. I have made up my mind. We will do everything possible to help you. That's wonderful. I knew you would help me. You are a good person. Chang Luoyin was overjoyed. The first time I met you, I knew you were a good person. You clearly won, but let me go. The elder brother said this is called repaying kindness with kindness. I knew from that moment that you were good people, this moment. Feng Chengwen also reflected on it. Indeed, Wang Dong was a good person, but not an overly accommodating one. He would not engage in activities without benefits. He was clearly eyeing Chang Luoyin's technique. Since Donggu has decided to help you, I will certainly assist as well. However, we need to clarify how we can help. We are not blacksmiths. Chang Luoyin quickly shook her head. No blacksmithing, no blacksmithing. Wang Dong feigned a curious yet harmless expression. I thought you saw us as strong and wanted us to help with blacksmithing. If not blacksmithing, then how can we forge weapons? Feng Chengwen discreetly gave a thumbs up, only to be met with a glare from Wang Dong. Find a type of very hard wood, and then locate a beast of the gold element. Extract the moisture from the wood, replace it with the beast's blood, and then remove the moisture. Chang Luoyin enthusiastically explained to the two. This way, the power of the gold element will be embedded in the wood, resulting in a low-tier extraordinary weapon. She expressed her regret. It would be best to forge extraordinary weapons from ore, but I cannot find any useful ore. However, soon after, she forgot her disappointment, but I don't know how to forge with ore. I only know this method. If only there were extraordinary trees. Wang Dong and Feng Chengwen exchanged glances, each contemplating something. What can we assist you with? Everything. Chang Luoyin immediately declared that she wanted Wang Dong's help with everything. I am not familiar with this area. We wish for you to help me find wood, help me locate a gold-type beast, and then help me slay it. Moreover, you are of the thunder and fire elements. The thunder element can resonate with gold energy, allowing it to merge quickly into the wood, while the fire element can accelerate the evaporation of moisture, making the integration of the gold power faster and more uniform. You can also help me. Feng Chengwen's expression darkened further. She truly could not endure anymore. You're leaving all the work to us. What are you going to do? Chang Luoyin seemed to realize something awkwardly but was loath to give up. She grasped Wang Dong's arm, shaking it incessantly. Please help me. Okay. Help me. Help me. You are my friend. Help me. Stop. Wang Dong quickly interrupted and pushed Chang Luoyin's hand away from his arms. Is this how you usually treat your elder brother? Chang Luoyin nodded. Yes, my elder brother finds me annoying and doesn't want to see me again. Yet he always agrees to my request. Do you know that others find you bothersome? Chang Luoyin still did not comprehend Wang Dong's intentions. Regardless, her senior would assist her, and she hoped he would as well. Wang Dong extended 2 fingers, declaring that they also desired extraordinary weapons. One for each of them. Of course, he affirmed. My senior says that friends should share both fortune and adversity. Does that mean you have agreed? Chang Luoyin exclaimed joyfully, bouncing up in excitement. Chapter 38. Extraordinary weapons. After listening to Chang Luoyin's account, Wang Dong inquired with curiosity, is the quality of the materials used in forging these weapons significantly influential on the final product? Chang Luoyin replied with unwavering certainty, absolutely, it has a tremendous impact, indeed. An exceedingly vast one. She paused for a moment, then shook her head, feeling shy about providing an example. I am unsure what example to give. This method transforms ordinary materials into extraordinary ones, enhancing their durability and resilience 100-fold. If the material is already extraordinary, then enhancing it further by 100-fold would make it incredibly formidable. Wang Dong's eyes ignited with fervor upon hearing this. He desperately needed such an extraordinary weapon, as ordinary ones would completely fail after just a few uses in his hands. Possessing such a weapon would grant him the freedom to unleash his full potential. What are the odds of success? He asked. Chang Luoyin replied without a moment's hesitation. If we can hunt a golden beast, it is certainly 100%. Wang Dong hesitated. But what if we cannot find a golden beast? Chang Luoyin appeared perplexed by Wang Dong's question. I merely want you to help me find a beast. Wang Dong's inquiry stemmed from his knowledge of an extraordinary tree, specifically, the white-leaf purple fir on the mountain behind his hometown. It was the 2 white-leaf purple fir fruits given to him by Jiang Wei that allowed him to successfully reach the initial stage of his breathing technique and acquire the essence of Jingfeng and the source of chaos. However, Wang Dong was reluctant to part with the white-leaf purple fir fruits. If he were to cut down the tree, he would never be able to harvest its fruits again. He vividly recalled that Jiang Wei sought the white-leaf purple fir fruits in preparation for her breakthrough into the dragon transformation stage. This indicated that the fruits of the white-leaf purple fir were critical for such a breakthrough. making the prospect of cutting down the tree exceedingly regrettable. Yet, he was in dire need of an extraordinary weapon, leaving him in a state of indecision. After pondering for a long while, Wang Dong decided to pose a direct question to Chang Luoyin. If there were a revived divine tree, whose fruits could enhance the probability of dragon transformation, would you prefer to wait for the fruits to mature or cut it down to craft a weapon? Without any hesitation, Chang Luoyin replied, of course, I would choose to keep it and harvest the fruits. You cannot fathom how challenging it is to achieve dragon transformation. I was compelled by my senior to venture out and seek opportunities for it.as if a floodgate had opened. Chang Luoyin continued to elaborate on the matter. My senior said that remaining in the academy would make it exceedingly difficult to break through, thus insisting I come to the Qinling Mountains. He claimed that the Qinling Mountains, being remote from the coast, were not particularly dangerous and that their rich biodiversity would ensure encounters with the first revived celestial treasures. Alas, my luck has not been favorable. I have searched for so long yet encountered nothing, only running into a group of villains intent on dragging me back, dreaming of a world of ice and fire. At that moment, Chang Luoyin suddenly turned to Wang Dong, her eyes wide with realization. Do you know where there are extraordinary species? Or perhaps a tree that could increase the chances of dragon transformation? Wang Dong did not conceal the truth, responding, I know of a tree, but its fruits have already been picked. I plan to return next year to harvest them. Upon hearing this, Chang Luoyin's disappointment was instantaneous. Then do not wait. You won't get anything for at least a decade, perhaps even decades. The revived celestial treasures must have existed long before the catastrophe, having absorbed vast amounts of heavenly energy over the years. After Chang Luoyin's explanations, Wang Dong finally grasped the situation. The calamity triggered the resurgence of the power of nature, allowing these semi-mature celestial treasures to rapidly absorb energy and mature within just a few years. The duration of their existence prior to the catastrophe was likely unfathomable. Consider this. How much energy must it have absorbed to enhance the probability of dragon transformation? He mused, it must have taken an exceedingly long time. Chang Luoyin elaborated on another scenario. If its fruits are not harvested by anyone and the tree withers instead, it will soon bear fruit again, as the energy from the fruits would be absorbed back into the mother plant. However, if the fruits are taken, she paused, seemingly searching for the right expression. That energy is permanently stripped away. Yes, stripped away, requiring a complete reaccumulation of energy. This will necessitate even more time. Indeed, it will take an exceedingly long time. Wang Dong understood but remained unsatisfied. How long do you estimate it would take? Chang Luoyin pondered before replying, if it flowered before the catastrophe, then it would take at least 5 years from flowering to fruiting. Wang Dong felt despondent. If the fruits alone required 5 years to mature, then adding the time before flowering would mean an even longer wait. Even considering the increased potency of the power of nature post-catastrophe, it would likely take at least 3 to 4 more years. Moreover, since Chang Luoyin had indicated that the previous flowers, although wilted, had their energy absorbed by the mother plant, this implied that those 5 years were not a process from nothing to something, but rather the inevitable ripening of fruit. Rather than waiting a few years for an uncertain outcome, it would be better to cut it down and transform it into something we currently need. He concluded, let us go and fell that white-leaf purple fir tree. The white-leaf purple fir? Chang Luoyin was taken aback, then said to Wang Dong, you shouldn't wait, it has nearly a 20-year gap. After the first batch of fruits matures, it will take over 20 years to bear the next. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong resolutely made his decision. He turned to Feng Qingwen and commanded, you two go and cut down that tree. Why do I have to do all the dirty work? Feng Qingwen protested, exasperated. Wang Dong coldly replied, I will make a quick trip back. With that, Feng Qingwen fell silent. Wang Dong did not wish for Chang Luoyin to discover the location of the brick factory. It was the last sanctuary in their hearts, the final remnant of their hometown. Before Feng Qingwen and the others cut down the tree, Wang Dong took them to fish, catching several thousand pounds to exchange for a substantial amount of supplies to bring back to the brick factory. Among these supplies were medicines, seeds, salt, and clothing, all packed into a large bundle that weighed heavily on Wang Dong. Akin to an ant carrying a peanut, in Jezhou City, there were indeed many carts and hand trucks. But those items were also of great importance to the city, tools for production, not commodities, and thus could not be exchanged. Borrowing them was out of the question. Wang Dong's sudden return filled everyone at the brick factory with excitement. Especially Qin Shouting and Deng Qingqing, who were overjoyed and jumping about. This was because Wang Dong had brought back a set of skirts specifically for each of them. The two women, who had not worn skirts in years, embraced each other in tears. Ultimately, it was Wang Dong's promise. If they could break through in their breathing techniques, he would take them out. That stopped their weeping. In the following days, Wang Dong took the two girls deeper into the wilderness, providing them with practical training. They encountered an awakened fierce beast, using the essence of chaos to refine their strength, thereby enhancing their physical capabilities and accelerating their cultivation. When the appointed time arrived, Wang Dong returned to Jezhou City with Yang Jun. Upon learning of the situation in Jezhou City, Yang Jun wished to conduct an on-site investigation before escorting those who wished to leave the brick factory. Chapter 39. Digging up your father's grave at the Qinglong Bridge. Wang Dong waited 2 days before finally seeing Feng Qingwen and his companion. The two of them trudged along, carrying a log as thick as a basin, their eyes rolling back from exhaustion. After every few steps, they would need to rest for half the day in a rather exaggerated manner. They had tied one end of a thorny vine to the branches and the other end around their waists, dragging the branches back with great effort. "What are you two doing?" Wang Dong inquired. The two men gently set down the log and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Can't you see? These are extraordinary weapons. Would you just toss them aside?" Chang Luoyin nodded in agreement. This branch alone could be fashioned into a sword. It would be a shame to discard it. We couldn't bear to leave any behind. So we dragged them all back. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, then posed a profound question. The true determining factor in creating extraordinary weapons is not how much wood you have, but how much blood from golden beasts. Aside from fire and earth-type fierce beasts, has anyone seen a golden one? The two men shuddered in unison, exchanging bewildered glances. They had been so enraptured by the prospect of extraordinary weapons that they had completely overlooked this reality. Tears streamed down Chang Luoyin's face as she realized the futility of their efforts. After walking hundreds of miles, dragging along a log and a bundle of branches, only to be told that it was all in vain. How could she bear it? Unable to hold back any longer, Chang Luoyin burst into tears. Feng Qingwen, equally distraught, untied the vine from his waist and rushed over to stomp on the branches in frustration. "Ah, this is infuriating, Wang Dong. You dimwit, how could you send me to chop down trees without any golden beasts around? You scoundrel! You've played me for a fool. I'll make sure to roast you alive." Wang Dong stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the two as they wept and wailed. Only when they were utterly exhausted did he approach the log, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap, the crisp sound echoing in the air. He chuckled and nodded. Upon witnessing Wang Dong's actions, Feng Qingwen suddenly realized something amiss. "You bastard, since you ordered me to chop wood, you must have a plan. If you weren't confident, why would you send me to do this?" Chang Luoyin also came to the same realization, springing up from the ground to grasp Wang Dong's arm and shake him vigorously. "Quickly, tell us, do you have a solution?" Wang Dong then spoke leisurely. "The prevalence of fire and earth-type awakeners is due to the influence of the earth and the sun. In simpler terms, it pertains to energy concentration. As for metal-type ferocious beasts, they can be found in areas with a high concentration of metal energy, such as large metal or veins." Feng Qingwen's heart finally settled, and he embraced Wang Dong, weeping. "I knew you had a plan, you cunning bastard. You may look like a fool, but you're actually quite clever and wouldn't do anything foolish." Wang Dong made a face of disdain, casually pushing Feng Qingwen away, and cheerfully turned towards Chang Luoyin. "Why, brother thinks things through, doesn't he?" Feng Qingwen muttered a curse under his breath, calling Wang Dong a pretentious fool, then spat on the ground before lying down against the white-leaf purple shirt tree to rest. Since Wang Dong had a plan, he felt no need to worry. Chang Luoyin nodded excitedly. "You're amazing. So, where do we find the iron ore?" Wang Dong was in high spirits lately. His father was still alive, his own strength had improved significantly, and Feng Qingwen was becoming self-sufficient. Everything was progressing positively, and his repressed emotions were gradually being released. In the Qinling Mountains, the Changyang gold mine is the largest known gold mine in all of Asia, along with associated silver, iron, and other minerals, covering an area of over 100 square kilometers. Wang Dong was brimming with confidence. With such a vast mining area, the emergence of a metal-type ferocious beast was surely guaranteed. Feng Qingwen, upon hearing this, fell into a contented slumber, while Chang Luoyin excitedly shook Wang Dong's arm. "You're so knowledgeable. More so than my senior brother. Wang Dong, flattered by the praise, replied, I used to be a top student, well-versed in astronomy, geography, and cultural affairs. He paused for a moment before quickly correcting himself. Well, perhaps not cultural affairs, as there are hardly any people around you're impressive. I used to score in the single digits in biology and geography. Chang Luoyin exclaimed. Feng Qingwen opened one eye to glance at Wang Dong. Muttering to himself, you, a top student? You're more like a chicken student. In English exams, you just draw lots. In math, you rely on your eyesight, and in chemistry, you can only write the formula for water. Wang Dong felt a surge of anger. You scoundrel! I could score full marks in history and geography. Why don't you mention that? Feng Qingwen shrugged nonchalantly. Yes, you're impressive, the most famous disabled student in the school. The teachers say that being specialized in only one subject is like having a broken leg. Others might just be limping. You, on the other hand, are underdeveloped. Wang Dong wished he could slice Feng Qingwen in half. Get up and carry the wood. We're heading to Changyang Mountain. Feng Qingwen turned over and continued to sleep. IVE carried it this far. It's your turn to carry the rest. Even the village mules needed rest. When it was time to rest, they needed to rest. He was done working for the day. Wang Dong shouted, the idea was mine. I think, you execute. It's perfectly reasonable. Feng Qingwen remained unfazed, confident that Wang Dong wouldn't do anything to him, and besides, he was genuinely exhausted after carrying the load for hundreds of miles. Wang Dong kicked him. Are you going to do it or not? Not doing it? Then you do it. Feng Qingwen shifted slightly, continuing to lay there. Upon hearing that they still had to carry the wood, Chang Luoyin also released Wang Dong's arm, squatting on the ground and ignoring him. Wang Dong's gaze swept over the log, and with a glint in his eye, he said, Then I'll divide the wood into 3 sections. Each of us will carry our own. He proposed to cut it into 3 parts, the thickest, the thinnest, and they could choose. Feng Qingwen was about to speak, but upon seeing Wang Dong's expression, he hesitated, then looked at Chang Luoyin. Men, we should take care of the girl. You choose first. Chang Luoyin immediately expressed her desire for the thinnest section, with several hundred kilometers of mountain road ahead. It made sense to choose the lighter piece, otherwise she would be exhausted. Wang Dong smiled. Have you made up your mind? No turning back. Chang Luoyin nodded eagerly. No turning back, I want the thinnest piece. Wang Dong turned to Feng Qingwen. What about you? Which one do you choose? Without hesitation, Feng Qingwen replied, I want the middle piece. Are you sure? No regrets? Feng Qingwen shook his head. No regrets. Even if I get tricked, I want to be the biggest loser. All right then, since you've both made your choices, I'll divide it into 3 parts. With that, he raised his knife and struck down with force. Thud. The blade barely breached the bark before the jolt from the tree made his arm tingle. Damn, it's tough. Wang Dong instinctively cursed. Feng Qingwen, resting against the log, didn't he even flinch? You can't cut it. I went to your house and found a saw, but the teeth were worn down. It took me days to bring it down. I even found a certain photo of a teacher in your cabinet. Oh, and by the way, I dug up your father's grave. That's your father? Your father? Wang Dong was nearly furious. Ziyang had taken his father away, leaving him uncertain of what they used to impersonate his ashes, leaving him in tears for a long time. Although he knew they wouldn't kill him, as they were using him to threaten his father, it was still disgusting. I also saw that teacher. What does she teach? Chang Luoyin glared angrily at Wang Dong, criticizing her attire for being too revealing. Feng Qingwen burst into laughter. She teaches physiology. She's his physiological enlightenment teacher. Chapter 40. The inept allies keep up the effort. Wang Dong gritted his teeth, relying on patience, and finally managed to split the wood into 3 sections. Are you sure you don't want this thick piece? Chang Luoyin and Feng Qingwen shook their heads. We don't want the heavy one. Why would we choose the heavier piece? Then this piece belongs to me, right? Wang Dong guessed that Feng Qingwen was being cautious, but for a moment, he couldn't figure out Wang Dong's intentions, which made him a bit anxious. You irritating bastard, is it just a piece of wood? We don't want it, take it yourself. Chang Luoyin nodded in agreement. Yes, this piece is more than enough for a sword. It's not tiring at all. Wang Dong didn't say anything further. Instead, he picked up his section of wood and moved aside to begin stripping the bark. What are you doing? Chang Luoyin hurriedly stopped him. If you strip the bark, the moisture in the log will evaporate quickly, and it will be useless. Only with sufficient moisture can it be effective. I want to insert it into the blood of the ferocious beast and draw moisture from the other end. The moisture within the beast will be drawn out, allowing the metal energy to meld with the wood in the process, thus affecting the extraction of moisture. Wang Dong didn't pause in his task. You can just wrap it in vapor. Chang Luoyin was taken aback. With such a large piece of wood, keeping it wrapped in vapor will exhaust me. Wang Dong smiled reassuringly. It's fine. Just carve it into a weapon, and I'll carry it for you. You can walk empty-handed, just controlling the vapor. Both Chang Luoyin and Feng Qingwen were dumbfounded. You mean to say that all this wood is unnecessary? Wang Dong nodded. You can carry it if you want. I don't need it. Feng Qingwen sprang up, pointing at a branch. This can be made into a sword. Are we just going to leave it? Feng Qingwen felt like crying. Why didn't I just turn it into a weapon right here? Wang Dong kept his head down, stifling his laughter, fearing the two would see his expression. You both insisted on dragging everything back. Did you want 1,000 swords flying together? The problem is, there aren't even that many metal-type ferocious beasts. If we find one or two in the Changyang mining area, it would be the result of your great-grandfather's accumulated virtue over 25,000 miles. Tears finally fell from Feng Qingwen's eyes, unable to hold back any longer. I carried the big one, hundreds of pounds heavy, walked hundreds of miles with it. Wang Dong, you heartless bastard. Why didn't you say this earlier? No wonder you wanted the big one. You were planning to forge a weapon from the heart of the tree, which is the essence of the entire tree. He finally understood Wang Dong's intentions. You all didn't want it. I asked you several times. Feng Qingwen spat at Wang Dong. Brothers share a bond, yet you play tricks on me. May you spend a lifetime flying planes and never encounter a woman. After Feng Qingwen finished, he suddenly thought of something and rushed to Chang Luoyin. What about using Earth-type ferocious beasts? Theoretically, it's not a problem. Feng Qingwen was about to celebrate when, unexpectedly, Chang Luoyin doused him with cold water. But Earth-type doesn't conduct electricity. You can't use it. Moreover, using Earth-type ferocious beast blood will reduce its toughness. It will shatter upon impact, rendering it nearly useless. Unless you're a long-range attack Earth-type awakener. Otherwise, an enemy's punch would shatter it. Feng Qingwen was disheartened. I don't care. I carried it back over hundreds of miles. I can't just leave it here. Oh heavens, strike Wang Dong with lightning. This fool is infuriating. Wang Dong's eyes sparkled mischievously. If you're so reluctant to throw it away, just drag it back to Jiezhou and exchange it for some rations. Our quest to seek the golden-hued ferocious beasts may prove to be a lengthy endeavor, and we cannot afford to go hungry. Feng Qingwen, upon hearing this, was filled with unrestrained fury. You wretched scoundrel, when will you cease your incessant prattling? I am already beset by misfortune, and yet you conspire against me, compelling me to trade for supplies. When our father returns, I shall undoubtedly insist on a paternity test for you. Feng Qingwen was incensed. Their father was a man of utmost simplicity. How could he have fathered such a fool? Wang Dong, meticulously shaping his piece of wood, did not even flinch, replying, You need not go if you wish. The wood remains here, rendered futile for the past few days' efforts. However, if the wood is left here, we must still exchange for resources. If you linger, perhaps we can repurpose it. Upon hearing that their previous labors had been in vain, Feng Qingwen's face turned a shade of green with regret, ultimately gritting his teeth and dragging the branches to Jiezhou. Wang Dong continued to refine the wood in his hands, to the point of drawing blood blisters, until he fashioned it into a double-handed sword. This sword stood nearly half a person's height, its width exceeding that of an adult's palm. Seizing a moment when Chang Luoyin was distracted, Wang Dong carved a small hole in the sword's tip and buried within it a shard left by his father. Then filled the hole with the excavated wood. Once they procured the blood of a golden ferocious beast, the moisture would be extracted from the sword, causing the blade to contract, thus securely embedding the shard within, rendering it indistinguishable unless the sword itself were to shatter. This was the fundamental reason for his decision to fell trees. He could not easily relinquish a treasure capable of enhancing the probability of transformation into a dragon. He was chopping wood to conceal the shard, the origins of which were undoubtedly significant, especially after hearing about the 9 tripods. Wang Dong sensed that this shard might well be of a similar caliber. Upon the death of Ziyuan, the Shang clan would undoubtedly take an interest in him, naturally suspecting the items he possessed. By having Feng Qingwen take the remaining parts of the Bei Zishan tree to Jiezhou and publicly disclose the method of forging his sword. It would serve to inform everyone that his weapon was crafted through such means. thereby diverting attention from the sword that harbored the shard. In this manner, he would possess nothing that could draw suspicion. And even if the Shang clan harbored doubts, they would lack a target. Thus, they would continue to spare his father's life, preventing him from falling into peril. These were Wang Dong's true objectives. When Feng Qingwen returned, he launched into a tirade against Wang Dong. "Oh, you have any idea what I carried back? It's a tree that can enhance the probability of transformation into a dragon." Those high-ranking individuals came out to criticize me, preaching about sustainable development and the necessity of not sacrificing the interests of the next generation for ROWN. It made me feel utterly worthless. Feng Qingwen was practically gnashing his teeth in frustration at Wang Dong. "If it weren't for your ridiculous suggestion, would I be facing this scolding?" I mentioned that a woman picked the fruits, and a fool of a man split the trunk into 3 pieces. I felt pity for the branches and dragged them back from miles away, and yet the leaders didn't chastise me. They see me as upright and honest, telling me that a nation must come before a family, and that only when everyone is prosperous can our little homes find security. Feng Qingwen rambled on about his misfortunes. The leaders even knew that our first act upon entering the city was to gaze upon the red flag. They praised me as a promising young man, a successor, urging me to become a hero of national rejuvenation. At this point, Feng Qingwen cast a sidelong glance at Wang Dong, his expression shifting to one of caution as he spoke carefully. "The leader cares for me deeply, wholly devoted to the people and the nation." In my excitement, when I reported on the method of forging weapons, I inadvertently let slip information about the Changyang gold mine. Wang Dong's heart sank, and he felt a wave of dread. "You truly are a magnificent son of a gun. What a troublesome matter this is." This time, it was Wang Dong who turned pale. Yet, he found himself unable to admonish Feng Qingwen. Had it not been for the need to conceal that shard, he too would have reported the information. The issue was that he had already hidden the shard within the sword, and the golden ferocious beast was now their target. I wanted to impress the leaders, and in my excitement, I forgot that the golden ferocious beasts are a scarce commodity. "Donggu, don't be angry. Let us set out now and arrive before them. The golden ferocious beast will be ours." Wang Dong rolled his eyes. "How do you propose we arrive first? They are numerous and powerful. Should we encounter a horde of beasts on the way, they will simply sweep us aside. If you come across even a single ferocious beast, it will delay us." Chapter 41. Reverse strategy. Feng Qingwen and Chang Luoyin exchanged wide-eyed glances, ultimately turning to Wang Dong. "Donggo, I acknowledge my mistake. Please devise a plan. I know you are clever." Chang Luoyin pretended to shake Wang Dong's arm, but he halted her with a glance. "Hold on, let me think this through. In order to outpace their adversaries, they must traverse a shortcut unknown to them. However, the city of Jiejiao was a melting pot of people and serpents, and what I knew, others might also be aware of." Feng Qingwen, as if clutching a lifeline before drowning, thought, "It doesn't matter if others in Jiejiao know, as long as the awakened ones heading to Changyang are unaware." Wang Dong nodded. "I indeed know a shortcut." Chang Luoyin's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You are incredible. You know everything. Have you been to the Changyang gold mine before?" Wang Dong shook his head. "I don't need to have been there. I have a good memory. And I've heard people talk about it. My second aunt has a nephew who was among the first to mine in Changyang, albeit illegally." Feng Qingwen slapped his thigh. "I see. You mean that fellow who got caught stealing from the mine. You wretched scoundrel. Did you have an affair with him?" Wang Dong pretended not to hear. His distant uncle had boasted about the mining exploits, and as a child, he found such daring and thrilling tales captivating enough to remember. Later, when the Changyang gold mine was regulated, his uncle was arrested and remained imprisoned until the catastrophe. "We can take the same route he used to steal from the mine." Feng Qingwen rushed over to embrace Wang Dong, planting a kiss on his cheek. "From now on, you shall be my father, my real father." Wang Dong felt nauseated and quickly pushed him away. The mining entrance was located 20 miles outside Changyang County, at Changyang Mountain. After the mine was opened, a railway was specifically constructed to facilitate access. We will follow the railway for a stretch, and after passing through the Lushan Tunnel, we will find a gorge with a river at the bottom. We can drift along the river for over 30 miles to reach the foot of Changyang Mountain. Wang Dong explained, "The area surrounding Changyang Mountain, spanning several kilometers, has the potential to give rise to golden ferocious beasts. But the probability is highest within the mine. What we are competing against Jiejiao for is who reaches the mine first." Upon hearing about the river, Feng Qingwen was taken aback. We have to wade through water? Wang Dong frowned slightly. We could fashion a simple wooden raft. Feng Chengwen shook his head vehemently. I want to go. The water is too dangerous. I'd rather die than go there. Who knows what lurks within? Wang Dong reassured him. The river's current is particularly swift, with a significant drop. It is said that people can be swept away. Such a river cannot sustain fish populations, as it lacks the nutrients necessary for them to thrive. There won't be schools of fish, let alone large ones, making it unlikely for awakened ferocious beasts to emerge. Feng Chengwen remained unconvinced, shaking his head. Animals have mutated now. Your reasoning holds no water. Wang Dong had no choice but to remind him. Some truths remain constant through the ages. Even mutated ferocious beasts still require sustenance, in that river. You should be more concerned about encountering beasts coming to drink rather than the presence of beasts within the water. Feng Chengwen hesitated. Is it really reliable? Wang Dong admonished him. If you could keep your mouth shut, we could easily make our way there. Feng Chengwen, aware of his own shortcomings, refrained from retorting. Wang Dong strapped his large sword to his back and took possession of the sword that Chang Luoyin had already completed, slinging it over his shoulder while also hoisting Feng Chengwen's half-formed piece of wood. Feng Chengwen had made a trip to Jiejiao but had no time to refine the wood into a weapon. Thus he was compelled to carry it as is. Let us move swiftly. Chang Luoyin controlled the moisture, enveloping Wang Dong and quickly following his lead. Feng Chengwen slapped himself across the face, grimacing in pain, and hurried to catch up. All three had practiced breathing techniques, resulting in excellent physical fitness. Although Feng Chengwen had not yet mastered the technique, running unencumbered was certainly within his capabilities. We must hurry. Wang Dong, carrying the wood, was not short of breath and ran along the railway, frequently urging the others to quicken their pace. Feng Chengwen glanced at his wooden burden, feeling a twinge of embarrassment and wanting to switch shoulders for a while. But Wang Dong refused. His reasoning was simple. Feng Chengwen's physical prowess was far inferior to his own, and allowing him to carry the wood would only impede their progress. Run faster. The people of Jiejiao will undoubtedly have an easier time than us. They have numbers on their side, and should they encounter a ferocious beast, they can simply push through. If we encounter one, it will delay us, so we must run faster. Under Wang Dong's repeated urging, the trio sprinted along the railway, and it wasn't too long before they arrived at the Lushan Tunnel. As they gazed into the pitch-black tunnel, Feng Chengwen recalled the terror of being chased by an antelope. Donggu, it could be exceedingly dangerous in there. Should we really go in? Wang Dong pondered for a moment before suddenly glancing at Feng Chengwen. Shoot a few bolts of lightning inside. Huh? Feng Chengwen was taken aback. Wouldn't it be better to sneak in? You insane fool. Why attack before we even enter? Wang Dong offered no explanation. He shot a few bolts of lightning inside and waited a few seconds before proceeding into the tunnel. Remember, every 10 steps, release a bolt of lightning ahead. Now, let us go. Wang Dong, after finishing his words, was the first to dash forward, raising his hand to hurl a fireball that instantaneously illuminated the pitch-black tunnel. Thunder rumbled, the sound resounding thunderously, boom. The roar of thunder echoed, leaving the ears of the three ringing. From the tunnel came a cacophony of mixed animal cries, soon followed by the rustling sound of frantic footsteps. Clearly, a multitude of creatures were in a panic, fleeing from the darkness ahead. Donggu, there are more creatures in here than we encountered last time, Feng Chengwen admitted, fear creeping into his voice. The herd of antelopes they had faced that day had left an indelible mark on his memory. Onward, Wang Dong urged, throwing another fireball before explaining to the two, we cannot afford to be delayed in this tunnel. Otherwise, we will be overtaken by the people of Jiejiao City. Thus, we need to drive the animals in the tunnel towards the other side to avoid wasting time within. Feng Chengwen, now in a panic, exclaimed. While this method might prevent us from being trapped in the tunnel, the smaller animals rushing out will attract predators. At that point, we will find ourselves surrounded. Have you forgotten? This is what you taught me. I have not forgotten, Wang Dong replied resolutely. While they will indeed attract more predators, they will also divert the ferocious beasts at the tunnel's entrance. We will leap into the water at the tunnel's exit and need not worry about being encircled by the incoming beasts. The time we gain will be sufficient for our escape. Understanding dawned upon Feng Chengwen, who burst forth in excitement. Donggu, you truly are remarkable. This strategy is simply brilliant. Feng Chengwen, elated, unleashed several bolts of lightning, shouting, you little brats, I'm coming for you. I knew you were cunning. With a heart full of mischief, Chang Luoyin remarked, realizing the brilliance of Wang Dong's plan. "Donggu, you are impressive," as Feng Qingwen continued to unleash bolts of lightning. Wang Dong, infuriated, suddenly turned around and struck Feng Qingwen on the head with the wooden beam he carried, causing him to stagger. "You fool, conserve your energy. Once we exit the tunnel, there will surely be ferocious beasts pursuing us. Without energy, you will be rendered useless." Chapter 42. This monkey seems sharper than I am. Wang Dong and his companions coordinated seamlessly, utilizing fire and lightning to drive the animals in the tunnel towards the other side. The sudden eruption of light and sound in the previously silent darkness would undoubtedly instill terror in the creatures, prompting a mass exodus. As a result, the tunnel would soon be emptied, allowing Wang Dong and his companions to traverse it swiftly. Upon escaping the tunnel, although the animals would soon attract other predators, ultimately surrounding the tunnel's entrance, Wang Dong and his companions had no need to break through the encirclement. The river lay just beneath the tunnel's exit. They could simply float downstream to evade the impending threat. As they neared the exit, the extinguished fireball revealed a luminous white circle ahead, signaling that they were approaching the end of the tunnel. The three burst forth into the open, confronting a bridge above which the railway passed, with another tunnel entrance visible on the opposite side. Below the bridge, a tumultuous mountain river surged through the valley. The steep slope from the tunnel's exit to the valley floor was evidently formed from the debris and waste generated during the tunnel's construction. Wang Dong cast a glance at the valley below, discarded the wooden beam down the slope, and without hesitation, leaped after it. Feng Qingwen peered down the slope, witnessing Wang Dong lose control, unable to halt his descent, and instinctively shut his eyes, stepping back in alarm. "Donggu, we might die from this fall. I can't do it." From below, Wang Dong's voice boomed. "You'll either die from the fall or be devoured. Choose one." Feng Qingwen kicked a stone away in frustration, as if wishing for it to strike Wang Dong. "You beast! Is there no humanity left in you? What should we do?" Chang Luoyin, her face pale with fear, questioned. "Should we jump?" With a determined heart, Feng Qingwen closed his eyes and resolved. "What is there to fear? That scoundrel Wang Dong, doesn't he have any more heads than I do? If he can face it, so can I. I'll tell you, as long as my legs move faster than my body, I'll be just fine." Having spoken this, he stepped off the edge. "Ah!" His screams echoed throughout the valley, fluctuating in pitch. "You scoundrel Wang Dong, you're not human. Donggu, help! You're an abomination." In the absence of Feng Qingwen's incessant chatter, Chang Luoyin soon detected a pervasive scent of blood mingled with the stench of urine surrounding them. That was the odor of the remnants of animals consumed, wafting through the air, legs moving faster than the body. "Huh? Here I come." Choosing to leap rather than face the beasts, Chang Luoyin plunged into the abyss. "Donggu, save me." At the valley bottom, Wang Dong reached the wooden beam, turning to see two trails of dust cascading down from the mountainside, prompting a smile to break across his face. Chang Luoyin, at the very least, was a practitioner at the transcendent stage, her physical prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary person. This challenge was trivial for her, as long as she could conquer her fear. As for Feng Qingwen, despite not yet reaching the initial stage of his breathing technique, he was no ordinary person. As long as he did not make errors, he would be fine. Should he falter, he would not die from the fall. After all, what mistakes could he possibly make while rolling down? "I can't stop. Help! Donggu, save me." As they neared the valley bottom, Feng Qingwen's speed was too great, the incline too steep, rendering his body entirely unmanageable. "Help! Quickly!" Wang Dong rushed forward, seizing Feng Qingwen just as he came hurtling down, swinging him in the air to dissipate the momentum of his descent. Wang Dong then casually tossed Feng Qingwen aside, turning to check on Chang Luoyin. Feng Qingwen landed heavily on the ground, still shaken but instinctively praising Wang Dong. "Donggu, you're magnificent, truly the offspring of an old cow." "Donggu, I'm coming." Wang Dong dashed to Chang Luoyin, enveloping her tightly in his arms, then leaping backward, retreating several steps to perfectly absorb the impact. With his thumb extended upward, Feng Qingwen watched in awe, his mouth agape, struggling to find his voice as his thumb trembled in admiration. "You beast, a true beast. You treat men like trash to be discarded, yet you hold women tightly in your embrace. Damn it! I can't go on. You scoundrels, do you think you can satisfy several ferocious beasts?" As if responding to Feng Qingwen's lament, numerous ferocious creatures appeared on both slopes, charging towards the trio. Their commotion was too great, especially Feng Qingguan's piercing screams and the 3 plumes of yellow smoke rising from the mountainside, drawing the attention of the beasts to the valley. There's no time to build a raft. Grab the wood and run. Wang Dong seized a nearby beam, signaling for the others to hold on tightly. Chang Luoyin, keep an eye on the river and ensure nothing approaches us from the water. Feng Qingguan, watch the shore and prevent the beasts from closing in. Remember, under no circumstances should you hurl lightning into the river. Feng Qingguan, however, was far too preoccupied to heed Wang Dong's words, rushing forward to grasp the wood tightly before plunging into the river. What did you just say? As Feng Qingguan opened his mouth to inquire about Wang Dong's previous statement, a wave crashed against him, dousing him in water and forcing him to quickly shut his mouth. A chorus of growls erupted as the beasts on either bank pursued them to the river's edge. Donggu. Look, a panda. There's a panda. Round and chubby. I just want to touch it. Chang Luoyin pointed excitedly at a panda on the shore, urging the others to look. Feng Qingguan, reminiscing about his own past, felt a pang of nostalgia for the cyclical nature of fate. That's your father. You fool, it's here to eat you. Feng Qingguan, filled with bravado, shouted back Wang Dong's earlier insult, feeling a sense of spiritual elevation and fulfillment in life. Monkeys, monkeys, without a second thought, Feng Qingguan exclaimed. Haven't you seen a monkey before? Now even pandas eat people. Do you think monkeys are adorable? No, there are monkeys. There are monkeys. Of course I know you've seen the monkeys. What else would you say? Chang Luoyin was on the verge of tears. There are monkeys in front of us, on the water. Feng Qingguan hastily glanced ahead, only to discover that the river's surface was shrouded by the expansive canopy of a great tree, where a large troop of monkeys hung from the branches, their eyes fixed menacingly upon the 3 individuals. These monkeys dangled from the limbs, their paws hovering just above the water, observing the trio with keen interest. Some even eagerly rubbing their hands together in anticipation. It was abundantly clear that they intended to snatch the 3 from the river as they passed by. These wretched creatures appear more cunning than I. This is the end, Donggu. I refuse to be captured by monkeys. Strike them swiftly. Chapter 43. The 6th limb of a man. Donggu. What should we do? Wang Dong's gaze swept rapidly across the scene, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. The tree's canopy was vast, nearly enveloping the entire river, making it impossible to evade it. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts on the shore were closing in fast, making an ascent onto land equally unfeasible. The monkeys, too, were evidently not to be trifled with. Their eyes glinted red as they hung from the branches, poised to pluck the 3 from the water at any moment. Do not hesitate. The ferocious beasts pursuing from behind were even more terrifying. Should we choose to ascend, we would undoubtedly fall into their encirclement. Charge through. No, we cannot exert force in the water. The current is too swift, and our bodies are beyond our control. We are no match for the monkeys. Wang Dong disregarded Feng Qingguan's protests, his resolve unwavering as he charged forward. Prepare for lightning. Once I attack, unleash all your might above. No, in the water, we cannot muster strength. If this horde of beasts seizes us, we will undoubtedly be dragged ashore. Wang Dong was incensed, declaring, if I say it can be done, it shall be done. As they spoke, the trio had already plunged beneath the tree canopy, the dense foliage obscuring the sunlight and plunging their surroundings into darkness. The monkey troop erupted with excitement, chattering incessantly. As those monkeys above the river extended their claws toward the 3, Wang Dong roared, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth, a fire pillar soaring 2 to 3 meters high into the monkey horde. The monkeys, rushing towards the trio, were utterly unprepared for Wang Dong's fiery breath and collided directly with the flames. The surrounding monkeys were thrown into chaos, leaping and bounding in all directions. Just then, dozens of lightning bolts struck the fray of monkeys. Hit by the electricity, the monkeys became rigid, losing their strength and plummeting into the water. You can actually breathe fire? Feng Qingguan was stunned by the earlier spectacle. It seems you possess a 6th limb. A true man. Chang Luoyin, intrigued, inquired, aren't humans supposed to have only 4 limbs? Donggu, if your 6th limb is fire-breathing, what is your 5th? Upon hearing Chang Luoyin's question, Feng Qingguan smirked mischievously. You will find out soon enough. Monkeys! Chang Luoyin screamed, Having caught up, it turned out that the monkeys struck by lightning had been swept downstream by the current. Feng Chengwen had intentionally weakened the lightning's power to broaden his attack range. Thus, the monkeys, while temporarily paralyzed, were not fatally harmed. After falling into the water, the cold revived them swiftly. Additionally, given their lighter bodies, the monkey's speed in the water far surpassed that of the three, allowing them to close the gap quickly. Hold on tight. Wang Dong was ready to strike, but unexpectedly, a flash of silver streaked past his eyes. It's over. That pig is causing trouble again. Wang Dong's thoughts lingered. A tingling sensation enveloped him. His heart stopped abruptly, and every hair on his body stood on end. It turned out that Feng Chengwen, seeing the monkeys approach, instinctively unleashed a bolt of lightning, which was redirected by the river. Affecting the three as well, by the time Wang Dong regained his wits, the monkeys were already upon them. Feng Chengwen's lightning had proved ineffective, instead accelerating the monkeys' advance. The electricity had merely rendered the monkeys rigid. And in the water, the trio, weighed down by their own mass and clinging to the same log, were inherently slower than the monkeys. Paralyzed by the shock, they could not propel themselves faster, allowing the monkeys to catch up effortlessly. As the monkeys leapt towards them, Wang Dong kicked one in the belly. Chang Luoyin. His yell finally roused her. Quickly, Chang Luoyin finally reacted, spotting clusters of sharp spikes in the water. Wang Dong exhaled a sigh of relief. Managing these two was exceedingly exhausting. Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin were undoubtedly among the elite of the awakened. One wielded lightning, the other water, one destructive, the other enigmatic, and they should have been invincible. Yet, these two behaved like complete novices, utterly ineffective. Feng Chengwen relied solely on himself, timid and lacking in wit, while Chang Luoyin evidently had never ventured far from home. She was completely oblivious to the world. A sheltered girl in that moment, Wang Dong inexplicably thought of Jiang Wei, that mysterious and powerful woman, omniscient and omnipotent. A faint metallic scent of blood began to permeate the river, and the water gradually turned crimson. As the bodies of monkeys were swept downstream, Wang Dong seized a monkey corpse and hurled it towards the banks, attempting to manipulate the current to propel them forward. Oh, let me try. This is fun. Donggu, I'm helping. Wang Dong distinctly sensed the waves behind him suddenly quickening, propelling his body forward with renewed vigor. Feng Chengwen kept a watchful eye on the shore, urging, Donggu, stay alert. Do not let the beasts approach. Rest assured, leave it to me, I will ensure we complete the task. Wang Dong felt slightly anxious. Had he heard me correctly? Keep your eyes on the shore. Upon hearing Feng Chengwen's affirmative response, Wang Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Fearful that Feng Chengwen might again mishear him, just as the trio drifted downstream, a mixed group of awakened individuals and soldiers emerged from the Lu Mountain Tunnel, appearing above the canyon. This is bad. A tide of ferocious beasts. The leader, peering through binoculars, was so astonished by the sight of numerous beasts that he nearly dropped them. Quickly, retreat to the tunnel. Machine gunners, hold the rear, suppress their fire. The overwhelming scent of blood at the tunnel entrance left everyone's minds blank, while the cacophony of beastly roars nearby sent chills down their spines. How could we encounter a tide of beasts? Damn it. How could this happen? The tunnel was tranquil, yet outside chaos reigned. Was someone driving all the animals hidden within the tunnel out? The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into a frenzied "It must be so. This tide of ferocious beasts is surely a man-made disaster. Damn it, what do we do now? The leader cursed. Retreating back to Jiezhou. This route is impassable. Such terrain is unsuitable for team combat. Facing this multitude of ferocious beasts, unless we possess endless ammunition, firearms will be of limited use. An awakened individual, filled with indignation, surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the valley floor. The army should retreat to Jiezhou. The awakened can continue along the river. The leader took the binoculars back, signaling to observe for himself. What the hell happened by the river? One individual, perplexed, snatched the binoculars from him. And why heavens? Retreat, quickly. If these beasts discover us, we are doomed. Retreat to Jiezhou. Take the expressway through Changyang. Damn it, if I find out who did this, I will flay them alive. Retreat. With a command from the leader, the crowd hurried back to the tunnel, tossing grenades into the canyon to lure the beast horde away. We cannot allow these creatures to cross the tunnel. They pose a threat to Jiezhou City. The furious roar of the grenades echoed through the canyon. Feng Chengwen seemed to hear something, suddenly turning back. Donggu, did you hear an explosion? Wang Dong glanced back, but heard nothing. Who cares? What does it have to do with us? At our current speed, we should reach the foot of Changyang Mountain in about 10 minutes. Chang Luoyin, curious, asked, how do you know we are close if you've never been here before? Wang Dong felt a bit fatigued. What did it matter whether he had been here or not? Knowing the approximate distance and understanding one's speed, was it not simple to estimate how much longer it would take? Was this child never educated? Chapter 44. More thrilling than a haunted house, the Longyang gold mine has not been officially exploited for long, merely a decade or so since the catastrophe. However, prior to the large-scale unified mining efforts, many individuals engaged in illegal treasure hunting, predominantly locals. Yet, they did not directly tunnel to extract or, rather, they sought to steal traces of gold, which were small particles of gold washed from the mountains by river water. They would enter Longyang Mountain, dredging the riverbed, meticulously washing away the sludge with pans to uncover the natural gold hidden within. This process is known as gold panning. Some bolder, well-staffed groups would select locations around the riverbank to dig, attempting to unearth gold or, upon entering Longyang Mountain, one would find numerous mining tunnels of various sizes, remnants from an unknown era, scattered throughout. Some were merely a meter or two deep, while others were so deep they vanished from sight. Feng Chengwen gazed at these tunnels, his eyes shimmering with greed. Donggu, do you think we could procure some gold to take back? This is gold. I've never touched it in my life. Feng Chengwen tilted his head, pondering, if I were to acquire a sizable gold nugget and bring it to Wangdi City, could I buy a house there? That's the capital now. Wang Dong disregarded him. While human society teetered on the brink of collapse, this fellow still harbored dreams of purchasing a home, truly destined to be a slave to property. Speak up. The currency of the past may become obsolete, but gold will always hold value. If we were to carry a few pounds of gold, wooden tea we instantly transform into the affluent. Wang Dong paid no heed to Feng Chengwen, instead urging the two to hasten their search for the mine. Chang Luoyin gazed at the numerous mines appearing along the roadside, utterly perplexed. Haven tea we encountered several already? Why continue searching? Wang Dong felt weary. Managing these two lively spirits was akin to playing the roles of both father and mother. How could it not be exhausting? Only officially mined tunnels allow for deeper penetration into the ore veins. Upon hearing this, Chang Luoyin grew anxious. How do we find them when the entrance is so small? What small entrance? The one leading into the mine. Chang Luoyin hastily clarified. I once saw on my phone that a deep pit could only accommodate one person's descent. With such towering mountains and dense foliage, how could we possibly locate it? Wang Dong could no longer contain himself and rolled his eyes. Large-scale mining operations employ hundreds, if not thousands, of miners. Coupled with various support facilities, these mines often develop into substantial communities. A mine is not merely a hole dug into the ground. With people lowered thousands of meters beneath the surface, Feng Chengwen, too, became intrigued at the type where excavators ravage the landscape, with trucks as tall as several stories hauling out, or that would be an open-pit coal mine. Wang Dong found it hard to tolerate these two inquisitive children, yet he understood. When the disaster struck, Feng Chengwen had just graduated high school and entered university, while Chang Luoyin likely hadn't even completed middle school. It was natural for them to be unaware of such matters. Just follow my lead. We need to locate a road or railway. Roads extending from the caves generally lie at the foot of the mountains. How do you know so much? Chang Luoyin tilted her head, scrutinizing Wang Dong as she voiced her curiosity. I searched online, back in school. I was quite curious and often looked up all sorts of random things. Wang Dong chuckled lightly, for instance, how to drown a fish, whether a poisonous snake could succumb to its own venom, or if an electric eel could be electrocuted. Chang Luoyin's interest piqued, and she rushed to Wang Dong's side. Did the poisonous snake die? Feng Chengwen turned, his shoulder brushing against the wood, interrupting their conversation. You've been rambling all day. Are we going to handle the serious matters or not? He would not allow Wang Dong to flirt in his presence, especially not with someone as seemingly naive as Chang Luoyin, who could easily fall for Wang Dong's antics. If we're going to be single, let us all be single together. Why should you have a girl while I'm left to my own devices? If you want tea, let me get close to other women and take away my little umbrella, then you'll have to share my hand. Wang Dong discreetly gave Feng Chengwen the middle finger. Damn it! Wang Dong truly wished to teach Feng Qingwen a lesson. After finally finding an opportunity to show off, he found this peculiar question derailing his attempts to charm the girl. Unexpectedly, Feng Qingwen jumped in to ruin his moment, which deeply annoyed Wang Dong. Casting a glance at the wood resting on Feng Qingwen's shoulder, Wang Dong's spirits lifted. What a twist of fate! Let us hurry and find the mine. Otherwise, the people from Jijiaching will catch up with us. After wandering the mountains for a while, they finally discovered the mine. A wide road extended into the mountain, the pitch-black entrance sending chills down their spines. Are we truly going in? There shouldn't be any other exits in the mine, right? Wang Dong shook his head. I'm not an omniscient deity. How could I possibly know? But there should be a ventilation shaft. Though I can't say if it's still operational after all these years. Feng Qingwen gazed apprehensively at the cave entrance, wondering if they could devise a plan to lure out the ferocious beasts. Impossible, Wang Dong explained. This mine could stretch for several kilometers, plunging thousands of meters underground, with likely twists and turns along the way. It's utterly impossible to lure the beasts out from the outside. Only by venturing into the mine can we hope to find them. Wang Dong reminded the two, and don't forget, we are here to seek the gold-type ferocious beasts. It's not guaranteed that they reside in this mine. However, the likelihood here is greater than elsewhere. But I'm scared, came the voice of Chang Luoyin. Why don't you go in, and I'll wait outside? Feng Qingwen, upon hearing this, wore a look of disdain and immediately declared, I want to abandon my brother to face danger alone. He then gazed earnestly at Wang Dong. So you can enter with complete confidence, and I will be your steadfast support here, ready to assist you. If you lure out the beasts, I'll blast them with my electric cannon. Wang Dong glared coldly at Feng Qingwen, gritting his teeth in frustration. You are truly my good brother, of course. Feng Qingwen feigned ignorance of Wang Dong's sarcasm. As brothers, we must be united. I can even bring women along with you. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Your father is my father. I'll treat him like my own dad. And I want to even refer to him as your dad. I'll just say dad. Wang Dong couldn't help but curse loudly. That's because my dad treats you like his own son. Without my dad taking care of you, you would have been devoured by the beasts long ago. Feng Qingwen remained unfazed, pointing at the cave entrance with determination. You're faster than me, smarter than me, and certainly stronger. If you don't go, who will? I'm not going in. I'm a lightning type. If I release a bolt inside, all the beasts in the cave will see me. That's far too dangerous. This place isn't suitable for me. His gaze shifted to Chang Luoyin. Take her with you. She's water type and can strike silently, plus she's a practitioner at the transcendence stage. Among the three of us, her strength is undoubtedly the greatest. Without the source of chaos and the sword energy from the fragments, Wang Dong wouldn't stand a chance against her. Yet after a moment's contemplation, Wang Dong dismissed the idea of taking Chang Luoyin with him. While a water-type awakener would indeed be suitable, Chang Luoyin herself was not. She lacked the courage to effectively utilize her powers and could become a liability at a critical moment. Never mind, I'll go alone. You two stay here and prepare. If any ferocious beasts appear, I'll try to lure them out. Wang Dong patiently instructed the two. Ensure you understand before taking any action. Feng Qingwen, especially you, keep your eyes peeled. Don't shoot at me the moment I poke my head out. Feng Qingwen hastily assured that he would not, and only then did Wang Dong venture into the mine. He paused momentarily not far into the tunnel, allowing his eyes to adjust to the darkness before cautiously proceeding deeper. This tunnel, designed for the transportation of or by truck, was not at all narrower than a highway tunnel. And walking within it did not evoke a sense of confinement. Wang Dong, however, dared not rush forward. The mine and the tunnel were fundamentally different. The tunnels were straightforward paths, directly penetrating the mountain, while the mines extended gradually downward as the ore deposits lay primarily underground. Consequently, the pathways within the mine were not straight but rather long, descending slopes. As he delved deeper, the temperature within the cavern plummeted, and the air grew increasingly thin. The palm gripping the knife hilt became clammy. Such tunnels were likely to harbor ferocious beasts, yet he could not ascertain whether these creatures were of the metal variety. If they were not, it would spell disaster. Before long, Wang Dong reached the first bend, where the path began to curve, continuing its descent underground. This indicated that the ore deposit was exceedingly deep. To minimize the slope of the passage, it had been constructed in a zigzag manner. Extending further below, This also implied that the journey ahead would become progressively perilous. Struggling against the urge to hurl a fireball, he held his breath and pressed his ear against the wall, hoping to discern any impending danger through sound. After a lengthy period of silence, aside from the rhythm of his own breathing and heartbeat, no other sounds emerged. Furrowing his brow, Wang Dong cautiously edged around the bend, quickly scanning his surroundings to confirm the absence of any beasts before exhaling with relief. He continued deeper, gradually descending along the slope, soon arriving at another turn. His brow furrowed even more, a sense of unexplainable oppression weighing upon him. After successfully navigating this turn, his unease intensified. Such passages should be a congregation point for various ferocious beasts. Even in the absence of colossal creatures, he expected to encounter rodents, snakes, and squirrels. Yet, traversing two bends yielded not a single living being, no rats, snakes, or spiders. This was undeniably abnormal. Sweat began to bead on his palms, and his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. With the air becoming stagnant, breathing grew increasingly difficult. The eerie stillness, chilling atmosphere, and suffocating sensation compelled Wang Dong into a spiral of anxious thoughts. In that moment, he found himself yearning for Feng Qingguan. He began to acknowledge that with Feng Qingguan by his side, he no longer felt solitary in this world. The entire world had transformed. All acquaintances perished at the onset of the calamity, and each day brought further changes, the pace of which outstripped the capacity to adapt. Amidst this rapid upheaval, the survivors were left in a state of confusion, indecision, and helplessness. For Wang Dong, the only unchanging element was Feng Qingguan, the sole familiar aspect in his life. They were akin to small boats tossed upon a tumultuous sea, always at risk of being swept away by the waves. Lost in the vastness of the ocean, the other served as his anchor. With that presence, he would not be adrift in the past. Their anchor had been Wang Dong's father, who represented not just an anchor but their very sky. Their everything. Now, however, they had become each other's anchor. As his thoughts swirled, Wang Dong approached yet another bend. He hastily collected his wits, cautiously confirming the absence of threats ahead. Once again, silence reigned. The only sound was the oppressive quietude. This time, Wang Dong chose not to venture further but instead crouched beside the path, flipping over several stones for inspection. To his dismay, the stones revealed a barren landscape. Not even pill bugs or ants could be found beneath them. This led him to question whether this place held any life beyond his own. At that moment, the air seemed to solidify around him. Resisting the urge to retreat, he gripped the knife hilt tightly and pressed onward. Wang Dong felt an overwhelming, desperate urge to encounter a ferocious beast. At least that would indicate the place was normal. The fear of the unknown far outweighed his dread of the beasts. After advancing a short distance, a change in the terrain caught his attention. It had leveled out. Taking a deep breath, he scanned his surroundings swiftly, inching forward. The ground was not only flat but also spacious, indicating he had reached the extraction zone. Just a few steps in, two emerald green points of light flickered to life in the darkness. The points, each the size of an egg, glowed with an eerie green hue, revealing a vertical pupil within. Wang Dong was startled by the sudden appearance of these eyes, his heart racing as fear coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He halted, nearly dropping the long knife in his grasp. Subsequently, a massive serpent's head emerged from the shadows, its body slithering ominously. Only then did Wang Dong realize that before him lay a colossal snake, as thick as a basin filled with water, its length extending deep into the mine, rendering its true size indeterminate. Before he could react, the giant serpent opened its mouth wide, evidently mistaking him for ordinary prey. Intent on swallowing him whole, paralyzed by fear, Wang Dong felt his legs weaken, as if rooted to the ground as the serpent's maw descended toward him. He battled against his terror, forcing himself to remain motionless. His survival hinged on a single opportunity, to escape the mine alive or to perish within its confines. The snake's jaws snapped shut with lightning speed, and Wang Dong could even perceive the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Just as the serpent was about to engulf him, Wang Dong finally sprang into action. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, the fire colliding directly with the serpent's gaping maw. Surging into its throat, the serpent recoiled, releasing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cavern. its cry akin to the screech of metal scraping against metal. Just as Wang Dong prepared to turn and flee, he suddenly heard a sound akin to air bursting, something hurtling toward him from the darkness. Instinctively, he raised his knife to defend himself. With a resounding crash, Wang Dong felt as though he had been struck by a truck, his body hurtling backward against the stone wall, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth. It was only then that he realized it had been the serpent's tail that had struck him. Instinctively raising his weapon to defend himself, he discovered that the knife had bent like a bow, rendering it useless. Quickly scrambling to his feet, he discarded the broken blade and dashed toward the exit. This serpent was terrifying. With a single flick of its tail, it had nearly incapacitated him. Just as Wang Dong took his first step, the serpent surged forward, tail whipping toward him once more. Having learned from his previous encounter, Wang Dong anticipated the strike and, seeing the tail approaching, quickly dove to the side. The tail crashed against the wall, sending tremors throughout the mine and producing a thunderous roar. Using all fours, Wang Dong scurried forward, resembling a frightened monkey. Seeing its attack miss, the serpent pursued him relentlessly. It desired to swallow him whole. Yet having suffered from the flames that had scorched its mouth, it would not let Wang Dong escape easily. As the giant serpent closed in, Wang Dong hurled a fireball toward its head. The serpent, still reeling from the previous burn, instinctively recoiled at the sight of the fireball. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Dong raced toward the tunnel leading to the surface. At that moment, he felt immense relief that he had previously burned the serpent. The flames had instilled a psychological fear in it, causing it to instinctively shy away from fire. Had it not been for this, he would never have outrun the creature and would have surely been devoured. Wang Dong rolled and scrambled past the first bend, but suppressing his fear, he refrained from continuing to run, instead hiding behind the curve of the tunnel. The passage was long, and the incline toward the surface made it impossible for him to outrun the serpent. If he simply fled, survival would be improbable. He needed to slow the serpent down to have any chance of escape. Pressing his back against the stone wall, Wang Dong took a deep breath, then suddenly turned to attack in an instant. A wave of flames erupted, illuminating the dark tunnel behind him. The previously black passage was now ablaze, the flames roaring as they spread backward. The advancing serpent instinctively recoiled at the sight. Wang Dong paid no mind to the serpent's reaction as he sprinted away. Though the flames appeared formidable, their true purpose was merely to intimidate the serpent, buying him precious time to escape. As he fled, Wang Dong hurled fireballs behind him, reaching the second bend, employing the same tactic to delay the serpent once more. Having successfully ambushed the serpent twice, it grew wary, approaching the third bend with utmost caution, even astutely using its tail to probe for Wang Dong's whereabouts. However, the bend was devoid of his presence. He had already rushed toward the surface. At the tunnel's mouth, Feng Qingwen was busy carving wood. The 2-meter-long log he had been working on was halfway transformed, one end reduced to the size of a handhold while the other retained its original form, indicating his intention to craft a spear. Though it remained unfinished, that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the mine. Preparing to attack, Feng Qingwen sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Dong Gu is back," before he could finish his sentence. Wang Dong burst from the tunnel, rolling and scrambling in haste. "Quick, strike it!" Seeing something charging from the tunnel, Feng Qingwen acted without hesitation, unleashing several bolts of lightning. Yet, upon realizing what was emerging, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, scrambling to escape. "My heavens! It's a snake!" Chang Luoyin let out a terrified scream, turning to flee. "A snake! There's a snake! Senior brother, save me, there's a giant worm!" Wang Dong was left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? What are these two fools doing? "There's a snake! Dong Gu! A snake! A snake! Please save me, Dong Gu! It's a snake! Senior brother, there's a snake! Dong Gu, quickly drive it away! There's a snake! Dong Gu! Carry me away!" Wang Dong was exasperated. What the hell? Wang Dong was bewildered. Were these two really so terrified of snakes? He knew Feng Qingwen had a fear of snakes, but he never anticipated it would be to such an extent. Chang Luoyin was even more outrageous, breaking into tears, calling for her senior brother. She truly was just a little girl. But what were they to do now? They had indeed lured the beast, yet these two had abandoned him to run away, leaving him to apologize to the giant snake. Damn it! Had I known, I wouldn't have brought these two embarrassing liabilities. Whoever runs, I will feed them to the giant snake. Wang Dong bellowed, "You are not ordinary people. Why are you so scared of a mere snake? It's enormous, too big. It could swallow me whole." Chang Luoyin clung tightly to Feng Chengwen's arm, trembling, unable to discern whether it was she or he who was quaking in fear. "If anyone runs again, I will toss them to the snake for it to swallow whole." Taking advantage of the giant snake being momentarily stunned by lightning, Wang Dong seized the piece of wood left behind by Feng Chengwen. Preparing to confront the beast head-on. "Listen to my commands." Wang Dong, anxious that the two timid souls might truly flee, ordered them to attack from a distance. Chang Luoyin enveloped the giant snake in a mist of water, ready to shoot water needles into its mouth at the first sign of it opening. Feng Chengwen mirrored her actions, ready to strike with lightning as soon as it opened its maw. Wang Dong felt somewhat drained. He resolved not to bring Chang Luoyin along again. Despite her superior strength, she seemed unable to harness it effectively. She was a cultivator of the transcendence realm. With her water-type awakening, she could have held her own against the giant snake. Yet, seeing the creature, she opted to flee rather than fight. It was utterly disappointing. Lightning, water blades, keep harassing it. As the mist enveloped the giant snake, Wang Dong finally sighed in relief. They were not entirely useless. If those two had truly run away today, he would undoubtedly have been devoured by the giant snake. Thankfully, they still possessed a semblance of conscience. Keep a close eye on its tail. If it moves, attack its eyes with all your might. At that moment, Wang Dong began to feel a flicker of confidence, as long as Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin were willing to engage. The tide of battle would gradually shift in their favor. If he could entangle the giant snake, Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin would likely remain out of danger, allowing them to continue their assault until the giant snake was worn down. With the piece of wood in hand, Wang Dong charged into the mist. The giant snake, sensing his approach, opened its mouth to attack, but as it did, countless fine needles emerged from the water mist, launching themselves into its mouth, accompanied by bolts of lightning striking down upon its head. Ding ding! The water needles conjured by Chang Luoyin struck the snake's body, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. "Donggu, this truly is a metal-type beast. I find it difficult to control its blood. It's far too heavy, unlike water which is so light. Its skin is too thick. I can't pierce it, this won't do. Its skin is harder than iron." Hearing Chang Luoyin's voice, Wang Dong chuckled to himself. Human beings, despite their frailty, had survived from primitive times to the present due to their ability to hunt in groups and wield tools. With Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin providing range support, victory was assured. Wang Dong's confidence stemmed from having already neutralized a significant portion of the snake's offensive capabilities. As he had previously stated. Despite the world's changes, some things remained eternally unchanged. For instance, the methods of a snake's attack were limited to constriction, tail whips, venom, swallowing, and collisions. He instructed Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin to keep a watchful eye on the snake's head and tail. Should either move, they were to attack the head with all their strength, where he had previously inflicted injuries. By preventing the giant snake from opening its mouth, he effectively rendered its venom, swallowing, and collision attacks moot. Focus on the tail. Any movement and interrupt it, which also served to restrict its tail whip and constriction abilities. The scales of victory began to tilt in their favor. Next, they only needed to guard against the giant snake's metal-type skills. Chapter 47. Are you in or out? If you're not in, then get lost. The initial mist released by Chang Luoyin was not extensive, merely enveloping the giant snake. However, as the trio attacked, especially as Chang Luoyin manipulated droplets of water, which were continually scorched and evaporated by the flames, the fog's range expanded, becoming denser and more pervasive. Eventually, it formed a vast expanse of white mist, within which silver arcs of electricity danced and red flames flickered. Observing the giant snake retreating further from the passage, Wang Dong felt a hint of appreciation for Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin. Enveloping the giant snake in mist served another purpose. It obscured its vision, gradually leading it away from the passage. With Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin intentionally guiding it, the giant snake, disoriented in the white fog, was finally drawn away from the mine's exit. Wang Dong could finally take a moment to rest and recuperate. Looking at the half-piece of wood in his hand, he couldn't help but chuckle. Feng Chengwen hadn't had the chance to fashion it into a weapon, and it now resembled nothing more than a chopstick with a half-ear of corn skewered on it. As he regained his strength while observing the giant snake, he realized, after a considerable time, that the snake had yet to employ any metal-type skills. Scanning through the dense mist, Wang Dong contemplated, then dashed into the white fog once more. Upon seeing Wang Dong's appearance, the giant snake emitted an enraged roar. However, as soon as it opened its mouth, lightning and water blades surged towards it, causing it to hastily close its mouth in fear. Wang Dong's gaze flickered as he witnessed lightning striking the scales, bursting into tiny electric arcs that gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Chang Luoyin's water needle shattered upon colliding with the giant snake's body, while Wang Dong was deep in thought. The snake's tail lashed out. Fortunately, Feng Qingwen and Chang Luoyin, who were vigilantly watching the giant snake, recalled Wang Dong's instructions. In an instant, bolts of lightning were unleashed, and the water vapor condensed into several water mirrors that shielded Wang Dong from the snake's attack. At that moment, Wang Dong's expression finally relaxed. He had long feared the giant snake's control over its metal abilities, but it appeared that the snake had yet to enhance its defense by metallicizing its scales. This revelation eased the weight in his heart. His greatest fear had been the emergence of a skill to control metals, but it seemed more likely that he had merely watched too many mutant films. Unlike water, metals have a plethora of varieties, and pure metals are rarely found in nature. If the skill associated with the metal-type awakening was indeed the control of metals, it would be utterly unfathomable and defy logic. Attack with all your might, Wang Dong commanded, as bolts of lightning pierced the mist, striking down upon the giant snake. Simultaneously, the water mist appeared to take on a physical form, rolling like a mass of dough, enveloping the giant snake and causing it to sway. Now's the chance. Wang Dong leaped from his position, bringing the piece of wood crashing down. The giant snake, ensnared in the mist, could only open its mouth to retaliate. But Feng Qingwen, fully prepared, seized the opportunity to shoot a bolt of lightning into the snake's mouth. The giant snake howled in agony, thrashing violently. Wang Dong swung the piece of wood down with all his might. And with a resounding thud, blood splattered. Chang Luoyin, draw its blood. Wang Dong laughed heartily as he emerged from the mist. That strike shattered one of the giant snake's eyes, despite the snake's body being covered in impenetrable scales reinforced by metal-type power, rendering it impervious to lightning. Even Chang Luoyin's control over the water vapor inside the snake had little effect. Yet now, having shattered one of the giant snake's eyes, it meant a breach had been opened on its body, providing Chang Luoyin with a point of attack. Not good. It's about to flee. Wang Dong panicked. If it escapes, I will toss you two into the cave and use you as bait to lure it out. Upon hearing Wang Dong's threat, the two turned pale, especially Chang Luoyin, who, upon realizing she would be fed to the snake, immediately burst into tears. Donggu, no. I won't let it escape. I will kill it. Chang Luoyin was undoubtedly capable, but her timidness and lack of combat experience prevented her from showcasing her true potential. A cultivator in the Transcendence realm could easily have the giant snake on the defensive in close combat. Yet Chang Luoyin was too frightened to approach. If she were not pushed, she might have spent the entire time idly. Feng Qingwen was equally underutilized. The lightning abilities in his hands were squandered. If it escapes, I will tie you both up with an iron hook and toss you into the cave. Once the giant snake has devoured you, I will use that iron hook to haul it out. You all know about fishing. That's right, you are the bait, and it is the fish I intend to catch. Wang Dong crossed his arms and bellowed, threatening the two with every ounce of his resolve to extract their last bit of strength. The more he looked at Chang Luoyin, the angrier he became. The cultivator at the Transcendence realm, with a single punch, could likely shatter the snake's bones. After a combination of strikes, even if the snake was impervious, its muscles would surely be reduced to mush. He recalled Jiang Wei, a fellow cultivator at the same level, who with a mere slap sent several antelopes flying like kites, and compared that to Chang Luoyin. It was utterly embarrassing. With each threat he issued, the two grew paler, and Feng Qingwen could no longer bear it. Ah! He screamed as he charged into the mist. I'll fight this damn thing. Beast! You inhumane beast! Wang Dong, you are no human! Chang Luoyin instinctively followed suit, but upon seeing the enormous snake, ultimately lacked the courage to proceed. If you don't go, I will have Feng Qingwen take you away, leaving you behind for it to devour. What? Chang Luoyin could no longer hold back her sobs. No, please, it will devour me. Wang Dong remained expressionless. Then go and slay it while I protect you. Otherwise, I shall truly abandon you. Brother Dong, please don't. I will kill it. Chang Luoyin finally plunged into the mist. Wang Dong smiled with satisfaction, combining the lightning and water elements, along with a practitioner in the stage of transcending the mundane. Defeating a wounded serpent was assured. Naturally, Wang Dong was not careless. He kept a vigilant watch on the battle, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The three worked together with growing synergy and increasing ease. Before long, Chang Luoyin and her companion overcame their fear, realizing that the giant serpent was not as terrifying as they had imagined. Bind it. Surrounding the serpent's head, mist coalesced into dozens of water tendrils, ensnaring it, while a bolt of lightning struck its eye. Yes, my turn. My turn. The eye that had just been struck by lightning suddenly burst, blood gushing forth like a turned faucet, mingled with chunks of flesh. It's my turn now, voices emerged from the mist, and Wang Dong felt a chill run down his spine. Hurry and conclude the battle. Otherwise, the awakened from Jiejiao City will arrive. You all must finish. Shall we allow them to reap the spoils? Who dares to snatch the meat from my bowl? I shall electrocute them. Whoever dares to take my share. Chang Luoyin pondered for a moment, unable to think of a truly threatening remark. Finally exclaiming, I will kill them. Upon hearing the sound of the giant serpent collapsing, Wang Dong glanced at the wooden staff in his hand. Feng Qingwen, you will regret your earlier bravado. I remember your loud insults. For every moment of your current joy, you will face equal misfortune. Chapter 48. You truly wish to be my father. Feng Qingwen gazed at the lifeless serpent, his spirits soaring, brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Brother Dong, you miserable scoundrel, this is merely a lowly creature. I haven't even exerted myself, and it has already fallen. Wang Dong disregarded the two, for the true turning point in the battle had been the initial burst of flames. When the giant serpent attempted to swallow him whole, Wang Dong, risking his life, unleashed the flames only when the serpent drew near, scorching its mouth and throat, thus rendering it unable to open its jaws and eliminating most of its offensive capabilities. It was also Wang Dong who shattered the serpent's eye, creating an opening that provided Chang Luoyin with an opportunity. Wang Dong unsheathed the weapon he had meticulously prepared, inserting it into the serpent's eye. Quickly, the power of the corpse will not last long. It will soon dissipate. We must begin at once. Yes, I'm starting and I am ready as well. Just as Feng Qingwen spoke, he was taken aback. Wang Dong and Chang Luoyin had already completed their weapons. While his section of the log remained only half-finished, it resembled a pair of chopsticks thrust into a half-eaten cob of corn. One half fashioned into a gun barrel, while the other remained merely a log. What should I do with this? Feng Qingwen exclaimed. This thing is harder than iron. Without several hours, I cannot shape it. He grew frantic, grabbing Wang Dong. Brother Dong, what do I do? Help me. What can I do? Should I chew it for you? Feng Qingwen lamented. If I can't finish it, then my efforts are in vain. No, you must assist me. Crying out for help will do you no good, father. Feng Qingwen cried without hesitation. Father, help me. I know you're clever. Surely you have a solution. Wang Dong pushed Feng Qingwen away. Let us begin. Chang Luoyin gasped as the giant serpent's corpse began to tremble, the metallic energy coalescing within the blood towards its head. The mist linked two wooden swords with the serpent's body, gradually siphoning it away, while the metallic energy within the serpent mingled with the mist and entered the wooden swords. Once the mist was extracted, only pure metallic energy remained. Brother Dong, set it ablaze, ignite them. Wang Dong promptly unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing the two wooden swords, continuously refining them. Summon lightning. Feng Qingwen shouted in frustration. You worthless scoundrel, I have no weapon. You two can eat dirt. Beast, we all came together. Why should you two take the benefits while I do the labor? Hurry, summon the lightning. Feng Qingwen shook his head. Not a single spark for you. Wang Dong's patience wore thin. Keep talking, and I shall end you. Don't provoke me. Feng Qingwen was met with a fierce glare, reluctantly releasing a bolt of lightning. The metallic energy surged into the wooden swords, shattered and broken apart by the thunder, hastening their fusion under the flames. Before long, the wooden swords began to lose their wooden grain, gradually taking on a metallic sheen. Just then, Wang Dong suddenly stepped forward, grasping his double-handed sword, poised to draw it. Chang Luoyin urgently called out, "Don't pull it out. If you do, it will be useless. It hasn't fully fused yet. The metallic energy and wood are still separate. If you draw it out now, it will be wasted. We must wait until the metal and wood merge, transforming into something neither metal nor wood. Only then will it be complete." Without hesitation, Wang Dong seized the double-handed sword and pulled it from the serpent's eye. The two beside him were left dumbfounded. "What the hell are you doing?" Feng Chengwen seethed. "You lunatic, are you out of your mind? Quickly, insert it back. This is not like sleeping with your girlfriend. You can't just pull out halfway. Hurry, put it back." Wang Dong ignored Feng Chengwen, wielding the sword like lightning, slicing off several chunks from Feng Chengwen's half-finished log. Only then did the two realize that Wang Dong had pulled the sword out to assist Feng Chengwen in shaping his wood. The wood was astonishingly hard. Without several hours, it could not be finished. However, the energy within the serpent's corpse was dissipating rapidly, leaving no time for Feng Chengwen. Yet, the double-handed sword, having undergone transformation, was now a semi-finished extraordinary weapon, capable of performing the task. Seeing this scene, Feng Chengwen trembled. "Damn you. I didn't call you father for you to actually act like one. Are you out of your mind? You throw away your own for me? I am not your child." Feng Chengwen mistakenly believed Wang Dong was sacrificing his weapon to help him complete his forging. Wang Dong's pupils flashed with golden light as his strength suddenly waned. "Insert it into the serpent's mouth, quickly." Wang Dong swiftly turned, reinserting the sword into the serpent's eye. Upon witnessing this, Feng Chengwen immediately understood that Wang Dong's double-handed sword had not been affected. "You dog, can't you chop a bit more? Look at what you've made for me. This thing looks neither like a hammer nor a wooden mallet, and certainly not a spiked club." Wang Dong had chopped away most of the wood, yet what remained was not a gun but rather a crude wooden hammer. Time was of the essence, and there was no room for aesthetic refinement. The overall appearance was utterly grotesque. "Stop whining, or you shall have nothing." Feng Chengwen hastily grasped the wooden hammer and stuffed it into the serpent's mouth. Wang Dong finally sighed in relief. Although he employed the source of chaos to suppress the already transformed double-handed sword, time constraints limited him to this extent. Once the fire element within the source of chaos was ignited, he could easily manipulate the fire patterns, capable of not only stripping others of their fire abilities, but also briefly influencing the surrounding environment. When he spoke of influence, it was more akin to control, tearing a portion of the heavens and earth from its course and claiming it as his own. However, given Wang Dong's limited strength, the space he could control was minuscule and the duration brief. Just moments ago, he had utilized the source of chaos to suppress the double-handed sword, pausing the various reactions within, allowing for a brief extraction without complete failure. "Brother Dong, how did you manage that?" Chang Luoyin gazed at him with admiration. "Brother Dong, you're incredible." Feng Chengwen wore a lecherous grin. "Your brother Dong excels in certain aspects. Care for a little demonstration?" Oh yes, oh yes." Chang Luoyin exclaimed excitedly. "Brother Dong, let me witness it. Allow me to try." Feng Chengwen's smile grew increasingly lewd. "Your brother Dong now possesses a little rain umbrella. He will let you give it a whirl. Your brother Dong practices breath control. His physique is exceptional. 0.7 times a night. No problem." Chang Luoyin, oblivious to Feng Chengwen's innuendos, had merely been a child of 11 or 12 before the catastrophe. "I also practice breath control. I am even better than him. Does that mean I can do it 14 times? Feng Chengwen suddenly looked at Wang Dong, sympathy and pity written across his face. "Then you'll be the one suffering. Drain dry. Perhaps she will develop a taste for it, clinging to you every day." Wang Dong's expression darkened, teeth clenched. "You will learn what it means to endure 7 times a night. From now on, practice breath control 7 times a day, for 7 hours each time. Miss even an hour, and I will confine you in a water tank, electrocuting yourself." Feng Chengwen, while releasing lightning, quietly calculated, 5 times 7 equals 35. And 7 times 7 equals 42. Wait, that's not right. There are only 24 hours in a day, right? "Wang Dong, you miserable scoundrel, are you abusing me?" Feng Chengwen finally grasped the situation. "You're not our father. Why do you think you can command me? Just because I can fight better than you and can confine you in a water tank." Feng Chengwen feigned calmness. "I'm no slouch in the lightning element either. If you dare strike me, I will tell our father." Chapter 49. Your girlfriend is utterly useless aside from her skills in bed. The forging of the extraordinary weapons proceeded remarkably well. After extracting the last drop of essence from the great serpent, its body withered into a mere husk, and at last, the weapons for the three of them were completed. However, Feng Qingwen did not appear as elated as one might expect. Wang Dong had crafted a two-handed sword, while Chang Luoyin had forged a slender blade. In stark contrast, Feng Qingwen held a peculiar implement that resembled neither a hammer nor a mallet, provoking in him a desire to discard it immediately. Feng Qingwen raised his hammer, his face clearly displaying his disdain. What in the world is this? It's hideous. Wang Dong stifled a laugh, blaming Feng for his own predicament. It's your own fault. If you hadn't spoken so carelessly, you wouldn't be in such a rush and could have taken your time to refine it properly. Chang Luoyin, cradling her sword with affection, mused, I need to name it. Should I call it Floating Dance or Wind Without Trace? Or perhaps Fallen Angel? Feng Qingwen turned his head, puzzled. Donggu, doesn't that sound familiar? Wang Dong's expression shifted to one of embarrassment as he struggled to suppress a laugh. Back in the day, you were notorious for using those monikers. Feng Qingwen suddenly realized, his face a mask of shock. Is this a cyclical phenomenon? It seems every generation of youth is beset by youthful folly. I've made up my mind. My weapon shall be named Heartbreaker's Blade. With that, Feng Qingwen hefted his hammer, swinging it in a wide arc. Whoever dares to provoke me shall face the consequences. Wang Dong promptly closed his eyes as distant memories surged forth, overwhelming him. Chang Luoyin, let me give you a name, shall I? Intrigued, Chang Luoyin, now thoroughly enamored with Wang Dong, responded eagerly, yes, Donggu, please think of one quickly. After a moment's deliberation, Wang Dong softly uttered, How you? How you? Wang Dong nodded, as in the command. Chang Luoyin hugged her sword tightly. How you sword? How splendid! It is far more melodious than Fallen Angel. Wang Dong turned away, unwilling to witness this spectacle, reflecting on how embarrassing it was for a cultivator in the refinement stage to display such juvenile behavior. Feng Qingwen approached, hammer in hand. Donggu, think of a name for me as well. The name How You sounded far more imposing than Heartbreaker's Blade, and it was certainly more refined. Hurry, think of one. Wang Dong pretended to ponder, finally suggesting, how about Heavenly Conqueror? It suits your temperament perfectly, with Heavenly Conqueror above and Earthly Conqueror below. You two make a perfect pair, while I simply stir the air. You fool! Feng Qingwen cursed, striding away with his hammer. Wang Dong gazed at his two-handed sword, contemplating whether to bestow upon it a name, but ultimately dismissed the idea. He wanted to distance himself from the two overly sentimental youths. After all, if he named his weapon similarly, wouldn't it seem just as juvenile? I'll simply call it Two-Handed Sword. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Dong. Is this sword already fixed in form? Can it be enhanced in the future? Chang Luoyin shook her head. It is not made of metal, so conventional methods of enhancement are ineffective. Moreover, wood cannot be reforged. Wang Dong regarded Chang Luoyin with a peculiar expression. Her tone was uncharacteristically serious. Just then, he noticed Chang Luoyin tilting her head, lost in thought. What else did my senior brother say? Let me think. He mentioned that if we encounter a special kind of ore, we could grind it into powder and incorporate it, but it must possess inherent corrosive and fusion properties. Only such special metals are viable. Wang Dong remained silent, having never even heard of such materials. Where would he possibly find them? Let us return to Jiezhou. Feng Qingwen quickly interjected, Donggu, didn't you say that large mining areas are often surrounded by communities? We should explore. Wang Dong shook his head. After 4 or 5 years, what could possibly remain? I can't be bothered to search. Feng Qingwen seized Wang Dong's arm, whispering, Little umbrella, your stash isn't sufficient. Wang Dong glanced at Chang Luoyin, signaling Feng Qingwen to lower his voice. She is still just a child, barely 11 or 12 before the calamity. She knows nothing. Feng Qingwen nodded vigorously. She's rather naive. I only agreed to let you bring her along because if she were a cunning schemer like Lu Danying, I would have dealt with her long ago. Donggu, win her over. She's cute, powerful, and adorably innocent. Far superior to your ex. What does Lu Danying have? Aside from her prowess in bed and variety of positions, she is utterly useless. Wang Dong's expression darkened instantly. You dare? Feng Qingwen quickly interrupted Wang Dong's burgeoning fury. I was merely speculating. Donggu, I assure you. Consider this. She has awakened her fire affinity and resorts to trading her body for sustenance. Clearly, she is inept in every other regard. Aside from that trivial advantage, she likely possesses nothing else. If I, a person of such limited capability, can follow you after awakening, she can only be a burden. Wang Dong, sword in hand, began to walk away. Where are you going? Aren't we supposed to find the little umbrella? I'm heading to Wangdi City to see if it's feasible. Feng Chengwen hastily pursued him. But the time hasn't come yet. Wang Dong did not look back. He simply wished to distance himself from Feng Chengwen, not wanting to linger even a moment longer. Don't follow me, or I swear I'll take you down. Unaware of Wang Dong's anger, Chang Luoyin hurriedly caught up. Donggu, let us find a fierce beast to test how you. Shall we? Donggu, please slow down. Don't leave me behind. Upon hearing about the new weapon experiment, Feng Chengwen perked up, excitement shining in his eyes. Donggu, have we gone too far? Feng Chengwen, hoisting his hammer, glanced back toward the direction of Jiezhou. We've been following the railway for a night. Perhaps we should head back. We're about to leave the Qinling Mountains. You dimwit, you don't mean to venture into Shu, do you? Feng Chengwen grew anxious. Just the two of us? What if they bully us? If we go with the people from Jiezhou, we'll seem organized. With the organization, there's no problem, we carry the banner. We are heroes of national rejuvenation. Feng Chengwen earnestly persuaded Wang Dong. If we just go like this, we'll look like deserters. We should wait for the main force. Donggu, I was wrong. Please say something. Finally, Wang Dong erupted. If you keep prattling on, I swear I'll end you. We've come out here. Let us catch some animals to bring back and raise, expand the breeding grounds in Jiezhou. Feng Chengwen immediately gave Wang Dong a thumbs up. You truly have a plan. Let us catch a few antelopes. They grow quickly. Wang Dong scowled and berated him. I could carry 2 antelopes back. Who would dare to raise them? Let us grab a few goats. At least they produce milk, even if we can't keep them. We can have a feast of mutton. Sounds good. I love mutton. But aren't you fond of fish? Chang Luoyin shot a disapproving glance at Feng Chengwen. I also love mutton. All right. You don't have to eat it all. While the trio gleefully pursued goats, a considerable distance away, a large group of awakened individuals was gradually closing in on them. Behind this assembly of awakened ones, a steam locomotive chugged steadily forward. Chapter 50. The train runs swiftly, propelled by its engine. Within the Qinling Mountains, a steam train exhaled clouds of vapor as it slowly made its way northward. With each advance, throngs of Earth Element awakened individuals sprang forth from the train, extracting 5 to 6 meter long concrete pillars and erecting them along both sides of the railway. Subsequently, the Earth Element awakened ones employed their abilities to gradually sink the concrete pillars into the ground, embedding them deeply until a considerable portion was submerged. They then affixed enormous steel fences to the concrete pillars, effectively safeguarding the entire railway that stretched from the south and traversed the Qinling Range. Ahead of the train, a multitude of fire element awakened ones inspected the tracks, swiftly dismantling and replacing any warped or damaged sections. Numerous fire element awakened individuals worked in unison, using flames to heat the new tracks until they glowed red and melted, subsequently allowing skilled personnel to connect them. The remaining fire element awakened individuals scorched the surrounding ground with fierce flames, incinerating vegetation while transforming the discarded iron tracks mixed with gravel into lifeless black sand, creating a barrier to hinder plant growth. As Wang Dong and his companions carried their little goats back to the railway, they were suddenly confronted by a barrier of iron fencing. Did we take a wrong turn? Feng Chengwen scanned the surroundings rapidly. No. We came out from here. It's only been half a day. Why is there an extra fence? What is going on? Wang Dong seemed to grasp the situation, lifting his goat and taking off at a sprint. Quick, follow me. If we lag behind, we'll have to traverse the mountains to return. Feng Chengwen, still puzzled, instinctively chased after Wang Dong. Before long, the trio beheld the train and the multitude of awakened individuals constructing the fences. Feng Chengwen gazed in awe at the train, his eyes wide with disbelief. Donggu, am I seeing things? Is that really a train? Can it actually run? Though he had known about steam trains, witnessing it in action left him utterly astonished. Who are you people? Where did you come from? Seeing everyone cease their work and turn their attention to them, Wang Dong quickly inquired, Did you come from Wangdi City? We are from Jiezhou City. Out here to catch a few little goats to raise. The crowd's gaze settled upon Wang Dong's hands, observing the struggling lamb, their expressions softening somewhat. Does Jeju City already have farms? One remarked, it seems your development is quite commendable. Feng Chengwen shook his head, hesitant to raise livestock in abundance. The city's population was soaring too rapidly, and there was a lack of surplus labor. Catch a few sheep to take back, if we can rear them. We shall, if not, we will slaughter them for food. One man stepped out of the crowd, smiling as he said, if we are to raise them, then let us do so. A little hardship and toil is of no concern. We must lay a foundation, ensuring that future generations do not have to endure the same hardships as we have. Feng Chengwen's face flushed with excitement. I will heed the leader's words. If the leader suggests we raise them, then we shall. Even if I do not partake, let them have their share. What the leader says must be right. The man chuckled, shaking his head. I am not the leader, I will take you to meet him. Perhaps he has inquiries for you. Feng Chengwen immediately attempted to follow, but Wang Dong discreetly kicked him, pulling him back behind himself, fearful that Feng Chengwen might cause some trouble. Sir, what about the sheep? A man inquired with a smile, indicating they could be taken on the vehicle without concern. This is hope. Decades ago, our forebears accumulated their fortunes in similar fashion. The man led Wang Dong onto the train and knocked on the door of a room. In the elongated room, a rectangular sand table was centered, with a railway running through it, surrounded by vividly depicted mountains and valleys. At that moment, 5 or 6 individuals were gathered around the sand table, engaged in discussion. The instant Wang Dong and the others entered, the 5 raised their heads simultaneously, surprised to see 3 unfamiliar faces. Director Yang, these 3 are awakeners from Jeju City. They came to capture lambs for rearing but stumbled upon us. I brought them over for you to understand the situation in Jeju City. The leading man immediately showed interest and gestured for Wang Dong and his companions to sit down. Jeju City has farms now? When we last met with individuals from Jeju City, that was not the case. Without a second thought, Feng Chengwen chimed in. It is all due to the leadership's wise governance, eliciting laughter from several present. Young man, do not be overly excited. There are no leaders here, just brothers in hardship. Feng Chengwen was about to speak again when Wang Dong, with a darkened expression, pulled him back behind himself. Sir, the scale of Jeju's farms is not large. There are only a few dozen cattle and over 100 pigs, while there are quite a number of chickens and geese, but it is far from sufficient to supply the entire city. In the past 2 years, the birth rate has increased, yet the labor force has diminished. Large animals consume too much, and we are already unable to sustain them. I heard before I left that some may need to be slaughtered. Director Yang's face bore a smile. Population growth is a good thing. We will inevitably grow old, and the newly born are the hope for our nation. You may not have noticed, but we have a demographic gap. Those who survived the catastrophe were mostly adults, with very few children. As a result, there are currently no children aged 6 to 17. These children born after the disaster are indeed the future of our nation and humanity. Wang Dong, upon hearing this, felt a sense of disorientation wash over him. He had never contemplated this issue, partly due to his limited interactions with people, which did not afford him the opportunity to recognize the problem, and partly because his perspective had yet to ascend to that of humanity as a whole. What is Jeju's current attitude towards Wangdi City? Director Yang posed the question that concerned him most. Wang Dong hurriedly relayed the information he had previously heard. Not bad, not bad. Director Yang visibly relaxed, clearly pleased with this news. Jeju is the only city outside of Shu that has established contact with us independently. Its geographical position is unique, being the first stop north of Wangdi City, and it must not falter. I fear they may lose their ambition and simply wish to live in complacency. Wang Dong hesitated for a moment before quietly inquiring. Sir, what is our overall situation? Director Yang remained silent for a long while, his tone growing grave. The situation is dire. Shu, due to its advantageous geographical location, managed to respond promptly when the catastrophe struck, thus preserving itself relatively intact. Additionally, the military garrisons in each major battle zone have mostly remained intact, resulting in the formation of 5 major cities. The remaining areas have seen the collapse of their social systems and productive forces. Wang Dong felt a bitter taste in his mouth upon hearing this. The 5 major cities, along with Shu, constituted only a fraction of the vast expanse of their homeland. What about the international situation? International? Director Yang shook his head. There is no longer an international presence. Coastal nations and those lacking depth in land have ceased to exist. At this moment, Director Yang suddenly remarked with profound significance. In the end, only the Chinese nation can endure on this land. Wang Dong's gaze trembled, cautiously asking, "Is it due to the foundational breathing technique?" Director Yang abruptly lifted his head, scrutinizing Wang Dong with eyes sharp as daggers. "Young man, you are no ordinary individual." Director Yang's gaze towards Wang Dong was filled with admiration. "I merely made a casual remark, and you connected it to the foundational breathing technique. Young man, we need talents like you. With vision and intellect, would you like to join me? I am heading to Jiezhou to take charge of the city." Wang Dong could no longer remain composed. It felt as though a thunderclap had struck within him. In truth, he had no particular ambition. He merely associated Director Yang's statement that only the Chinese nation could endure with the foundational breathing technique. The reasoning was simple. As the catastrophe deepened, the living conditions would inevitably become increasingly harsh, firearms would gradually lose their efficacy, and awakeners remained a mere fraction of the population. Only through the elevation of the entire populace could they contend with the catastrophe and survive. To achieve a unified enhancement of physical fitness across the populace, the path of the foundational breathing technique was currently the only viable option. However, the foundational breathing technique was written in Chinese, and some of its concepts could only be comprehended by the Chinese themselves. Even if translated into foreign languages, the essence could not be grasped, and as societal structures collapsed, it would become increasingly difficult for foreigners to learn Chinese. Thus, Wang Dong made the connection between the two. Yet, judging by Director Yang's reaction, it seemed there was more to it than mere coincidence. At that moment, Feng Qingwen hastily nudged Wang Dong, interrupting his thoughts and signaling him to respond promptly. Wang Dong paused for a moment, feeling somewhat awkward. "Wherever we are, we contribute to the rejuvenation of the nation. As long as the organization requires it, I would not hesitate to brave any danger." Yes, as long as the organization requires it, we shall bear the flag and charge to the forefront." Feng Qingwen failed to grasp Wang Dong's meaning, instead expressing his fervor vocally, while Chang Luoyin quietly surveyed their surroundings. Director Yang nodded regretfully, understanding Wang Dong's statement about contributing to the nation's rejuvenation as an unspoken refusal of his offer. Subsequently, Director Yang inquired further about Jiezhou, and Wang Dong answered each question to the best of his knowledge. For those he did not know or deemed inappropriate to disclose, he gave vague responses to deflect. After conversing with Director Yang, Wang Dong voluntarily joined the team constructing the iron fence, working enthusiastically alongside Feng Qingwen. Having practiced the breathing technique, his physical abilities far surpassed those of the awakeners, allowing him to single-handedly lift and position cement pillars that previously required several individuals. Just as the three worked fervently, Director Yang and others observed Wang Dong and his companions closely from the train at the back. "These three children truly relish labor," Director Yang remarked. "Look at them, their laughter is so warm." He chuckled softly, shaking his head. No young person genuinely enjoys physical labor. Their happiness stems from having a belief and harboring hope. In their eyes, this is contributing to the rejuvenation of the nation. They are three fine children. If Director Yang were to learn that Chang Luoyin merely found the scene lively and interesting, thus smiling so joyfully, he might not hold such thoughts. That child named Wang Dong is quite remarkable. Indeed, just now, his responses during old Yang's probing were impeccable, revealing an extraordinary intellect. Director Yang remained silent for a long time before suddenly stating, "These three children embody the true essence of Huaxia. Their practice is the foundational breathing technique." Everyone present changed their expressions, their gazes towards Wang Dong and his companions shifting significantly. "Are you suggesting that these children continue to practice after awakening?" Director Yang nodded. "We do not yet know the future path of the awakeners, but the foundational breathing technique is a celestial road that our ancestors have painstakingly explored over countless years. This has been proven by generations of experience. These children, having awakened, still diligently practice the foundational breathing technique rather than indulging in the powers of awakening, indicating they possess steadfast minds. The rejuvenation of our nation relies on such spirited, persistent, insightful, and hardworking children." Director Yang's gaze fixed upon Wang Dong. "This time, when we head to Tongwei Pass for support, let us take this child along, allowing him to gain some experience." "Director Yang, might this be too dangerous?" Someone quickly interjected. "Since you value this child, shouldn't we aim to ensure his survival? The current Tongwei Pass is akin to a meat grinder. This child has yet to reach the stage of shedding the mundane. Sending him to Tongwei Pass is indeed perilous. Yes, our rescue plan only permits the participation of awakeners who have shed the mundane. This mission to Tongwei Pass requires traversing 600 kilometers of wilderness. This child does not yet possess such capabilities. Hearing the objections, Director Yang hesitated slightly. Once we arrive in Jiezhou, we shall ask for his opinion. If he wishes to go, then let him, and we will ensure his safety along the way. Only through extensive experience and exposure can one's perspective elevate to a national level. At this juncture, Director Yang pointed towards Wang Dong's figure, a smile gracing his face. Look at him, how joyfully he works. Is there anyone who can carry cement blocks with such delight? That is because it pertains to national rejuvenation. He is not lacking in spirit of dedication or initiative. What he lacks is merely a broader vision and capability. One person beside him, unable to resist teasing, remarked, Director Yang, you may be somewhat oblivious. Before this child transforms, he surely hasn't even graduated. He's just a student. Do you truly expect an ordinary student to contemplate issues from a global perspective? Is that realistic? Old Lu is correct. Even we are but marginally elevated above him. Director Yang, how old are you now? Over 50, I presume. Before the establishment of our action office, wasn't your thinking confined to those few acres outside Huangdi City? Just a few days ago, weren't you pondering what to plant in the fields? Laughter erupted among the group. Indeed, indeed. Were it not for the establishment of this action office, even as a director, you would still be fretting over Huangdi City, and your thoughts wouldn't have soared much higher. Despite their jests, Director Yang remained unfazed, stating, that is to be in one's position and to deliberate on one's duties. My previous role constrained me to worry only about the lands outside Huangdi City, but now it is different. The ultimate goal of our Northwest Rejuvenation Action Office is the Northwest itself. If this child can be nurtured, he may one day serve there. At the mention of the Northwest, the laughter ceased, and solemnity enveloped the room. You hold such high hopes for him? Director Yang chuckled softly and shook his head. I do not merely harbor hopes for him. I hold hopes for every son of Huaxia. We are aging, and the mess in the Northwest will ultimately rely on the younger generation to rectify. These children practicing their breathing techniques represent the essence of Huaxia and will undoubtedly bear the heavy responsibility of our nation's survival. We often speak of national rejuvenation, yet you and I both understand it is, in truth, about the survival of our nation. As Director Yang's expression grew increasingly grave, the earlier mirth faded entirely. Each child is a beacon of future hope. The Northwest Rejuvenation Action Office bears not only the responsibility of revitalizing the Northwest, but also the survival of the Huaxia nation. Sensing the atmosphere had turned somber, Director Yang jested half-heartedly, you old folks, do not be misled by the playful demeanor of our office. It is indeed of great significance, no less than the discussions held by the leaders of Huangdi City. We must expedite the establishment of a communication route to the Northwest War Zone and connect with Huxiao City, one of the 5 main cities. Jiezhou is not merely the first stop in the Northwest Plan. It is also a critical juncture for linking with the Eastern War Zone. We have a heavy burden ahead of us. Chapter 52. I have signed you up, you need not thank me. Wang Dong and his companions traveled back to Jiezhou by train, attracting no attention whatsoever. In fact, no one even inquired about the extraordinary weapons they had brought back. Instead, the 6 little lambs they returned with prompted Jiezhou City to establish a new breeding farm, delighting a few insiders for a brief moment. With this contribution, the trio would not need to undertake missions for a while, allowing Wang Dong time to enter seclusion, as he required tranquility to cultivate diligently. Since acquiring the Jingfeng Ding Qianxiu technique, he had only secluded himself once, and that had been interrupted by Feng Qingwen. This time, he intended to fully transform the foundational breathing technique he had previously practiced into the Jingfeng Ding Qianxiu. Upon concluding his seclusion, Jiezhou City underwent dramatic changes. The train that arrived from Huangdi City carried not only cement columns and steel mesh, but also the most essential supplies and weapons for Jiezhou. Moreover, it represented a secure passage and a continuous supply of resources. Due to insufficient coal reserves following the disaster, trains could not run frequently. Yet, the mere existence of this stable route was enough to instill hope in the previously bewildered residents of Jiezhou. Furthermore, after Director Yang took full control of Jiezhou, he also formed the Awaken Corps. Previously, Jiezhou had an Awaken unit, but its management was relatively loose. Director Yang, using the Awaken individuals he brought, established a cohesive Awaken Corps, operated with the same level of organization as a regular army. He even created a Cultivator Corps. Although this core had a minimal number of members, it was well structured, laying a solid foundation that could be gradually filled in over time. Additionally, vast tracts of wasteland outside Jiezhou City were rapidly developed. Huangdi City sent over handheld tillers, enabling Jiezhou, which had previously relied solely on human labor, to cultivate large swathes of wasteland within just a few days. This handheld tiller, powered by a fuel engine driving rotating blades, contained no electronic components. Even post-disaster, as long as there was fuel, it could function normally. Wang Dong emerged from his seclusion after nearly half a month. During this time, he had thoroughly reorganized the breathing technique, successfully transitioning from the foundational technique to the Jingfeng Ding Qianqiu. Although he had not yet reached the transcendent stage, he had laid a firm foundation for future cultivation, akin to solidifying the base for a towering edifice. This outcome was far more meaningful than a direct breakthrough. As soon as Wang Dong stepped out, he was met by Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin waiting at the door, which took him by surprise. "You finally emerged, you rascal. I have something to tell you. Do you remember that Director Yang? He is now the highest authority in Jiezhou." Feng Chengwen rubbed his hands together excitedly, and Wang Dong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. This fellow was prone to impulsive decisions when overly exhilarated, easily carried away by flattery. Previously, he had let slip information about the Changyang gold mine, resulting in a series of predicaments involving ferocious beasts. "You haven't gone and impulsively joined the awakened core, have you?" Wang Dong inquired, a hint of concern in his tone. Feng Chengwen shook his head. "No, the army is now unified under one management. I'm going to find our dad. There's no way I'd join the awakened core." Wang Dong let out a long sigh of relief. While he did not oppose joining the army and even yearned to contribute to national rejuvenation, his father's fate remained uncertain. Having been taken captive by the merchant clan, he could not simply disregard this. He had to rescue his father first. Joining the army could wait until after that. "I signed up to support Tongwei Pass, and I'm leaving with the next batch of support teams. I also signed you up." Wang Dong felt a sudden jolt of alarm at this unexpected news. His mind struggling to process it. "Tongwei Pass? The one in the Guangzhou Plain?" Feng Chengwen nodded vigorously. "What happened there?" Just as Feng Chengwen was about to respond, Chang Luoyin, who had been waiting for a chance to speak, interjected. I know. They say that ferocious beasts from the Yellow River have come ashore, and beasts from the Qinling Mountains have also emerged. In short, there's a beast tide, and all the ferocious creatures are heading to Tongwei Pass, putting the people there in danger. We are going to save them. We are doing a good deed." Feng Chengwen nodded. "Exactly. That's right. My master says, when one achieves success, one should benefit the world. I am quite formidable now. And Uncle Yang also mentioned we should do our part for society." Wang Dong could not help but question them. "Do you both know how far Tongwei Pass is from here?" Both shook their heads. Wang Dong scrutinized them, softly pressing further. "Do you understand what it signifies when ferocious beasts from the Yellow River leave the water and come onto land?" Again, they shook their heads in unison. Wang Dong restrained himself from delivering a reprimand, feeling exasperated. When ferocious beasts leave the water, they are at the very least at the transcendent stage. Only at that stage can they momentarily escape their dependence on water and overcome their inherent nature. "You two are truly blissfully ignorant." The two exchanged glances, beginning to regret their impulsiveness. "Tongwei Pass is approximately 600 kilometers away from us. Ordinary people walk about 5 to 6 kilometers an hour. If we jog at a steady pace, even if we cover 200 kilometers a day, it would still take us 3 days to reach." Wang Dong sighed. "That's merely in an ideal scenario. We are bound to encounter difficulties along the way, and you might get devoured by the ferocious beasts before you even arrive." Feng Chengwen murmured. "I didn't consider all of this at the time. I just wanted to help." Faced with the established reality, Wang Dong could only acquiesce. "If you want to help, then help. Since you've signed up, what can I do? Besides, you're right. We are all brothers and compatriots. If we can assist, we should." Hearing this, Feng Chengwen felt even more regretful. No wonder they require the transcendent stage to go. It turns out it's so perilous. Why don't we just not go? After all, we're not part of the army. We can choose to volunteer freely. Wang Dong furrowed his brow, questioning again. "If only the transcendent stage can go, how did you manage to sign up and pass the review?" "There was no review," Feng Chengwen boasted. "Director Yang chatted with me and said we should venture out more to cultivate national spirit. I found that very reasonable, so I agreed. He had someone sign us up." Wang Dong felt a twinge of confusion. Director Yang arranged this. Why? With Jie in dire need of revival, there are numerous issues for Director Yang to resolve. Why would he take the time to chat with Feng Qingwen? At this moment, Feng Qingwen spoke up. I quietly asked Director Yang. He mentioned that many awakened individuals would be going this time, not just from Jie and Wangdi City. Wang Dong's expression shifted as he realized something. Feng Qingwen, shedding his previous nonchalance, now appeared serious. With so many awakened individuals converging on Tongwei Pass, we might be able to gather intelligence on the merchant clan. This could be an opportunity to find our dad. Wang Dong could not help but glance at Feng Qingwen several times, remaining silent for a considerable duration. This time, how come he has some sense? Feng Qingwen first raised his head proudly, accepting Wang Dong's praise, only to quickly realize that Wang Dong was insinuating he lacked intelligence. You dog, you're just jealous that I'm more handsome and smarter than you. Wang Dong ignored Feng Qingwen. After Xiang's death, the Shang clan might cease their activities in this vicinity, making it increasingly difficult to locate them. Yet, when the Shang clan approaches, it would be perilous at this moment. The gathering of awakeners around Tongwei Pass indeed presents an opportunity to glean the whereabouts of the Shang clan. Chapter 53. The living expenses deceived by the sister. At this juncture, Wang Dong had roughly deciphered what transpired at Tongwei Pass and resolved to head there. After a moment of silence, Wang Dong suddenly inquired of the two. Are you suggesting that the water beasts of the Yellow River and the ferocious beasts of the Qinling Mountains are simultaneously besieging Tongwei Pass? Feng Qingwen nodded, stating that the entire city was surrounded by ferocious beasts, with a southern and northern assault, hence the need for support. The so-called southern and northern assault refers to the Yellow River to the north and the Qinling Mountains to the south. The awakeners from Guangdong City had set out to provide assistance nearly a month ago, and the battle still raged on. Chang Luoyin immediately thought, it's definitely because there are too many ferocious beasts. The battle just never ends. Wang Dong gestured for her to be quiet. Ferocious beasts are not human. They do not employ tactics nor have unified command. You mentioned that a beast tide has formed and has persisted for over a month. Wang Dong's tone grew heavy. How have these ferocious beasts managed to refrain from devouring the surrounding animals? Do you honestly believe that wolves would bypass nearby rabbits to travel from the Qinling Mountains to Tongwei Pass for human prey? Or that the small fish in the Yellow River are less appealing than humans on land? This question left Feng Qingwen and the others dumbfounded. Could one really think of it from this perspective? Yet, it seems to make sense. Those ferocious beasts are undoubtedly not of the same kind and certainly lack unified command, and animals hunt out of instinct. However, they would not carry provisions. If the ferocious beasts were preying on each other, they would have descended into chaos long ago and could not have besieged Tongwei Pass for over a month. Wow, Dongge, you make a compelling argument. There's definitely something going on here. Upon hearing Wang Dong's words, even the two dimwits realized the gravity of the situation. Wang Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing these two brainless individuals might plunge headlong into a conspiracy. It had been over a month. We have no idea what the situation is over there, so we must exercise caution. Chang Luoyin shook her head, indicating that she was aware. The city announces the situation at Tongwei Pass every few days, and the news travels swiftly. Just yesterday afternoon, they disclosed the circumstances from the day before and the morning of yesterday. Wang Dong's heart sank. Yesterday afternoon, they announced the situation from the morning of yesterday? Tongwei Pass is 600 miles away. How could the news have been transmitted back? The journey from Jiejiao to Tongwei Pass takes 2 or 3 days, and now there are no phones or WeChat. How could they report on events from the morning and the afternoon? Feng Qingwen could only shake his head. Such convoluted matters were beyond his comprehension. I know why. Chang Luoyin finally seized the opportunity to show off. During the dragon transformation stage, one can fly. It takes 3 days to walk there, but flying takes only a moment. Dragon transformation can fly. Wang Dong was taken aback. This information was not widely known. After all, no one was certain whether experts in dragon transformation even existed, let alone had contact with them. Thus, it was impossible to know that those in the dragon transformation stage could fly. While marveling at Chang Luoyin's remarkable identity, Wang Dong pondered an even more terrifying question. If Tongwei Pass already had experts in the dragon transformation stage, how had they been besieged by ferocious beasts for a month? Compared to humans, ferocious beasts are actually easier to deal with, as they do not employ various schemes or strategies, nor do they adhere to the 36 stratagems or Sun Tzu's art of war. Given the presence of powerful experts, how could the ferocious beasts sustain their siege for over a month? merely to feast? Did the wolves of the Qinling Mountains truly believe that experts in dragon transformation were easier to devour than rabbits? After Wang Dong's persistent reminders, the two finally realized the situation was indeed quite peculiar. Donggu, it seems there really is something amiss here. In such circumstances, not even ferocious beasts would remain at Tongwei Pass. Even if there were Japanese devils inside, I would seek food elsewhere and return to deal with those damn devils. Feng Qingwen voiced his concern. Could this be a ruse, luring us into a trap? Could it be that the group involved in the previous electrical fraud had escaped from prison? Damn it, I always thought they should all be sentenced to death. Those scoundrels impersonated sisters and swindled me out of my entire living expenses for a semester. As Feng Qingwen lamented his misfortune, he hugged Wang Dong tightly. If you hadn't lent me half of your living expenses, I would have been beaten to death by my family. Wang Dong kicked Feng Qingwen away. I survived on instant noodles and buns for an entire semester because of you, and those were the packaged ones. You owe me money. Pay me back. Feng Qingwen swiftly hid behind Chang Luoyin, lowering his head and refraining from uttering another word. Wishing he could feign death, I'll go seek Director Yang and see if I can glean any information from him. Upon uttering these words, Wang Dong felt it was inappropriate. Director Yang is now the administrator of the entire Jiezhou, undoubtedly extremely busy, and surely would not have time to meet with him. Feng Qingwen saw an opportunity to perform and immediately ceased feigning ignorance. Come on. Director Yang and I are acquainted. He told me last time to come find him for a chat if I had time. Wang Dong confirmed. Seriously, really? Absolutely. Wang Dong was dragged along, thoroughly confused as he found himself face to face with Director Yang. The guards merely inquired briefly, confirming that Director Yang was available, and let them through, which left Wang Dong utterly astonished, almost doubting Feng Qingwen's sincerity. Upon meeting Director Yang, they exchanged brief pleasantries, and Wang Dong cautiously expressed his doubts. Director Yang remained silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he addressed Feng Qingwen. You take Chang Luoyin out for a while. You two have loose lips. There are some matters I cannot disclose to you. Feng Qingwen's face immediately fell. How come that dog Wang Dong could keep things under wraps? Wang Dong darkened his expression. Keep talking and I'll do away with you. Feng Qingwen silently mouthed a curse, then indignantly dragged Chang Luoyin away. Director Yang chuckled. This kid is good at everything except keeping his mouth shut. I heard from old Zhang that I praised him a bit, and he got so excited that he sold out your logging activities, even mentioning your trip to the Changyang gold mine. Wang Dong awkwardly lowered his head, realizing everyone already knew he had gone to the Changyang gold mine. You must have just returned from there when we encountered you. Wang Dong, unable to deny it, nodded. Director Yang fell silent again, as if organizing his thoughts. Let me think about how to convey this to you. Director Yang gestured for Wang Dong to sit down and listen attentively. Some matters I am not entirely clear about myself, and conveying half-truths might mislead you. After a brief pause, Director Yang continued. However, I can tell you this, as you have already grasped the 3 key points. Wang Dong, perplexed, inwardly scoffed. This isn't a game. Why is there a hidden plot trigger? Last time we spoke, I lamented that only the Huaxia people could endure. And you thought of the foundational breathing techniques. Moreover, you have forged extraordinary weapons and discerned anomalies at Tongwei Pass. Wang Dong seemed to grasp something but lacked the key information to connect it all. You are aware that breathing techniques have existed since ancient times, far longer than you might imagine, exceeding your understanding. Wang Dong was not particularly surprised. He had suspected this long ago. Since practitioners have existed since ancient times, does that mean extraordinary weapons have also existed since then? Director Yang smiled. After all, if you can forge one, it is only natural that the ancestors, who have passed down knowledge for countless years, could forge several powerful weapons. At that moment, Wang Dong finally connected the elusive key point, and it suddenly became clear. Ancient times left behind powerful divine weapons that had lain dormant for countless years. When calamity struck, they gradually began to awaken. The siege of Tongwei Pass by ferocious beasts was because a divine weapon had reawakened. Chapter 54. The dangerous ancient clan breathing techniques have existed since ancient times. The ancestors practiced them long ago. Among the ancestors, some forged powerful weapons, which have slumbered through the river of time. Millions of years passed, and when the Earth's environment changed to suit them once again, these divine weapons began to awaken gradually, regaining their primeval states. Tongwei Pass harbors such a divine weapon, transcending the river of time, awakening and attracting nearby ferocious beasts. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong pondered, Director Yang. What exactly is this so-called calamity? Director Yang's expression turned grave. Yet he merely shook his head in response. I do not know the specifics, and some matters you must discover and contemplate for yourself. Especially regarding this issue, the more you uncover, the closer you will get to the essence, allowing you to traverse your path further. Any subjective statements from others will only serve as distractions. Recognizing the weight of Director Yang's tone, Wang Dong refrained from pressing further. He instinctively perceived that the words spoken were truthful and filled with goodwill, prompting him to rephrase his inquiry. Is the current state of the Earth something that has existed before? Director Yang slightly shook his head. Not something that has existed. To be precise, it is in the process of restoring its original appearance. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong murmured softly, Restoration? Director Yang's eyes lit up. Indeed, the word was revival. The Earth is reclaiming its original form, thus embracing change and welcoming the unknown is the most prudent choice. Wang Dong hesitated briefly before voicing his inner confusion. Do you wish for me to go to Tongwei Pass? Director Yang nodded with a smile. I have high hopes for you. I encourage you to gain more experience. Earlier, we discussed how the Earth is returning to its true nature. Perhaps, years from now, every creature will possess formidable powers. Therefore, it is imperative to enhance one's strength swiftly. Remaining confined in this valley will inevitably lead to obliteration. To survive, one must become powerful. Director Yang shifted the conversation, suddenly stating, to transform into a dragon. One must perceive the vastness of the world. If you remain in a well, you will forever be a frog, incapable of becoming a dragon. Wang Dong suddenly thought of Jiang Wei, Chang Luoyin, and even Ziyuan. These three individuals shared several commonalities. First, they all had mysterious backgrounds, possessing enigmatic legacies. Second, they were all striving for transformation. Third, they had all left home to traverse the world alone. Chang Luoyin was entirely like a child who had never encountered others. Her mind was not mature, making her ill-suited for solo ventures. Yet, this girl, who had never seen anyone other than her elder brother since the catastrophe, journeyed alone to the Qinling Mountains. This was inherently astonishing. If their similarities were merely coincidental, it could be dismissed as chance, but the identical 3 points among the three individuals could not possibly be mere coincidence. They shared similar origins, identical choices, and their goals were all aimed at breaking through to the dragon transformation stage. What does transforming into a dragon signify? It is self-evident. To soar through the seas like a dragon and ascend the skies. The prerequisite is that one must not remain in a well. Wang Dong nodded, signifying his understanding. Director Yang, there is another matter I wish to inquire about concerning some ancient tribes. Upon hearing ancient tribes, Director Yang visibly paused, his expression revealing surprise. It was evident that he had not anticipated Wang Dong to ask this question, nor that Wang Dong would come into contact with such individuals. Director Yang fell into contemplation, and after a long while, he shook his head again. I only know of the existence of such a group. Beyond that, I am not very clear. I can only tell you that they are very dangerous, extremely dangerous. This danger does not pertain to their individual strength, but rather to these tribes as a collective, which poses a threat to us. Wang Dong's heart jolted at a threat to us. Does us refer to all humanity excluding those ancient tribes, or does it pertain to the Huaxia people, or perhaps to Wangdi City, or our nation? This matter was too vast. The only advice I can give you is to avoid them if possible. If avoidance is not an option, you must ensure that you handle it thoroughly. Especially in terms of rationale, you must stand firm. Wang Dong was startled by Director Yang's solemn demeanor, and he refrained from revealing that he could not possibly avoid it, nor handle it cleanly. The hundreds in Longqing knew that he and Feng Chengwen had caused Ziyuan's demise. Director Yang, is it truly that terrifying? Director Yang nodded vigorously. Their existence predates our Huaxia people by a significant margin, and their foundations are astonishing. If it weren't for our national machinery, we would hold no advantage before them. Wang Dong was utterly astonished. He never imagined that Director Yang would place these ancient tribes on the same level as the nation itself. What then of the grievances between him and the merchants? One person standing against a nation? No, not one person, but two. And then there was Feng Chengwen. But what could this change? Wang Dong sensed that his understanding of the ancient tribes was not aligned with what Director Yang had conveyed. Given Director Yang's status, if he deemed the ancient tribes to be dangerous, it was undoubtedly because they posed a threat that instilled a sense of crisis within him. What could possibly make the ancient tribes seem so perilous to the nation? Wang Dong's mind was a tumultuous storm. Aside from the ancient tribes, he was also concerned about Feng Qingwen and Chang Luoyin. The artifact awakening at Tongwei Pass could influence the consciousness of living beings, which would present an enormous challenge for both Feng Qingwen and Chang Luoyin. Feng Qingwen was prone to agitation, while Chang Luoyin's mental state was hardly distinguishable. If they were to arrive at Tongwei Pass and fall under the artifact's influence, mingling with the fierce beasts, the consequences would be dire. Wang Dong walked in deep thought, only to collide with Feng Qingwen and Chang Luoyin, who had been waiting for him. What kind of expression is that? You look like someone whose wife has died. When his ex-girlfriend passed away, he hadn't displayed such a demeanor. He had merely been caught sneaking a smile. Wang Dong shot a glance at the irreverent Feng Qingwen and retorted, "Whether my wife is alive or dead is uncertain, but the two of you are certainly doomed." Feng Qingwen was taken aback, noticing that Wang Dong was not joking, and quickly inquired, "What did Director Yang tell you?" Wang Dong recounted the information regarding the artifact in broad strokes, then deliberately frightened the two, saying that the artifact was said to devour souls. The more foolish and greedy one is for the artifact, the more likely they are to have their souls consumed. "Do you two even have brains?" Feng Qingwen instinctively retorted, "You're the one without a brain. Your entire family lacks brains except for our dad. He has one eye in stark contrast." Chang Luoyin turned pale, "Then I want to go. My brother always says I lack brains, and I might really not have any. I don't want to go. I don't want to have my brain eaten by the artifact." Feng Qingwen turned to scold her, "What are you afraid of? You have no brain. What would it eat?" "But Brother Dong said it would consume souls. That bastard is just trying to scare you." Feng Qingwen cursed. "Have you ever thought about it? How would a weapon know whether you are smart or foolish? No wonder your brother says you lack brains. It's true." Wang Dong sneered, "The artifact can influence human consciousness. The greed within one's heart will be magnified infinitely, and the more one desires it, the more dangerous it becomes." Feng Qingwen dismissed it with a scoff, fiercely replying, "Who would want such a perverse thing? It's more dangerous than strapping a bomb to your back. What normal person would desire it? As for me, I have no desires whatsoever. I just want to get a little umbrella at Tongwei Pass. Can the artifact conjure me a little umbrella?" Upon witnessing Feng Qingwen's resolute gaze, Wang Dong felt a profound sense of satisfaction. However, he harbored concerns that Feng Qingwen might be swayed by the allure of the divine artifact. Falling prey to his own avarice, after being so easily influenced, it was only natural for him to subconsciously regard the artifact as perilous, thus extinguishing any desire he might have for it. Indeed, it seemed that he lacked discernment. Before the artifact could ensnare him, he was already swayed by mere words. This led him to conclude that there were certain matters that Director Yang was wise to withhold from him, as information relayed from Director Yang would inevitably be tinged with his subjective biases, which could mislead him further down a treacherous path. "I must inform you that some of the information I share today is classified. Do not disseminate it indiscriminately," Wang Dong stated, feeling offended by Feng Qingwen's apparent distrust. "You dare to doubt my discretion? My lips are sealed. I have never been one to speak recklessly, especially regarding state secrets." Wang Dong was nearly apoplectic with rage. How could he claim to be discreet while embroiled in so much trouble? Just as he was about to confront Feng Qingwen, Chang Luoyin interjected, "What is this little umbrella? Why must the artifact be transformed into a little umbrella?" Feng Qingwen's face flushed with embarrassment. It was understandable that the young girl, having been only 10 years old at the onset of the cataclysm, was unaware of what a little umbrella was. After the disaster, she had been living with her senior brother, further depriving her of any opportunity to learn. It was essential to follow those with wisdom. Sticking close to Wang Dong, who was cunning, would help compensate for her own shortcomings. In due course, Wang Dong would provide her with a chance to utilize his little umbrella. Wang Dong hastily kicked Feng Qingwen, exclaiming, "You imbecile! Are you out of your mind? What is the point of jesting with a girl who knows nothing?" Feng Qingwen shot him a scornful glance. "I am aware that you are a repressed individual, drawn to women who seem innocent yet possess an underlying allure, but that is irrelevant now. Return my umbrella to me." Feigning a cough, Wang Dong replied, "We are about to depart. We are not members of the Awakening Legion. I apologize, but we cannot accept provisions from others. You two should procure some fish to exchange for seasonings and rations." Ignoring Feng Qingwen's contemptuous gaze, Wang Dong maintained his composure. acquire as much fish as possible. Ideally, we can barter for a cooking pot. The current circumstances at Tongwei Pass render it impossible to procure food. We must prepare for a protracted struggle and bring our own supplies. With that, Wang Dong hastily departed, leaving Feng Chengwen to mutter a curse at the repressed individual. The following day, the support team setting off from Jiejiao towards Tongwei Pass was fully equipped and ready for action. This marked the fourth batch of reinforcements, and it was the last group of awakening individuals in the transcendent stage that could be mobilized from Jiejiao City. The support team continued eastward along the railway. Before the disaster struck, Jiejiao had just connected to the Eastern Railway, and there was great anticipation among the populace for an economic boom. Yet, they were met with calamity instead. The railways, which failed to generate wealth for Jiejiao prior to the disaster, became vital conduits of transportation in the aftermath. With Wang Dong and the other two, the support team numbered only a handful of individuals, led by a soil-type awakener named Zhao Mingyu. Wang Dong sensed an unmistakable hostility emanating from this leader, leaving him somewhat perplexed. After exiting Jiejiao City, Zhao Mingyu scanned the surroundings before fixing his gaze on Wang Dong. To expedite our journey to Tongwei Pass, I have decided that we shall travel day and night at a brisk pace. I hope you all can keep up and not lag behind, lest you become a burden to others. Should anyone fall behind and encounter danger, you must take responsibility for yourselves, Zhao Mingyu declared with a condescending tone. This is not Jiejiao. Survival in the wilderness relies on strength, not connections. Instantly, the eyes of all present fell upon Wang Dong. The minimum requirement for supporting Tongwei Pass was to be in the transcendent stage. Feng Chengwen, being of the lightning type, possessed formidable offensive capabilities that could mitigate this disparity. Only Wang Dong, a mere novice in the fire type, stood out as an anomaly. Everyone presumed he had infiltrated the support team due to his ties with Director Yang. At that moment, Wang Dong finally grasped that Zhao Mingyu viewed him as a liability, believing that his incompetence would pose a danger to the team, thereby justifying his hostile demeanor. Dare you speak to my brother Dong in such a manner? Do you not fear repercussions? Wang Dong interrupted Feng Chengwen, signaling him to remain silent, then turned to Zhao Mingyu. Running, is it? Then let us commence. Chapter 56. Dare you snatch meat from my bowl? Do you wish to lose a hand? Understanding the source of the hostility directed at him, Wang Dong found the situation somewhat amusing. The members of the support team evidently believed that accompanying someone of his lowly ability and peculiar background would impose an additional burden and risk upon them, thus instinctively rejecting him. Feng Chengwen leaned toward Wang Dong, whispering cautiously, "Should we not teach him a lesson? This insolent individual is intolerable. We are not his subordinates, nor should we tolerate his arrogance. We are merely passing through." Wang Dong subtly shook his head, advising against causing trouble. Currently, the highest administrative officer in Jiejiao was Director Yang, and the support team's hostility was clearly rooted in the fact that Director Yang had requested they look after Wang Dong and his companions. Let us not create trouble for Director Yang. He means well. Wang Dong accepted the hammer and small pot from Feng Chengwen, urging him to keep up the good work. Feng Chengwen stretched his neck and twisted his waist, muttering, "I am exhausted from dealing with this bunch of ingrates." With that, he took Chang Luoyin by the hand and dashed along the tracks. Several previous support teams had already traversed this route safely and made repairs, which is why Feng Chengwen charged ahead without hesitation. Wang Dong chose to ignore the others, pursuing Feng Chengwen and Chang Luoyin. Aside from sharing the route, he had no desire to engage with Zhao Mingyu or his group. It was unnecessary to confront them directly. Zhao Mingyu's face turned pale with anger as he observed this scene. "Captain, it seems they do not regard you with any respect." One individual sidled up to Zhao Mingyu, flattering him. "In this team, you are the captain, yet they treat you as though you are invisible." Zhao Mingyu's forehead bulged with veins as he glared at the retreating figures of Wang Dong and his companions, disdainfully declaring, entering through backdoor connections, they truly believe themselves to be significant figures. Without our protection, a novice fire-type awakener will see how long he can survive. The others immediately chimed in, "Indeed, once he encounters a fierce beast, he will be begging for our help. Then they will understand that strength is the only truth. How dare a novice weakling act so arrogantly? Perhaps he is merely a relative of some leader, here to gain experience while expecting us to safeguard him," they sneered. The collective attitude of the group greatly pleased Zhao Mingyu. Let us see how long they can maintain their bravado if they encounter a fierce beast. Will they know what to do? Fierce beast? What fierce beast? I know nothing of it, one queried. Indeed, They have not accompanied us. Zhao Mingyu nodded with a smile and followed after them. After all, they were companions. Their demise would negatively impact the group. However, it was not uncommon for someone to lose an arm or a leg to a fierce beast in the wilderness. Who could blame them for not heeding orders and acting independently? Wang Dong and his companions, having cultivated their breathing techniques, boasted physical abilities far superior to those of ordinary awakeners. In no time, they had left Zhao Mingyu and his group behind. Feng Chengwen glanced back, confirming their absence, and disdainfully remarked, "A bunch of trash, thinking themselves formidable, yet they cannot even keep up with me. Oh, not stop. Run until nightfall, exhausting this bunch of ingrates." Wang Dong had no desire to engage with Zhao Mingyu and his group, readily agreeing to Feng Chengwen's suggestion. The trio sprinted from dawn until nightfall, finally locating a sheltered spot to set up the small pot they had exchanged in Jiejiao. Currently, food distribution in Jiejiao was centralized, and such small pots were lying idle. Feng Chengwen had no trouble obtaining one by invoking Director Yang's name. Along the way, Wang Dong had managed to catch a wild chicken. Soon enough, Feng Chengwen was plucking its feathers while Wang Dong ignited a fire, and Chang Luoyin took on the task of cleaning it in no time. The pot was bubbling with delicious aromas. Feng Chengwen dipped a biscuit into the pot, savoring it with a satisfied hum. Just as he prepared to dip the biscuit into the chicken soup again, Wang Dong swiftly seized his hand. "Could you not observe basic hygiene?" Feng Chengwen bristled. "You are such a nitpicker. Just a short while ago, when we were foraging for potatoes, we each had a bite, and you were terrified of not getting enough. Now that there is meat, you question my cleanliness? Are you even human? Beast, a filthy beast," Wang Dong retorted, speechless with indignation, glaring furiously. "Have you no eyes? There's a girl present." It was only then that Feng Chengwen remembered Chang Luoyin's presence. Just as he was about to apologize, he was taken aback to see Chang Luoyin dunk a piece of dry biscuit into the soup, and before it had even softened, she eagerly stuffed it into her mouth. Chewing the biscuit, she mumbled indistinctly about how delicious it was, then proceeded to dip the bitten biscuit back into the soup. Wang Dong instinctively released his grip, and Feng Chengwen forgot all about the biscuit. Noticing the two of them staring at her, Chang Luoyin felt a bit embarrassed. She considered putting down the biscuit but was reluctant to do so. Slowly, she placed the biscuit back into her mouth, slurping the broth, her gaze shifting from Wang Dong's face to Feng Chengwen's, then back to the bubbling chicken soup. Gulping, Chang Luoyin could not help but ask, "Do you both find me distasteful? My senior brother is the only one who dislikes me. He won't allow me to eat from his bowl." Wang Dong, feeling helpless, closed his eyes and gestured for Feng Chengwen to continue, harboring a tinge of regret for having regarded Chang Luoyin as an ordinary girl. Feng Chengwen chuckled, "Why would I despise you? You are so young and beautiful. It's impossible for me to find fault." He could hardly contain his desire to savor everything that came from her lips. Wang Dong truly wished to slap Feng Chengwen into silence. After all, Chang Luoyin was merely an innocent girl, utterly oblivious to the suggestive jokes being made around her. In fact, she was so engrossed in the chicken soup simmering in the pot that she hardly noticed what Feng Chengwen had said. "Do you not feel any guilt?" She pondered silently. She knows nothing at all. Feng Chengwen hastily stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, pausing only to wrestle with Chang Luoyin for more. "Then return my cover to me," he demanded. "There's only one woman among us. If you take my cover, it's clearly for her." Wang Dong feigned innocence, asking, "Cover? What cover? I'm not aware of any." Feng Chengwen shot him a middle finger. "Just you wait. If you dare to take off your pants, I'll electrocute your manhood." Wang Dong remained impassive, pretending to understand nothing, as he hesitated, contemplating whether to snatch a couple of pieces of meat lest he be outpaced by the two. Zhao Mingyu and his group finally arrived, breathless. Upon seeing the chicken before them, they brightened and immediately encircled the trio, reaching into the pot for chicken legs. Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out, "Whoever dares to dip their hands in, I shall sever it." Wang Dong would not have minded a polite inquiry for a share, but the blatant theft was intolerable, especially from a group he perceived as hostile. Seeing Wang Dong's stance, Feng Chengwen sprang to his feet, summoning a storm of lightning that coalesced into a thunderous spear, arcs of electricity crackling ominously in the night air. His eyes gleamed with fierce determination, a stark contrast to his usual timid demeanor. At the onset of the calamity, before the beast had awakened, the true cause of death was hunger. Following the earthquake, Global electronic components were damaged, roads severed, and the grains stored in warehouses could not be delivered. Coupled with an energy shortage, food could not be transformed into sustenance. In those dire times, food equated to life. In the face of scarcity, seizing food meant claiming another's life. Feng Chengguan had known hunger. Only those who had truly experienced it understood the value of sustenance. I don't despise Wang Dong because when I was on the brink of starvation, he would gnaw on a potato and still share half with me. Enduring hunger for my survival. Who do you think you are, daring to snatch food from my bowl, and you're doing it with your bare hands? Have you even washed them? Zhao Mingyu's face turned ashen. Incensed. You have some nerve. Food in Jiejiao City is distributed uniformly, and you dare defy the regulations. Wang Dong's sharp gaze swept over the faces of the crowd as he spoke slowly. I am not affiliated with the military of Jiejiao. Your rules have no bearing on me. Moreover, our provisions are earned through our own efforts, entirely ours. It is basic etiquette to ask the owner before making a move. Although his tone was calm, the suppressed emotion was evident to all, and let me clarify. We are not your subordinates. We merely happen to have departed Jiejiao City at the same time. Zhao Mingyu's complexion waned as he trembled with rage, secretly signaling his subordinates. Wang Dong noticed the encroaching circle around him and smirked. 3 of you are encircling me. How foolishly reckless. In a flash of lightning, Feng Chengguan could easily decapitate a majority of them. A group of earth and fire awakeners dared to threaten a lightning wielder and a practitioner of the transcendence phase at such close range. They clearly had no understanding of mortality. However, it was understandable. Wang Dong and his companions had never interacted with Jiejiao's awakeners, and the others only recognized them as awakeners, oblivious to the fact that they were also practitioners, especially unaware that Chang Luoyin had reached the transcendence phase. Upon witnessing Wang Dong's defiance, Zhao Mingyu felt his authority challenged. To him, Wang Dong was merely a fledgling fire awakener with some connections, seeking their protection for a journey to Tongwei Pass, hoping to leverage the experience for personal advancement upon their return. Yet, now in the wilderness, strength mattered more than status. Wang Dong should obediently follow his orders. After all, he was the captain, and a mere weakling, who followed him for achievements, dared to threaten him. Who does he think he is? Without my guidance, he is nothing. Zhao Mingyu's gaze fell upon Chang Luoyin, his eyes ablaze with desire. This is the wilderness. Dispose of her by the roadside, and even the king of Hell wouldn't find her. When the time comes, we will assert ignorance of the matter. What can you do to us? Laughter erupted among the crowd, for they were correct. In this desolate place, who would know if something were to happen? We brothers are united. Each of us will take a slice, a token of loyalty, and nothing will go awry. You 2 lads can only consider yourselves unfortunate, but the lady may remain. Chang Luoyin, startled by their gazes, instinctively moved closer to Feng Chengguan. Wang Dong observed this and asked her, did your senior brother teach you how to respond when men harbor ill intentions towards you? Chang Luoyin cautiously replied. Senior brother said, if a wicked man tries to force me to sleep with him, to kill him. Wang Dong nodded approvingly. Then what are we waiting for? Attack. The command to attack left everyone momentarily stunned. Wang Dong intended to teach Zhao Mingyu and his group a lesson. Though they were all practitioners of the transcendence phase, they were far too close, utterly unguarded, and tightly packed together in such a situation. Feng Chengguan could unleash a bolt of lightning that would leave everyone incapacitated. At such proximity, he and Chang Luoyin could easily subdue them all before they even had a chance to recover. If it came to killing, it would be even simpler. One strike could sever several heads. Just as Wang Dong's trio prepared to act, a sudden, powerful howl filled the air, reverberating through the mountains and nearly causing everyone to lose consciousness. From the distant valley, a shadow pierced the night, rapidly approaching, leaping several hundred meters in a single bound to land before them. Wang Dong was paralyzed with fear. That leap was no mere jump, it was flight. Indicative of a master at the dragon transformation stage. Retreat. Wang Dong reacted swiftly, seizing Feng Chengguan and pulling back. The newcomer was a man, bare-chested, with long, snow-white hair cascading to his waist, his eyes strangely possessing vertical pupils that glimmered with a faint green light. The man caught the rich aroma wafting from the chicken soup and declared impatiently, "Step aside." With a single punch, he struck at the group surrounding the soup, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the air. Wang Dong felt as if he were facing a tidal wave, roaring towards him, shattering anything in its path. Instinctively, he dove forward, forcefully propelling Feng Qingwen and Chang Luoyin away. Zhao Mingyu, facing Wang Dong, was oblivious to the new presence behind him. The force of the punch surged forth, and Zhao Mingyu, completely unprepared, bore the brunt of it, his upper body exploding in a gruesome display of shattered bone and spattered flesh. The two men flanking Zhao Mingyu suffered the same fate, their arms obliterated by the ferocious wind. The man swiftly advanced to the pot, lifting it to pour the boiling chicken soup into his mouth, which had been tainted crimson by Zhao Mingyu's blood. With several pieces of meat floating in the broth. What a relief! After being chased by that madwoman for over half a month, I finally get a proper meal, he exclaimed, his voice sharp, as his long hair billowed like steel wires in the wind. Ah, this feels good. At that moment, he suddenly turned around. From afar, a figure sliced through the night sky and landed behind him. The man erupted in laughter, turning to greet the newcomer. The clash of their meeting sent shockwaves through the air, shaking the ground beneath them with great force. Jiang Wei? Wang Dong was taken aback to discover that the pursuer was indeed Jiang Wei. The man suddenly pivoted towards Wang Dong. Know him? Then you truly deserve to die. Upon recognizing Wang Dong, Jiang Wei disregarded everything else and lunged towards the man. However, the man's white hair sprang to life, shooting towards Jiang Wei like strands of steel, piercing through her chest. Realizing she had been tricked, Jiang Wei attempted to retreat, but the white hair continued its relentless pursuit, flowing like a waterfall across the ground. T last. I have the chance to eliminate you. I will tire of you before devouring you alive. The two figures clashed swiftly in the night, resembling phantoms, moving with the speed of lightning. The man's white hair transformed into lethal blades, forcing Jiang Wei to retreat repeatedly. Though she managed to break free from some of the hair's grasp, she sustained hundreds of wounds in the process, soon becoming a bloodied figure. Wang Dong was left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Who possessed hair that grew like a waterfall and appeared to wield significant power? Brother Dong, am I seeing things? Chang Luoyin swiftly climbed into Wang Dong's embrace, clutching his clothing and burying her face in his chest, her eyes tightly shut, her body trembling. There's a ghost. There's a ghost. Donggu, please save me. I saw a ghost. Wang Dong grasped Chang Luoyin by the nape of her neck and lifted her up. Make a move. Feng Qingwen was taken aback. You're still going to act? Against whom? Wang Dong's gaze was resolute. Jiang Wei saved our lives. She was injured while trying to save us just now. Feng Qingwen then realized, you're right. Life is a gift from others, and everything belongs to them. The debt of gratitude for saving one's life is akin to that owed to one's parents. Act. Thunder echoed through the night sky as flames transformed into wings behind Wang Dong. His dual swords radiated a fiery light that illuminated the surroundings. The man suddenly turned around, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Oh, it seems you've lived long enough. With that, he lightly struck out with his palm, and in an instant, a tempest of wind and thunder erupted, sending Feng Qingwen hurtling through the air. Wang Dong swung his swords down with all his might, cleaving through the energy and barely managing to maintain his footing amidst the raging winds. Jiang Wei, get away! Wang Dong's expression turned tranquil as he channeled all his strength into the tips of his swords, an overwhelming sword energy brewing there. Chapter 58. If he is smarter than me and does not wish me harm, I will certainly heed his words. Seeing Jiang Wei gravely injured, Wang Dong was consumed by urgency, disregarding any thoughts of gain or loss as he poured his entire strength into the tips of his dual swords. The shards embedded within began to tremble violently, subsequently releasing the sword energy. Unlike before, the sword energy did not disperse in all directions but was instead constricted by the dual swords. Wang Dong sighed in relief at this sight. Had the shard's sword energy exploded outward, he would have been the first to be pierced through. But now, with the energy contained, he need not fear self-inflicted harm. His only concern now was whether, after exhausting all his power, he would be devoured by the ferocious beast. Additionally, he worried whether the residual sword energy from the shards could be utilized again, as it was merely a fragment. No matter how powerful its original owner had been, it was ultimately a rootless drifter, and the residual sword energy would eventually deplete. This was already the third time he had employed the sword energy, and whether he could use it again in the future remained uncertain. The sword energy coalesced upon the blade, a terrifying aura rising to the heavens, a blurred shadow of a sword appeared in the sky, shimmering alongside the moonlight, instilling dread and terror in all who beheld it. The sword's shadow gave the impression of severance, of cutting through all, a visceral intuition that, upon seeing it, one would feel it could shatter all understanding. Everyone trembled, their spirits shaken by the sword's shadow, their consciousness seemingly fragmented. The awakened ones in Jiezhou City quaked in fear, some so frightened they fainted. In that moment, they comprehended how profoundly mistaken they had been and understood why Wang Dong held Zhao Mingyu in such low regard. With such strength, what was Zhao Mingyu worth? Equally astonished was Jiang Wei. She could hardly believe that Wang Dong, who had needed her assistance against a herd of antelopes just 2 months prior, could now unleash such terrifying power. She never imagined a day would come when she would need Wang Dong to save her. The white-haired man was likewise taken aback. "Who are you, Wang Dong?" Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, swung his sword. The shadow of the sword, like a bolt of lightning, traversed dozens of meters in the hazy moonlight, instantly appearing before the white-haired man. The man was struck by terror, his soul nearly fleeing as his white hair billowed, twisting into a mass that rushed to meet the sword's shadow. Yet under the overwhelming sword energy, his hair was severed in an instant, shattered into countless silver sparkles. No. The man's skin writhed as scales, the size of fingernails, sprouted from beneath, glimmering like stars in the moonlight. The sword's shadow pressed on relentlessly. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated. The scales shattered as the sword's shadow pierced through them. The disintegrated white hair transformed into silver light, swirling in the wind, while the scattered scales sparkled with fluorescence under the moonlight, and the spraying blood mist formed a crimson tide that enveloped the surroundings. Wang Dong's limbs grew weak, and the world in his eyes began to fade. Chang Luoyin. He exerted his final strength to call out her name, plunging his vision into darkness. The man looked down in shock and confusion at the wound on his chest, seemingly unable to accept such a fate. Yet the residual sword energy roamed freely within him, rendering his once proud body helpless against its onslaught. How can this be? Who is he? Suddenly, the white-haired man's wound erupted. At the same time, he felt his blood within transforming into sharp spikes, piercing through his heart. The chicken soup he had just consumed turned into a blade, a water-type, awakened one. The white-haired man's expression changed dramatically. Boom! Feng Qingguan, suppressing his fear, rose again to attack. Lightning illuminated the night sky, and the white-haired man noticed Jiang Wei rushing towards him, hastily evading. Jiang Wei instinctively pursued but was deterred by the sharp pain from her wound. Is he all right? Gazing at the unconscious Wang Dong, Jiang Wei felt a tumult of emotions: shock, joy, relief, and satisfaction. Looking at Wang Dong's face, she was reminded of the day he resolutely stood before Feng Qingguan. Today, he once again stepped forward without hesitation. He was merely in the initial stages. How could he be so audacious? Yes, fine. He's tough, it's nothing. Feng Qingguan, understanding the situation, felt reassured when he confirmed Wang Dong was merely exhausted and unharmed. You all took too many risks. Feng Qingguan chuckled awkwardly. Without you, we would have perished long ago. If you are in trouble, we naturally must help. After all, without your rescue, we would have been trampled by the antelopes. Even if we were to die today, having lived this long is a gain. Jiang Wei was momentarily taken aback, pondering what to say but finding herself at a loss for words. After a moment, she realized too much time had passed, making her words seem abrupt, so she fell silent. Feng Qingguan simply nodded, choosing not to speak further. Having spent time with Jiang Wei, he understood her struggle with communication. She often preferred silence. Chang Luoyin, sneaking glances at Jiang Wei, quietly asked Feng Qingguan, "What now? Donggu is injured. Should we still go to Tongwaigo? Will that long-haired ghost come back?" Feng Qingguan shook his head. Return to Longqing.at that moment. Feng Qingguan's expression turned serious, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any nonchalance. He lifted Wang Dong onto his back. Waving goodbye to Jiang Wei.as, he took a few steps. He suddenly remembered the white-leaf purple shirt tree and quickly turned back. That tree I cut down. Don't go picking fruits from it. Watching the trio's retreating figures, Jiang Wei found herself unsure of what to do next. Realizing her injuries left her incapable of taking any action, she decided to follow Feng Qingguan, at least to have a place to land. When will Donggu wake up? Chang Luoyin clutched Wang Dong's dual swords and Feng Qingguan's hammer. closely trailing behind him, her eyes darting around nervously while glancing at the unconscious Wang Dong, visibly frightened. Has that white-haired ghost left? When will Dong Gu wake up? I don't know, Daiti may take a while. Feng Chengwen tightened his grip on Wang Dong, murmuring, the rascal is so carefree. Sleeping like this, if he were to encounter a ferocious beast gnawing on his leg, he wouldn't even cry out. Jiang Wei felt a sudden jolt, her muscles tensing inexplicably, and a wave of panic surged within her. This sudden, unfounded emotion left her flustered. Dong Gu is so powerful. If he had used this move against me back then, I would have been done for. Chang Luoyin reflected on her past attack on Wang Dong, a sense of dread washing over her. Thank goodness, Dong Gu is a good person. Otherwise, I would have perished. Is that why you listen to him, knowing how formidable he is? Feng Chengwen turned back and shot a glare at Chang Luoyin. Can you keep quiet? I listen to him because he treats me well. And he has a sharp mind. Why wouldn't you heed the words of someone who wouldn't harm you, is smarter than you, and treats you kindly? Chang Luoyin pouted. I dislike it. Dong Gu would never be harsh with me. No wonder Dong Gu finds you annoying. Hearing Chang Luoyin affectionately refer to Wang Dong as Dong Gu, Jiang Wei felt a surge of curiosity. She suddenly wanted to know what their relationship was, how they had met, and just how well Wang Dong treated her. Chapter 59. She is not simple. Wang Dong awakened leisurely, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Jiang Wei by his bedside. Why are you here? Hearing Wang Dong's tone filled with respect, Jiang Wei felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Am I that old? Wang Dong quickly laughed. You saved my life? And you too. Wang Dong recalled the white-haired man and hastily inquired. What about him? Jiang Wei's expression turned grave, and after a lengthy pause, she finally spoke. He is a true demon. Demon? Wang Dong asked, surprised. What is that? As Wang Dong pondered various circumstances following the man's appearance, he found himself deep in thought. The old man with white hair seemed to possess a troubled psyche. After all, no sane individual would consume food mixed with the flesh and blood of their own kind. Moreover, the man's physique exhibited evident mutations, not merely scales sprouting from his body, but even his hair appeared abnormal. This was entirely beyond the realm of normal humanity. Were these coastal aberrant beings? Jiang Wei, after much contemplation, solemnly warned Wang Dong that individuals with such bodily mutations stood in opposition to all things in existence, and upon encountering them, one must eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. This was not a matter of good versus evil, but rather one of stance. Though a sheep, even the most benevolent wolf remains a wolf. Whether it abides by laws or shows kindness cannot alter this fundamental truth. Wang Dong's expression became slightly rigid, realizing that this was the longest statement Jiang Wei had ever made since their acquaintance, underscoring the importance she placed on the matter. However, Wang Dong felt a sense of resistance towards Jiang Wei's assertion, questioning whether it was fair to apply such sweeping generalizations. Jiang Wei seemed to sense his thoughts and, without hesitation, reiterated her warning. Their means of enhancing strength involved the consumption of all living things, which were the very foundation of their existence. Indeed, they too were among those entities imbued with energy. Wang Dong experienced a sudden shiver, feeling a wave of nausea surging within him, an instinctive fear. He recalled the image of the white-haired man voraciously devouring the chicken soup mixed with Zhao Mingyu's flesh, and his underlying dread intensified. What on earth was happening? Jiang Wei, sensing his discomfort, shook her head apologetically, choosing not to elaborate, leaving her reasons for silence ambiguous. Noticing the awkward atmosphere that had settled in, Wang Dong attempted to lighten the mood with a smile, expressing his surprise at their chance encounter. Having thought it impossible, he inquired whether she had progressed to the dragon transformation stage since she had been striving for it 2 months prior. Jiang Wei's countenance reflected a hint of regret as she admitted she had not yet achieved that milestone. Realizing her response might have sounded too curt, she hurriedly added that her rigorous training in previous years had compromised her foundation, leaving her with lingering internal injuries that now obstructed her transformation. Wang Dong suddenly grasped the implications. Only a little over 5 years had passed since the calamity struck, and Jiang Wei had managed to elevate her cultivation of the breathing technique to its pinnacle. A feat that was truly astonishing. Mastery of the breathing technique differed from awakening. While an awakened individual entered the initial stage upon awakening, some even achieved a transcendent state. The breathing technique involved genuine creation from nothing. necessitating gradual accumulation of the world's energy to nourish the physical form. Prior to the calamity, the energy of the world had been nearly non-existent, only beginning to recover and fill the void afterward. Had Jiang Wei not encountered fortuitous events and relied solely on the slow but steady grind of effort, it was unfathomable how much hardship she must have endured over the years. Was there any way to recover? Jiang Wei detected Wang Dong's concern, prompting her to elaborate. I am striving towards that goal, as long as I can acquire water attribute heavenly materials, which possess the gentle nurturing properties of water. I can gradually mend these internal injuries. Is that truly effective? Wang Dong inquired. Jiang Wei nodded affirmatively, then felt it prudent to clarify. However, such water attribute materials are difficult to find. Wang Dong paused for a moment before suddenly asking, what about the blood of water attribute ferocious beasts? Jiang Wei instinctively nodded in agreement, but quickly realized she needed to elaborate. Ordinary ferocious beasts won't suffice. It must be those at the pinnacle of transcendence, or those that have lived for a long time. Furthermore, the power within the blood of ferocious beasts is not pure, which may affect its efficacy. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong's eyes brightened, and he smiled broadly. I can help you gather pure water attribute energy. He briefly recounted the situation regarding the Tongwei Pass, noting that Jiang Wei had been in the wild pursuing the white-haired man and was evidently unaware of the developments at Tongwei Pass. I can condense pure water attribute power. Wang Dong, possessing the source of chaos, could easily extract pure water attribute energy from the remains of ferocious beasts. I heard that a ferocious beast has emerged from the Yellow River. There is certainly a chance to encounter the water attribute beasts we need, whether they are at the peak of transcendence or have lived for a considerable time. Jiang Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Yellow River's ancient turtle? Wang Dong's eyes glimmered with surprise. You thought of that too? The legends of giant turtles surfacing in the Yellow River had persisted through the ages, with tales abounding. It now seemed that those occasional sightings of enormous turtles along the riverbank were indeed special varieties that had absorbed the world's energy long before the calamity, explaining their colossal sizes, which had led people to regard them as mythological creatures. Such beings would undoubtedly have lived long enough for their internal energy to be far purer than that of other water attribute ferocious beasts. However, a fleeting shadow of concern crossed Jiang Wei's face. But those turtles have formidable defenses. Without hesitation, Wang Dong replied, leave this matter to me. Are you planning to use that sword again? Jiang Wei immediately grasped Wang Dong's intentions and questioned the potential cost of such an action. Wang Dong did not conceal his intentions, stating plainly, as you observed, I will instantly lose all my power. Furthermore, he admitted uncertainty about how many more times he could employ it, suggesting it might already be ineffective. Jiang Wei shook her head, rejecting Wang Dong's proposal, citing the danger of losing power amidst a horde of ferocious beasts. Wang Dong then shifted his perspective, suggesting, it's not necessary to hunt down those powerful ferocious beasts. As long as we have a sufficient number of water attribute beasts, we can manage. While this approach might be slower and less efficient, it would prioritize safety, and they were not pressed for time. This time, Jiang Wei did not object, and Wang Dong felt a surge of elation at that moment. A thought struck Wang Dong. What about Feng Chengwen? He had been so engrossed in conversing with Jiang Wei that he had completely forgotten about Feng Chengwen. Wang Dong discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that Feng Chengwen was not present. Otherwise, he would have had to endure yet another lecture on the perils of interpersonal relationships. Naturally, he could hardly blame himself. After all, he, a person in a comatose state, had safely returned, while Feng Chengwen, a fully functioning individual, should have had no trouble. They went fishing, claiming they wanted to establish a 4-bedroom apartment. Wang Dong chuckled, bemused by Feng Chengwen's spontaneity. However, the thought of him and Chang Luoyin together raised some concern. One was foolish, and the other unreliable. Jiang Wei scrutinized Wang Dong and quietly asked, are you worried about that little girl? Without overthinking. Wang Dong nodded candidly, admitting he genuinely felt uneasy about their pairing. Jiang Wei suddenly remarked, that girl is quite extraordinary. Her awakening is not due to her bloodline but rather a unique constitution. Special constitution? Wang Dong could not help but probe further. Isn't a special constitution just a unique bloodline? Jiang Wei slightly shook her head, indicating it was not entirely the same. A special constitution can indeed originate from bloodlines, and such bloodlines may be inherited. However, not all special constitutions follow this pattern. Some have no relation to bloodlines whatsoever. Their emergence is entirely unheralded and unpredictable. Wang Dong pondered this revelation. So, what is Chang Luoyin's situation? Jiang Wei shook her head, indicating uncertainty. Then what kind of constitution does she possess? Jiang Wei replied softly, a water spirit bodied, in a wonder. Wang Dong suddenly understood. Having sparred with Chang Luoyin, he had sensed from the outset that she was different from other awakened individuals. It turned out her awakening was not bloodline-based. Just then, Jiang Wei turned her gaze toward Wang Dong, realization dawning upon her. I did not see it before. I did not expect you to possess a fire spirit body. Wang Dong's heart skipped a beat as he grasped why Jiang Wei had made such a statement. It was due to his awakening of fire abilities. Jiang Wei had previously concluded that he lacked the bloodline of an awakened individual and could not awaken. Yet now, having awakened fire abilities, Jiang Wei perceived him as possessing a fire spirit body. I am certainly not the fire spirit body you speak of, Wang Dong asserted with conviction. When I awakened my fire abilities, I experienced an overwhelming intuition that this was not the ultimate destination. My intuition tells me that I should be able to awaken other elemental powers. His awakening was neither a special constitution nor derived from bloodlines. It stemmed from the source of chaos. His ability to manipulate flames was, in essence, a result of harnessing the chaotic source to gain control over fire energy. Additionally, thanks to Jing Feng's principle of inclusivity, there was no conflict between the two. The fire awakening merely illuminated a minuscule portion of the chaotic source, suggesting that the chaotic source encompassed other elemental powers as well. Therefore, the likelihood of illuminating other aspects of the chaotic source in the future, thereby gaining mastery over additional powers, was considerably high. To avoid raising Jiang Wei's suspicions, he preemptively affirmed, is that truly the case? Wang Dong nodded emphatically. After your awakening, did you not feel a stagnation in your power flow? As though something crucial was missing, Wang Dong was unsure of what Jiang Wei was referring to, but her expression indicated a clearer understanding than his own, so he feigned agreement. Jiang Wei's expression turned serious. You might be the legendary five-element spirit body. What does that mean? The five-element spirit body. Wang Dong was dissatisfied, feeling it imposed limitations on him. He still intended to awaken lightning abilities. What is all this fuss about? It seems as though the five-element spirit is exceedingly formidable, yet you are confining me within these confines. Without delving into specifics, I undeniably require the thunder element, if only to slap Feng Qingguan in the face. Jiang Wei's tone grew grave, and her expression turned serious. This is both a blessing and a curse. The completion of the five elements naturally allows for an everlasting cycle, yet it also implies that time and energy must be divided into 5 parts. Following the same path as others necessitates 5-fold, or even 50-fold, investment of time and effort for the five-element spirit, of course. The results will likewise be quintupled, or even 50-fold, compared to others. In contrast, Wang Dong remained unconvinced. He was not merely awakening but rather igniting the source of chaos, acquiring the ability to manipulate various singular elemental powers from it. This is merely speculation and should not be taken as truth. Let us return to discussing Tongwei Pass. Just then, Feng Qingguan burst into the room in a flurry, rushing toward Wang Dong, who was seated on the bed, and enveloped him in a tight embrace. You son of a dog, you've finally awakened. If you hadn't, I might have been tempted to stab you a couple of times to see if you were still alive. Wang Dong found such exuberant displays of affection unbearable. Feeling uncomfortable in the embrace, and quickly pushed Feng Qingguan away. Suddenly, an idea struck Feng Qingguan, and he retrieved a finely crafted porcelain vial from his pocket. I almost forgot about this, he said, handing the vial to Wang Dong. This is from Director Yang. Upon our return to Jiazhu, he immediately sought me out for information regarding you, and after I detailed your circumstances, he provided me with this. Wang Dong furrowed his brow. Feng Qingguan's notion of detailed might indeed be exceedingly thorough, potentially encompassing the number of holes in his underwear and the rambling of his dreams. Upon receiving the vial, Wang Dong discovered it contained a single red fruit. What is this? It resembles a cherry. Feng Qingguan shook his head. I don't know. Director Yang said it was for you. Wang Dong tipped the fruit out, observing it closely, and an intense heat emanated from it. Instantly, he understood this was a fire-type treasure. The crimson blood cherry. Indeed, Jiang Goddess possesses extensive knowledge. Wang Dong shot a glance at Feng Qingguan, urging him to behave normally, before turning to Jiang Wei. Do you recognize it? a variant of the wild cherry. Apart from its rich fire energy, it bears no special properties. Wang Dong returned the crimson blood cherry to the vial and solemnly stowed it away. Aren't you going to consume it? Wang Dong smiled and explained, I have already awakened and will soon regain my strength. Thus, this should be preserved, as it may prove vital in a critical moment. Who would have thought Director Yang would gift such a valuable item? I am increasingly indebted to others. Feng Qingwen dismissed the concern. So what? We are not the type to forget our benefactors. When he ages, I shall ensure he is well cared for. At this point, Feng Qingwen suddenly murmured, if I care for him, he is like my father. Then isn't it only natural for me to inherit Jiazu? Wang Dong could not help but kick Feng Qingwen. You wretched toad. Do you not realize your own worth? You aspire to be an official. Feng Qingwen chuckled, unperturbed. I may not be capable, but you, my friend, are astute. Just provide me with some advice. Get lost. Stay away from me. Quickly prepare your things. We are setting off for Tongwei Pass. Wang Dong said, glancing at Jiang Wei. I recall you were injured by hair. He refrained from stating that hair had pierced through his chest, merely mentioning the injury. Upon seeing Jiang Wei indicate her recovery, he felt reassured. Then we shall depart tomorrow. Tomorrow? Have you lost your mind? Feng Qingwen exclaimed, startled. You cannot possibly recover in such a short time, and Jiang Goddess is also injured. What use is it to go to Tongwei Pass under these conditions? Address her as Jiang Wei. All right, Jiang Goddess. Oh, not call me Goddess. No problem, Jiang Goddess. Wang Dong shot a fierce glare at Feng Qingwen before explaining to Jiang Wei, ignore him. He is simply that type of person, thoughtless. Donggu, I am merely considering your welfare. Both of you are injured, and it would be futile to go to Tongwei Pass. Wang Dong interjected, who said we are eager to go to Tongwei Pass. We shall depart tomorrow, traveling slowly, walking by day and resting at night, completing the 600 miles in 6 days. Feng Qingwen gasped, you are truly insane. Are we to spend 6 or 7 days in the wilderness? Are we delivering fresh human flesh to the ferocious beasts? Wang Dong maintained a calm demeanor. We are injured, but you are not. Along the way, you and Chang Luoyin will protect us. Chang Luoyin? Protect you? Feng Qingwen genuinely believed Wang Dong had lost his mind. You imbecile, are you out of your mind? Can you handle that? Seeing Wang Dong's serious expression, Feng Qingwen dashed out of the room, calling, Chang Luoyin, come quickly. Wang Dong has gone mad. Noticing Jiang Wei's puzzled gaze, Wang Dong smiled and explained, he is clever but excessively lazy, accustomed to relying on others and not using his brain. Chang Luoyin is also quite powerful. Unless pushed, they may never realize their full potential. Chapter 61. I have a brain, but I simply do not use it. Wang Dong and the others recuperated until the two were fully healed before finally arriving at Tongwei Pass. Donggu, shall we enter the city? Wang Dong shook his head, indicating they need not. We have come to hunt ferocious beasts. Entering the city serves no purpose for us. We do not require supplies. We shall head north, directly to the banks of the Yellow River. So, the south of Tongwei Pass lies the Qinling Mountains, while to the north is the sharp bend of the Yellow River. Feng Qingwen hesitated. The ferocious beasts emerging from the Yellow River are predominantly water type. Would it not be too perilous to go there directly? Shouldn't our party be wary of water-type ferocious beasts? Wang Dong felt exasperated. Among the four of them, he was the fire-type awakener and a practitioner of the breathing technique. Jiang Wei needed no introduction, being a peak practitioner in the transcendent stage, on the verge of transformation into a dragon. Chang Luoyin was also water-type and a practitioner in the transcendent stage. Feng Qingwen appeared to lack an advantage compared to the others, yet his thunder element possessed immense destructive power, coupled with its inherent restraint against water elements, making him no less formidable than the rest. But there are so many of them. Just think about it. The Yellow River is so wide and deep. How many ferocious beasts could be lurking within? Wang Dong's expression turned grim. Can you not engage your brain for a moment? We are heading to the Yellow River, not the other half of Tongwei Pass. The Qinling Mountains. Think seriously about what this implies. Seeing Wang Dong genuinely upset, Feng Qingwen realized he had erred, yet he could not immediately pinpoint the mistake. What of the Yellow River? Is it not simply filled with water-type creatures? You are beyond help, Wang Dong exclaimed, about to clarify when he noticed Chang Luoyin staring at him with wide eyes. Indeed, where is the error? Given that Tongwei Pass has been besieged for so long, it stands to reason that there must be an abundance of ferocious beasts. Feng Qingwen nodded vigorously, casting an appreciative glance at Chang Luoyin. Wang Dong and Jiang Wei exchanged glances, Jiang Wei offering a sympathetic smile. Wang Dong's tormented heart found a sliver of solace. The Yellow River is, after all, water. Only amphibious creatures can come ashore. Do you understand? Have you ever seen a fish crawl on land? Feng Qingwen retorted loudly. Did you not say that those in the transcendent stage could escape some innate limitations? Wang Dong glared fiercely at Feng Qingwen, enunciating each word. I said that those in the transcendent stage can shed some innate restrictions. For example, they can survive without food for a short period. Even if a fish can survive briefly out of water, can it walk on land? Engage your brain. Feng Qingwen's eyes lit up. I understand now. You mean only those with long legs can come ashore? Out of course. Without legs, how can they move on land? Jumping around. Chang Luoyin suddenly interjected. Isn't it true that once transformed into a dragon, one can fly? Why can't fish fly? Wang Dong clutched his chest, signaling the two to quickly depart. Get lost. You two stay away from me. You're both hopeless. Chang Luoyin, confused, asked, what is going on? We were discussing things quite well. Jiang Wei, unable to tolerate any longer, interjected to clarify Wang Dong's position. Currently, there are extremely few ferocious beasts in the dragon transformation stage. Encountering them is almost impossible. Seeing the two remain skeptical, Jiang Wei patiently explained once more. Even if there are flying fish, they would be heading straight for Tongwei Pass to seize divine artifacts and would not cross paths with us on our journey. Wang Dong felt exhausted. Forcing the reticent Jiang Wei to explain twice should have been a point of pride for these two. Jiang Goddess is truly splendid, while Dong Gu is rather annoying, failing to articulate clearly. Upon hearing the title of Jiang Goddess, Jiang Wei let out a resigned sigh. This appellation was evidently a result of Feng Qingwen's influence. Feeling slighted, Feng Qingwen at last activated his brain. Are you suggesting that the ferocious beasts we encounter will most likely be frogs or turtles? Such creatures are easily dealt with. Wang Dong shook his head. There are also salamanders. They are the most dangerous as well. Salamanders are an ancient species. In this world, the more ancient, the more perilous. Feng Qingwen paused for a moment. The giant salamander. What danger could that pose? Let's go. I've never had giant salamander before. After speaking, Chang Luoyin hurriedly dashed northward, and upon hearing that there was food, she hastened to follow. Wang Dong's face turned ashen. Wishing he could rush over and give the two a good thrashing. He had not yet finished his thought. For Feng Qingwen and the others, the true challenge lay with the water snakes. He could vividly recall how the two had behaved when confronted with serpents. These two fools truly believed they were embarking on a leisurely outdoor barbecue, entirely oblivious to the fact that they themselves could become the meal. Now you understand how troublesome they are, don't you? Jiang Wei's expression remained unchanged, yet her shifting gaze between Feng Qingwen and Wang Dong indicated her struggle to suppress laughter. Wang Dong, fearing for their safety, could only hastily follow. The four of them journeyed northward, and as they delved deeper, their expressions grew increasingly somber. Even Feng Qingwen and his companion began to tread cautiously. The situation here far exceeded their expectations. There was no expansive riverbank or refreshing river breeze, only an overwhelming expanse of submerged weeds and reeds, with every step proving particularly arduous. In such an environment, one could not even be certain from whence a fierce beast might emerge, let alone engage in combat. Dong Gu, this is not conducive to our fighting, Wang Dong remarked, his eyes scanning the surroundings, taking in the towering reeds, his gaze steadfast as ever in terms of individual strength. And sharp fangs and claws, we humans cannot compete with the beasts. But we rely on our hands and intellect. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwen rolled his eyes and cursed, you son of a bitch. Stop pretending. You always have that condescending tone as if you're the only one with brains and hands. If you're so capable, why don't you make these reeds disappear? His words dripped with sarcasm. Is it really that simple to solve problems with your intellect? Go ahead and persuade the reeds, or convince the environment. Wang Dong turned to him, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Qingwen. Keep it up and I'll end you. Feng Qingwen, feeling the weight of Wang Dong's threat, quickly raised his hands in surrender. Whenever Wang Dong uttered that phrase, it indicated he was genuinely angry, and it was often due to Feng Qingwen's own provocations. As soon as the words escaped Wang Dong's lips, Feng Qingwen realized he had once again failed to restrain his tongue. We'll carve out a few paths from the yellow riverbank, clear the reeds, and establish a battlefield advantageous to us, luring the fierce beasts into it. This way, We can turn the tables. Feng Qingwen immediately grasped that he had indeed spoken out of turn, realizing he had not been thinking clearly. Just as he lamented Wang Dong's anger, a sudden realization struck him. You're not seriously going to make me do all the work, are you? You want me to cut down the reeds? I am not doing that. Is this even human work? Others are barely escaping from the beasts, and you want me to pave a path for them, as if I'm worried about their comfort. Wang Dong fixed his gaze on Feng Qingwen. Are you going to do it or not? Not doing it. Not a chance, Feng Qingwen replied, shaking with indignation. Why should I be the only one working? Wang Dong pointed at Jiang Wei. They will be responsible for our safety while we work. Upon hearing Wang Dong refer to us, Feng Qingwen instantly brightened. Oh, it's not just me, right? We'll do it together. Wang Dong gestured for him to hurry. You focus on cutting, and I'll take care of burning. Feng Qingwen stood still, scrutinizing Wang Dong. Then why don't you just burn it directly? Why do I have to cut it down? Isn't that a bit redundant? Jiang Wei suddenly turned to Feng Qingwen, realizing the truth in Wang Dong's previous words. Feng Qingwen was indeed quite clever. Chapter 62. Tactical Team. Adequately prepared for the beasts, Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen worked together, quickly clearing a substantial area within the reeds. The ground was strewn with a thick layer of ash, and a potent aura of fire enveloped the clearing, while the air was thick with acrid smoke and lingering embers. Paths extended outward from the clearing into the depths of the reeds, resembling a spider's web, intricately woven around them. Feng Qingwen gazed at these paths, hesitating for a moment before voicing his concern. Donggu, are these paths really useful? I can understand the clearing as a battleground, but what purpose do the surrounding paths serve? The beasts will surely charge through indiscriminately. Noticing Wang Dong's silence, Feng Qingwen gestured to Chang Luoyin, encouraging her to ask. Wang Dong, irritated by their incessant questions, replied dismissively, the paths are not for the beasts to traverse, but for you. The beasts are unimpeded by the reeds. Yet those same reeds will hinder your speed. You two useless fools, when you can't fight and need to flee, having no reeds will allow you to run faster. Feng Qingwen, upon hearing this, raised his thumb in admiration. Indeed, it's Donggu who thinks of everything, even our escape routes. His tone dripped with mockery, as expected of a cunning strategist, like a cow's reproductive organ. Wang Dong, uninterested in Feng Qingwen's antics, waited until their stamina was fully restored and ensured there were no hidden dangers before continuing. Once you've rested enough, prepare for battle. I'll head to the Yellow River to locate the fierce beasts and lure them over. At this moment, Jiang Wei suddenly stood up, signaling her intent to join. Wang Dong quickly objected, your injury hasn't fully healed yet. Jiang Wei shook her head, indicating her readiness. I'm the most suited for this. As a peak practitioner of the transcendence stage, a half step into the dragon transformation phase, my physical capabilities and speed surpass those here. I can swiftly evade any foes we cannot defeat. Jiang Wei's implication was clear. She could discern which beasts they could handle and which ones were beyond their means. If confronted by a formidable beast, she could escape its pursuit, only bringing back those that they could contend with, thus preventing danger to the others in the thicket of reeds. Jiang Wei deftly dodged, following the path Wang Dong had cleared, racing toward its end. Behind her, a toad the size of a basin pursued closely. This toad was a deep green, adorned with black patterns and covered in numerous warts, from which tiny holes were visible. The toad suddenly leapt, covering several meters, and unleashed a jet of water from its mouth. Shooting towards Jiang Wei with lightning speed, the toad jumped. A drop of pus erupted from one of its warts, instantly filling the air with a pungent stench. The drop corroded the ground, creating a deep pit in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wei's speed was remarkable. It was as if she had eyes in the back of her head. Each time the toad leaped, she would accelerate, leaving it behind. The water jets it spewed were effortlessly evaded by her. As she noticed the increasing number of diverging paths around her, Jiang Wei understood she was nearing the battleground. The multitude of paths indicated Wang Dong's deliberate strategy, designed to prevent too many beasts from converging, allowing them to separate the beasts and avoid being overwhelmed. While the reeds could not confine the beasts, they could obscure their vision, granting the group precious seconds to escape. Jiang Wei let out a loud cry, rousing Wang Dong and the others. Prepare for battle, the voice echoed from deep within the reeds, and the three swiftly dashed toward the fourth path, hiding among the nearby reeds. As soon as Jiang Wei burst forth from the path, racing toward the center of the battlefield, the toad hot on her heels followed suit. The four quickly surrounded it. Chang Luolin. Wang Dong bellowed, a dense fog of water rising on the battlefield, enveloping the fierce beast within. Without needing Wang Dong's cue, lightning cascaded down, blanketing the entire mist. Release the hounds, Wang Dong commanded, and the combined assault of lightning and water blades created an opening through which the beast could escape. Then, as the mist roiled, a dark figure erupted from its depths. It was none other than the toad. Just as the toad charged forth, a massive flame appeared before it, as if it had willingly leapt into the inferno. Boom! Lightning struck down. Feng Qinguin never missed an opportunity to strike down a beleaguered foe. However, faster than the lightning was a flash of a sword. Wang Dong pierced the toad with a single stroke, lifting its carcass into the air. Feng Qinguin may have missed the chance to deliver a final blow, but he was keen to desecrate the corpse. No more lightning. Jiang Wei was profoundly shaken by the battle. This was a fierce beast at the transcendence stage, and even she would have to exert considerable effort to contend with it. After all, the toad's back was riddled with sores, and any minor impact could unleash lethal venom, not to mention its ranged attack capabilities. Yet, she never imagined that under the joint efforts of Wang Dong and the others, the creature would be so effortlessly dispatched. First, Chang Luolin surrounded the beast, obscuring its sight, while the water blades and lightning enveloped it entirely. Then they deliberately left a path that appeared to be an escape route. But Wang Dong stood ready with his sword at the end. Such strategies may seem trivial to humans, but they were more than sufficient to deal with fierce beasts. Donggu, I believe our team would be even more formidable with an Earth-type awakened. What do you think? Feng Qinguin mused dreamily. Shall we head back and bring Uncle Yang along? He could hide underground, and if a beast passes overhead, he wouldn't even need to emerge, just stab upward with a long blade. We could truly maximize our tactical potential. Chang Luolin can provide support, you can take the offensive, and I'll handle ranged attacks while Uncle Yang executes sneak attacks. Wang Dong disregarded Feng Qinguin's presence and turned his gaze towards Jiang Wei. Signaling her to prepare herself, a golden light ignited in his eyes, as the chaotic source glyph flickered within his pupils. The power within the toad gradually dissipated, purging all impurities and leaving behind only the most pristine water-based energy. Relaxing, Wang Dong guided this energy as it slowly surged into Jiang Wei's body. Jiang Wei's eyes widened in shock, her face a canvas of disbelief as she looked towards Wang Dong. The purity of this energy far exceeded her expectations, surpassing even some rare water-based treasures. Such treasures draw energy from the external world and, being rooted in the earth, inevitably bear the influence of earth-based energy, making it impossible for them to be entirely pure. However, the water-based energy Wang Dong had condensed was remarkably devoid of impurities. As this energy flowed into Jiang Wei, it rejuvenated her like parched earth welcoming the nourishing rain, gradually revitalizing her in the face of impending catastrophe. Jiang Wei commenced an intense and relentless cultivation, pushing herself to the brink of exhaustion, striving to reach the pinnacle of transcending the mundane. This fervent endeavor, undertaken amidst insufficient heavenly energy, left her body burdened with hidden injuries, the final obstacle on her path to transformation. Yet at this moment, her body began to mend, receiving nourishment from the influx of energy. Jiang Wei's eyes brightened with the power surging within her, while a blazing fire ignited in her gaze, marking her first steps onto the path of transformation. She was on the verge of metamorphosing from a mere mortal into a dragon, soaring towards the heavens. Simultaneously, Wang Dong was also rapidly absorbing energy. Although the most refined portion of the water-based power was directed into Jiang Wei's body, he eagerly absorbed all the residual, impure energy that remained after the purification process. Possessing the chaotic source, these energies would be further refined upon entering his body. Moreover, Jing Feng's technique far surpassed ordinary breathing techniques. Even without the chaotic source, these energies would be swiftly assimilated, in this moment. Wang Dong's technique was also advancing rapidly, inching closer to transcending the mundane. This transcendence marked the beginning of a qualitative transformation, the very inception of becoming a dragon. Time flowed swiftly, and Wang Dong's quartet underwent rapid metamorphosis amid the reeds. Within just a few days, the carcasses of ferocious beasts littered the surroundings, while Jiang Wei had transformed into a razor-sharp sword, emanating an awe-inspiring pressure from within. This was a clear indication that she was on the brink of breaking through to the dragon phase. Needing only one final push, Jiang Wei's inability to control her own pressure stemmed from her incomplete transformation, rendering her incapable of perfecting her strength. Wang Dong also experienced a swift rise in power, feeling himself inching closer to the transcendent stage, and his excitement surged. What if we aim for something grand? The thought emerged, and he could no longer suppress it. Although he could purify water-based energy. In terms of purity, the strength of the ferocious beasts made little difference. However, the quantity was vastly different. Wang Dong clearly sought to accumulate a significant amount of power, desiring to undertake a grand venture. Are you suggesting we hunt a ferocious beast at the peak of transcendence? Wang Dong nodded. Feng Qingwen's eyes lit up with excitement. This could be promising. Having faced increasingly easy battles recently, especially with Jiang Wei's support, Feng Qingwen felt a surge of confidence, almost as if he could float away. Why don't we attempt a dragon transformation? Feng Qingwen's expression twisted as he plotted for Wang Dong to deliver a lethal strike, followed by Jiang Wei effortlessly dispatching the foe. Chang Luoyin, upon hearing this, applauded enthusiastically, urging Wang Dong to take action swiftly. Wang Dong suppressed his anger, thinking of delivering a lethal strike to Feng Qingwen himself. You fool, if you wish to die, do so without dragging me along. Feng Qingwen's reckless idea infuriated Wang Dong. That white-haired man from before took my strike and bounced around. Jiang Wei mentioned he hadn't completed his transformation. Now you want me to engage a dragon? Are you hoping for my demise? Realizing his ambitious plan was overly optimistic, Feng Qingwen admitted, Donggu, I was wrong. Wang Dong's eyes shifted, recognizing the opportunity for redemption. Since you've acknowledged your mistake and wish to amend your ways, I shall grant you a chance. Feng Qingwen suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. He was all too familiar with Wang Dong's temperament. Whenever Wang Dong began to speak with a peculiar tone, it meant trouble was brewing. Speak plainly. If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush. Wang Dong forced a disarming smile. Nothing serious. Just take a stroll by the Yellow River and see if you can catch a big fish. Feng Qingwen's legs trembled. Am I to be bait? He protested. Are you even human? We are brothers. Bound by blood, he thumped his chest, declaring, brothers indeed. Wang Dong patted Feng Qingwen on the shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, Jiang Wei will protect you. I refuse. Without hesitation, Feng Qingwen declined. The Yellow River is too perilous. I am not foolish. Wang Dong grew furious. Will you do it or not? If not, I shall deal with you myself. Feng Qingwen was on the verge of tears. Jiang Wei, please intervene. Jiang Wei looked at Wang Dong in silence. Indicating her trust in his reasoning, Wang Dong, seeing Feng Qingwen's reluctance, reluctantly explained the rationale behind his plan. Feng Qingwen was indeed the most suitable for this baiting role. With his lightning abilities, he could attack from a distance and counter water-based foes effectively. The key was his lower strength, making him an easy target. Although Wang Dong also possessed long-range attack capabilities, they were fire-based, which would likely frighten away water-based beasts. As for involving Chang Luoyin, Wang Dong had never considered it, fearing she might become the main course. Jiang Wei was even less suitable, as her overwhelming aura could easily scare off potential targets. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwen realized the gravity of the situation and quickly turned to Jiang Wei. Goddess Jiang, you will protect me, right? Jiang Wei merely nodded, remaining silent, as she seldom spoke unless necessary. Shall I set off? Feng Qingwen cautiously inquired, glancing at Wang Dong. Am I truly going? You're not going to your death. Why the fuss? Wang Dong retorted. Feng Qingwen protested, then you go alone. Will you do it or not? If not, I will genuinely punish you. Fine. I'll do it. Feng Qingwen gritted his teeth, uttering the word do, yet everyone sensed it was not a genuine agreement to the task, but rather an expression of frustration. Donggu, you should accompany me, hidden among the reeds. Feng Qingwen remained fearful. Let's all go together. I can loiter on the shore while you hide in the reeds behind. Meanwhile, several kilometers away at Tongwei Pass, an eerie scene unfolded within a secret chamber deep underground. A man floated silently in the chamber, a human skull levitating before him. His eyes were vacant, staring into the eye sockets of the skull. The man emanated a terrifying pressure, resembling a vengeful spirit. The walls of the chamber were corroded by his aura, riddled with countless tiny holes, akin to bones ravaged by wind and frost. Yan Xing's eyes gradually regained their vitality as he gazed at the skull, a glimmer of urgency and desire flickering within. Just then, Another figure entered the chamber, witnessing Yin Xing prostrated on the ground, his expression one of reverence and fervor. "Great Master, your loyal servant has returned." A plume of black smoke erupted from the eye sockets of the skull, enveloping the newcomer. Yin Xing's expression intensified with fervor as he regarded the visitor with satisfaction, confirming that their soul was now even more firmly under his control. "Wang Yuanxing has been safely returned to Xanadu? Rest assured, Great Master. Wang Yuanxing has been safely delivered back to Xanadu." Wang Yuanxing was, in fact, Wang Dong's father. Yin Xing's expression soured as he pondered something. "Find an opportunity to discreetly dispose of Xian. Do not let the other merchant clan members find out. This fool nearly ruined my grand scheme. Master, won't this pose a risk? After all, Xian is the son of the clan leader." Yin Xing's tone dripped with disdain. "As long as their ancestors remain dormant, I fear nothing." "Great Master, do you intend to awaken now?" Yin Xing shook his head, his expression turning sinister. "The dead are insufficient. They fall far short of my requirements. Originally, he had intended to use Tongwei Pass as a sacrifice to incite a massacre between ferocious beasts and humans, allowing the apocalyptic heaven's sin to absorb sufficient energy." Yin Xing grasped the skull, filled with regret. "I never anticipated so many powerful figures would be drawn here. Not only had the Wang dynasty dispatched a large number of awakened ones, but some ancient clans had also come to meddle. The apocalyptic heaven's sin was still far from awakening." Yin Xing tightened his grip on the skull, muttering, "Soon, I will activate the apocalyptic heaven's sin to lure the ferocious beasts to attack the city. My patience is wearing thin. Great Master, should I take advantage of the chaos to eliminate Xian?" Yin Xing's fury erupted at this suggestion. "Fool, what good would it do to leave in the chaos? The journey takes several days. How will you explain yourself? You cannot expose yourself. Until I awaken, the powerful merchant clans remain our shield." Suddenly, the skull in Yin Xing's hand turned towards him, its eye sockets aligning with his. "Do not rush. Our era shall soon return. Just wait a little longer." As the apocalyptic celestial sin revolved ominously, a mysterious aura emanated from the depths of the earth, enveloping an expanse of several dozen kilometers. The ferocious beasts beyond the Tongwei Pass instantly became agitated, their eyes gradually losing their vitality, transforming into a fierce and murky gaze, roaring in the direction of the apocalyptic celestial Xian, by the banks of the Yellow River. Wang Dong and his companions were concealed within the reeds, observing the distant figure of Feng Chengguin. Feng Chengguin remained dutiful, patiently waiting for the beasts to take the bait. Suddenly, the river surged violently, and a colossal creature emerged from the depths. Jiang Wei, hidden among the reeds, paled at the sight. Was that a silver-scaled salamander? Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the creature, Wang Dong quickly warned Feng Chengguin. "Run! Escape quickly!" Feng Chengguin, who was in search of a target, was momentarily dazzled. Was this the one? This beast resembled a dinosaur, its appearance promising abundant blood and thick energy. Excited by this thought, Feng Chengguin unleashed a torrent of lightning upon the silver-scaled salamander. "Dong Gu, I'll lure it away." "You follow me," Wang Dong lamented. "I knew that unreliable scoundrel would do this. I meant for you to flee for your life, not to lead it toward us." This is the end, Chapter 64. Disdained by Chang Luoyin, the silver-scaled salamander, over 2 meters in length, was covered in shimmering silver scales, its back arched, and its claws glinting ominously. Wang Dong sensed a powerful pressure emanating from it, akin to that of Jiang Wei, indicating that this beast had begun to break through to the dragon transformation stage and was not far from achieving it. Wang Dong immediately realized that this creature was beyond the capabilities of a mere few individuals to confront. Hence his urgent warning for Feng Chengguin to flee. However, Feng Chengguin mistakenly believed that Wang Dong was indicating his interest in the silver-scaled salamander and, without a second thought, launched several bolts of lightning at it. The lightning struck the silver-scaled salamander, the arcs bursting upon its scales like fireworks, causing it to withdraw its gaze from the direction of the Tongwei Pass and focus its wrath upon Feng Chengguin. Unleashing a furious roar that resonated painfully in their ears, in that moment, Feng Chengguin comprehended that Wang Dong intended for him to escape, not to lure the beast. "Wang Dong, damn it! Could you not be so unclear?" he shouted, taking flight. "Dong Gu, save me!" Seeing Feng Chengguin attempt to flee, the silver-scaled salamander transformed into a streak of silver lightning, darting toward him, its mouth agape, ready to strike. Its speed was astonishing, too swift for Feng Qinguin to react. Just as disaster loomed, several fireballs shot toward the creature's maw. The silver-scaled salamander violently shook its head, shattering the fireballs, leaving no trace upon its scales. Wang Dong swung his sword, summoning a wall of flame to shield himself from the beast. Jiang Wei appeared beside Feng Qinguin, pushing him aside while delivering a lightning-fast punch that surprisingly repelled the massive creature. They then led the silver-scaled salamander into the reeds, hastily making their way towards the battlefield they had previously cleared. Engaging in combat by the riverbank would undoubtedly attract other ferocious beasts, so the two had no choice but to lead the silver-scaled salamander away. Feng Qinguin gazed at the retreating figure of the silver-scaled salamander, utterly bewildered. Have I gotten myself into trouble again? Chang Luoyin nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking for grain. You've caused a great disaster. We certainly cannot defeat such a behemoth. Wang Dong wanted you to run for your life, and yet you provoked it. Feng Qinguin felt tears welling up. If he didn't communicate clearly, how is that my fault? Besides, we came out here to attract the ferocious beasts. Upon seeing such a colossal creature, his instinctual reaction was to believe it had caught Wang Dong's interest. Chang Luoyin rolled her eyes, her expression rife with disdain. Humph, idiot. Wait, you actually disdain me? Feng Qinguin was taken aback, never having anticipated that he would one day be looked down upon by Chang Luoyin. Stay here, let the beast devour you, she retorted, disregarding Feng Qinguin as she hurried after Wang Dong and the others, leaving him in a state of confusion. Has Chang Luoyin truly disdained me? It's one thing to be looked down upon by Wang Dong, but to be scorned by her as well? Feng Qinguin seemed unable to confront this reality until the roar of the beast jolted him back to attention. Wait for me, Donggu. Chang Luoyin, wait for me. The silver-scaled salamander approached with lightning speed, resembling a silver bolt. With no time to evade, Wang Dong instinctively raised his sword to shield his chest. Bang! Wang Dong was propelled like a cannonball into the reeds. Jiang Wei, witnessing this, swiftly turned and lunged at the silver-scaled salamander to prevent it from attacking Wang Dong. In an instant, violent energy fluctuations shattered the surrounding reeds, and the cacophony resonated thunderously. Jiang Wei was knocked back repeatedly by the silver-scaled salamander, yet continued to fiercely engage it. Finally, with Feng Qinguin and Chang Luoyin arriving to join the fray, Wang Dong and Jiang Wei were able to breathe a sigh of relief. What in the world is this creature? It's incredibly powerful. Upon engaging, Feng Qinguin began to lament. The silver-scaled salamander's speed was overwhelming. He barely managed to evade its attacks. Moreover, its scales seemed to resist lightning damage. The silver-scaled salamander, an ancient aberration, is said to possess the bloodline of a divine dragon. As the forces of nature awaken, ancient beasts from primordial times will gradually reappear on Earth. Donggu, think of something quickly. Chang Luoyin urged, her water mist being devoured by the silver-scaled salamander, causing her to tremble in fear. You're a practitioner. You should fight it. Confronted with Feng Qinguin's derision, Chang Luoyin shook her head anxiously. It's too fast. I dare not approach. I fear it could swallow me whole. As Feng Qinguin unleashed bolts of lightning while berating Chang Luoyin, he exclaimed, You're utterly useless. The breathtaking technique at the transcendence stage is such a waste. Chang Luoyin lowered her head in shame. It was a valid fear. Such a massive maw could easily consume both of them in a single bite. Instinctively glancing at the silver-scaled salamander, Feng Qinguin suddenly found Chang Luoyin's reasoning quite sound. Donggu, think of something quickly. If even Goddess Jiang cannot defeat it, we will surely be devoured. Wang Dong spat out a mouthful of blood, retrieving the scarlet blood cherry gifted by Director Yang, preparing to consume it to utilize the sword energy within the shard. But Jiang Wei interrupted him. No. The silver-scaled salamander was drawn out by that artifact. Although Jiang Wei's explanation was simple and somewhat baffling, Wang Dong immediately grasped her meaning. The silver-scaled salamander was not lured by Feng Qinguin, but rather was a consequence of the artifact. This implied that there were not only this one ferocious beast near the Tongwei Pass, but many others as well. Preventing him from using the shard's sword energy was wise. Should he wield that sword, he would exhaust his energy and fall into a deep slumber. Even with the scarlet blood cherry, he might not sustain his fighting capability. Moreover, even if you succeed in slaying it, It would be of no use without the source of chaos, Wang Dong thought, gripping the scarlet blood cherry tightly, pausing mid-action. Jiang Wei's reasoning was sound. If he succumbed to slumber now, encountering other ferocious beasts would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Even if he managed to kill the silver-scaled salamander, without the source of chaos, Jiang Wei would be unable to absorb the pure energy. Give me a moment, just a few breaths. Just as Wang Dong opened his mouth, Feng Qingwen hastily shook his head. Impossible. No one can stop it but you. A glint of determination flashed in Wang Dong's eyes. 3 breaths. All right, Feng Qingwen and Chang Luoyin recognized that now was not the time for dissent. Any hesitation could lead to their demise. Full force attack. Chang Luoyin quickly concurred. Wang Dong's pupils gleamed with a golden light, and a complex, arcane rune appeared above his head. Indeed, it was the source of chaos. Simultaneously, the power within Wang Dong began to transform into fire energy, rapidly diminishing, gradually descending into oblivion. Within the source of chaos, the fire element began to flicker with golden light. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a state of suspension. The lightning was frozen in mid-air, the mist ceased its tumultuous movements, and even the very air seemed to solidify. Amidst the mist, the silver-scaled salamander also halted all motion in that fleeting moment. Whoosh! The atmosphere descended into absolute silence. Thud! Wang Dong's complexion changed dramatically as he perceived the heartbeat of the silver-scaled salamander. The sound resonated like thunder erupting in the stillness of the night, leaving him pale with fright. Damn it! I underestimated my opponent. It was not the anticipated 3 breaths. It had barely been 1 breath, and the silver-scaled salamander was already showing signs of breaking free. Chapter 65. Trapped in a deadly predicament. Even the deities cannot save. Wang Dong had expected to confine the silver-scaled salamander for 3 breaths, but to his horror, it was already attempting to escape after just 1. This instilled a profound sense of dread within him. He swiftly consumed the scarlet blood cherry gifted by Director Yang, and in an instant, the fire energy within him, which had been on the verge of depletion, surged anew. Hurry! At this moment, Jiang Wei gathered all her strength, which then collapsed, merging her soul consciousness into one. Following this, her entire body trembled with vitality, and her essence coalesced into a stream of light. Soaring towards the heavens, a flicker of flame appeared on Jiang Wei's forehead, only for her gaze to suddenly dim, her hands falling limply to her sides. This scene terrified Wang Dong, who stood nearby. In his perception, Jiang Wei had utterly transformed into a lifeless corpse. No breath, no heartbeat, no consciousness, and not even a trace of life remained. What was left behind was merely a shell, a body yet to decay. Suddenly, a flame the size of a wick manifested above Jiang Wei's head, resembling an invisible candle flickering, ethereal yet tangible, evoking a sense that it could extinguish at any moment. The flame swayed and danced towards the silver-scaled salamander. Wang Dong, filled with trepidation, feared that the flame would extinguish in the next instant. Then, a roar erupted as the silver-scaled salamander's scales burst open, blood splattering everywhere. It seemed to sense the impending crisis, struggling to break free despite its severe injuries. Wang Dong spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, and as he witnessed the silver-scaled salamander escape, everyone believed they were surely doomed. Yet, at that moment, the small flame finally landed atop the salamander's head. The anger in the salamander's eyes transformed into sheer terror, which dissipated in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the silver-scaled salamander collapsed to the ground. Lifeless. Its consciousness had completely vanished. Wang Dong's gaze fell upon the small flame, and instead of feeling fear, he was enveloped in warmth, akin to approaching a fire in winter or witnessing a light in the dead of night. "What is this?" he instinctively uttered as the flame extinguished. Jiang Wei's eyes regained their brilliance. "Shenong Emperor Yin," she said, swaying as she approached Wang Dong to help him up. Wang Dong glanced at Jiang Wei and laughed heartily. "Your chance to transform into a dragon has finally arrived." Jiang Wei was equally exhilarated, realizing that with a dragon seed as the foundation for her transformation, she had unexpectedly received such fortune. She appeared animated, speaking more than usual. "If it weren't for you, I might have needed several more years to gradually nurture my body before breaking through to transformation. Thank you." Wang Dong waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was unnecessary, then teasingly remarked, Did you ever think that saving a random passerby would yield such a reward? Jiang Wei nodded earnestly and replied, one should do good deeds without questioning the future. In unison, they exchanged smiles, supporting each other as they ventured into the dense fog. Instantly, a massive surge of water-type energy poured from the silver-scaled salamander into their bodies. This force was akin to a tsunami. Inexhaustible, and within mere breaths, all of their wounds were healed. Jiang Wei's body was nourished, restoring her to peak condition, thus completing her path of transformation. A profound wave of energy surged forth, resonating with the surrounding celestial forces. Creating a tempest, and even thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. Nearby ferocious beasts awoke to this commotion, their previously savage expressions, influenced by the dread of impending doom, dissipating significantly as they felt the oppressive force from the heavens and fled in terror. Jiang Wei soared into the sky, suspended mid-air, as the energies of heaven and earth coalesced around her, forming a colossal vortex. Such a commotion naturally attracted attention from all within a 10-mile radius. Someone has transformed into a dragon? Who could it be? Let's go see. This shouldn't be possible. How could there be such a great disturbance? What kind of divine artifact is being used to create such a sensation? I understand now. This is not a breakthrough through the aid of divine artifacts, but rather a self-cultivation to the dragon transformation stage. The energy of this world currently cannot support anyone who cultivates to the dragon transformation stage without external assistance. Yet this person defies the odds and has truly achieved this, consuming the energies of heaven and earth post-transformation, hence the tumult. Wang Dong's muscles trembled with excitement. I have transcended. He too had finally reached the transcendent stage. In just over 2 months since acquiring the Jingfeng Ding Qi Qiu, he had attained the transcendent stage, despite having spent a considerable amount of that time not cultivating. Just as Wang Dong reveled in his achievements, believing himself to be the foremost among his peers for such rapid progress, the source of chaos began to shift. The water-type energy from the silver-scaled salamander was overwhelmingly abundant, and Jiang Wei had only absorbed a fraction of it. Recognizing the potential of this energy for herself, she ascended to the sky, drawing in energy from all around, leaving the entirety of the salamander's essence for him. As Wang Dong cultivated the Jingfeng Ding Qi Qiu, the awakened source of chaos began to absorb the water-type energy from within him. Drawing upon his previous experience with the activation of fire energy, he immediately understood what was occurring. The water-type energy had reached the threshold necessary to activate the water portion of the source of chaos. Does this mean I am about to master water-type energy? Wang Dong exclaimed joyfully. He had long envied Chang Luoyin, and now he too would wield the power of water, as the water energy was absorbed. A specific area within the source of chaos began to solidify, glowing faintly with golden light. The very moment this section fully materialized, Wang Dong's soul experienced a violent tremor. Following a disorienting whirl, he found himself in an ethereal space, one side scorching hot and the other chillingly cold. Before he could comprehend the situation, the world around him began to spin violently, and he realized his consciousness was being torn apart, half merging with flames, the other half with water vapor. In that instant, Wang Dong awakened to a crucial understanding. Although he was not awakening in the traditional sense, he was using the source of chaos to control fire energy. However, this required his inherent power to transform into fire energy, subsequently manipulated by his consciousness over the source of chaos. Now that the water portion of the source of chaos was ignited, it signified that his spirit was simultaneously merging with both water and fire. As is well known, water and fire are not meant to coexist, especially without external interference. Pure water and fire energy are fundamentally incompatible. From a distance, several figures approached, gazing curiously at Jiang Wei suspended in mid-air. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Weier, is that you?" Jiang Wei turned her gaze towards a middle-aged man in the distance, timidly calling out, "Dad, very well indeed, it is you." The expressions of the others shifted dramatically, fear evident in their features. The first descendant to transform into a dragon has finally emerged. A new era has begun. This sky is about to collapse. None had anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. The scant order that remained in this land was on the brink of upheaval. The first individual to break through to dragon transformation without relying on artifacts appeared far sooner than expected. Did you slay a silver-scaled salamander and nourish your body with its blood? Jiang Wei shook her head. indicating for her father to look at Wang Dong. He helped me kill it. The crowd then turned their attention towards Wang Dong. Water and fire awakening? This fellow is doomed. A transcendent stage cultivator. It appears he has a pure bloodline, awakening a 5-element spiritual body. It's a pity his awakening sequence is incorrect. He is as good as dead. What a shame. Even divine beings cannot save him. Chapter 66. A consistent pursuit of benevolence and virtue. At that very moment, as the water portion of the source of chaos was ignited, the artifact known as Doomsday Heavenly Sin, far away in Tongwei Pass, began to tremble violently. Yinxing's expression suddenly changed, panic and anxiety coursing through him as he trembled uncontrollably. What is happening? Why are there so many Divine King auras? Yinxing, terrified, prostrated on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Respected Divine Kings, I am but a small fish that slipped through the net years ago. The skull of Doomsday Heavenly Sin glimmered with a chilling light. Gradually adjusting its direction, its pitch-black eye sockets fixed intently on Yinxing. What could possibly instill such fear in the Doomsday Heavenly Sin? This place cannot be lingered in. It is far too terrifying. I must leave. Someone, come quickly. Upon hearing Yinxing's frantic cries, a man rushed into the chamber, prostrating himself at Yinxing's feet. Great Master, what is your command? Yinxing suppressed his inner terror, forcing calmness. I must return Doomsday Heavenly Sin to Xanadu. You stay at Tongwei Pass, observe every movement here, record all occurrences, and report back to me. The man inquired, what about Ziyuan? Should we handle him? Yinxing shook his head. What I have entrusted to you is of greater importance. Be sure to record in detail everything that happens at Tongwei Pass. He is doomed. Jiang Yun glanced casually at Wang Dong, unhurriedly explaining to his daughter. He had not grasped the true essence of the 5 elements. Merely perceiving them as 5 distinct elements, subconsciously believing that water and fire were in conflict, unable to coexist. Thus, his consciousness traversed between water and fire, ultimately leading to his downfall, destined to dissipate forever, or to be torn apart by the opposing forces of water and fire, resulting in a split soul and subsequent death. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei's joy from her recent breakthrough vanished entirely. Several experts at the dragon transformation stage nearby nodded in agreement. What a pity, the 5-element spiritual body. This is a rare constitution that is difficult to come by, and without proper guidance, its potential is limited. If only there had been a legacy to follow, the future would have been limitless. What a shame. Such an extraordinary talent is now on the verge of perishing amidst this chaos. Wen Qingwen, who had been rejoicing for Wang Dong, was left dumbfounded upon hearing the conversation. Is Wang Dong really finished? His gaze scanned the surroundings before finally resting on Jiang Wei. If anyone among them could save Wang Dong, it would surely be Jiang Wei. Jiang Goddess, I implore you, save Dong Gu. Feng Qingwen rushed before Jiang Wei, collapsing to his knees with a thud. I implore you, save Dong Gu. Jiang Wei extended her hand, effortlessly lifting Feng Qingwen from the ground. She then turned to her father. Dad, please, help him, he saved my life. Jiang Yunwang shook his head. It's too late. If we interrupt the awakening now, his consciousness will dissipate along with the forces of water and fire. There was a chance before he began to awaken, but now there is no solution. Despair enveloped Feng Qingwen. Is there truly no way? No, came the reply. Unless he can comprehend the essence of water and fire by himself. But that is impossible, for deep down, he believes that water and fire are incompatible. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament. How unfortunate. The onlookers could not help but display expressions of regret. Indeed, it was a lamentable situation. Each elemental spirit is a pinnacle of its era, yet here stands one destined to perish. Such sorrow, such tragedy. Feng Qingwen paid no heed to their words. All he was aware of was that Wang Dong was on the brink of death. In that moment, the world around him began to fade, colors dimming gradually, sounds silencing until only a faint red remained beside Wang Dong. Are you also leaving me? With the calamity upon them, all friends and family had vanished. And now, even he might depart. What remains for me? This foreign and abhorrent world. Memories of his time with Wang Dong flooded his mind. As calamity struck, the world transformed utterly, all kin lost to the void. Yet they had supported each other, encouraging one another to persevere until now. Suddenly hearing that Wang Dong was also to perish, Feng Qingwen found it impossible to accept. He did not even know what purpose his survival held. Was it merely to continue existing? Was Donggu truly beyond salvation? Chang Luolin approached Feng Qingwen, tears streaming down her face. I can't bear for Donggu to die. Hasn't he saved his father yet? I don't want him to die. Yes, we haven't rescued Dad yet. The confusion in Feng Qingwen's eyes dissipated swiftly. Wang Dong, you ungrateful wretch. If you die, what will become of your father? You should perish. If you do, your father will belong to me. Without you as a burden, potatoes and meat will all be mine. You should die. Before Feng Qingwen could finish, a formidable sword in tint erupted from Wang Dong. A force that could level all, the power of water and fire swiftly receded under the might of that sword, and the endless transformations of water and fire were rendered null. A vision appeared in Wang Dong's eyes. Amidst the boundless chaos, a figure wielded a sword, cleaving through the void, stabilizing the sun and moon, and asserting dominion over yin and yang. With the sword pressuring the 5 elements, I in the beginning, there was nothing, and change has no end. One unbroken thread. With a single stroke, Wang Dong's sword cleaved a vast gap through the reeds, 100 meters long. One unbroken thread. A refined middle-aged man hovering in midair suddenly glimmered with brilliance. What a concept of unity you possess, young man. What is your one? Wang Dong scanned his surroundings, noticing several figures suspended in midair. He recognized them as masters of the dragon transformation stage and dared not to be careless. He hastily replied, It is humanity. Is it the benevolence of humanity, or the kinship of the human race? Wang Dong shook his head. It is myself. The man paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. What a person! What a concept of unity! Humanity is indeed benevolence. A person possesses a benevolent heart, and with a benevolent heart, one can be called human. On behalf of the Confucian school, I invite you to cultivate in the realm of benevolence. Do you accept? Wang Dong, puzzled, inquired, the realm of benevolence? The man nodded. The orthodox teachings of Confucius, the true lineage of the Confucian school, the realm of benevolence. Chang Luoyin's eyes brightened as she rushed toward Wang Dong. Donggu, quickly accept him. Accept him. My senior brother has dreamed of this. His life's aspiration was to cultivate in the realm of benevolence, and you can achieve it so easily. Quickly accept. The middle-aged man continued. You are most suited for the Confucian school. One unbroken thread, and your essence is humanity. Even so, there is no place more suited for you than the realm of benevolence. The Confucian school? Wang Dong murmured to himself. Wait a moment. A voice suddenly interjected. The path of one unbroken thread indeed suits the Confucian school, but your elemental spirit is more aligned with my Tao school. The elemental arts are best suited to my Tao school. Your essence of one unbroken thread is self, not benevolence. Thus, my Tao school is also suitable for you. Compared to the Confucian school, my Tao school can offer you the most fitting techniques, the most complete system of elemental arts. Consider it. Chapter 67. Remember to visit my home. The scene unfolding before Wang Dong left him utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why were both the Confucian and Tao schools extending invitations to him? Did they truly believe he was an elemental spirit? However, Wang Dong quickly pieced together the situation. The water element of the chaos source had been activated, and the forces of water and fire were at odds. He found himself submerged in their endless transformations. In the final moment, recalling the sword that cleaved through chaos during the acceptance of Jing Feng's enduring legacy, he grasped a fragment of the sword's intent, thus breaking free from the endless transformations of water and fire. Simultaneously, he comprehended the concept of one unbroken thread, asserting his self-awareness to suppress the elements. His essence of one unbroken thread was indeed centered on self, not on the benevolence of Confucianism. Nevertheless, the understanding of one unbroken thread was indeed fitting for Confucianism. Yet the emergence of the Tao school surprised him. He was not a true elemental spirit, but had merely activated the chaos source, acquiring the ability to manipulate water and fire. However, if he possessed elemental techniques, the power of the chaos source could undoubtedly be maximized, greatly enhancing his strength. A viable option indeed. As Wang Dong hesitated, Jiang Wei spoke. Since your essence is humanity, is there any place more fitting than the Jiang family? Everyone paused momentarily, and the Confucian man chuckled lightly. You, who have yet to complete your transformation without the divine artifact. are indeed the foremost individual of this era. You could sit and engage in scholarly discourse with us. But today, I represent the Confucian school, while you cannot represent the Flame Emperor's lineage. Jiang Wei shook her head. I do not represent the Flame Emperor's lineage. I represent only myself. Do you believe your singular self can rival the realm of benevolence? Jiang Wei shook her head. At that moment, Zhang Yunwang interjected, this young brother has yet to speak. You all have jumped ahead. Young brother, I advise you to refrain from making a decision for now. It is wise to clarify many matters before deciding. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong nodded vigorously. He was still unclear about what the Confucian and Tao schools represented, nor did he understand the implications of the Flame Emperor's lineage, so he had no basis for a decision. Now that Zhang Yunwang urged him not to rush, he naturally acquiesced, intending to clarify later. Indeed, this young brother is insightful. He understands swiftly. Jiang Wei, hearing her father refer to Wang Dong as young brother, felt somewhat unsettled. Casting a glance at the oblivious Wang Dong, she addressed Zhang Yunwang, calling him dad in front of Wang Dong. Wang Dong immediately comprehended Zhang Yunwang's identity and hurriedly called him uncle. Zhang Yunwang glanced at his daughter, then fixed his gaze on Wang Dong, hesitating for a moment before stepping closer, producing a golden flame jade token, and handing it to Wang Dong. You saved my daughter's life. I am truly grateful. Take this as a token of my appreciation, a small gesture, merely a keepsake. In an instant, all eyes fell upon the jade token, expressions shifting from confusion to astonishment. The Confucian man transformed from shock to fury. Zhang Yunwang, how shameless you are. Your behavior is utterly disgraceful. Unmoved, Zhang Yunwang replied with righteous indignation, this young brother saved my daughter's life. What is wrong with giving a token of gratitude? Fearing further complications, he promptly pressed the jade token into Wang Dong's hand. You must come visit my home someday. In this transforming world, the future belongs to you young people. Support one another and lend your aid. With that, he patted Wang Dong on the shoulder and vanished into the horizon, leaving behind a single phrase echoing, since you have transformed, you should go to the ancestral land immediately. This remark was naturally directed at Jiang Wei. How shameless of him to use such means. The young man, we of the Confucian school descend from the lineage of the human emperor, and we are inseparable from the Flame Emperor's lineage. You may also cultivate in the Confucian school. Wang Dong promptly expressed his intention to visit, satisfying the man before he departed. The others regarded Wang Dong for a while in silence, then turned and left without a word. Wang Dong felt dazed, pointing toward the departing figures, looking to Jiang Wei for an explanation. Jiang Wei hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said softly, there are some things I cannot disclose to you. You already know that the breathing techniques have existed since ancient times, so you can naturally surmise that some organizations or lineages have practiced them since antiquity. Wang Dong cautiously probed, and you? Jiang Wei, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, replied quietly, my ancestors are from the Flame Emperor, Shennong. Jiang Wei nodded. The human emperor? Jiang Wei nodded again. The Flame Emperor from the descendants of Yin and Huang? Wang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. He was aware of Jiang Wei's mysterious origins, yet he never imagined the extent of her lineage, descendant of the Yin Emperor, Shennong. His mind went blank, leaving him utterly speechless. It should have dawned on me sooner. The Shennong clan bears the surname Jiang. I must return now. Wang Dong, still processing this revelation, instinctively nodded. You are indeed suited for the Confucian school, if you wish to cultivate there. You are more than welcome, Jiang Wei said, gesturing toward the jade token in his hand. With a smile, she explained, the Confucian sage descends from the lineage of the human emperor, sharing a heritage with the Yin emperor's family. They are, in essence, one and the same. What do you mean by this token my father gave you? Jiang Wei's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. It signifies my gratitude for saving me. I must depart to accept the Yin emperor's inheritance. This token is of great importance. You must keep it safe. After bidding farewell to Feng Qingwen and the others, Jiang Wei transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Just as Feng Qingwen was about to speak, Chang Luoyin rushed toward Wang Dong, wrapping her arms around his. Brother Dong, won't you go to the Rinda Tianxia? Is it truly wonderful? Rinda Tianxia is the sacred ground of the Confucian school. She continued eagerly. My senior brother dreams of entering. Will you go? Wang Dong was perplexed. What does your senior brother's desire have to do with me? I wish to go too. Chang Luoyin clung tightly to his arm. If you go, take me with you, and I shall be able to join you. I also wish to go. With you there, they won't expel me. Wang Dong shook his head. You are not suited for Rinda Tianxia. You belong in the Taoist sect. They possess the 5 elements techniques, surely including the water element. You are better suited for that. Chang Luoyin released his arm in frustration. How annoying, just like my senior brother, who says I am not suited either. But the water element is truly powerful. It doesn't require proximity to the enemy, making it quite safe. At that moment, Feng Chengwen approached, pushing Chang Luoyin aside. I thought you were done for. You rascal, I had planned to bury you in the same pit as your father. Who would have thought you would survive? Wang Dong scowled, countering. The one buried there is your father, not mine. Mine is still alive. Feng Chengwen remained unfazed, subtly shifting the topic. By the way, your sword strike just now was impressive. Look at this enormous gash. He gestured to the long scar left behind, and you didn't even faint. Tell me, what was that technique called? Wang Dong glanced at the sword mark, softly uttering 4 words. Feng Shui Jing Ping. Chapter 68. Your human meat takeout has arrived upon witnessing the over 100-meter-long gash. Wang Dong felt a surge of exhilaration. This was the first time he had unleashed such power in a strike, and he was astonished by its might. However, he lamented that future uses would not yield such strength. After all, that strike had resonated with the fragmented sword intent, bolstered by the will of the master of Jing Feng, combined with a portion of chaotic source power. Yet now, having broken through to the transcendent stage, achieving this level through sheer personal strength was not far off. Brother Dong, you have transcended. We must head to Tongwei Pass immediately to gather intelligence. Wang Dong's eyes gleamed with intensity, but he replied, now is not the time. Feng Chengwen, under Wang Dong's penetrating gaze, averted his eyes, unable to maintain their connection. He had unwittingly summoned the silver-scaled salamander, almost jeopardizing everyone's safety, and feared that Wang Dong might seek retribution. We are going to hunt ferocious beasts. Seeing one excites me. In my eagerness, I acted rashly, never anticipating it would be so formidable. Brother, I was wrong. Wang Dong remained silent, his steady gaze on Feng Chengwen making him increasingly anxious. What do you intend to do? Spare me the suspense. If you wish to kill me, just say so, do as you please. Wang Dong, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, do you not wish to break through? Do you not see this as an opportunity? Feng Chengwen shook his head. Breaking through isn't easy. If it were, everyone would have transformed into dragons by now. Wang Dong regarded him with newfound respect. Surprised by his insight, get lost. I'm not lacking in wisdom. Feng Chengwen rolled his eyes. I'm just too lazy to think. Do you really consider me a fool? Wang Dong chuckled. The water element's energy is unique. Its gentle nature nourishes the body. The initial phase of the breath-nourishing technique strengthens the flesh by absorbing water energy, effectively accelerating your training. Feng Chengwen's eyes lit up, about to speak when Chang Luoyin interjected. That's true. My breath-nourishing technique reached the transcendent stage because my water element awakened early. My senior brother said this is complimentary. Feng Chengwen replied, no wonder your technique has reached transcendence yet you still lack skill. You don't dare engage in close combat, a mere facade. Chang Luoyin pouted, shooting an indignant glare at Feng Chengwen before turning away. Brother Dong, do you mean to say that I too can break through using water energy? Not breaking through, rather, it enhances physical strength. However, before the initial phase, it merely reinforces the body. At your current stage, it can be considered a breakthrough. Upon hearing about enhanced physical strength, Feng Chengwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Does that mean my vitality will also be restored? Wang Dong, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively, signaling Feng Chengwen to leave him be. But Feng Chengwen refused to relent. Brother Dong, we are kin. How can you treat me this way? I need to elevate my strength quickly. Our father is counting on me to save him. Without waiting for Wang Dong's response, Feng Chengwen sprinted toward the Yellow River, undeterred. Brother Dong, wait here for me. I'll soon bring back a precious item to restore vitality. You must wait for me, why vitality relies on you. Feng Chengwen was unprecedentedly exhilarated, envisioning each ferocious beast he defeated would bolster his physical strength, particularly his vitality, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Ferocious beasts, I am coming. For the sake of my own well-being, you shall contribute your energy to my vitality. I will utilize your energy wisely. Feng Chengwen dashed through the reeds. repeatedly luring ferocious beasts while Wang Dong concentrated on gathering pure power. After several back-and-forth runs, his breath-nourishing technique finally entered the initial phase. Seeing Feng Chengwen's breakthrough, Chang Luoyin could no longer contain herself. "Brother Dong, I am of the water element. I can absorb water energy. I want to go too. We should seek another silver-scaled salamander. Perhaps I might transform into a dragon as well as a water element awakener." She could directly absorb water energy, unlike Feng Chengwen, who could not. This ability would not only strengthen her body, but also enhance her own power. Wang Dong was taken aback and quickly shook his head. The previous silver-scaled salamander was defeated through the combined efforts of himself and Jiang Wei, using all their trump cards. Now that Jiang Wei was gone, even with his breakthrough to the transcendent stage, he would still face certain death against a silver-scaled salamander. He hastily intervened, fearing these two reckless individuals would rush to the river and invite trouble. Without Jiang Wei, should they encounter a peak transcendence beast, they would become mere prey. But we can hunt initial phase ferocious beasts. I don't mind the trouble. I can search slowly. Chang Luoyin eagerly insisted she could help in luring the beasts. Wang Dong had no choice but to patiently explain. "If you wish to transform into a dragon, even killing one, or even 10 peak transcendence water ferocious beasts would be futile. Why can Sister Jiang Wei do it then?" Wang Dong could not help but criticize. Jiang Wei is already at the peak of transcendence and has begun her transformation into a dragon. She was merely practicing the breath-nourishing technique, exhausting her potential, resulting in hidden injuries that hinder her progression. It was not the water energy that allowed her to break through, but rather the pure water energy that healed her injuries, removing the obstacles from her path to transformation. "Do you understand now? It's not the water energy that enables transformation. Jiang Wei was already on the path to becoming a dragon. The water energy merely healed her body." Chang Luoyin, still confused, argued, "I can transform using water energy." Wang Dong felt exhausted. In theory, you can, but in practice, it's exceedingly difficult. Let me think about how to explain this to you. Rubbing his forehead, Wang Dong pondered how to convey this concept clearly. For example, if a dragon possesses 100 units of energy, a peak transcendence beast only has 10. If you wish to transform, you need to defeat 10 peak transcendence beasts. However, you cannot directly absorb their energy. It must be refined, which results in significant loss during the process. He paused, allowing time for Chang Luoyin to comprehend. Moreover, during the energy transfer, there will be consumption. Even so, you won't be able to absorb it all. From one ferocious beast, you might only absorb a fraction of its power. Thus, to achieve transformation, you might need to slay several hundred peak transcendence beasts. After explaining, Wang Dong earnestly asked, "Do you understand now?" Chang Luoyin nodded seriously, indicating her understanding. "Then let us slay a few hundred," she proposed. Wang Dong nearly choked on his breath, turning to leave without hesitation. Given the current prowess of the three, even if they joined forces, they could at most contend with a typical pinnacle of the ordinary transformation stage, and would find themselves at a disadvantage. Should they encounter an ancient creature such as the silver-scaled salamander, they would scarcely have time to flee. Chang Luoyin's suggestion was tantamount to courting death. Who knows how many ancient monstrosities lurk within the Yellow River? Chapter 69. Traces of the merchants without the allure of the divine artifact. The end times heaven sin. The fierce beasts around Tongwei Pass were swiftly eradicated by the awakened reinforcements. The calamity at Tongwei Pass had, quite bewilderingly, come to an end. Following Feng Chengwen's breakthrough in his breathing technique, Wang Dong and his companions resolved to proceed to Tongwei Pass. After all, the primary purpose of their visit was to gather information pertaining to the merchants. Upon entering Tongwei Pass, the trio was profoundly shocked by the sights that greeted them. The structures on the outskirts of the city lay completely ruined, reduced to mere remnants of walls. Many buildings along the streets had collapsed, with not a single pane of glass remaining intact. The tiles that once adorned the walls had fallen away, leaving only fractured brick walls in their wake. The roads were riddled with potholes, littered with an array of decaying refuse, now unrecognizable, among which remnants of plastic could be faintly discerned amidst the weeds and rotting leaves. Amidst the mangled and shattered frames of automobiles, the skeletal remains of the unfortunate could be sporadically glimpsed. Some of these bones were curled within the vehicles, while others leaned against the wreckage. A closer inspection would reveal scattered bones in the corners of the buildings. Were these remnants of human beings? Feng Chengwen's voice trembled, seemingly unable to process this harrowing scene. Wang Dong dared not glance around, forcing himself to keep his gaze fixed on the ground. Some had likely perished from starvation, others from the cold, and still others had been devoured by the ferocious beasts. Chang Luoyin clutched the hem of Wang Dong's garment, too frightened to lift her head. Her eyes were riveted to Wang Dong's footsteps. When he advanced a step, she followed suit, and when he halted, she pressed her face tightly against his back. It seemed that no stable social order had been established in Tongwei Pass following the cataclysm. Among the scattered bones, it was likely that many had been left by the recently rampant beasts. Feng Chengwen still could not comprehend. Were there not masters at the dragon transformation stage? How could so many have perished? Even masters at the dragon transformation stage were human, not omniscient or omnipotent. They could not oversee every individual, nor could they deliver sustenance to everyone in need. Wang Dong suddenly lamented, "Although I harbor a deep-seated animosity toward Xian, I must concede that he has indirectly saved many lives. The hundreds of souls in Longqing survived solely because of him." Feng Chengwen abruptly inquired, "Brother Dong, will the situation here improve in the future?" "Certainly," Wang Dong replied resolutely. "The majority of the reinforcements from Jiejiao are from the army of Huangdi City. They will not turn a blind eye to this." The awakened individuals dispatched from Jiejiao were predominantly composed of military personnel led by Director Yang, which fundamentally distinguished them from other groups of awakened beings. Upon hearing this, the two visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Chengwen could not help but reflect, "I increasingly feel fortunate. Had it not been for our father taking me in, I would undoubtedly be in a similar plight, either starving in some corner or having my bones scattered by wild beasts. Once we rescue our father, I shall bow to him every morning upon awakening, ensuring he has a fish for breakfast, meat for dinner, and an ample supply of potatoes at noon." Though Chang Luoyin dared not raise her head, her curiosity was piqued. "Why not eat meat at noon?" "Why potatoes?" Feng Chengwen replied earnestly. "Our father has expressed that his greatest dream is to eat a potato every day. I am determined to fulfill his wish." Wang Dong turned to scold him. "You fool! Who dreams of eating just a potato each day? That merely signifies a lack of food." At the onset of the cataclysm, the only edibles were wild fruits and potatoes from the fields. And this was in the mountains. In the city, there would be no place to dig for potatoes. "What the hell do you mean?" Feng Chengwen retorted indignantly. "Are you jealous of me? Don't think I'm unaware. Back then, you surely thought I was a burden. Without me, you could have had an extra bite of potato. Shut your mouth, keep talking, and I will end you," Wang Dong threatened. Feng Chengwen glared at him but ultimately complied, falling silent. Previously, he had been unable to best Wang Dong, and now it was even less likely. After all, Wang Dong had reached the ordinary transformation stage with his breathing technique and had mastered both water and fire elements. Although he was not technically awakened, merely acquiring the ability to manipulate water and fire through the chaos source, it was indistinguishable from being awakened, and he was not bound by the limitations imposed on awakened beings. Having broken through to the ordinary transformation stage, the extent of his control over water and fire derived from the chaos source had reached its zenith, meaning that at this moment, Wang Dong was akin to an awakened individual at the ordinary transformation stage, proficient in both water and fire elements. While the lightning element was formidable, its destructive capacity rivaled that of any other element at the same stage. Feng Chengwen remained no match for Wang Dong. Particularly given Wang Dong's deep understanding of Feng Chengwen, he could anticipate his thoughts and angles of attack, thus evading them with the speed of a practitioner. This was also why, after Feng Chengwen's awakening to the lightning element, he still found himself at Wang Dong's mercy. Simply put, he couldn't win. "You wait, once we rescue our father, I will tell him how you bully me daily, and I shall inform him about how you stole my little umbrella, likely using it with some wild woman. I will also tell our father how you carelessly buried his ashes in a pit without even erecting a gravestone, all while hiding those naked pictures of teacher Song in the house." Wang Dong trembled with rage. "Come on, let us settle this," he reiterated. "Those ashes do not belong to my father." Just as Wang Dong was about to reprimand Feng Chengwen, he suddenly spotted two figures emerging from a street ahead, their faces turning ashen. "Get down," he exclaimed, pushing Chang Luoyin down and crouching behind the wreckage of a nearby vehicle. Though Feng Chengwen had not noticed the figures ahead, he instinctively obeyed Wang Dong's command. The two, uncertain of what was transpiring and too frightened to peek, could only observe as Wang Dong's expression grew increasingly grim. Wang Dong's gaze remained fixed on the two figures until they vanished around a street corner. "Brother Dong, what's wrong?" Feng Qingwen inquired. Those two were from Longjiang Exploration Company. They were among the fire element awakened individuals who went missing from the expedition team. Feng Qingwen instantly understood. Are they members of the merchants? They must be the ones who took our father away. Wang Dong clenched his fists tightly. I shall stealthily follow them to ascertain their intentions. You both wait for me at the train station. If the train station is unsafe due to station personnel, make your way to the museum. Wang Dong whispered his instructions. I am uncertain which locations still exist. If we become separated, leave markers at these places. Feng Qingwen grasped Wang Dong's arm. I want to go too. Wang Dong shook his head. You risk being discovered too easily. Remember, do not let the merchants recognize you. Wang Dong, after speaking, seized a handful of decayed earth and smeared it on his face, promptly pursuing the direction in which the two had vanished. The individuals he had spotted were indeed merchants from the Shang clan, who had been instructed to keep an eye on any unusual movements around Tongwei Pass after Yinqing's escape. It was inevitable that they would encounter Wang Dong and his companions at Tongwei Pass. Chapter 70. It turns out she is also intelligent. Upon unexpectedly encountering the Shang merchants, Wang Dong instantly recognized this as an opportunity to uncover his father's whereabouts. Without hesitation, he resolved to follow the two. Since his father had been taken away by them, it was only logical that clues could be gleaned from their actions. To avoid alarming them, he kept his distance while tailing the duo. Having progressed beyond the mundane realm, Wang Dong's agility had significantly heightened, making it effortless to shadow the two fire element awakeners from afar. Particularly after acquiring water manipulation abilities, he could obscure their vision with a thin mist when he found himself exposed, making it challenging for them to detect him unless they were in close proximity. However, to Wang Dong's astonishment, the two seemed to lack a clear objective, wandering aimlessly through the ruins. This revelation led him to suspect that they might have noticed his pursuit and were deliberately meandering. Several times, he felt a strong urge to rush forth, capture them, and subject them to intense interrogation regarding his father's whereabouts. Yet, he ultimately suppressed this impulse, firmly believing that his distance ensured he remained undetected. Eventually, after traversing half of the city's outer ruins, the two ceased their aimless wandering and began making their way toward the city center. This realization invigorated Wang Dong, as he understood they were likely searching for something within the ruins. He maintained a tight grip on their trail, ensuring they remained within his line of sight. As they delved deeper into the city, the sense of desolation gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of vitality, with the buildings appearing relatively intact. Although the streets were filthy, permeated by an unpleasant odor, and littered with excrement, at least there were no corpses strewn about. Glancing around, Wang Dong noticed the occasional fleeting figure on the streets, causing him to hesitate. Tracking them was becoming increasingly arduous. The presence of these two individuals at Tongwei Pass suggested that other Shang merchants might also be present, and they might not recognize each other. If one of the figures on the street happened to be a member of the Shang clan, they would undoubtedly notice their companions being followed. This possibility compelled Wang Dong to exercise even greater caution. Quickly scanning his surroundings, he focused on the two ahead, making a general assessment of their movements. Then, he dashed into a nearby alley, sprinting ahead to position himself before them. Casting a glance back at the leisurely progressing duo, Wang Dong concentrated a mass of water vapor and swiftly rubbed it across his face. He evenly distributed the blackened soil over his skin, including his neck, darkening his complexion by a shade. Slowing his pace, he feigned exhaustion, taking a few steps before pausing to rest. As the two Shang merchants passed by, Wang Dong casually bent down to cough. Their gazes merely brushed over him without lingering, and they continued striding forward with an air of confidence. One suspected that the person in front of them was tracking them, leading the two to overlook Wang Dong entirely. Although the population of Longqing was merely a few hundred, at that time, Wang Dong and Feng Qingwen were just ordinary individuals, the only exception being Wang Dong's father. Even after Wang Dong's father transcended the mundane realm, it was still the Shang merchants hidden within Longqing who were tasked with monitoring him, rather than members of the expedition team. The Shang Awakeners concealed within the expedition were chiefly assigned to assist the team in seeking out rare treasures for Ziyin, capturing fire-type beasts, and cultivating fire lilies. They were also engaged in the Shang clan's exploration to the northwest, leaving them no time to concern themselves with an unrelated individual. It was not their duty. Thus, these two had merely heard of Wang Dong but did not recognize him. Moreover, Wang Dong had intentionally disguised himself to resemble a person of color, ensuring that the duo had not seen his face as they passed by. He continued to trail them nonchalantly, maintaining a comfortable distance until they arrived at a secluded estate. After committing the location to memory, Wang Dong took his leave at a measured pace, familiarizing himself with the surrounding terrain before setting out to locate Feng Chengwen and the others. Ultimately, he found Feng Chengwen outside a museum. "Brother Dong, how did it go? Did you discover anything?" Feng Chengwen inquired with palpable eagerness upon laying eyes on Wang Dong. After hearing Wang Dong recount his observations, he became impassioned, clamoring to rescue someone, only to be silenced by Wang Dong's stern gaze. "We only know their destination. We are utterly ignorant of what lies within. What if there are experts among them?" Wang Dong cautioned. Feng Chengwen wisely refrained from further reckless assertions, patiently awaiting Wang Dong's instructions. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Dong declared, "Tonight, after dark, I will attempt to investigate the place. You stay back and provide support from a distance." He then turned to Chang Luoyin, instructing, "You wait here for us." Chang Luoyin took a while to grasp the situation, and after a moment, her face fell as she asked, "Brother Dong, are you abandoning me?" This question left Wang Dong momentarily flustered. What did she mean by him abandoning her? It sounded as if he had ever intended to leave her behind. "The task we are undertaking is perilous and does not concern you. It would be best if you refrained from following us into danger." Chang Luoyin shook her head with a smile. "I thought you were abandoning me. We are friends. After all, my senior brother said that friends should share both good and bad times, helping one another. Your affairs are my affairs, and mine are yours. How can I be a coward?" Wang Dong chuckled and asked, "Has your senior brother ever mentioned that a gentleman should not stand beneath a perilous wall?" "Yes, he has." Chang Luoyin gazed at him with admiration. "Brother Dong is so impressive. You are even more remarkable than my senior brother. You seem to know everything he says." Wang Dong, disinterested in further banter, reiterated, "What we need to do now is to stand beneath that perilous wall. You should refrain from going." Chang Luoyin shook her head vigorously. "I want to. Do you not consider me a friend?" Feng Chengwen interjected, "You ungrateful wretch. We are treating you as a friend by not allowing you to go. Do you know who our enemy is? The Shang clan. They are formidable." Chang Luoyin continued to shake her head. "If you consider me a friend, yet do not let me go, humph. You two rascals, why senior brother said to care for the elderly as if they were our own, and since we are friends, if you go to rescue your father, then I must go as well. I refuse to be left out. I want to help fight the bad guys." Wang Dong could only patiently explain, "These ancient clans, each one is incredibly dangerous. Your presence could cause trouble for your senior brother." Chang Luoyin grew increasingly dissatisfied. "What is so great about the ancient clans? As if we are not the same. I also have an ancient lineage. What is the Shang clan compared to the goddess Jiang, who is a princess of the Yin Emperor's family? Rinda Tianxia even invited you. If you accepted, wouldn't that also make you a part of an ancient lineage? My senior brother said that those ancient clans are all very dangerous and could turn into the greatest villains. I am preemptively eliminating them." Wang Dong couldn't help but glance at Chang Luoyin, reflecting on how she, much like Feng Chengwen, wasn't lacking in intelligence, but rather was simply thoughtless. It seemed he needed to continue extracting their potential to bring out the best in them. "My senior brother said they might become traitors. No, human traitors." Wang Dong's mind echoed with a thunderous realization. This was a notion that Director Yang had once expressed, warning of the dangers posed by the ancient clans. To his surprise, it was not only Director Yang who held such beliefs. Even Chang Luoyin's senior brother shared this perspective. But what exactly constituted the danger of these ancient clans? And what of Jiang Wei? Why did she not exude the same sense of peril, instead evoking a feeling of tranquility? What distinctions and connections lay between ancient clans and ancient lineages, awakening, and the practice of breathing techniques? Chapter 71. I know what you were thinking. I don't care. I want to go too. Chang Luoyin pouted, feeling she had been treated unfairly. Not letting me go means you do not regard me as a friend. I am also in the transcendent phase. I am quite capable. Not allowing me to go is looking down on me. Feng Chengwen, unable to contain himself, retorted, "You are somewhat ungrateful. We are concerned for your safety, which is why we regard you as a friend. If we didn't, we would simply use you as a pawn against our enemies." Chang Luoyin nodded vigorously, My senior brother said that if others treat you sincerely, you should respond with earnestness. Feng Qingwen retorted, everything is what your senior brother says. Were you raised by him? Yes, I was raised by my senior brother. Feng Qingwen rolled his eyes. From now on, if you wish to be friends with us, you should change your catchphrase to, Brother Dong has said, look at how wonderful Brother Dong is, so impressive and intelligent. You should say, Brother Dong has said, I will continue to be friends with you and accompany you. Initially hesitant, Chang Luoyin quickly acquiesced upon hearing the latter part. No problem. I will say Brother Dong said from now on. Whatever Brother Dong says to do, I will do. Whatever Brother Dong instructs, I will follow. Wang Dong, gazing into Chang Luoyin's earnest eyes, ultimately couldn't bear to leave her behind. Although bringing her along to confront the Shang clan was undeniably perilous, if he did not allow her to join. Given Chang Luoyin's limited intellect, she would likely remain troubled for life. Fine, go ahead. But you must listen to me. Chang Luoyin promptly assured him of her absolute compliance. I will think of a way to infiltrate and investigate. Had it not been discovered, one would summon a merchant clan awakener, and then the three of us would jointly incapacitate him, compelling him to reveal the whereabouts of my father. Feng Qingwen listened, somewhat hesitant. Would this not alert the enemy? What if they discovered our plan and it jeopardized our father's safety? Wang Dong explained, this is a consideration I have taken into account as well. Firstly, it is evidently unrealistic for us to continuously tail them. We will inevitably be discovered sooner or later, thus we must act before they realize our presence. Secondly, even if we do raise an alarm, they will not be able to ascertain our identities. Wang Dong's exposure in Longqing was that of a fire element awakener. Even if the merchant clan has received word of him, they would merely regard him as a nascent awakener, not knowing he has progressed to a dual element awakening in both water and fire. The merchant clan is unlikely to harm my father's life until they have achieved their objectives. Feng Qingwen remained unconvinced, asserting that these were merely your thoughts. Even I, who am not easily swayed, find your plan rather risky. The merchant clan's perspective will undoubtedly differ from yours. Wang Dong, feeling exasperated, had to reiterate, the likelihood of my father being at Tongwaiguang is exceedingly slim. Unless this is the stronghold of the merchant clan, they would not leave anyone at Tongwaiguang. These individuals must have completed their task of delivering my father and were merely delayed on their return to Longqing due to the artifact. I suspect they are even unaware that Xian is deceased. Wang Dong's conjecture was not unfounded. Indeed, these individuals had come to Tongwaiguang only after delivering his father and were oblivious to the happenings in Longqing, including Xian's demise. However, what Wang Dong was unaware of was that these individuals remained at Tongwaiguang not for the reasons he presumed, but in pursuit of the artifact. In truth, the artifact known as the Doomsday Heavenly Sin had been brought to Tongwaiguang by Yinxing, who intended to utilize a sufficient number of souls to expedite its revival. Moreover, it was evident that Yinxing had intricate connections with the merchant clan. Yet, before the Doomsday Heavenly Sin could awaken, Yinxing, terrified by the source of chaos, hurriedly fled Tongwaiguang, cautioning the merchant clan to remain vigilant and to monitor any movements within Tongwaiguang. It was precisely for this reason that Wang Dong encountered the merchant clan members wandering about Tongwaiguang. Among these matters, not even Wang Dong, nor the merchant clan members present, had full knowledge. Only one individual was aware. What if, and I emphasize the what if, Feng Qingwen insisted on his viewpoint, what if you are mistaken? Wang Dong, suppressing the urge to strike, suggested, then you should knock on their door politely and inquire, esteemed members of the merchant clan, may I ask where you have sent the person? Could you kindly return him to me? What do you think? Will they respond truthfully, or will they gleefully eliminate you, you foolish scoundrel? Feng Qingwen was rendered speechless by the retort, muttering softly, I am merely concerned for our father. Why must you be so aggressive? Wang Dong, in resignation, advised, you should think more critically and not dwell in hesitation. Some opportunities, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Brother Dong is right. Chang Luoyin interjected loudly. Silence. Did you not hear him cursing me? He is nothing. She retorted. Chang Luoyin felt somewhat indignant, believing Brother Dong was indeed correct. Feng Qingwen countered her. Did you understand? No. Chang Luoyin replied earnestly, although I do not comprehend, I find it quite reasonable and impressive. It appears quite reasonable indeed. Feng Qingwen waved his hand, signaling her to be quiet. Your head is as small as a raisin. Perhaps it is best you refrain from speaking. Wang Dong, standing nearby, mocked, let us not engage in a battle of wits. Your intellect is akin to that of a raisin. It may serve some purpose when submerged. You scoundrel, be silent. Are we proceeding or not? Feng Qingwen interrupted Wang Dong, resolved to act swiftly to avoid prolonging the night and inviting more dreams. It is prolonging the night and inviting more dreams, you illiterate. This time, Feng Qingwen chose not to retort disdainfully. You are still young and have not experienced enough. Otherwise, you would understand that many dreams are merely spring dreams. Chang Luoyin turned to Wang Dong, inquiring, Brother Dong, what is a spring dream? Wang Dong paused, responding with a question of his own. How old is your senior brother? In his 40s, an old man, she answered. Wang Dong understood. It was indeed a difficult task to explain the concept of a spring dream to a middle-aged man and a teenage girl. And no wonder Chang Luoyin lacked knowledge. A girl raised in isolation, devoid of the internet or interaction with others, entirely under the care of an older man, would know little of the world. A spring dream is... Wang Dong hastily interrupted Feng Qingwen. Do not say anything reckless. She knows nothing, and if you explain carelessly, it may lead to misunderstandings. Once we return to Jiezhou, we shall ensure she learns about life's fundamentals. Wang Dong bore no ill intent. He merely sought to educate a naive young girl about the meaning of adding oil as a term of encouragement. Feng Qingwen scolded, what a sense of achievement it must be to corrupt an innocent girl, yet you consistently gravitate towards mature and sophisticated women. How dull. Feng Qingwen leaned closer to Wang Dong, whispering in a voice only they could hear, I know what you're thinking. With her mastery of myriad skills, she would know to change positions when you halt. Such a woman is far more enticing than a girl who merely lies there with her eyes closed. Wouldn't you agree? Do not think I am oblivious to your thoughts. The moment you open your mouth, I can predict your every intention. Wang Dong's expression darkened instantly as he elbowed Feng Qingwen sharply in the chest. We are currently deliberating on how to rescue my father. Feng Qingwen clutched his chest, wincing in pain. Do not trivialize the matter. You have already stated our father is not at Tongweiguang. Do not treat me as a fool. I am just as eager to rescue him. Feng Qingwen glared fiercely at Wang Dong, as if wishing to shoot bullets from his eyes to turn Wang Dong into a sieve. Being with you means enduring daily bullying and constant scolding. I bear the brunt of all the labor. When we were with our father, he had us work together, and he never scolded us. Wang Dong initially thought Feng Qingwen's remarks were about women. Oblivious to the pressing matter at hand, it turned out he was aware that their father was not at Tongweiguang, thus feeling unrestrained. Stop your prattling. Prepare for action. Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter under the cover of night. Wang Dong cautiously approached the dwelling of the merchant clan members. Upon reaching the villa's exterior and confirming there were no ambushes, he quietly leaped over the wall as his feet touched the ground. He restrained his force to avoid making a sound. Glancing at the hazy shadows illuminated by the moonlight, he circled around to the unlit side of the building and paused outside a window. Only after confirming that no shadows were cast upon the window did Wang Dong cautiously peek inside to survey the surroundings. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, yet faint murmurs of conversation could be discerned. Wang Dong pressed his ear against the wall, straining to comprehend the dialogue. Regrettably, the voices within were too soft, rendering it impossible to discern their words. He could only catch a few keywords here and there.